Chapter 171. Gurgle. Su Xian swallowed his saliva. Facing the dragon pupil with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, his giant fear was instantly aroused to the extreme. However, what made his back colder was the raging anger burning in the dragon pupil. The soul he summoned seemed unfriendly, with strong hostility, but the soul-catching entry gave him the ability to dominate the summoned soul. Once the summoning is successful, the other party should obey his orders. At this moment, standing still like Su Xian, there was also the black dragon that broke into his soul space. It stood there stiffly, staring at the dragon pupil in the distance that was as big as itself with a pair of dark eyes. The whole dragon seemed very confused, and its heart was full of fear. What's going on? The diameter of the dragon's pupil is nearly 100 meters, which means that its entire body length has reached an astonishing nearly 10,000 meters. Does the world really have such a huge dragon? But even the largest individual in the Black Dragon clan is only 1 or 2 kilometers long. How can it be so big? Ahem. Su Xian took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, "Yes, I woke you up." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the huge red dragon uttered a cold and harsh angry word. "Dare to disturb my long sleep. Do you know how serious this crime is?" Su Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that the effect of the entry has no effect on the soul of the demigod? How is this possible? Su Xian immediately opened the attribute interface of the red dragon. Marine myth, level, 99, !/99,000, race, red dragon, soul, growth, 15, gain 15 points of all attribute increase for each level up, status. Soul tip. Soul, effect is activated. When the current unit is in soul state, it will obey your orders 100%. Su Xian raised his eyebrows and found that the soul-catching effect had already been activated, and the effect was excellent. As for why the other party was so angry, the reason was obvious. A being who once tried to become a god is now driven by a mortal like him, so naturally he is angry. However, anger is anger, and you still have to obey when you should. Go, teach this black dragon a lesson. Su Xian didn't want to waste time and directly ordered the red dragon. Bold. How dare you give orders to us? Do you want to die? The red dragon was furious and aggressive. In an instant, the red flames in the soul space burned fiercely, as if to completely devour Su Xian. The conversation between the two fell into the ears of the black dragon, and it couldn't help laughing. Originally, it thought it would face a huge crisis. Facing such a terrifying existence, it knew it could not match it. However, the dragon soul summoned by this man was not under his control, and its temper was extremely bad. This is good. Let's see how you deal with this situation. Hee hee, ah wow 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 wow. The black dragon's thoughts have not been sorted out yet, and a huge rage has instantly swept through its dragon soul. At this moment, the black dragon is completely confused. Aren't you going to teach him a lesson? Why are you angry at me? Did you make a mistake? However, at the moment when the black dragon was bearing the monstrous rage, the angry voice of the red dragon was still echoing in the soul space. Humble human. Today, you will pay a heavy price for your stupidity. The next moment, the black dragon was subjected to a more violent and terrifying rage than before. Its soul trembled violently, and it let out a shrill wailing cry, and the sound echoed in the soul space, which was creepy. Don't you want him to pay the price? Why did you burn me? The black dragon screamed miserably, his voice full of despair and confusion. Shut up. You humble black loach. You have no right to speak here. The red dragon shouted fiercely, and his majestic voice revealed his deep disdain for the black dragon. This shouting made the black dragon tremble, and the powerful suppression from the depths of its blood made it dare not resist at all. Run away. The black dragon wanted to escape, but found that it was easy to enter Su Xian's soul space, but it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to leave. Send. Enough. Su Xian immediately asked the red dragon to stop. He still had something to ask the black dragon. Human. Do you want to die? The red dragon roared with anger, but despite the threat, it still obeyed Su Xian's order and quickly dispelled the flames on the black dragon. The soul of the black dragon became as black and shiny as a mirror under the burning of the flame, as if it had been finely polished and polished. The intense pain made the black dragon tremble violently, and it showed a humble posture, obviously frightened. It never dreamed that it would suffer such a tragic situation at the hands of a seemingly weak human. However, who would have thought that a human could control the soul of a demigod-level dragon? I ask you, are you one of the culprits who caused the destruction of the Red Dragon clan hundreds of years ago? Su Xian questioned the Black Dragon. I am only 180 years old. The black dragon replied tremblingly. Then why did you leave the dragon scales in the corpse of the red dragon? Su Xian frowned and continued to ask. I just followed the orders of my tribe and guarded the reverse scale for 10 years, waiting for the appearance of the red dragon. They said that there must be some remaining red dragons in the world, and they would look for the remains of the red dragon for the heart scale of the black dragon. The black dragon's voice trembled slightly, revealing deep fear. The heart scale of the black dragon? Su Xian narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart. According to the records of the red dragon mark, the reason why other dragons want to deal with the red dragon tribe seems to be related to a relic of the dragon god. Could it be the so-called heart scale of the black dragon? What other things do you know? Su Xian asked. I don't know. I really don't know anything else. The black dragon sobbed and replied, his voice full of fear and helplessness. Su Xian was silent for a moment, thinking carefully about what the black dragon said. Judging from the black dragon's reaction, it didn't seem to hide too much. If you don't want this ray of soul to be annihilated, then surrender to me obediently and let me plant a contract in your soul. Su Xian proposed conditions to the black dragon. He knew that destroying only one soul fragment would not kill the black dragon, so this was necessary to ensure that it would not cause trouble. Although the black dragon was powerful, Su Xian was the master in this soul space. Moreover, he needed to know the movements of the black dragon clan through him. Soul contract? No. Absolutely impossible. When the black dragon heard that Su Xian was going to plant a contract in its soul, the whole dragon panicked. However, when the black dragon saw the angry eyes of the red dragon, it immediately became timid. If it did not agree to Su Xian's request, it was worried that it would be trapped here forever. Considering that its body might become an empty shell without a soul, the black dragon couldn't help but feel uneasy. Who knows what will happen during the period of pseudo-death? The black dragon gritted his teeth helplessly and compromised. Okay. But it can only be the lowest level soul contract. You are not qualified to bargain. Intermediate. Intermediate. Okay, ultimate. A few minutes later, Su Xian successfully planted the contract in the black dragon's soul. Then, he let the black dragon's soul go. Although it is impossible to kill the black dragon with a strand of soul, Su Xian can control the black dragon through this strand of soul. The most important thing is that he needs to pay more attention to the red dragon Merli Rhine that appeared in his soul space at this time. Human. Merli Rhine's anger is still strong. Next. I will come to you after I get rid of the bone dragon. Su Xian immediately left the soul space because the things outside were more urgent. Merli Rhine. Shock. When Su Xian left the soul space, he immediately turned his attention to the battlefield. The golden angel shadow continued to swing the sword on the battlefield, and each attack accurately hit the huge body of the bone dragon, causing severe damage to it. Lucia's sacred magic opened Su Xian's eyes. The golden angel phantom she created obviously had a very high magic level. Su Xian remembered that Lucia's supreme judgment contained 3 super-level judgment magics, and 1 ultimate judgment magic, pseudo-forbidden level, which was probably the power contained in the ultimate judgment magic. It was precisely because of the power of this ultimate judgment magic that Lucia was able to confront the bone dragon head-on even though her level was far lower than that of the bone dragon. And at this moment, a deafening sound of breaking suddenly sounded. Then, the white light spread out instantly, rippling like waves. The energy waves radiating from the inside out made the corpse bone dragon instantly stiff and stopped all movements. Then, there was a loud bang. The huge skeleton of the corpse bone dragon instantly collapsed under this force, and the entire skeleton was scattered all over the ground. System prompt. Kill the corpse bone dragon and gain 100,000 experience points. The next moment, Luzline walked out of the collapsed bone pile. On her shoulder was a broken black dragon scale, which emitted a faint glow, looking particularly mysterious and precious. Su Xian's eyes flashed. No wonder the skeleton dragon suddenly fell apart. It turned out that Luzline had destroyed the black dragon's reverse scale in the body of the skeleton dragon. His eyes flashed over the black dragon's reverse scale, and a message popped up. Black dragon's reverse scale. Legend: each black dragon has only 1 reverse scale. It is extremely hard and contains powerful power. This item can be used for forging, enchanting, etc. Chapter 172. We won. Biafuli and Biafulu's faces bloomed with flower-like smiles. At this moment, Rosalind returned to Su Xian's side, and gently threw the black dragon's reverse scale on the ground, making a deep echo. At this moment, Su Xian noticed that the sword of oath in Rosalind's hand was almost broken, and the sword was full of cracks. Rosalind noticed Su Xian's gaze, and she said calmly, "It doesn't matter, there are top blacksmiths in Sunset City, they can repair the sword of oath." Su Xian thought for a moment, and his eyes stayed on the reverse scale of the black dragon. Since the reverse scale of the black dragon is extremely hard and suitable for making weapons, then perhaps it can be used with the broken blade to make a new sword of oath. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Give it to me, I will give you a new sword of oath." "Yes." Rosalind responded simply, and handed the sword of oath to Su Xian with complete trust. After putting the sword of oath and the reverse scale of the black dragon into his backpack, Su Xian's sight was attracted by the red dragon egg in the pile of bones. He slowly approached the dragon egg and looked at it intently. At this moment, the dragon egg lay peacefully on the pile of bones, with red light all over it. There is no sign of life on this dragon egg, and it has never even bred life. Lucia walked gently to Su Xian's side and whispered, "It's really a bit strange." Su Xian nodded slightly, with a little confusion in his eyes. This dragon egg was indeed laid by the red dragon mother, but it seemed to have no breath of life. Just as he was lost in thought, a hint appeared in front of him. The appropriate fusion material spermless dragon egg has been found. This material can be fused with the corpse entry. Seeing this prompt, Su Xian's brows immediately relaxed. He seemed to have known the key to the problem, and then summoned the soul of the red dragon mother. "My child." When the red dragon mother saw her dragon egg, a touch of joy flashed in her eyes. She hugged the dragon egg, and her fat dragon tail excitedly slapped the ground. However, since she was only a soul body now, she did not make any sound. Thank you so much, kind human." The red dragon mother wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Su Xian. Facing the scene, Su Xian felt a little difficult to speak. However, he had to ask the red dragon mother something to verify his guess. So, Su Xian approached the red dragon mother and whispered in her ear, "What are you talking about?" When the red dragon mother heard Su Xian's question, her face immediately flushed, and her eyes began to wander. After hesitating for a long time, she replied, "The one you are talking about, is it the one between me and you? That may not have happened once before." Su Xian's brows slightly condensed when he heard this. They just did it simply that time. Ahem, Su Xian coughed lightly, and took the dragon egg and the red dragon mother. No, the red dragon lady's soul into his pocket. This problem should be dealt with after returning to the guild. In addition, he needs to learn more about the matter of the black dragon heart scale, and the struggle between the dragons. Let's go back. Okay. In the residence of the black dragon tribe, a black-haired girl was holding the black dragon's tail, and sleeping comfortably on a bed made of a huge tree stump. Suddenly, oh wow. A sharp pain woke her up from her dream. She gasped in fear, and crystal-clear sweat dripped down her long hair. It was difficult to calm down. What on earth is that? This girl is the black dragon guarding the black dragon's reverse scale, named Vernie. Even though her soul returned to her body, she was still frightened by the pressure of the red dragon. She had never encountered such a powerful creature. Even a demigod-level dragon had never made her feel so oppressive. And that human. When Vernie thought of Su Xian, she gnashed her teeth in anger. As the little princess of the Black Dragon clan, she was actually planted with a soul contract by a little human. How abominable! She looked down at the glittering soul mark in the center of her clavicle, and anger instantly surged on her pretty face. Damn human-shaped cockroach! My head is full of low-level creatures that want to reproduce. I'm so angry! I'm so angry! Vilna stomped her feet in anger, and the ground shook with it, venting her anger. What's wrong with you? At this time, a man's voice came from outside the cave. The clan leader asked you to guard the reverse scale, and now only 3 years have passed. Do you want to run away again? Vilnius, can you learn from human princesses? They are so dignified, virtuous and gentle. You are always so unreasonable, and you don't even want to read the history of the Black Dragon clan. You go to the swamp every day to make a scene. Which male dragon would be willing to have you? Shut up. Look, I'm not happy after I say a few words to you. I'm telling you. You'd better inform the clan leader that the reverse scale has been destroyed. However, it's the reverse scale. He should have known it long ago without you notifying him. Buzz buzz buzz. A flash of white light. Everyone has returned to the guild. Su Xian picked up a glass of ice water, drank it all, and then submitted the task on the sofa. Hidden task. Red Dragon Mother's wish completed. Task reward. Super rare item Red Dragon. In this way, the conditions for recruiting mythical adventurers are almost the same. Su Xian whispered to himself. The items he currently has are Red Dragon, Valkyrie, Eternal Fire, and Corpse. Among them, The first 3 items are super rare. If he still can't recruit mythical adventurers, the problem may be with himself. Now, he only needs a recruitment scroll. In addition, Su Xian focused on the corpse entry, which now had 2 fusion options. One was the dragon egg of the red dragon mother. Since it was not an egg that truly contained life, it could be used as the fusion material for corpse. And the other option. It turned out to be the soul of the red dragon. Su Xian was also very surprised by this. He did not expect that the soul of the red dragon could also be a fusion material. Of course, the 3 options could be fused together, but he did not understand what would be born after the fusion of the 3, and the red dragon had a bad temper and was easily angry. He felt that he needed to understand this dragon more deeply before making a decision. While thinking, Su Xian summoned the red dragon lady. "Thank you so much." Ms. Red Dragon gave Su Xian a deep kiss and expressed her gratitude again. Her pretty face was filled with the joy of finding her child. This made Su Xian a little embarrassed to say that Ms. Red Dragon's egg could no longer breathe life. Ms. Red Dragon also noticed Su Xian's sudden change in gaze. She whispered softly, "I know it may never hatch, but I am willing to accompany it forever. Unfortunately, my soul may not be able to support it for too long." Her words made Su Xian's eyes narrow slightly. The soul of the red dragon is just a remnant soul. Even with the protection of the soul crystal ball, it cannot be maintained for a long time. Now, after finding her child, her power to maintain her soul is getting weaker and weaker. However, there are many ways to maintain the soul. As long as the soul power continues to nourish Ms. Red Dragon's soul, she will not dissipate in a short time. But if you want to really save her, you need to find another way. Don't worry too much. I will find a way to keep your soul alive forever. Su Xian stood up slowly, hugged Ms. Red Dragon gently, and stroked her hair with his fingers. This gentle touch made Ms. Red Dragon's soul body tremble slightly, and her thoughts became chaotic. Especially Su Xian's whisper in her ear before, and her whisper of the holy light before. "Mr. Su Xian." Ms. Red Dragon whispered in Su Xian's ear, "I seem to remember my name, Lanfinli Nida. Can you call me Nida?" "Of course." Su Xian nodded. As recorded in the Red Dragon mark, she is Lanfinli Nida, the daughter of the Red Dragon clan chief. That? Nida's eyes flickered a little, but she still asked softly, "What we did before. Can we do it again? I want." As she said, she gently wrapped her dragon tail around Su Xian's waist. Chapter 173. Nida's dragon tail gently wrapped around Su Xian's waist. Although it was not as flexible as a snake's tail, it gave people a different touch experience with its unique fatness, as if immersed in the wonderful fatness and comfort. This unique touch makes people want to explore and feel more. There was a faint light in the golden eyes, staring at Su Xian's eyes tightly, and the previous scenes echoed in his mind. That day, Nida asked Su Xian to close his eyes, and began to try. However, this process exceeded her expectations. Fortunately, she was a giant dragon, and her body structure was different from that of humans. She could rely on the form of a half-dragon. For some reason, her heart always recalled the scene of that day, as if she was worried that she did not do it perfectly. So now, she wants to relive it again, in order to do better and repay Su Xian's kindness. Su Xian's Adam's apple trembled slightly at Nida's request. Since there was a first time, he would naturally not refuse a second time. "Are you sure?" Su Xian asked in a low voice, his fingertips gently sliding across Nada's hair. Nada nodded gently, her voice soft. "I want to learn more about the life magic ritual you mentioned before." As she spoke, Nada moved closer, as if her soul body seemed to be integrated with Su Xian, and even touched his skin through his clothes. Ahem. Su Xian's eyes suddenly wandered. He had asked Nada if she had performed the life magic ritual, and Nada's answer was naturally no. This means that Nada has bred an egg without life. As for why Nada thought that this egg was bred with her child, it might be because Nada's memory was confused, or she misunderstood her situation to some extent. After all, when she met Nada's soul, she even forgot her own name. It was like she only remembered that she had an egg, but forgot that she had never received the blessing of life. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Nada had already come up to him. She pushed Su Xian down on the sofa and gazed at him affectionately with her golden eyes, with a faint love in her eyes. At this moment, they were so close that they seemed to be able to feel each other's souls. The effect of soul charming has never been interrupted. "Mr. Su Xian, what should I do next?" Nada held Su Xian's face with both hands and asked expectantly, waiting for Su Xian to guide her in the ritual of life magic. "It's actually very simple," Su Xian explained, First, you need to put the special props of the life ritual into. As he spoke, his fingertips gently stroked Nada's dragon scales. Although she only existed in the form of a soul body at this time, every detail of her was lifelike. Although there were some subtle differences from the entity, she exuded a different charm. What was even more surprising was that the originally hard dragon scales became soft to the touch after being transformed into a soul body. It was not like the slime-like texture of Lorthalin, but light and fluttering, as if stroking a silk material. "I understand," Nida said lightly, and the long dress woven by the soul disappeared without a trace in an instant. The flawless, plump and attractive body was fully displayed in front of Su Xian, exuding the unique sense of taboo oppression from the red dragon. Her snow whiteness can actually be compared with the elf queen. It's worthy of being Nida, red dragon. You mean the special props for the life ritual? At this time, Nida asked with a smile, this one? Gulp, Su Xian couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Then, Nida followed Su Xian's instructions. The following is a life ritual enlightenment process. 10,000 words omitted below. In the Black Dragon settlement, hundreds of meters-long black dragons gathered together, looking gloomy. The reverse scale was destroyed? What happened? Didn't we send someone to guard it? It must be Vernie. Our little princess messed things up again. Vernie? We should have married her to the green dragon a long time ago, so that she wouldn't continue to harm our black dragon clan. Okay. Let's figure out who stole the reverse scale first. The black dragons talked a lot, and then all turned their eyes to Vernie, who was trying to escape in the corner. Oops. Vernie was stared at by dozens of dark eyes, and froze in place instantly. Vernie, stop! Do you want to escape? You must be responsible for the stupid things you did. This time, your father and brothers can no longer be held responsible for your mistakes. Vernie, the elders of the tribe have decided to put you in the dark prison for 3 years. You are not allowed to escape. I don't want to be locked up. Goodbye, old man. Vernie immediately spread her wings and fled from the tribe. She escaped? Can't let her escape. A few hours later, Su Xian fell on the sofa with satisfaction, and couldn't help sighing in his heart that the red dragon was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even its soul body brought him an indescribable wonderful feeling. At this moment, Nada was leaning on his chest docilely, shaking her dragon tail and smiling. She raised her head and asked Su Xian curiously, Mr. Su Xian, although I felt deeply about the life ceremony this time, I think your holy light seems to be a little different from last time? Nada remembered that the holy light that Su Xian emitted last time was bright and hot, full of incomparable power. That strong radiance made her eyes brimming with tears. This time, although she also had deep feelings, that strong feeling did not reappear. Su Xian was stunned for a few seconds after hearing Nada's question. He recalled that he emitted holy light when he was in the half-dragon state last time. Indeed, there is a clear difference in the intensity and feeling of the holy light in the two states. The half-dragon state can increase his full combat power by 1/3, but considering the fragility of Nada's soul, he did not enter the half-dragon state this time. Moreover, he has not tried to see what the limit of his half-dragon state can reach. As expected, he still has to start with Issa. Next time for sure. Nada smiled and gently left a kiss on Su Xian's cheek, and then said expectantly, Then I look forward to it. After enjoying Su Xian with satisfaction, Nada stood up and walked towards the dragon egg placed next to her. She embraced the dragon egg tenderly. Although there was no life inside it, she still took good care of it. This made Su Xian confused. Could it be that this dragon egg really hides some deep secrets? Led Nada's soul subconsciously want to protect this dragon egg, but he could not sense any magic ripples on the dragon egg, so the possibility of hiding the heart scale of the black dragon inside was almost zero, otherwise the black dragons would have noticed it long ago. Wait, Su Xian's eyes suddenly became stern. Maybe there was no heart scale of the black dragon hidden in the dragon egg, or even nothing. But it could indirectly restore Nada's memory, and let her recall the location of the heart scale of the black dragon? After all, Nada only remembered her name after finding the dragon egg. Chapter 174. Su Xian stared closely at Nada and the dragon egg in her arms, and his guess became stronger and stronger. If this is true, it means that the heart scale of the black dragon is hidden in an extremely secret place by the red dragons. Now, after the red dragon tribe is destroyed, only Nada can touch the dragon egg and have the opportunity to track the location of the heart scale of the black dragon. Nada, in addition to remembering your name, do you have other things in your mind? Su Xian asked Nada softly. Other things? Nada was silent for a moment, then shook her head in confusion and replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Su Xian, I haven't remembered anything else. But since I found my child, I feel that some broken memories seem to be gradually recovering. Su Xian's eyes flashed a bright light, completely consistent with his guess. Nada's memory is indeed gradually recovering. It's just that due to the short time, there is no significant effect yet. Have a good rest, your memory will slowly recover. Su Xian said softly to Nada, while stroking her hair with his hand to comfort her. Yeah. Nada nodded obediently, and then returned to the soul crystal ball. Su Xian simply packed up and walked out of the room. At this time, Lorslan and other members were resting in the guild hall. After the fierce battle with the bone dragon, their magic power and physical strength were greatly consumed, and they urgently needed some time to recover. Seeing Su Xian walk out of the room, Lucia immediately asked, "Did you gain anything?" They paid such a great price to get rid of the bone dragon, so they couldn't get nothing. Yeah, Su Xian nodded gently, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Maybe we have a chance to find clues to the heart scale of the black dragon. When Lucia heard these words, her golden red eyes covered by white gauze instantly ignited a bright light. Almost in an instant, she appeared in front of Su Xian like a phantom, and the distance between the two was so close that they could almost feel each other's breathing. Lucia's eyes stared at Su Xian tightly, with a hint of tension and seriousness in her tone. "Are you sure it's the heart scale of the black dragon?" Su Xian nodded, and he was a little surprised and puzzled by Lucia's reaction. In his impression, Miss Saint is always calm and composed, and today's emotional fluctuations are rare. "What's wrong?" Su Xian asked. "I don't really know much about the Crimson Dragon," Lucia continued, "but I do know something about the Black Dragon." As she spoke, a trace of reminiscence flashed in her eyes, because the Black Dragon once cooperated with the Holy See of Light and signed a contract with the Pope. Did the Black Dragon once cooperate with the Holy See of Light? Su Xian frowned slightly, thinking about something. "Yes." Lucia nodded slightly, with a gleam of reminiscence in her eyes. It was originally a demigod-level black dragon, and it evolved into a black dragon because of the enlightenment of the power of light. However, due to a certain incident, its sins attracted the arrival of the Holy Judge. The black dragon fought fiercely with the Holy Judge, who came for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally fell on the top of the Holy Spirit. A demigod-level black dragon? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the doubts in his heart became even greater. The heart scale of the black dragon. Why is it in a group of red dragons? What incident caused the Holy Judge to come and kill it? However, the Holy Judge's strength is indeed terrifying, and he can easily wipe out even demigods. According to the game settings that Su Xian knows, levels 95 to 99 are the definition of demigods, and surpassing demigods and reaching the realm of gods does not seem to exist on this continent. The strength of demigods is undoubtedly the top of the magic continent, but the strength of the Holy Judge is far beyond demigods, which is amazing. However, Lucia could not give an answer to Su Xian's question. These are all highly confidential to the Church of Light, and even involve the secrets of a pope. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She couldn't tell her president everything she knew. As for the demigod-level dragon heart scale, its value is self-evident. The heart scale and the reverse scale are the only 2 dragon scales on the dragon. They contain indescribable powerful power, which is enough to explain why Lucia was moved by this. If we can get the heart scale of the black dragon, it may be of great help to us. Lucia lowered her head and thought. Su Xian's eyes were full of curiosity. He stared at Lucia, eager to hear more details. However, Lucia just glanced at him lightly and said softly, "It's getting late. I'm going back to the church first." After speaking, she left the guild. Su Xian looked at her leaving back, and was speechless for a while. The sun hadn't even set yet. "Forget it. Let's go and help Lothran forge a new oath sword first." Su Xian opened the player interface. Although players cannot forge weapons themselves, there will always be players whose adventurers are blacksmiths, and they can be commissioned to forge. He immediately looked for a forger on the world channel. Since there was a trade contract, players did not need to worry about the forged weapons being taken by themselves. Soon, Su Xian received a reply from a player. "Hong, what do you want to forge?" Su Xian was stunned when he saw the other player's name. "Why does this name look so familiar? Isn't this the person who bought the flame gem before? Su Xian, why is it you?" "Hong, Hong, it's quite a coincidence. So what do you need to forge?" "Low-quality forging stone is 5 silver, medium-quality forging stone is 50 silver, and high-quality forging stone is 5 gold. As for the best forging stone, I don't have it." Su Xian thought for a while. Forging stone is crucial to improving the quality of weapons. The higher the quality of forging stone, the more likely it is to forge high-level weapons. Of course, the most important thing is the quality of the weapon material used for forging. Then use high-quality forging stone. Su Xian made up his mind, and paid a huge sum of 5 gold to forge a higher-level oath sword for Lortharin. The Sword of Oath was originally of elite quality, and with the legendary Black Dragon scale, it should be able to reach epic quality, right? Maybe if you are lucky, you can even forge a legendary weapon. It will probably be forged tomorrow. Okay. After Su Xian sent the materials, he closed the chat interface. When he turned around, he found that Lortharin was staring at him intently. There was a trace of uneasiness in her eyes, which came from the fact that she was a knight but lost her sword. Don't worry, I will forge it for you tomorrow. Su Xian comforted her softly, and Lortharin's brows slowly relaxed. Thank you. Luzlin responded gratefully, and then walked towards the practice room. Huh? Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He solved the problem of Rosalind's broken sword. The next thing he had to face was the irritable red dragon. If it weren't for the effect of soul catching, he suspected that just a glance with the red dragon would be enough to turn him into ashes. Thinking about it, Su Xian entered the soul space. When Su Xian saw the huge dragon pupils of Marlene Rhine, his heart tightened slightly. Even though it was the second time they met, he was still shocked by the other party's majesty. Human, kneel down to me now. I can forgive your stupidity and grant you a silent death. The red dragon's angry voice rang out in the soul space, causing the space to tremble. Su Xian responded calmly, without a trace of fear in his tone. Marlene Rhine, I want to talk to you. Marlene Rhine looked at Su Xian in confusion. She didn't understand why this human was so confident and fearless. Didn't he know that he was facing the legendary dragon that symbolized destruction? In the past years, every time a human saw her, they would be scared to death. But why did he? Could it be that as thousands of years passed, her reputation could no longer scare humans? Her fire of destruction once burned down several human kingdoms. Of course, the reason why those kingdoms suffered such a fate was entirely because of their greed, trying to rob her treasure. She never tolerated those greedy people who tried to steal the treasure of the red dragon. Chapter 175. Whisper. A wave of scorching air rushed straight toward Su Xian, flipping his clothes and making his hair flutter in the wind. Human! Bang! A dragon claw covered with red dragon scales suddenly stepped forward and landed heavily in Su Xian's field of vision. In front of this behemoth, Su Xian seemed so insignificant, just like an ant under the feet of an elephant. Gulu. Although Su Xian remained calm on the outside, his heart had already been deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. A nearly 10,000-meter-long dragon stood in front of him. The shock was almost indescribable. He raised his head, and the towering body of Merle Rhine blocked his way, making him unable to look away. In front of Merle Rhine, the 100-meter class black dragon really seemed insignificant, like a black loach. I only give you one sentence, and then I trample you to death. Marlene Rhine's roar echoed in Su Xian's ears. She only gave Su Xian a short time to think. However, Su Xian saw the opportunity to tame her. Although Marlene Rhine always seemed to be in a state of rage, she was not stupid. Because she knew in her heart that her revenge plan must rely on the man in front of her, who seemed as weak as an ant. Alas, who made her lose in the war between red and blue thousands of years ago, and fall into such a situation? Su Xian said calmly, I know that you lost to another dragon thousands of years ago. However, before he finished speaking, Marlene Rhine laughed deafeningly, trying to cover up her inner uneasiness. It's ridiculous. I didn't lose to that blue guy. It just relied on having that artifact. If you had not been defeated, your huge body would not have turned into white bones, and you would not be having such a conversation with me now. Please face the reality, okay? Su Xian said in a cold tone. Marlene Rhine was silent. Her dragon pupils turned, and the flames of anger burned in her pupils. What do you want to say? She asked coldly. I can let you take revenge on that blue guy again. Su Xian said calmly. Just you? A weak human. Marlene Rhine smiled contemptuously, as if she didn't care at all. You have no choice. Otherwise, you would not have been sleeping there for thousands of years. Su Xian said lightly, I woke you up, and only I can help you. Of course, I will only give you one chance. Now, lower your posture and talk to me again, at least let me see your sincerity. Marlene Rhine heard Su Xian's tone of trying to be on an equal footing with her, and anger instantly surged in her heart. But she quickly calmed down, and fell into a moment of thought. Marlene Rhine knew that if she could really revive with her own power, she would have returned to this world long ago, instead of sleeping for thousands of years in the place where the dragon fell. Although the human man in front of her had negligible combat power, He did have special powers. Otherwise, her soul would not be so out of control and blindly follow the other party's orders. It was even more impossible to be awakened in the place where the dragon fell, because the residual power of the artifact was still permeated there. Even if she used destructive power, and summoned countless powerful believers to try to eliminate the remaining power, she always failed and remained in a semi-sleeping state. However, this problem was solved by this insignificant human. This made her have to pay attention to the man in front of her. After a deep thought, the huge monster of Merle Ryan gradually dissipated, and turned into a girl's figure. This girl has long red hair that is as hot as fire, and her skin is as white as snow, covered with bright scales. Compared with Nana, she shows more distinct dragon characteristics. Her arms and thighs are almost completely covered with dragon scales, as if she is wearing a pair of hand armor and leggings made of dragon scales, which makes her look mysterious and powerful. On the contrary, Nada's dragon claws are more like a pair of gloves. Her torso presents the form of a human, and the snow-white and flawless belly is exposed, which is particularly eye-catching. Although the girl's figure is petite, it is unexpectedly turbulent. Commonly known as human, Merle Ryan waved her sharp dragon claws lightly, and in an instant, a throne built of blazing flames appeared. She sat on the throne, crossed her legs, and said in a cold tone, "If you can really revive me, I will give you the treasure of the red dragon as a reward. But if you dare to lie to me..." As soon as she finished speaking, a fiery red flame ignited in the palm of Merle Ryan's hand, and her eyes revealed the threat of destruction. In this regard, Su Xian looked at this human-shaped Merle Ryan with a curious look. She seemed to be not as simple as an ordinary red dragon. At least the color of her scales was significantly different from that of Nada, and the shape was also very different. What was even more amazing was that each of her scales seemed to be engraved with mysterious ancient inscriptions. "I can give you a new life," Su Xian said. "New life? Humph." Merle Ryan chuckled, the flame in her palm slowly extinguished, her tone cold. "We are the existence that challenges the gods. How could there be a body in this world that can carry our souls? I really want to know, how do you plan to give me a new life? Since there is no body in the world, then we will create one." Su Xian replied calmly, "Let you start from a dragon egg and hatch a new life." After hearing Su Xian's answer, Merle Ryan fell into a brief silence. Doubts and curiosity flashed in her red eyes, as if she was thinking about whether the words of this human were true. "Can you really do it?" There was a subtle fluctuation in Merle Ryan's tone. "Yes, and it can make you stronger," Su Xian answered firmly, "but there is a condition." "What condition?" "Submit to me." Hearing this condition, Merle Ryan suddenly burst into a scornful laugh. "Ha ha ha." She laughed so hard that she almost couldn't hold herself back. "You let us exist, and obey the orders of a tiny human? It's ridiculous. Even the gods don't dare to speak to me like this." Su Xian was not surprised by her reaction, but just responded lightly, "There is always a first time." Merle Ryan's laughter gradually disappeared. She stared at Su Xian, with a little dissatisfaction in her tone. "Do you think I can agree to you?" Su Xian smiled slightly and asked, "Weren't you very obedient before?" "That's..." Merle Ryan was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Xian. "I'm only asking you now, are you willing or not? You only have one chance. If you answer wrong, you will stay here forever," Su Xian said at last. "You?" Hearing Su Xian's tone, Merle Ryan was so angry that she wanted to step on him to death, but her inner desire for revenge made her understand that she had to cooperate with Su Xian to achieve her revenge. After a lot of inner struggle, Merle Ryan finally made up her mind, and said to Su Xian, "We are in a cooperative relationship, not a master-servant relationship. Whatever you say, just let me write it." Su Xian responded casually. "What?" Before Merle Ryan could react, Su Xian had already put his hand on her head and gestured gently. Su Xian couldn't help but wonder, how come this nearly 10,000-meter-long dragon is only 1.5 meters tall after turning into a human form? Is this your personal hobby? However, the 1.5-meter-tall dragon is as white as Ipsa. However, it must be said that although it sounds a bit inconsistent, it looks very attractive, and makes people unable to look away. XX Loli does exist, and has a market. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. "Dare to touch my dragon head. Don't want to live." Crack. Merle Ryan bit Su Xian's palm fiercely, and the sharp dragon fangs instantly pierced his soul. "Let go! It hurts so much. Stupid human. This time I teach you a lesson. If you dare to do this again, I won't just bite your hand." Chapter 176. Hiss, it hurts. Su Xian escaped from the soul space, and the sharp teeth of Marlene Rhine made his soul tremble with pain. Obviously, the head of the dragon is a forbidden area, at least for Marlene Rhine. When the conversation with Marlene Rhine ended, night had fallen, and the elf sisters had already returned to the elf kingdom. Alice turned into a doll and slept in the room, while Lorthelin was swinging the sword in the training room. Only Issa was still sitting in the guild hall. She held a fountain pen and copied the Bible attentively. But after a while, she suddenly pressed her temple and looked a little painful. Really, it hurt so much. Issa bit her lower lip, with a troubled look on her face. Of course, all this was done by Issa on purpose to attract Su Xian's attention. In response, Su Xian did not expose it, but walked to her side and glanced at her handwritten copy. Issa's handwriting is neat and elegant, and every stroke is pleasing to the eye. How much have you copied? Su Xian asked curiously. Less than 1/5. Issa answered slightly aggrievedly. Is there anything I can do for you? Su Xian asked. How about I help you copy? No, Sister Kelly recognizes my handwriting. Issa shook her head, but soon added with a smile. If Mr. Su Xian really wants to help me, maybe there is another way. The pair of lavender eyes stared at Su Xian tightly, revealing endless charm under the dim light. Another way? Su Xian was a little confused. Yes, another way. Issa replied with a smile. She gently untied the restraints of the nun's clothes, and the characteristics of the succubus immediately appeared in front of Su Xian. At the same time, the nun's clothes also split open with her thoughts, and the golden peach hardtail swayed gently, sliding across the back of Su Xian's hand, bringing a wonderful touch. However, Su Xian's attention was more attracted by Issa's posture at the moment. She sat with her back to him, her graceful body bent forward, and lay on the table. And her hands were stretched behind her back, putting, Mr. Su Xian, please, Issa invited. The extreme temptation made Su Xian instantly light up the bright holy light. It happened to be an opportunity to test the power of half-dragon humanization, but it must be done step by step, first. When Issa felt the holy light flashing in her soul, she smiled with satisfaction, and her eyes flashed with pink love. However, the next moment, Su Xian's palm slapped her snow-white skin heavily. Snap! Mr. Su Xian? Issa looked at Su Xian in confusion. Was she going to enter the second stage right from the start? Hurry up and copy the Bible. Oh! Issa smiled and picked up the pen, concentrating on copying the Bible. She was immersed in the sacred atmosphere, feeling the baptism of the holy light, and her snow-white skin was stained with a faint crimson, which made her feel an indescribable tremor and joy. Not to mention that her peach hardtail was being held in Su Xian's hand and played with. The feeling that made the soul tremble made Issa copy the Bible faster and faster. Suddenly, wait! What is this? Issa suddenly noticed something strange. She seemed to feel that the coverage of the holy light was expanding. She turned her head, and was surprised to find that red dragon scales appeared on Su Xian's skin, and his physique had also grown a lot at this moment. This is really great! Do you feel a little uncomfortable? No. Please continue. Mr. Su Xian, I can't live without your holy light. The following is a plot description of copying the Bible, and the following 1,000,000 words are omitted. On the other side, Lucia returned to the Church of Light. She sat on the golden throne, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, her eyes deep, thinking about the hard scale of the black dragon in her heart. As a black dragon that once signed a contract with the Pope but turned away from light, it has always been a taboo in the history books of the Church of Light. And that hard scale endowed with the power of light not only attracted the giant dragons to chase, but also made the Church of Light determined to get it. However, since the Church of Light lacks the special sensitivity of dragons to heart scales, it has not been able to detect the traces of the black dragon heart scale. But now, as the Pope, since she knows the existence of the black dragon heart scale, she will not let it go easily. I didn't expect that this journey in the guild would actually allow me to find the traces of the black dragon heart scale. It's really an unexpected gain. Lucia whispered softly. At the beginning, she chose to join Su Xian's guild just because she was tired of the boring life day after day in the Church of Light. The rise of the Adventurer Guild of the Magic Continent just brought new world rules and opportunities. So, she transformed into an avatar and decided to go to the guild to find out, try to understand its operating rules, and have some fun. However, what she had not expected was that in the Adventurers Guild, she not only improved her own strength, but also unexpectedly obtained valuable information about the Black Dragon Heart Scale, all of which exceeded her expectations. Lucia's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a different smile. The Pope of the Church of Light is becoming more and more interested in the guild led by Su Xian. Weinsan, Lucia whispered. The white-skirted Saint Weinsan appeared in front of her in an instant and asked respectfully, Pope, what do you want? I want you to complete a task. Mr. Su Xian, it's already dawn. Ivsa reminded, and put down the pen in her hand. After a night of hard work, she has completed the transcription of the entire Bible. It's already dawn? Su Xian looked out the window and found that the sky had begun to lighten slightly, but he still felt unsatisfied. There was no way, the half-dragon state was too strong, allowing him to continue fighting until dawn. Mr. Su Xian is really working hard. Ivsa gently hugged Su Xian and left a kiss on his cheek. But can we continue next time? Ivsa can't eat anymore. As she said that, she gently stroked her slightly bulging belly with her fingertips. This was the first time she felt such abundant life magic. She felt that her digestion speed could not keep up with Su Xian's productivity. Well, thank you for your hard work. Su Xian gently kissed Ivsa's forehead, and then found that she was sleeping quietly in his arms. Looking at this tired little succubus, a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he carefully carried her back to the room and let her have a good rest. After placing Ivsa, Su Xian finished the game. He took off his VR glasses and glanced at the alarm clock. It was already 9:30. It's over. I'm late for school. Su Xian hurriedly washed up and rushed to school immediately. In a flash, school was over, and Su Xian carried his school bag and left the school. After returning home, he checked WeChat. Lu Shui told him that he could go later tomorrow, as long as he arrived before 9 o'clock. This confused Su Xian. Didn't he usually arrive at 5 or 6 o'clock? Why did it suddenly change to 9 o'clock? He sent a message to Lu Shui asking, but he didn't get a reply after waiting for a long time, so he had to enter the game first. When he came to the guild, a message popped up on the screen. Hong, your weapon forging is complete, but there is a small problem. Chapter 177. Su Xian showed a puzzled expression and asked, what's the problem? Is it because the forging failed? Hong, don't worry, the forging result is successful, but the quality of the sword is in a very delicate position. It's okay as long as the forging is successful. Hearing this, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, the quality of the sword is in a delicate position. What does it mean? Hong, you can see for yourself. Then, the other party immediately sent the new sword of oath to Su Xian. When Su Xian saw the new sword of oath, he showed a look of surprise. In the flash of white light, a sword was instantly sent to Su Xian. He tried to hold the hilt of the sword, but found that the weight of the sword was beyond imagination, and it was almost impossible for him to hold it firmly. Even if he held it with both hands, he still felt that he was not strong enough. The weight of this sword reached at least 1,000 kilograms. If it weren't for his strength attribute reaching 250 points, he probably couldn't even lift this sword, let alone control it skillfully. Just because of the addition of the Black Dragon's reverse scale, this sword has become so heavy. Su Xian leaned the sword against the wall and observed it carefully. The sword body was black and gold, and the blue fluorescent runes attached to it were densely packed, almost covering the entire sword body. On the hilt, a white rose flower was carefully carved, with black and white petals interlaced and contrasting, making the whole sword more mysterious. Sword of the Oath Backlight, Legend, forged from the reverse scale of the Black Dragon, this mysterious sword contains the power of the Oath. Attack power increased by 300. Sharpness increased by 50. Causes an additional 100% damage to evil units. This weapon is immune to acid corrosion. Is there an extra question mark behind the quality column? Su Xian looked confused. He clicked to check, hoping to get more information. Note, this weapon is rated as legendary, but due to some reasons, there is a probability that it can be upgraded to a mythical quality weapon. The probability is 0.01%. Seeing the question mark prompt, Su Xian showed a shocked expression. Mythical quality weapon. He originally thought that being able to create a legendary quality weapon was a pleasant surprise, but now this weapon actually has a chance to be upgraded to mythical quality. Although this probability is very small and almost negligible, it is undoubtedly a great surprise for him. While Su Xian was concentrating on the Sword of Oath, Lorthelin happened to walk out of the practice room. When Lorthelin caught a glimpse of the Sword of Oath leaning against the wall, her face immediately bloomed with incomparable joy. She walked towards Su Xian with joy in her heart, her eyes flashing with fiery expectation. Then, Lortha knelt down lightly, staring at the brand new Sword of Oath with full concentration. On her beautiful face, she showed her deep love for the sword, as if it was a rare treasure in the world. This is Lu's Line slowly turned her head and looked directly at Su Xian with her crystal-clear eyes. She raised a finger and pointed at the sword by the wall, and then pointed at herself, showing the excitement and curiosity of a child receiving a gift. "Well, it's your new sword." Su Xian smiled and nodded and responded. "Thank you." Lu's Line picked up the sword with excitement, held it carefully in her hands, and looked at it carefully. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through the sword and directly peek into its inner mystery. In addition, Su Xian also noticed that the Sword of Oath in Lu's Line's hand seemed to have lost 1,000 kilograms of weight and became as light as nothing. Sure enough, Lorthalin's strength was far beyond his imagination. Although her strength attribute was only 616 points, which seemed to be only 2 or 3 times higher than Su Xian's attribute, the attribute increase of the entry was not indicated on the panel. Therefore, Lorthalin's actual strength was at least 10 times that of Su Xian. "How do you feel?" Su Xian asked Lorthalin with a smile. "I like it very much." Lorthalin showed a long-lost joyful expression. "Please believe that everything you give me, I will give back to you 1,000 times. Don't be so serious, this is what you deserve." Su Xian smiled and patted Lorthalin's shoulder. As the second adventurer of the guild, Lorthalin's contribution to the guild is immeasurable. "Then I try the sword first?" "Well, go ahead." Su Xian nodded lightly, and Lorthalin rushed into the practice room like the wind. And in the next second, a number jumped out of Su Xian's sight. 10,000. Su Xian's eyes froze instantly after Rosalind changed to a new weapon. The damage exceeded 10,000? And it seems to be a normal attack? Not long after, Lucia and other guild members arrived one after another, and Su Xian began to prepare for today's mission. He planned to leave Lucia and the others to complete a few D-level missions first. There are a total of 30 D-level missions, and there are currently 18 left. In order to recruit new adventurers as soon as possible, he must upgrade the player's rating to D+. In addition, the high-risk and difficult Magic Cave mission agreed with Honglian will be tomorrow, and improving strength is crucial. Then, let's start today's mission. "Yes, President, Mr. Su Xian." The sun sets and night falls. After Su Xian led the adventurers back to the guild, he sat on the sofa and sorted out today's harvest. Today, they completed a total of 6 D-level tasks. Behind this achievement, it is inseparable from the outstanding performance of Lorthalin. Since she obtained the legendary quality Sword of Oath, her strength has greatly increased, and D-level tasks have become easy for her. Facing monsters below level 50, she basically wins with one sword. Another team led by Lucia also performed well, and they can easily deal with D-level tasks. Therefore, today's task completion progress is far beyond expectations. After obtaining the gold coins and experience from these tasks, Su Xian's experience pool accumulated rapidly. His experience pool reached 35W, and the number of gold coins reached 80. Su Xian immediately began to upgrade the adventurers. After some operations, Ivsa and Alice were upgraded from level 27 to level 33, consuming 124,800 experience points. Lorthalin jumped from level 38 to level 45, consuming 67,900 experience points, and Fuli and Flo were upgraded from level 25 to level 30, consuming 81,000 experience points. The remaining 80,000 experience points were all used to upgrade Lucia's level, bringing her from level 25 to level 33. After doing all this, he took a look at the status in the Soul Crystal Ball. Nida was still sleeping in the Soul Crystal Ball, cultivating her soul, and trying to recover her memory. And Miss Shinbai, who was captured from the Magic Cave before, was floating freely in the Soul Crystal Ball, and seemed to be having a lot of fun. "Come out." At Su Xian's command, Miss Jinbai slowly emerged from the Soul Crystal Ball. "Is there anything?" The summoned Miss Jinbai seemed a little nervous. Her body wrapped in white cloth trembled slightly, and it was obvious that she was full of fear of Su Xian. "Why did you appear in that magic cave?" Su Xian asked Miss Jinbai. He had already determined that this ghost lady had no connection with the undead lord. She might have drifted from other magic caves. Moreover, the virtual starry sky in the magic cave at that time seemed to have 1,000 connections with her. Before Miss Jinbai answered Su Xian's question, she suddenly felt dizzy, her body swayed, and she fell backwards. Finally, she fell to the ground weakly and unconscious. What happened? Su Xian frowned slightly, looking confused, and it was difficult to understand what was happening at the moment. Is his tone very harsh? Why did she faint directly? When Miss Jinbai fainted, the delicate body wrapped in white cloth appeared in front of Su Xian. This? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Except for the two Snow White and slender thighs. The rest of the body seemed to be hidden in the empty starry sky, and it was unclear what was real or fake. This made Su Xian more interested in Miss Jinbai's specialness. He even wanted to uncover the white cloth and find out what this ghost really looked like. Chapter 178. Poke. Su Xian stretched out his finger and gently poked Miss Ghost wrapped in a white cloth. However, when his finger touched the white cloth, he felt as if he had poked the air, as if there was nothing inside. However, the white cloth clearly depicted Miss Ghost's graceful figure. Strange. Su Xian was full of doubts, and decided to uncover the white cloth to see what was going on. He thought, there can't be just a pair of legs inside, right? Just as he grabbed the white cloth and was about to uncover its disguise, Miss Jinbai suddenly woke up. Wow! She was so scared that she ran back to the soul crystal ball. This stress reaction made Su Xian frown slightly. Are you a rabbit? Forget it. Su Xian thought about it and gave up. Miss Ghost's stress reaction was so strong that he was afraid that he would not be able to get anything out of her. He was afraid that she would faint again before he even opened his mouth. You received a message. Huh? Su Xian suddenly received a message from an unknown object, which made him feel a little confused. He didn't understand who sent this message. When he opened the message, he found that it was sent by a player named Fei. Fei, this is the detailed information about the demon cave tomorrow. Please read it carefully. Fei. Su Xian raised his eyebrows and immediately realized that this should be the president of the Xian Fei Guild, that is, the president of Holian's Guild. He quickly opened the information sent by the other party, which recorded in detail the geographical location and monster level of this demon cave. Dark Forest? Su Xian immediately checked the geographical location of Dark Forest. When he saw that Dark Forest was less than 30 kilometers away from Sunset City, his face suddenly became solemn. According to the information currently known, the demons in the high-level magic cave have not shown any signs of leaving. But once they leave, with the strength of Sunset City, it may be difficult to resist those high-risk monsters. As the sworn knight of Sunset City, Luo Xia has not grown up yet. As long as the magic cave is destroyed, the crisis should be resolved. Su Xian whispered to himself. He didn't want to see Sunset City being invaded by demons and destroying everything in the city. After all, it was Luo Xiao's hometown. Let's go to Sunset City tomorrow. Su Xian made a decision about tomorrow's itinerary. Since the location of the magic cave is so close to Sunset City, the new city lord will definitely strengthen the defense line. According to the plan, the player will go deep into the magic cave at 12 noon, and he has enough time to go to Luo Xia. In addition, considering that the adventurers are about to enter the magic cave, the Lord of Sunset City will definitely give strong support. Some knights may also join the expedition team. Even if they do not go deep into the magic cave, they will definitely set up checkpoints at the exit to ensure the safe return of the adventurers. He continued to read the information about the demon cave. The data showed that there was only one castle in this demon cave, and the area was not large, even smaller than that of the demon cave of the undead lord. But since it was a highly dangerous demon cave, it was naturally terrifying. As for the demons inside, vampires? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and he immediately guessed the reason why the demon cave was highly dangerous. This kind of high-level demon is indeed difficult to deal with, but according to the difficulty of the activity, the level of the demon should not exceed level 70, and at most only level 60. After understanding tomorrow's plan, Su Xian simply washed up and fell asleep. Due to the all-night battle last night, Issa returned to the church early today and handed the saliva-stained manuscript to Sister Kelly. When Su Xian closed his eyes, he immediately entered the dream of the Elf Queen. Slowly opening his eyes, he found that he was not outside the wooden house, but lying on the Elf Queen's lap. You are awake. The Elf Queen was looking down at Su Xian's sleeping face with a smile. The beautiful appearance made Su Xian's heartbeat slightly faster, and the teardrop mole under her right eye showed her charm to the fullest. In addition, the second Elf Queen he met today was also the one that made Su Xian feel most at ease, which made him feel relieved. Even when facing this Elf Queen, he was unwilling to get up from the soft and warm lap, and wanted to stay in this state. Good evening, Queen. Su Xian responded with a smile. Call me Tinas. The Elf Queen said softly, in dreams, we can put aside some worldly concepts. I have heard the word queen too many times in the past 10,000 years, but few people call me by my name. Tinas? Su Xian was stunned for a moment. The Elf Queen actually asked him to call her by her name. Is it really okay? Then, I will call you Su Xian. The Elf Queen smiled and gently slid her fingers through Su Xian's hair. Su Xian, you should have a deep understanding of them, right? Yeah. Su Xian nodded. Then, the Elf Queen pinched Su Xian's earlobe, stared at him, and asked, which of their ideas do you think is more suitable for leading the Elf Kingdom? In fact, if they can integrate each other's ideas, they may be more suitable. Su Xian frankly stated his point of view. Oh! The eyes of the Elf Queen were like ripples on the lake, revealing a hint of deep meaning, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. It's great that you think so too. Su Xian's eyes were slightly solemn, and he thought deeply about the Queen's words. It seems that this Elf Queen is more inclined to adopt a combination of offensive and defensive strategies for governing the country. After thinking about it carefully, the Queen did not clearly express her ideas for governing the country in front of him, and she was more of a casual chat with him. In addition, I remember that when they first met, the Queen asked him if he was willing to fall into the abyss with her, the Supreme Elf Queen. From this, it seems that the Queen also wants the real Elf Queen to change, rather than become conservative due to guilt and self-blame, and it is difficult to make wise decisions. From the current conversation, it seems that it can be inferred that this Elf Queen is the most suitable candidate. Let's not talk about this, little guy. The Elf Queen opened her red lips slightly, smiled slightly, and her slender fingertips touched the snow-like skin. In an instant, the silver-white long skirt has transformed into a cow costume. Then, she whispered, you are tired from talking to them. You should relax with me. Su Xian's eyes suddenly tightened. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated the Elf Queen. She has slightly different characteristics from the other two Elf Queens, but she also has her own fatal weaknesses. She is so easy to talk to. As the Elf Queen finished her words, the previously depressed holy light suddenly became bright and shining, and burst into fiery golden ripples. There is no way, the Queen's charm is really too great. Oh! God! The Elf Queen was naturally keenly aware of the abnormality. After all, the brilliant scene was difficult to hide. Moreover, the flickering holy light was so hot and bright, as if it was conveying a trace of emotion from him to her, making it difficult for her to refuse. In response, she raised the corner of her mouth slightly, moved her fingertips slightly, and easily uncovered the disguise covering the holy light. Relax, relax. Tinus's gentle whisper rang in Su Xian's ears, and her cool fingertips lightly touched the holy light, conveying an indescribable tremor. Little guy, you just need to relax your mind and body with me, and leave the rest to me. Chapter 179. Why? Not ready yet? The Elf Queen showed some confusion. She felt a little sore in her wrist after casting the same magic for a long time. Maybe. Still a long way to go? Su Xian clenched his teeth tightly. He did not intend to delay, but just hoped that this moment would last forever. You are such a greedy child. The Elf Queen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of smile. At the same time, her fingertips shone with emerald green light. A subtle energy quietly surged and merged into the sacred light. The following is a plot of the Elf Queen's magic guidance, 10,000 words omitted below. In Sunset City, Luo Xia was sitting in the study, looking haggard and nervous. Luo Xia, don't worry too much. Natasha walked into the study, and comforted her softly. The royal city will definitely send troops to suppress the demon cave, and the adventurers are also preparing to conquer the demon cave. Everything will be fine. Aunt Natasha, the situation this time is a little unusual. Luo Xia shook her head gently, saying with a hint of helplessness, a demon escaped from the demon cave this evening. It took less than half an hour to suck the blood of nearly 100 soldiers. If the new city lord hadn't taken action, our law enforcement knights would not be able to deal with it at all. As she said this, Luo Xia's eyes flashed with shame. As a sworn knight, she couldn't protect the safety of Sunset City. We may be able to seek help from Mr. Su Xian. He may have a solution, Natasha suggested. When Natasha was in danger, Su Xian always appeared first in her mind. In other words, no matter when and where, she could not stop thinking about him. Luo Xia did not respond to Natasha's suggestion immediately, but cast her eyes out the window, staring at the bright moon with her blue eyes, and fell into deep thought. When the morning light gradually unveiled the veil of dreams, Su Xian slowly woke up from his sleep. However, the scene in the dream, especially the embarrassment of the beautiful Elf Queen being stained by the holy light, still lingered in his mind. The picture was breathtakingly beautiful. If there was a video recording function in the dream, he would definitely treasure it. It's a pity that there is no, especially the scene in the dream where the Elf Queen curiously tasted the holy light with her tongue. After sorting out his thoughts, Su Xian glanced at the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning. He walked into the bathroom, enjoyed a comfortable bath, and then walked towards Lu Ling's noodle shop. When he arrived at the noodle shop, he found that the original "I want to see you" sign had been removed, The shop was empty, and a truck was quietly parked outside the shop. This scene made Su Xian worried. He frowned slightly, feeling a little confused about what happened in the store. Su Xian, you are here. Lu Shue's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lu Shue was busy sorting out the items in the store, holding a cardboard box in her hand, which was full of things in the store. What's going on? Su Xian walked to her and asked about the situation. When my sister comes back, she will tell you. Lu Shue replied, looking a little solemn. Su Xian felt a little uneasy. This noodle shop is where he has worked for nearly a year. He has a deep affection for this place. The sudden change will naturally make him feel uneasy. Excuse me, Su Xian, can you help me? Lu Shue pointed to a few boxes in the corner. These boxes are very heavy, I can't lift them. Okay. Su Xian responded and helped move the boxes in the corner to the truck. Not long after, Lu Ling returned to the store carrying some things. When she saw Su Xian, a warm smile bloomed on her tired face. Su Xian, you're here. Did something happen in the store? Su Xian looked at Lu Ling and asked. Sit down first. Lu Ling motioned him to sit down, and then said solemnly, for some reasons, I plan to move the store away. Move the store away? Lu Ling's words made Su Xian frown slightly. He remembered that Lu Ling's shop was doing a booming business, with a daily net profit of thousands, and sometimes it would double on Saturdays and Sundays. Why did she suddenly move away? After all, the noodles made by Lu Ling tasted much better than those made by other noodle shops. It's because of a group of people who are jealous of each other, saying one thing in front of another. Not only did we fail to get the 5-star rating, but we also had to pay a lot of inexplicable bills. Lu Shue complained, even if our noodle shop did not have any illegal operations, it couldn't withstand the repeated troubles, and even now we haven't found out who is secretly sabotaging it. That's probably what happened. We have no backstage, so we can only choose to give in. Lu Ling smiled bitterly, however. I have planned to move away a long time ago. I want to move to the university town near Lu Shue. What do you think? Lu Shue's university? Su Xian turned his gaze to Lu Shue, with a hint of curiosity on his face. Lu Shue nodded and explained, I received an early admission notice from Zhejiang University a few days ago. It seems that it was because I won a prize in a provincial competition before. I didn't want to leave this province, so I decided to go. Su Xian paused for a moment. Zhejiang University is one of the top 3 universities in the country, and his current grades seem to be a little behind. But for Lu Shue, who has always been in the top 5 of the school, it should be easy to get into Zhejiang University. This made him secretly determined to work hard. Next, Su Xian talked a lot with the 2 sisters, ranging from career to life. Finally, after enjoying a bowl of seafood noodles made by Lu Ling, he left the noodle shop. Is Lu Shue going to apply for Zhejiang University? Su Xian thought as he walked. In fact, he has always wanted to apply for Zhejiang University. This is not only because it is not out of the province, but also the top university in the province. In addition, if he can be closer to Lu Ling, Lu Shue and others, maybe they can take care of each other. After returning home, Su Xian logged into the game. When he stepped into the hall of the guild, he saw Luo Selen concentrating on wiping her oath sword. You're here. Lu Ling glanced at Su Xian and asked calmly, what are the plans for today? I remember we are going to a high-risk demon cave, right? Yes. Su Xian nodded slightly, his tone solemn. The location of the demon cave this time is quite special. Special? It is located in the dark forest closely adjacent to Sunset City. Luo Xia. When Luo Selen heard the name Sunset City, she immediately thought of her niece. As an aunt, she cared about Luo Xia in every possible way, which made her pay more attention to this mission. Don't worry, as long as we take the lead in capturing the demon cave, Sunset City will not be in any danger. Su Xian saw this and hurriedly explained. Chapter 180. What you said is indeed reasonable. Luo Selen nodded. It is indeed as Su Xian said, as long as they can quickly resolve the crisis in the demon cave, the safety of Sunset City will not be threatened. So, please rest assured. Su Xian gently patted Luo Selen's shoulder to calm her nervousness. Sunset City will definitely be fine, and the same goes for Luo Xia. Yeah. Luo Selen responded, and then added, by the way, I have some new insights recently. New insights? Hearing this, Su Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. Could it be that Lorthalin's swordsmanship perception is finally entering a critical stage? She is about to master a new high-level or even super-level swordsmanship? Yes. Lorthalin said, holding up the black and gold sword of oath. Maybe it is because of the perception I got after killing the bone dragon that I have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. For example? This place is not suitable. Let's go inside. As he said, the two entered the practice room. As soon as he stepped into the practice room, Su Xian felt that the air around him became oppressive in an instant, making him a little breathless. No, it was that the air around Lorthelin gradually became thinner, as if it was swallowed up by the sword of oath in her hand bit by bit. At the same time, the black and gold sword began to emit a faint light. Following, with Lorthelin's casual wave, the sword of oath bloomed with black and gold brilliance, and a powerful sword energy rushed straight to the metal dummy in the practice room. At the moment when the sword energy hit the target, a dragon roar that shook the world suddenly sounded in the practice room, echoing in every corner. At the same time, a mighty force condensed in the air, gradually manifesting into a mighty black gold dragon phantom. The dragon opened its bloody mouth and suddenly spit out scorching black flames, burning the metal dummy mercilessly. Each attack was powerful enough to destroy the world, as if to turn everything into ashes. After a long time, the mighty black gold dragon phantom gradually dissipated, turning into tiny spots of light, dissipating in the air. The metal dummy that originally stood there had completely melted and turned into a pool of hot molten iron, quietly flowing on the floor. At the same time, an astonishing message flashed on Su Xian's interface. 39,999. 39,999. Su Xian's heart was filled with surprise and joy. The power of this sword was so great that even the demons above level 50 would find it difficult to resist. At this time, Lorthelin stared at the sword in her hand and said slowly, "This sword has not yet reached the real realm, but its power is close to that of Yuanwei. Once I fully comprehend it, this sword may threaten the real dragon." Lorthelin's words gave Su Xian a strong shock. This sword can actually threaten the real dragon, but you have to know that the dragons they encountered before were just skeletons, and their combat power was far less than when they were alive. Moreover, the attributes of the bone dragon were reduced by 50%. Despite this, Lorthelin's sword skills at that time did not cause serious damage to the bone dragon. But now, after comprehending this sword move, the power contained in it seems to have the potential to threaten the living dragon. After completing the test of the sword skills, they walked out of the practice room. At this time, Ibsa and the others had arrived at the guild and waited in the hall for a long time. "It's almost time." Su Xian glanced at the clock in the game. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. "Let's go!" "Okay." In the flashing white light, everyone passed through the teleportation array and landed steadily in Sunset City. As soon as they landed, Natasha greeted them with a happy smile and asked, "Mr. Su Xian, are you here to solve the problem of the demon cave?" "Yes." Su Xian nodded slightly and gave an affirmative answer. Natasha's face immediately bloomed with a happy smile, and she said excitedly, "Mr. Su Xian, Luo Xia has been worried about the demon cave. Now with your help, she can finally get rid of this trouble, and I can finally rest assured." "Where is Luo Xia now?" Su Xian asked. Natasha explained, "She led the Knights of the Yerman family, and has gone to the City Lord's mansion. And I heard that a group of adventurers are also gathering there." "I understand." Su Xian nodded and immediately went to the City Lord's mansion to meet Luo Xia. "Wait!" Natasha shouted hurriedly. She walked quickly to Su Xian's side, her eyes full of worry. "The journey to the magic cave is full of unknown dangers. Please protect Luo Xia during the journey." Su Xian stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Natasha's hair to comfort her. "Don't worry, I will protect Luo Xia. And with Luo Selen, Luo Xia will definitely not be in trouble. And..." Natasha approached Su Xian and kissed his cheek affectionately. "You must also be careful and make sure to return safely." "Yeah." Su Xian smiled and nodded, then led the adventurer team into the City Lord's mansion. When he entered the mansion, he found that the knights of the 6 major families of Sunset City had gathered together, with a number of about hundreds. At the same time, dozens of adventurers came into his sight. Compared with the previous medium-risk magic cave, the levels of these adventurers were obviously much higher, basically above level 40. "Su Xian?" Among the crowd, Luo Xia noticed Su Xian's arrival, and she immediately walked towards him. "Why are you here?" Luo Xia asked curiously. "Natasha told me that you were in the City Lord's mansion, so I came here." Su Xian replied. "So you also plan to participate in this magic cave crusade, right?" Luo Xia turned her eyes to Luo Selen behind Su Xian, with a hint of deep meaning in her eyes. "Yes." Su Xian nodded, and then asked, "There are so many law enforcement knights gathered in the City Lord's mansion. Does the newly appointed Lord of Sunset City plan to lead the knights into the demon cave in person?" "Yes, but not all knights will go deep into the demon cave. Most knights will be stationed at the entrance of the demon cave, responsible for vigilance and support for adventurers. Luo Xia explained. What about you? As a sworn knight of Sunset City, I will naturally go deep into the demon cave. Luo Xia straightened her chest, obviously taking her duties very seriously. In response, Su Xian's eyes swept over her, and Luo Xia's attribute panel appeared in his sight. Luo Xia, Elite, Level, 25, 0/7500, Race, Human. Strength, 354/Agility, 362/Magic, 280/Constitution, 300. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features: White Rose and Oath Knight. Status: Magic Liquid Fragrance suppressed. Oh? Su Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Luo Xia's level would rise so fast. After only a period of time, she had already reached level 25. But in the upcoming journey to the Magic Cave, Luo Xia's strength is far from enough. This is also helpless. Most of the high-level combat power of Sunset City fell in the conspiracy of the Dark Witch. If Luo Saline had not lost her life in the shipwreck 10 years ago, she would have reached at least level 50 now, as she was already above level 35 at that time. Then you can follow me to act together, Su Xian suggested to Luo Xia. Well, Luo Xia hesitated for a moment and replied, okay. Luo Xia, come here. At this time, an old knight with gray hair waved to Luo Xia in the distance. I'm coming. After saying goodbye to Su Xian, Luo Xia walked towards the old knight. Su Xian's eyes followed Luo Xia, and at the same time a new information panel unfolded in his sight. Elite, Level, 50, 0/30,000, Race, Human. Strength, Agility, Magic, Constitution, Growth, 8 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Status, Death Curse. Death Curse. This unit will die in 3 years. Death Curse? Su Xian narrowed his eyes, and instantly understood the identity of this old knight. He was the newly appointed Lord of Sunset City that Luo Xia mentioned before. But who cast this death curse on him? Was the old knight's return to Sunset City from the capital of the Star Kingdom related to this curse? Su Xian. Just when Su Xian was lost in thought, a call interrupted his thoughts. Honglian was waiting and walking towards him. There were several familiar faces beside her, Lu Bo, Shinjun and Shinseki, as well as their adventurer team. However, they did not lead a large number of adventurers this time, probably because the difficulty of the magic cave was too high, so they did not bring the weaker adventurers. But what made Su Xian more concerned was that there were 2 powerful adventurers walking side by side with Honglian. Their strength was over level 50, and their races could be distinguished from their appearances: a female centaur warrior and a female human magician. Their combat power might not be as good as Honglian, but it was not much different. As for the quality, it seemed to be all epic quality. See you again, Su Xian. Shinseki walked up to Su Xian and greeted him with a smile. Since she added Su Xian's WeChat offline, Su Xian successfully added a 3rd female friend to his WeChat friend list. But their communication was limited to sending emoticons to each other, nothing else. Strange, why is there a fragrance? Shinjun scratched his head and asked in confusion. Su Xian knew in his heart that Shinjun was talking about Luo Xia's body fragrance. Although this fragrance has been suppressed, it can still be smelled within a range of 10 meters, and the place where Luo Xia passes will leave the fragrance for a long time. As for the effect of attracting monsters, it is now very weak, and will not have much impact. Su Xian, let me introduce you. At this time, Honglian smiled and introduced to Su Xian, this is Asmund, one of the best warriors of the Centaur tribe. Hello. The female centaur warrior took a step forward and extended her hand to Su Xian. Su Xian looked carefully at the centaur warrior. Her physique was taller than he expected, at least 3 meters tall, and the horse's back was very spacious and covered with armor. If equipped with a saddle, it can be used as a mount. Su Xian suddenly remembered that Lu Shui had recruited a centaur of epic quality before, and it was said that he was the strongest warrior of the centaur tribe. He wondered curiously, which one was stronger, this female centaur warrior or Lu Shui's? After all, Lu Shui said the strongest. Hello? Su Xian smiled and shook hands with her. Afterwards, Honglian introduced another female magician to Su Xian. This is Kailalin. She is a very outstanding life mage, a loyal believer of the creation dragon, and her life magic is very powerful. Life mage? Nice to meet you. Please give me your advice. Just as Su Xian was about to shake hands with this great life mage? A roar suddenly sounded in his mind. The Creation Dragon. Chapter 181. The Creator Dragon. Marlene Rhine's roar echoed in the soul space, and Su Xian immediately understood that the Creator Dragon that Honglian was talking about was the giant dragon that fought with Marlene Rhine thousands of years ago. One created, the other destroyed. No wonder they fought. But at this moment, Su Xian had no time to calm her down. There will be 2 other players' guilds joining the team later. Lu Bo said to Su Xian, while rubbing his mustache, however, they are stronger than us and have reached the C+ level. Yeah. Shinseki whispered on the side, they have arrived near the demon cave in advance, and we will be able to meet them later. Of course, although they are powerful, they can only play the role of deputy in this team. Lu Bo added, his eyes inadvertently passing over Honglian and the other 2. From the beginning, they were destined to be tools. Su Xian asked Lu Bo, this time, besides us, how many guilds participated? Not many, about a dozen guilds. The information about the demon cave was not widely disseminated this time. Lu Bo thought for a moment and replied, but this time, there is a very powerful guy participating. A very powerful guy. Well, it's the C-level guild that ranks 2nd on the current contribution ranking. It was ranked 1st before, but was just surpassed by a B-level guild this morning. Lu Bo explained. Hearing this, Su Xian fell into deep thought. The competition in this event is really fierce. He remembered that last night, the C-level guild was still firmly sitting on the throne of the first place, but he didn't expect it to change hands overnight. Soon after, the new Lord of Sunset City led hundreds of law enforcement knights to the magic cave. The adventurers at the scene also followed, and rode the horses provided by Sunset City to the magic cave together. Are they your partners? On the way, Luo Xia asked Su Xian curiously, and she was referring to Honglian and the others. Yes. Su Xian nodded and said, you must stay close to us later. As he said, he pointed to Luo Salin, who was sitting in front of him. Due to the tight time, it was impossible to find enough horses for a while, and some adventurers had to ride a horse together. As for why they didn't teleport directly, it was because there were no suitable teleportation coordinates in the dark forest. The teleportation array cannot be used everywhere, and it is usually teleported to the city. Of course, it is much easier when returning to the guild. Su Xian naturally rode a horse with Luo Salin, Ivsa, and Lucia each brought an elf, and Alice turned back into a doll and put it in his pocket. He didn't mind, but Lortharin's armor was too stiff to hold, and the bumps of the horse's march made him a little uncomfortable. It seems that he still needs to find a mount. Thinking of this, Su Xian looked to the side, and saw the female magician Kellylin sitting on the back of the centaur warrior. The broad back looked very flat, which made Su Xian want to try. Soon, everyone arrived at the location of the magic cave. Some adventurer guilds have gathered here. As Lu Bo said, there are not many adventurer guilds participating this time. Including Su Xian and his group, there are only about 20. Is he the 6th player you mentioned? At this time, 2 men walked towards Su Xian, followed by several powerful adventurers. Yeah. Lu Bo nodded. How are the preparations going? Everything is ready, and we can go deep into the magic cave when the time comes. A boy wearing a baseball cap said, and turned his eyes to Su Xian with an indifferent attitude. It looks weaker than I thought, and it's also a player without a C-level rating. For the sake of your acquaintance with the Xianfei Guild, just don't drag your feet later. After saying that, he turned and left, walking towards his team. Don't mind Fu Bin's words, he is always like this, with a cold attitude. Shinseki explained to Su Xian. It's okay. Su Xian replied calmly, the initial impression in the game is usually related to the player's rank. Generally speaking, C+ players are much stronger than D-level players, but that's the general situation. Then, he cast his eyes towards the magic cave in the distance. At this moment, the magic cave was covered by a thin layer of blood mist. Lu Bo said that this layer of blood mist is highly corrosive and can corrode the skin, causing large areas of skin ulceration. However, at noon, when the sun is the hottest, the blood mist will naturally dissipate. And that moment is the perfect time for them to sneak into the magic cave. Later, you guys must stay close to me. Lucia told Fuli and the others, including Su Xian. Did you notice anything? Su Xian asked Lucia. Yes. Lucia nodded slightly and explained, compared to those vampires, there are more difficult guys in the magic cave, and this layer of blood mist is released by them. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Something that could make Lucia so alert must be something extraordinary. Soon, the clock struck 12 at noon, and the sun hung high in the sky, releasing a fiery glow. The blood mist surrounding the demon cave began to dissipate gradually at this time, revealing a gate made of blood. That was the entrance to the demon cave. The blood mist has dissipated, let's go. With the order of the Lord of Sunset City, everyone quickly advanced towards the demon cave. As soon as they entered, they felt the surrounding environment suddenly change. The originally lush dark forest disappeared, replaced by a gloomy darkness. At the end of the site, an ancient castle stood tall, and a blood-red sun hung above the castle, emitting a strange red light. What a strong smell of blood! Shunseki frowned, and she felt sick. The bloody smell in the air made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Su Xian and other guild members were not affected too much. When they entered the magic cave, Lucia tapped the sun scepter in her hand lightly, and a faint golden halo immediately bloomed around the guild members. This halo not only dispelled the bloody smell in the nose, but also significantly improved their overall attributes. That sun. Su Xian's eyes immediately turned to the blood-red sun in the distance after entering the magic cave. He had a strong intuition deep in his heart that the blood-red sun was definitely not a natural thing, but an evil existence with life. Lucia's face suddenly changed, her eyebrows knitted tightly, and she showed an uncomfortable expression. Her body began to shake, and she fell weakly into Su Xian's arms. Lucia? Su Xian frowned and immediately checked Lucia's status panel. In her status bar, there was a negative status Bloody Withering. Bloody Withering, this unit is affected by the hostility of blood, and its strength, constitution, and agility are all reduced to 10 points, falling into a weak state. Seeing Lucia's status, Su Xian's face sank. He quickly realized that this status had a lot to do with the blood-red sun. But why was only Lucia affected? I take you away from here first. Su Xian was ready to pick up Lucia and leave. As the guild leader, he was responsible for Lucia. I'm fine, but my ability to move is limited, but it doesn't affect my chanting magic. Lucia shook her head gently and tried to keep standing. From the effect of the status, except for the magic attribute, Lucia's other attributes were suppressed, and her ability to move was also greatly affected. But as long as the magic can still be chanted, it will not affect Lucia's combat effectiveness too much. Let's do this. Lucia thought for a moment and said to Su Xian, "You carry me on your back." Su Xian thought for a moment and thought that this plan was indeed feasible. Moreover, in the half-dragon state, his ability to move would never be worse than Lucia's usual state. Okay. Su Xian nodded and gently picked up Lucia. Lucia was a little confused. She clearly said carry on your back. How did it become hold? Forget it, the difference is not big. It's just... Lucia's cheeks were slightly red, because at this moment Su Xian's big hand was holding her waist, and his palm was embedded in her soft skin. This intimate contact made the influence of the sensitive power fully exerted at this moment. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, but the amplitude was not large, and would not attract other people's attention. Ahem, Miss Saint is still too sensitive. It seems that I have to find time to train her properly, so that she can tolerate a simple hug. Su Xian thought about it, and then he changed his posture with Lucia and carried her on his back. But when he changed his posture, he accidentally touched Lucia's snow-white and soft jade feet. Chapter 182. Is this okay? Su Xian asked Lucia while adjusting his posture. Well, let's do this. Lucia whispered softly. She had tried to keep a distance from Su Xian to avoid excessive contact. However, the dual effects of bloody withering and sensitive power forced her to press her delicate body against Su Xian's back. This caused a slightly embarrassing situation. The closer she pressed against Su Xian, the more significant the effect of sensitive power. If Lucia's own strength was not strong, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the trembling from her skin kept her body in a very sensitive state. In order to eliminate this state, Lucia stretched out a finger and gently touched Su Xian's waist with her fingertips. An inexplicable strange feeling suddenly came over Su Xian, and he turned his head to look at Lucia in astonishment. What did she do? Why could he feel part of Lucia's feelings, since sharing, right? Faced with Su Xian's confusion, Lucia's face showed a faint smile. She gently leaned against Su Xian's ear and said softly, "Then, I leave it to you." Well, the gentle voice lifted Su Xian's spirit. This tone actually came from the mouth of the Saint of the Church of Light. It made Su Xian feel Lucia's dependence on him for the first time. Yes, it really makes people full of fighting spirit. The team gradually approached the direction of the castle in a dispersed formation. The guilds kept a certain distance between each other, about 10 meters. At the front of the team was the second-ranked sea-level guild team, which included 4 adventurers above level 50, and their strength should not be underestimated. We are about to reach the castle. Why haven't the demons appeared yet? Luo Xiao looked around with a vigilant expression. They were about to reach the castle, but they still hadn't seen any demons. Su Xian was also very puzzled by this. Since entering the magic cave, they had not encountered any creatures or demons. The smell of blood around them became stronger and stronger. Even with Lucia's holy light surrounding them, the smell of blood still inevitably entered their noses. Others had even begun to use magic to dispel the blood around them, or wear face towels that could alleviate the smell of blood mist. They may all be sleeping in the castle. Lu Bo, who was walking in front, said slowly, "Vampires usually move at night, and we haven't woken them up yet." Su Xian did not respond to Lu Bo's words immediately. He felt that the blood mist around them was not only due to the terrain environment, but also a medium for providing information to the vampires in the castle. And the blood-red sun above the castle was always monitoring everything in the magic cave, like a huge eye. I'm afraid this trip to the magic cave is not that simple. Soon after, everyone came to the open space in front of the castle. The ancient castle stood in front of them, exuding a creepy and gloomy atmosphere. It's in front. Rupert, the Lord of Sunset City, looked at the castle 2 kilometers away, and a subtle strangeness flashed in his eyes, as if the memory of the past emerged in his mind. Then I asked the Lord of the city to meet us here, and wait for us to return after defeating the demons. A male player saluted Rupert, and said firmly, "Yes." Rupert nodded and said solemnly, "I will wait for your triumphant return here. At that time, I will serve you the most delicious food, and the most fragrant wine in Sunset City." The Knights of Sunset City did not plan to enter the castle. They would serve as a support on the battlefield and wait at the front line. Of course, this was a decision made after careful consideration by the players. Considering that the combat power of Sunset City might not be as good as that of the adventurers of the 2 guilds, only the Lord of Sunset City had good combat power. But they did not want the knights to fight for the demons. After all, each demon represented precious contribution value, so how could they give up easily? Therefore, letting the Knights of Sunset City wait here was the best choice. Then thank the Lord of the city first. "Let's go! Adventurers!" After an order, all the adventurer guilds advanced towards the castle. "I go with you." Luo Xia followed Su Xian, and her eyes firmly indicated that she would also go to the castle together. Su Xian was silent for a moment, but finally agreed with Luo Xia's decision. After all, she was the safest only by his side. Soon after, the adventurers successfully arrived at the gate of the castle's outer wall. A sturdy orc warrior pushed open the gate that weighed more than 10 meters, and the cold breath immediately hit them, making people tremble. After the door opened, they saw 6 dark and gloomy roads leading to the depths of the castle. "Since there are 6 roads, how about our 3 teams each choose 2? The C+ player suggested, turning his eyes to Lu Bo. The 20 players who entered the magic cave this time were roughly divided into 3 camps. There were 6 people on Lu Bo's side, and the C+ player camp also had 6 people, while the remaining 8 were a temporary team of individual players, and their overall strength was slightly weaker. "Whatever you want." Lu Bo rubbed his mustache nonchalantly, with a nonchalant attitude. No one objected to this plan, and they quickly allocated their own paths forward. Su Xian naturally chose to follow Honglian and embark on the second path with them, along with Shinjun and Shinseki. Lu Bo and the other 2 C-level players in the team chose the third path. This castle is really spectacular, and I'm afraid its scale is comparable to the palace of the Star Kingdom. Shinseki looked around and said curiously, "Do you know the palace of the Star Kingdom well?" Su Xian asked Shinseki. "Yes." Shinseki smiled and nodded, then pointed to the royal knight behind her. "There is a royal knight in my team who once led us to visit the palace of the Star Kingdom. At that time, I was fortunate to meet Princess Vivian." Vivian. Su Xian fell into a moment of contemplation when he heard the name. This princess of the Star Kingdom, the current Dark Witch, really left a deep impression on him. Speaking of which, Su Xian. Shinseki asked Su Xian curiously, "What happened to your adventurer? Is he injured?" She noticed that Su Xian had been carrying Lucy on his back, and was a little confused about this. "Well, she is a little uncomfortable," Su Xian explained with a smile, and at the same time gently pinched Lucia's snow-white, fragrant, and soft ankle. This action made Lucia's beautiful eyes slightly condensed, and then she reached out and pinched the flesh around Su Xian's waist. Hiss! Su Xian immediately retracted his hand, secretly reminding himself in his heart, "Miss Saint's feet are a restricted area, and you can't touch them casually when you are outside. But last time I wanted to ask you, why are your adventurers so good-looking?" Shinseki asked in a low voice, with a hint of curiosity and ridicule in her tone. "Look at my brother's adventurers. They are all ugly. One has a dog's head, and the other has a crocodile's head." Puff. Su Xian smiled, and looked at Shinjun's adventurer team. It was indeed as Shinseki said, the appearance of these two adventurers was a bit strange, but is it a bit too much to say that they were ugly? In addition, there might be a 5v5 multiplayer competitive game on Shinjun's computer. Just as Su Xian was talking to Shinseki, Honglian's alertness was suddenly triggered, and she seemed to sense that a strange breath was approaching here. But the strange breath flashed by, making her look confused. Soon, they passed through the side door of the castle, and entered a place that looked like a restaurant. However, this restaurant was surprisingly empty, and the only thing that was conspicuous was an open coffin placed in the center. "Everyone be careful!" Instantly, everyone was on high alert. Honglian and the centaur warrior approached the coffin first, but the scene in the coffin made them slightly stunned. The coffin was not a corpse, but a portrait. The woman in the painting had pale skin, blood-red eyes, and golden hair shining in the light. Her beauty was breathtaking, but this beauty was accompanied by an indescribable weirdness and evil. "Portrait of the true ancestor of vampires. ? This is a portrait. When you find 3 such portraits, you will get the rare entry vampire." Chapter 183. Vampire? Su Xian's face flashed a trace of surprise, but he couldn't get this entry with just 1 portrait. At least 3 portraits were needed. Why did this portrait appear in the coffin? Shinjun was confused and scratched his head. "This woman is really beautiful." Centaur female warrior Asmund stared at the woman in the painting, and said in a deep voice. However, everyone was very confused about the identity of the woman in the painting. Adventurers and players did not know her background information. Even if they used their power to check, it only showed that this was an ordinary item with no value. Only Su Xian was an exception. "Give me this painting." Su Xian carefully took the portrait out of the coffin. In the eyes of others, this painting may not be worth mentioning, but in Su Xian's eyes, it is as precious as a treasure. "What do you want this painting for?" Shinseki asked Su Xian curiously. "I am keen on collecting everything related to beauty." Su Xian explained lightly, and then put the portrait into his backpack. Hearing this explanation, Shinseki nodded with understanding, and seemed to agree with Su Xian's aesthetics. Indeed, the woman in the portrait is beautiful. Then why is there a painting in the coffin? Shinjun was still obsessed with this question, and couldn't figure it out. No matter how you think about it, there shouldn't be a portrait in the coffin, which is really puzzling. Who knows, but within my perception range, there is no breath of any monster. Asmund looked around carefully, but did not find anything unusual. In addition to this coffin, there seemed to be no other decorations worth noting in the room. "Let's keep going. The vampires in this castle can't be fought over by other adventurers." Honglian pushed open the door leading to the hall from the restaurant, and a pungent smell of blood hit her again. Just as everyone continued to move forward, Su Xian saw a medal dropped next to the coffin. "Huh?" Su Xian picked it up in confusion, and held it in his hand to observe. "This is the medal of the Royal Knight of the Star Kingdom, in recognition of honor." At this time, the Royal Knight in Shinseki's team explained to Su Xian. "Why is the medal of the Royal Knight of the Star Kingdom here?" Su Xian frowned slightly, revealing a trace of confusion. "Maybe it's because there have been adventurers here before." Shinjun made his own guess. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that there were indeed adventurers who had explored this magic cave, but he always felt that things were not so simple. After repeated thinking, and still no results, he had to continue to explore the castle. When they walked through the restaurant corridor and stepped into the hall, a strange sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. It was the sound of teeth colliding and clacking, which was creepy. "Finally here!" Huilin shouted excitedly, holding the huge sword tightly in her hand, and the flames jumped around her body. "I have been waiting for a long time." At the same time, everyone present immediately grasped their weapons, and prepared to deal with the enemy, who was about to appear from the darkness. The center of the hall here was connected to the stairs leading to the second floor of the castle, and the ground was covered with red carpet. And just when everyone looked around, looking for the enemy, suddenly, dozens of dark red eyes on the ceiling of the corridor on the second floor began to flash, and they stared at the people below. "Found you." Honglian's mouth curled up slightly, and her figure suddenly jumped up, leaped to the corridor on the second floor, and rushed into the darkness. Boom! The flames instantly ignited the area, accompanied by the shrill sound of bats in the castle. The next moment, the surrounding bats were startled, and they flew around and attacked everyone. "There are so many!" The centaur warrior quickly drew out the spear he was wearing, and accurately stabbed a cheetah-sized bat, directly piercing its heart. Then he reminded everyone, magicians, please try to avoid using large-scale destructive magic to avoid damage to the structure of the castle and cause damage to the terrain. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Although the walls of the castle are protected by a weak layer of magic power and can withstand a certain degree of magic attacks, excessive use of large-scale destructive magic may still cause the castle to collapse. This will make the battlefield more chaotic and may even cause unnecessary trouble. After all, no one knows what is hidden inside the castle. Of course, Asmund mainly told this to her companions Honglian and Kylilin. Soon, everyone was in a fierce battle with hundreds of giant bats. These bats were the same size as leopards, and their combat power was extraordinary, and each of them was above level 20. In addition, once these bats died, they would immediately turn into a drop of blood and disappear without a trace. Of course, with Honglian and the other 3 adventurers above level 50 present, it was difficult to cause casualties to them. But strangely, despite the fierce battle, the number of bats did not decrease, and the system did not give a prompt for the increase in contribution value, which was very confusing. Damn it, why can't we kill all these bats? Shinjun couldn't help complaining as he looked at the bats flying all over the sky. These bats are summoned. There must be something nearby that keeps summoning them. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and began to look around, trying to find the source of the summoning of these bats. However, he did not feel any abnormal breath. Honglian and the others naturally noticed this situation, but they also failed to find any clues. Even all the rooms on the second floor had been searched by them, but they were empty, and there was nothing unusual. There. Lucia suddenly pointed to a room at the end of the corridor, and Su Xian looked in the direction she gave. The room was empty, without anyone or anything, but because of this, they had not noticed the hidden target before. Only Lucia found some traces. Luz Lin, make way. Su Xian ordered Luz Lin, and at the same time his body expanded rapidly, with bright red dragon scales growing on his limbs and cheeks, and his clothes torn by muscles, leaving only a pair of pants. His sudden transformation surprised Lucia on his back. After all, this was the first time Su Xian showed his half-dragon form in front of the guild members. No, it should be said that it was the guild members other than Ifsa. He had fought with this little succubus all night to test the mighty and majestic posture of the half-dragon. Let's go! Su Xian took Lucia into his arms to ensure that she was not hurt by the flying bats. Lucia, who was held in Su Xian's arms, was slightly startled by her strong muscles. Although she was tall, she looked petite and lovely in front of Su Xian, who had transformed into a half-dragon, as if she was a little lowly. In addition, Su Xian seemed to have a little control over his strength after the transformation. When he hugged Lucia, his strength was amazing, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. It made Lucia feel a little uncomfortable. He hugged her so tightly. With a bang, Su Xian stepped on the floor and jumped to the room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Lurd followed closely behind, clearing obstacles for him and repelling the bats that tried to approach them. However, even with Lurd's assistance, bats continued to attack Su Xian. Get out of here! Su Xian shouted coldly, hugged Lucia tightly with his left hand, and waved his sharp dragon claws with his right hand, tearing the flying bats into pieces one by one. However, he did not realize that his rough action caused a trace of pain on Lucia's face. Su Xian's palm was about to sink in. Really, Lucia's face was slightly angry, and golden holy light burst out from her body in an instant. In an instant, the golden light overflowed, instantly shaking the surrounding bats that tried to approach into a blood mist, purifying the area. Su Xian paused slightly. Lucia's magic was as powerful as ever. What confused him was why there was a hint of anger mixed in that sacred beam of light, but it must be said that he and Lucia have a great affinity. Generally speaking, it is difficult for magicians to move quickly when chanting magic. But if he holds Lucia, wouldn't he be invincible? Chapter 184. How long will you hold on? Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, he heard Lucia's cold words. Su Xian then realized that his dragon claws were tightly grasping a soft white spot. At the same time, Lucia's beautiful face hidden under the white veil was showing obvious anger. Obviously, he had overexerted himself and hurt Lucia. But there was no way, because his body had expanded due to his half-dragon transformation, and he had also grown sharp dragon claws, which made his palm bigger than Lucia's face. Sorry. He let go of his hand and asked, Does it still hurt? Do you need me to give it to you? No. Lucia glanced at Su Xian coldly, and then tried to stand up on her own. But it was still a bit difficult, and she finally put her hand on Su Xian's arm. When her fingertips touched the dragon scales attached to Su Xian's arm, the heat made her heart beat faster, as if she was electrocuted. The sensitive power made her body feel strange, but more. She suddenly felt that Su Xian in his current form was a little charming, strong, handsome, and gave people a strong sense of security. Moreover, the touch of these dragon scales was surprisingly comfortable. Unlike the cold scales of ordinary dragons, these scales had a hint of warmth, and could be hard or soft. "Lucia?" Su Xian asked in confusion. "Why did you suddenly freeze?" "Nothing." Lucia immediately put away her beautiful eyes full of obsession. A barely noticeable blush appeared on her face, and she turned her cold eyes to the corner of the room. She took out the sun scepter and waved it gently in the air. The next moment, the golden holy light spread out, illuminating every corner of the room. When the holy light swept through, the monsters hidden in the room had nowhere to hide. A bloody tooth appeared in the corner of the room, emitting a dark red blood light. Vampire Count's tooth, epic and evil thing that can summon vampire bats. Unusable, is this thing constantly creating vampire bats? Su Xian stretched out his hand, and held the Vampire Count's tooth tightly in his palm. Since it can't be used, there is naturally no need to keep it. He exerted a little force with his right claw and instantly crushed the tooth into powder. As the teeth broke, all the vampire bats instantly turned into blood, and evaporated and disappeared before they could land. At the same time, the players present saw the prompt of the increase in contribution value pop up. Kill vampire bats *60, contribution plus 120. Now you can move on. Su Xian patted the blood on his hands and prepared to go deeper. At this time, Lucia walked to his side, stretched out her slender fingers, gently touched the dragon scales on Su Xian's cheek and arm, and asked softly, "Does your power come from the soul of the red dragon?" "Yes." Su Xian nodded and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Does it look good?" "Yes." Lucia nodded gently. Her eyes swept across Su Xian's well-defined muscles, and said softly, "Not bad, everything is good. Come on." Su Xian spread his hands and posed, "I will continue to carry you." "No need." Lucia shook her head gently, patted her skirt with her hand, and explained, "After destroying the tooth, it seems to have had a certain impact on the magic circle covering this area. The suppression effect I feel now has been reduced a lot." Su Xian immediately checked Lucia's status bar. Blood withering. This unit is affected by the hostility of blood, and its strength, constitution, and agility are all reduced to 100 points. Has the suppression effect weakened? Su Xian pondered for a moment. If the teeth of the Vampire Count and other evil things formed a huge magic circle, it would suppress Lucia. This means that from the moment they entered the magic cave, they had already stepped into the range of the magic circle, and the medium of the magic circle existed at that time. That blood-red sun. As for the effect of the magic circle, it is likely to suppress the strongest adventurer. And among all the people present, Lucia is indeed the strongest. Let's move on. There should be many vampires hidden in this castle, waiting for us to hunt them. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Huolian was already carrying a giant sword and walking towards the door opposite the stairs leading to the second floor. She kicked the door open with force, and a wide and long corridor appeared in front of her. The light in the corridor was dim, but 6 coffins could be seen standing quietly on both sides of the corridor. It seems that the road ahead will not be so smooth. Huolian glanced around, with a smile on her lips. This fire elf seemed not to feel fear or frustration no matter what difficulties he encountered, and always maintained a passionate attitude. "Is there any other way?" When everyone gathered around Huolian, she asked the centaur warrior. "No, this is the only way forward." Asmund shook her head. She just checked and found that except for this corridor and the way back, all other roads were blocked. "Then just kill them." A ball of fire lit up in Huolian's palm, and accurately cast it at the extinguished wall lamps on both sides, illuminating the dim corridor. At this moment, the 6 coffins seemed to sense something strange and began to move. Dong dong. The 6 coffins were pushed open at the same time, and then 6 vampires with pale and dry skin walked out of the coffins. "I smell the smell of blood." A female vampire made a low voice. Her dry nose moved slightly, and then turned her eyes to Su Xian in the crowd. A strange smile appeared on her pale face, and she said in a low voice, "It's still top-quality blood." Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly, and he felt that the 6 vampires seemed to be staring at him. Wait! He suddenly remembered that after being affected by the filthy lustful magic, his blood seemed to have changed a little, becoming more attractive to creatures that crave blood. But fortunately, there are many of them, and they are not afraid of this group of vampires. 3 level 45. 2 level 48, and 1 level 50? Su Xian checked the levels of the 6 vampires, and thought that this high-risk demon cave was indeed extraordinary. The high-level monsters were reduced to small monsters. However, there were not so many of them. If other teams encountered them, it would be difficult to deal with them, but unfortunately, their team was too strong. In addition, Su Xian found that although Honglian and the other 3 had been acting independently, they lacked communication with each other. It seemed that their guild leader had been commanding remotely. This situation was also normal. Not all guild leaders were willing to go to the battlefield in person. Although there were resurrection coins, the pain was very clear. Leave the 3 high-level ones to us, and the other 3 to you. Honglian rushed forward quickly with a sword, and his figure turned into a flaming phantom. At the same time, the centaur warrior followed closely behind, and killed the vampires together. In an instant, Honglian and the centaur warrior fought with the vampires. Although they were 2 against 3, they still had an absolute advantage in the battle. At the same time, Rosalind immediately flew to the 3 vampires of lower levels, with the help of the soul light wings. Yuan Yu. The sword skill was activated, and the moonlight-like sword light instantly fell, and the body of a vampire was instantly cut into pieces. Ah! Damn it! The vampire roared angrily, and his broken body quickly reunited with blood. Although the wound was intact, his breath was obviously weaker than before. You stupid blood eaters! You all have to die here. The vampires roared angrily, and rushed towards Lorslan. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the battle was over. The 3 high-level vampires were completely defeated by Honglian and Asmon, and fell to the ground as mummies. After being unable to heal themselves, they fell into death. To be on the safe side, Honglian threw a ball of fire and burned all their bodies. When she turned her head to look at another battlefield, Honglian and Asmon were shocked to find that Lorslan had taken the lead in killing the 3 vampires. Although the level of the 3 vampires was lower than the vampires they were dealing with, Lorslan's level was also lower than theirs. Moreover, the 3 vampires were all killed by Lorslan alone, without the help of others. Even the vampire's body was directly chopped into powder by the moonlight sword energy, completely destroying them from a physical level, and making them unable to be resurrected. What a powerful knight! Asmon's face showed a look of surprise. She didn't expect that this female knight wearing platinum armor had such a strong fighting power, and was not inferior to her and Honglian at all. Of course, in addition to Honglian and Asmon showing surprised expressions, Shinjun and Shinseki, who had just witnessed the battle, widened their eyes in astonishment. They had seen the excellent strength of Rosalind before, but after just a few days, her strength had increased so much. The combat power has increased several times. Is it because of the new weapon? This combat power is too outrageous. Standing in the crowd, Luo Xia was also shocked by her aunt's combat power. She found that her aunt's strength was stronger than before she was alive, and all this is because... Luo Xia's blue eyes looked at Su Xian. She knew in her heart that the reason why her aunt became so powerful was closely related to this man. It's all solved, let's move on. Rosalind put the sword into the scabbard and walked to the end of the corridor. Everyone followed, only Honglian fell behind. She stared at Rosalind's back, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. As if talking to herself, she is really strong, right? Yeah. In another distant plane, a woman with dark blue curly hair was wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, gently waving a round fan, her amber eyes flickering with light, staring intently at the group of adventurers following Su Xian on the light screen. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, forming an elegant arc, and her snow-white and slender thighs slightly lifted, making the cheongsam close to her graceful figure. Yin said, as you said, they are indeed very outstanding. Moreover, their president is also worth winning over. Chapter 185. Kill 3 vampires. Contribution value plus 150. Su Xian stared at the contribution value increase that jumped out of his sight, and pondered for a moment. Although the demons in the castle are powerful individually, their number is far less than that of other demon caves. It seems that in order to obtain more contribution points, demons above level 50 must be eliminated. Keep going. Everyone continued to move forward, preparing to cross the long corridor and go to other areas. Just as they were about to reach the end of the corridor. Wait! Something is happening. Suddenly, everyone stopped. I saw a group of adventurers' corpses appear in the middle of the road at the end of the corridor, lying quietly on the floor. Is this the area where other teams have fought? Shinjun scratched his head and guessed in confusion. It shouldn't be. The bodies of these adventurers do not belong to the same team. Su Xian flatly denied it. He was sure that the bodies of these adventurers did not come from the same team. They belonged to different teams, but strangely, these bodies were gathered here. Wait, this adventurer seems to be from Lu Bo's guild. Suddenly, Shinseki pointed to an orc with cat ears in the pile of corpses, and said in surprise, "Damn! Lu Bo won't meet with an accident." Shinjun's face suddenly darkened. Lu Bo's player rating is sea level, and there is a magician above level 50 in the guild. In addition, the two players who traveled with Lu Bo are from C+ guilds, and there are two adventurers above level 50 in their team. If they meet with an accident, this adventurer seems to have been trapped and died unfortunately. Su Xian carefully examined the cat-eared adventurer's body, and found that he had multiple wounds pierced by sharp thorns. Such wounds are usually caused by falling into a trap, or something like that. The bodies of other adventurers also showed similar wounds, and they were obviously killed by the trap. However, what is confusing is why their bodies were teleported here together. Before Su Xian could sort out his thoughts, the wall in front of him suddenly opened up, like a bloody mouth, and several more bodies were spit out. Fuck! Why did the wall spit out bodies? Shinjun exclaimed, looking at the bodies of the adventurers rolling at his feet, his face full of astonishment. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the wall that was spitting out bodies, and their faces became extremely solemn. I couldn't help wondering, could this castle be alive? The castle is not a living thing, but a means for the castle owner to clean up the garbage inside. At this time, the magician Carolyn explained to everyone, obviously, the owner of this castle could not tolerate the corpses scattered all over the house, so he gathered them here. And the 6 vampires in the corridor before are probably working as cleaners or cooks in the castle. I see. Shinjun scratched the back of his head, and had a new understanding of the scene just now. Do you know a lot about vampires? Su Xian asked Carolyn curiously. Not really. Carolyn shook her head and explained, but there is a member of our guild who is a vampire, and she knows some habits of vampire nobles. Oh! Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. It turned out that there was a vampire in the Fairy Concubine Guild, which was quite rare. Let's move on, and let the bodies of these adventurers rest here. Honglian said, a flame ignited in his palm, and the pile of corpses was set on fire. Everyone continued to move forward. Since they already knew that the castle was full of traps, they became more cautious. After crossing several areas and successfully killing more than a dozen vampire servants lurking in the dark, they came to a strange room. This room was full of bookshelves, but strangely, there were no books on the shelves, but heads. This strange scene made everyone's face change suddenly. They couldn't understand the real purpose of this room. At this time, Su Xian's sight was attracted by a dried corpse. It was a female corpse. The blood in her body had been completely drained, and she was in a shriveled state, lying quietly on a rocking chair. In her hand, she held a square box tightly, and an emerald green gem was inlaid on the box, which was very eye-catching. Su Xian tried to get information about the corpse and the box, but question marks appeared in front of him, and there was no clue. Su Xian, look! There's a treasure chest. Suddenly, Shinjun's shout attracted everyone's attention. On the right side of the corpse, a golden treasure chest was emitting an attractive light. This is obviously a trap. Shinseki glared at her cousin, thinking that he was too unreliable. Something is wrong here, so it's better to be careful, Su Xian said to everyone vigilantly. His eyes wandered around, looking around the room, looking for any possible passage, because this area was the only place they could go at the moment. They had completely explored the area they passed by, but did not find any other way. Is it there? Su Xian's eyes fell on the wall behind the female corpse. There seemed to be a hidden doorway. Although it was not easy to detect, there were indeed signs of its existence. But one thing is certain, there must be some kind of trap set around the female corpse. To reach the area ahead, they must first remove the trap hidden near the female corpse. We must find the trap hidden near the female corpse before we can move forward, Su Xian reminded Shinseki and the others. Trap? How about I just use fire to destroy the trap directly? Honglian suggested. No need to do this. Let the trap problem be solved by my adventurers, Shinseki said, pushing a female dwarf forward, and added, Brooke is an expert in traps among the dwarves, and she has the ability to remove these traps. Don't worry, leave it to me, Brooke responded confidently. Then, the dwarf took out a set of special demolition tools from his backpack and walked carefully towards the female corpse. After her skilled operation, the surrounding trap triggers were destroyed one by one. Done. The dwarf waved to everyone, indicating that they could come safely. Everyone walked into the room with confidence and slowly walked towards the female corpse. Su Xian's eyes stayed on Shinseki for a while. Obviously, the president of the Fairy Princess Guild invited Shinseki and Shinjun, who were rated as D+ players, to participate in the high-risk magic cave activities. There must be a special reason. After all, it is indeed too difficult to challenge the high-risk magic cave with the strength of the D+ guild. If it weren't for the help of Honglian and the others, the guild of the Shin family brothers and sisters would probably be wiped out here with their own strength. But after he saw the dwarf, who could remove the trap, Su Xian suddenly realized something. Now! The trap has been removed. Let's see what treasures are in this treasure chest. Shinseki walked to the glittering treasure chest with expectation. When she opened the treasure chest, the gold coins inside immediately made her smile. Wow! There are dozens of gold coins. I'm rich. The Shin brothers and sisters excitedly took out the gold coins from the treasure chest. Dozens of gold coins are not a small amount for anyone. While they were happily counting the gold coins, Su Xian's eyes fell on the small box in the arms of the female corpse. This small box did not seem to emit any magical fluctuations, but for some reason, it made Su Xian feel an inexplicable concern. And this female corpse, from the appearance, did not look like a vampire, but more like a human woman who was sucked dry by a vampire. At this time, Honglian walked to Su Xian's side and said to him, "Our president said that this box seems to be a key to unlock an opportunity mission." Opportunity mission? Su Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Honglian's words. So far, he has not encountered an opportunity mission, because opportunity missions are rarer than hidden missions, and can only be encountered by players with high luck. It is not a specific mission type, there is no complicated mission process, and it may be more similar to tasks such as decryption. But as long as you complete the opportunity mission, you can get rich rewards. What do you mean? Honglian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of smile. Do you want to try it? I can help you. Then let's give it a try. Su Xian decided to give it a try and reached out to the mysterious square box. The moment he touched the box, a dazzling blue beam of light instantly shot out from the box and enveloped him. Then, a prompt popped up on the interface in front of Su Xian. Opportunity Mission Star Magic Box, triggered, moving the venue. Before he finished analyzing this prompt, they were teleported to the venue of the Opportunity Mission by a blue light. Ivsa, Lucia and Honglian also stepped into this strange field with him. The reason was that the three of them stood with Su Xian at the time, so they were also enveloped by this mysterious blue light. Where is this place? Honglian looked around, and the scene in front of her seemed like a vast starry sky. Did they come to the universe? However, the strange thing was that they were not floating in the endless universe. Although there was nothing under their feet, they could clearly feel the existence of the solid ground under their feet, just like standing on a transparent glass plate. Mr. Su Xian, what do we need to do in this mission? Ivsa turned to Su Xian curiously and asked. Let me see. Su Xian concentrated on reading the detailed description of the mission. Star Magic Box. Please find the right star among the thousands of stars. Puzzle hint, which? Task reward, a ray of star power. Note, if the puzzle is not solved within 30 minutes, it will be teleported back to the original position. Su Xian looked at the mission description and the puzzle hint, and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Is this Star Magic Box related to the Star Kingdom in some way? Is it a relic left by the Night Witch? Besides, Su Xian's eyes moved around, his brows slightly furrowed. He needed to find the right star among countless stars according to the clues of the puzzle in just 30 minutes. This seemed to be a very challenging task. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to face it bravely. Su Xian immediately told Lucia and others the specific requirements of the task. To find the right star among countless stars? How is this possible? Honglian shook her head in confusion. She was better at fighting than solving puzzles. Lucia began to analyze the key information in the hint, which, her beautiful eyes stared at the distant starry sky, and her first reaction to the hint was about constellations. But in fact, there is no which constellation in the constellation. Mr. Su Xian, I always feel that the surrounding starry sky seems to be moving? Just as Su Xian was struggling to find the answer, Ivsa hurriedly reminded him. Move? Su Xian was stunned at first, but soon realized that what Ivsa said seemed to be true. The starry sky was really approaching them. No, Su Xian then noticed that it was not the starry sky that was approaching, but the glass-like wall that was shrinking and squeezing them, and, judging from the speed, let alone 30 minutes, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to find a place to stay within 3 minutes. Su Xian immediately looked around, eagerly looking for the right star. If the clue to the answer is related to the witch and involves the stars, then it is likely closely related to the Night Witch. After all, in the Star Kingdom, the Night Witch appears most frequently. But Su Xian's thoughts haven't been fully unfolded yet, and the invisible wall has squeezed them so hard that they can hardly move. The four people were squeezed into a narrow square space, tightly pressed together. Although the shrinking of the space has stopped temporarily, the situation at this time is quite embarrassing. Since Su Xian was originally standing in the center, he was naturally squeezed in the innermost part, tightly surrounded by Lucia and the others. And right in front of him was Lucia. Due to the squeezing of the wall, her snow-white hair was tightly pressed against Su Xian's chest, almost deformed. Really? Lucia bit her teeth lightly, and a glimmer flashed in her eyes. She didn't understand why this task had such restrictions. Was this task originally designed for one person? Ha ha ha. This is really a bit tricky. In such a crowded environment, it may be even more difficult to solve the puzzle. Honglian smiled and squeezed forward. This tall female elf was squeezing Su Xian's left shoulder with her proud white hair, almost touching his side face. The feeling was really hard to describe. Mr. Su Xian, although it's a bit crowded here. Isa on the right side of Su Xian smiled, and the charming smile was hard-moving. But strangely, this small space makes my heart beat faster. I like it very much. As the words fell, Isa's peach hardtail quietly appeared and gently wrapped around Su Xian's arm. Isa's current desire. 366. Su Xian frowned slightly, thinking in his heart, Isa, now is not the time for this, but Isa thought that such close contact could make Su Xian more focused on thinking about the problem. Huh? Suddenly, Isa came close to his ear, opened her red lips slightly, and exhaled like orchid. The sweet and charming breath broke the defense of the holy light at that moment, and the shining light seemed to urge Su Xian to stand up and fight for Isa. However, this caused a serious problem. Because at this moment, Su Xian was facing Lucia. From the beginning when she was close to Su Xian, she noticed the holy light hidden in him. Fortunately, the light was not strong, and it only made her feel slightly uncomfortable under the clothes. Now the situation was urgent, she could barely accept it. But when she felt that the holy light gradually became bright and hot, her heart was instantly panicked, because she could clearly feel that the bright light was slowly spreading towards the taboo. Chapter 186. Lucia's golden red eyes trembled slightly behind her white veil, revealing her inner throbbing and a hint of anger. A faint blush gradually appeared on her stunning face, like the rising morning glow gently falling on her crystal-clear skin. This shy posture is something Lucia has never shown before, and it makes people fall in love with her. Su Xian, who was tightly pressed against Lucia and in close contact, was naturally attracted by her beautiful and seductive appearance. His heartbeat accelerated slightly, his emotions fluctuated, and he could not resist the temptation from Lucia. The holy light also became more dazzling at this time, penetrating the seam of the skirt and spreading to you. Lucia bit her lower lip gently, with coldness and anger in her eyes. She now desperately wanted to use the judgment ruler of the holy sea of light to severely punish Su Xian, let him know what the consequences of blaspheming the Pope of Light would be. It's over. Su Xian frowned, because his pants were specially designed for half-dragons, with excellent toughness and ductility, so they could not stop the straight attack of the holy light. Let the hot and bright holy light accidentally touch Lucia's abdomen, arousing the anger of the saint lady. Ahem. Su Xian awkwardly turned his eyes away and explained, Lucia, I didn't mean it. For Su Xian's explanation, Lucia just glared at him coldly, then stretched out her hand, accurately suppressed the hot and bright holy light with the sacred magic power of her fingertips, and pressed down hard. Find a matching block for the unruly hot holy light, and then temporarily fix it. At this moment, Su Xian's eyes were stunned. He could clearly feel that Lucia's slender white thighs conveyed a soft and delicate texture, making the holy light even brighter. Don't go any further. Lucia bit her teeth lightly, resisting the trembling in her heart, and warned Su Xian. I try my best. Su Xian immediately looked up at the starry sky above his head. He must find the stars related to the witch as soon as possible. Only in this way can the current embarrassing situation be resolved, otherwise, Lucia's sensitive power will be on the verge of breaking. Which? Su Xian's sight quickly shuttled through the stars, looking for those possible target stars. However, the current situation really troubled him. Lucia glared at him from the front. Isa made a small move on his right, and the fire lotus on the left kept squeezing his side face with its proud whiteness due to the narrow space. Damn it! There are too many external interference factors. Wait! Suddenly, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he thought of something. If the answer to the riddle here is really related to the night witch, then the answer will definitely not be a twinkling star. It is a star that is completely black like the night witch. Just like the truth of the night, it betrays other stars. Su Xian's pupils moved quickly, looking for the right target in the starry sky. Found it. Finally, Su Xian found the star shrouded in darkness. It is surrounded by bright stars, but it is the only one that is like a black hole, out of tune with other stars, but cleverly hidden in the night sky, difficult to be noticed. It's you? Su Xian immediately submitted his answer. Analyzing your answer. Congratulations. The answer is correct. Star magic box solved. Get reward, a ray of star power. After the prompt sounded, Su Xian saw the dark star rapidly expanding and constantly swallowing the surrounding stars. However, at this moment, a star not far away suddenly burst into bright light and quickly rushed towards the dark star. Boom! The two stars collided violently at that moment, bursting out brilliant sparks, causing the entire starry sky to be shocked. Finally, the star shining with white light defeated the dark star, shining like the sun in the center of countless stars. What is this? Su Xian stared at the scene in the starry sky with full concentration, as if he was witnessing a war between stars. Obviously, the Night Witch suffered a defeat again. Just as the star was shining like the sun, a golden glimmer burst out from it, streaking across the starry sky and rushing towards Su Xian's location. Boom! The beam of starlight poured into Su Xian's brow, bringing him the reward for completing the task. You have obtained a ray of star power. Now, you are qualified to activate the Valkyrie flower. Qualification to activate the Valkyrie flower? Su Xian was curious about this hint. What does it mean to activate the Valkyrie flower? Perhaps he can go to the white rose flower to test it later. Has the puzzle been solved? Lucia's golden red eyes stared at Su Xian and asked. Yes. Su Xian nodded. It's solved. Mr. Su Xian is really amazing. Evisa cast an admiring look at the side and kissed Su Xian's cheek. As if a hero had returned triumphantly, the princess gave him a kiss. Strange. At this time, Huolien's puzzled voice sounded. Since the puzzle has been solved, why haven't we been released yet? Indeed, we should be able to leave. Lucia nodded, showing a hint of doubt about the current situation. Do we have to wait for the 30-minute countdown to end before we can leave? Su Xian guessed. When everyone realized this, the air around them solidified instantly, as if time had stopped at this moment. Especially Lucia, her face became extremely solemn. Doesn't this mean that she must hold the holy light tightly with her legs for a full half an hour? 30 minutes later, they finally got out of the crowded starry sky and returned to their original place. It's finally out. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The rubbing of Lucia's legs caused by her slight trembling almost made the holy light bloom. Thinking in his heart, Su Xian turned his eyes to Lucia and found that she was staring at him intently, with a complex emotion in her beautiful face. When Su Xian's eyes met Lucia's cheeks instantly became as cold as frost. She quickly turned her head away and stopped looking at Su Xian. But the moment she turned her head, a barely noticeable blush flashed across her face. This is also a rare experience. Compared with Lucia, Huolian still had a smile on her face and felt very novel about the experience just now. It feels good. Yeah, I agree. Issa also nodded and agreed. She was very satisfied with this wonderful experience. For Su Xian, this experience is indeed unforgettable. You can reminisce about it in the future. Has the opportunity mission been completed? Shinseki walked towards Su Xian and handed him 12 gold coins. This is the portion of gold coins in the treasure chest that belongs to Su Xian after it is divided into 3. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, put the gold coins in his pocket, and said, it's a fairly simple opportunity mission. It should be simple for you, right? If my brother came, it would definitely end in failure. Shinseki blinked and said with a smile, you really don't have confidence in your brother. Su Xian smiled and said, let's keep moving forward. We can't fall behind too much. Yeah. Everyone set off immediately and opened the hidden door on the wall. When the hidden door slowly opened, the scene inside made their expression solemn. They came to a spacious hall, where many strange human-shaped stone sculptures were placed. These stone sculptures seemed to have life, with dark red light blooming in their eyes, staring at the people who came. However, Su Xian did not feel any breath of life flowing in their bodies, and there was not even a trace of magic. They were just a pile of ordinary human-shaped stone sculptures. Everyone walked into the hall and looked around. In addition to a pile of stone sculptures, there was also a chair placed in the center of the hall. But this chair looked very strange. Its cushion seemed to be made of some kind of leather, and it was covered with dark hair. The armrests of the chair were decorated with 2 dark green skulls, and bright red flames flashed inside their skulls. What exactly is this place? Shinseki asked in confusion. The strange environment around her made her feel a little uneasy. Art collection room? Shinjun guessed. Su Xian was also very confused about the real purpose of this room. He looked around, trying to find possible useful information and ways to leave. However, this seemed to be a closed space, with no other exits except the entrance they came in. In addition, at the moment when all of them entered, the hidden door at the entrance suddenly closed and completely disappeared on the wall. In other games, such a situation usually means an upcoming boss battle. Just when everyone was confused about the situation here, they suddenly received a message from Lu Bo. Lu Bo, damn it! Don't enter that hidden door. Don't go in. Shinseki, Lu Bo? Shinjun, can you make it clear? The Shin brothers and sisters looked confused, and had no idea what Lu Bo was talking about. But after sending this message, Lu Bo's avatar immediately dimmed and did not reply to any messages. Just when the Shin brothers and sisters were at a loss, Su Xian's eyes were fixed on the chair. Because a middle-aged man with a pale face and deep blood-red eyes quietly sat on the chair, looking at Su Xian with a gentle smile. His voice was low and old. Human, are you willing to offer your blood to the great true ancestor in exchange for eternal protection? Count Fraz, Epic, Level 60, 555/42000, Race, Vampire/Human. Strength, 1500/Agility, 1422/Magic, 1205/Constitution, 1540. Growth, 10, every level up gets 10 points of all attribute enhancement, features. Bloodthirst, after defeating this unit, you can get the player entry Bloodthirst status, ? Chapter 187. Su Xian stared at the man sitting on the chair, his eyes full of solemnity and contemplation. This man was not an ordinary vampire, but the offspring of a human and a vampire, but he had noble vampire blood. The bright red eyes were the best proof. The higher the level of the vampire, the brighter the color of the pupil, and it would even emit a strange light. From the first vampire Su Xian met to now, except for the woman in the portrait, the blood of Count Fraz was the most noble. But what made Su Xian even more confused was that Count Fraz seemed to be wearing a badge on his chest. A badge symbolizing the identity of the Count of the Star Kingdom. You are? When the Royal Knight in Shinseki's team saw Count Fraz, a look of horror appeared on his face. Count Fraz? Lord of the Blood Territory? Guardian of the Blood Jasmine Flower. How could you be a vampire? The words of the Royal Knight made everyone's faces become serious in an instant. They had never thought that a Count, Lord, and Guardian of the Valkyrie Flower of the Star Kingdom was actually a vampire. Faced with the Royal Knight's questioning, a trace of displeasure flashed across Count Fraz's face. Do you have the right to speak here? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and a trace of blood-red energy instantly burst out, knocking the Royal Knight several meters away and falling heavily to the ground. Cough! The Royal Knight spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground struggling in pain. So strong. Shinseki's face revealed deep fear. The strongest in her team was this level 48 Royal Knight, but in front of Count Fraz, he was so vulnerable. The other party just waved his hand lightly and defeated him instantly. Seeing this scene, Su Xian's expression also became solemn. He realized that the strength of this level 60 vampire count was far beyond any boss of the magic cave he had encountered before, and might even be more dangerous than the corpse dragon. After all, the corpse dragon at that time had its attributes weakened by half by the red dragon mark, and it had no intelligence. Although the attributes of the corpse dragon may be higher, and it is more difficult to kill, considering all factors, Count Fraz must be more dangerous. In addition, Su Xian also found that the state of this vampire count was very strange. If he was the final boss of this magic cave, then what did Lu Bo and the others encounter? Is there really a level 60 boss guarding each passage? This is obviously impossible. The information provided by the president of the Fairy Princess Guild clearly mentioned that there was only one boss, and the rest were vampire servants. Then, the only explanation is that Lu Bo and his team also encountered Count Fraz. Okay, let's continue the topic just now. Count Fraz clapped his hands gently and whispered to Su Xian, "Your blood is very delicious. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can forgive you for breaking into the castle and forgive your stupidity. But if you lose line." Before Count Fraz finished speaking, Su Xian quickly gave an order. Lose line immediately waved the sword of oath in her hand, and the dark sword energy swept towards Count Fraz, who was sitting on the chair like a gust of wind. However, facing this attack, Count Fraz easily blocked it with just one finger. What a stupid little bug. Count Fraz's red eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, and he was about to stand up and annihilate Su Xian and others in one fell swoop. But in the next moment, the sword energy condensed into a black and gold dragon phantom above his head. Roar! The black and gold dragon phantom let out a deafening roar, opened its bloody mouth, and spit out the dragon breath that destroyed the world, violently hitting Count Frass's whole body. In an instant, Count Frass's body was engulfed by the black and gold flames and disappeared without a trace. This crisp and sharp attack made Honglian and the others unable to react. They looked at Su Xian and Luo Salin in disbelief, their faces full of shock. The power of that sword was somewhat beyond their imagination. Where did he escape to? Even though Count Frass's body was engulfed by Luo Salin's sword just now, Su Xian still remained vigilant. How could a level 60 vampire count be eliminated so easily? Not a bad sword. At this time, Count Frass appeared next to a human-shaped statue in the distance. He gently patted the blood on his clothes. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. But it's very rude to interrupt others. Shut up. Honglian took a step 10 meters away, holding a huge sword burning with flames, and suddenly slashed at Count Frass. But this attack was blocked by the magic barrier built with blood by Count Frass. Elves? I don't like to drink elves' blood. Virgin blood always lacks a little taste, Count Frass said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, a ray of red light flashed in his palm, and he knocked Honglian away several meters with one palm. And at this moment, Asmund's spear had pierced Count Frass's heart. Puff! The sharp spear pierced Count Frass's heart, and pierced a big hole in his chest. But Count Frass still stood there, his face calm, as if nothing had happened. My heart is not my weakness, he said indifferently, holding the tip of the gun with his hand, and slowly pulling it out from his heart. How is it possible? Asmund showed a look of astonishment, and his 4 horseshoes retreated in panic. Although vampires will not die immediately after their hearts are pierced, they can recover from their injuries with the blood in their bodies. But like Count Frass, they have never encountered a vampire who was pierced through the heart but acted as if nothing had happened. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the wound on Count Frass's chest healed instantly and recovered as before. This scene made Su Xian's expression instantly solemn. He finally understood why Lu Bo and his team sent a message asking them not to enter the hidden door. The strength of the vampire Count far exceeded everyone's expectations, and his terrifying recovery ability made people helpless. But Su Xian always felt that things were not that simple. He was just an epic quality vampire, and his strength seemed a little too strong. Moreover, there was a question mark in the status bar of Count Frass. I am afraid that the real problem lies in this status. In Su Xian's mind, the battle has been fully launched. Luzlin, Honglian, and Asmund, 3 adventurers who are good at melee combat, cooperated with each other, gave full play to their respective advantages, launched a fierce attack on Count Frass, and restricted his actions. Yifsha and other mages chanted magic in the back and bombarded Count Frass from a distance. Various elemental magic, curse magic, and auxiliary magic were constantly chanted from their mouths, hitting Count Frass, causing huge damage to his health bar. However, although Count Frass's body was constantly hit by swords and magic, his terrifying self-healing ability was astonishing. Even if his body was split into hundreds of pieces, he could fully recover in a few seconds, as if nothing had happened. This confused Su Xian, and he looked around, trying to find out the reason. First, his eyes fell on the human-shaped statues around him. Although these statues did not have any magical fluctuations, they stood there, and there must be a reason. But because Count Frass appeared too quickly, he did not have time to do anything to the stone sculptures, and the battle was triggered. Su Xian immediately activated the half-dragon humanization and punched one of the human-shaped stone sculptures. He wanted to see if this stone sculpture was the key to Count Frass's self-healing ability. Boom! The stone sculpture shattered in an instant, and bright red blood flowed out of it. Sure enough, Su Xian roughly understood why Count Frass could recover from his injuries so quickly. It turned out that he hid the blood in the stone sculptures and formed a magic circle to quickly recover his body. Destroy all these stone sculptures. Su Xian immediately gave orders to Yifsha and the others. Okay. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the stone sculptures and quickly destroyed dozens of them. However, Count Frass didn't seem to care about this scene and just sneered. Then, blood condensed in his palm, turned into a sharp sword, and flew towards Su Xian. Danger! Luzlin immediately warned Su Xian. Su Xian had been highly alert to Count Frass's sneak attack. He quickly moved his body sideways, and successfully avoided the attack of the blood sword. However, the blood sword seemed to be able to be controlled remotely. After the attack failed, it turned around and stabbed Su Xian's heart again. TSK! Su Xian exerted force with his legs and barely avoided the attack with the full attribute improvement of half-dragon transformation. The blood sword passed through his arm, leaving a shallow wound. At the moment of dodging, Su Xian seized the opportunity and shattered the blood sword with a sharp dragon claw. Hiss. The pain from the wound on his arm made Su Xian's face slightly stiff. It felt like there were ants crawling on the wound, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, his fingertips immediately burst into golden light to heal Su Xian's wound. What delicious blood! Count Frass seemed to be excited by Su Xian's blood. He was intoxicated by the blood in the air. His bright red eyes were full of wildness, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Human, I ask you again, are you willing to surrender? You have no chance of winning in my castle. Count Frass's words made Su Xian's face become solemn in an instant. Could it be that the opponent's means have not been exhausted? Even if the magic circle constructed by the stone sculpture was destroyed, his combat power was still not greatly weakened. Okay, I understand. Tell him now. At this time, Carrie Lin received the order from their president. She reminded Su Xian, not only did we encounter the vampire count, but other teams also encountered him. A total of 6 Count Frass appeared in this magic cave. 6 vampire counts? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. In line with his previous guess, Lu Bo and his team did encounter the vampire count. Judging from the current situation, Lorslan and the others can indeed fight against Count Frass, and even kill him again and again. However, the terrifying recovery ability makes them helpless, as if in addition to the blood in these stone sculptures, there is other blood that continuously provides him with energy. Is it other battlefields that provide him with blood? Su Xian frowned slightly. If so, it would be difficult to deal with. Lucia? Amplify me. Su Xian immediately rushed towards Count Frass and ordered Lucia at the same time. Yes. Lucia nodded and gave Su Xian a blessing of light to improve his all attributes. Seeking death? Count Frass sneered, and his figure turned into blood mist and appeared in front of Su Xian, condensing a blood sword in his hand and stabbing Su Xian. Su Xian avoided it, clenched his dragon claws and punched out. However, his speed and strength were far inferior to Count Frass. When his fist just hit Count Frass, the opponent immediately raised his foot and kicked him in the abdomen. Cough cough. Su Xian was kicked several meters away by the violent impact, blood spurted out of his mouth, and the smell of blood filled the air. Die! At the same time, Honglian took advantage of their battle and teleported to the back of Count Frass with his powerful body. The giant sword in his hand fell horizontally and cut off Count Frass's body from the waist. What delicious blood! Count Frass quickly recovered from his injuries and immediately retreated several meters away. 2 bright red magic circles appeared behind him. He said coldly, I said, in this magic cave, you are definitely not my opponent. You blood eaters, all of you must stay here. Puff! Suddenly, Count Frass suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his pupils were full of bloodshot. What's going on? Count Frass looked at the blood in his palm in disbelief. He felt that the blood in his body had changed, and was gradually out of his control. Finally it worked? Su Xian saw this and smiled. After being baptized by the filthy lustful magic, his blood would not only attract those creatures who like bloodthirsty, but also have a certain toxicity. Although he didn't know what the specific effect of the toxicity was, judging from the results. It was very effective. Asshole! What the hell is going on? Count Frass roared angrily. He didn't understand why his body suddenly became so restless. His blood seemed to be boiling, causing his muscles to wither all over his body. It's you? Count Frass finally found the problem. His bloodshot eyes stared at Su Xian fiercely. Your blood. There's poison. Kill him. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Xian immediately gave orders to Lu Zlan and the others. Leave it to us. Honglian took the lead in attacking, swinging the giant sword, and his body instantly turned into flames, rushing towards Count Frass. Lu Zlan and Asmund followed closely behind, and their swords and spears also attacked Count Frass's vital points. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Despicable human. Count Frass roared angrily. He never expected that such delicious blood would be poisonous. The bloodthirsty desire affected his judgment. Count Frass, who was in a poisoned state, could only hold on, and could hardly resist the attack of the 3 people. Go to hell. Finally, Lorslan swung her sword and annihilated the withered body of Count Frass. At this time, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Kill Count Frass's clone, 1/6, contribution plus 100. Get the player entry Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty, After sucking blood, you will get a high bonus to all your attributes, which will have a certain impact on your sanity. Duration: 3 minutes. Only once a day can you get a high bonus to all attributes by sucking blood? Su Xian was surprised when he saw the new player entry. Hi, how much? Su Xian's eyes immediately turned to the people present, and found that a blood-red number appeared above everyone's head. The first thing that caught his eye was the number above Shinseki's head, which was 60%. This number should represent the bonus value of all attributes. Su Xian muttered to himself, and then turned his eyes to look at Issa. The number above Issa's head is 200%, much higher than Shinseki, and the value of the elf sisters is 150%. In addition, Luo Xia has an astonishing 270%, Honglian is 120%, and Asmin is 115%. But compared to them, the value increase provided by Alice and Luo Saline is 0%. Su Xian smiled and shook his head, looking at Lucia, wanting to see how much bonus this saint of the Holy Sea of Light will provide for him. 699%. Chapter 188. Su Xian stared at the eye-catching 699% on Lucia's head, with a look of surprise on his face. Although Lucia was an adventurer of mythical quality, the horror of this data was beyond his imagination. This means that if he can absorb Lucia's blood once, he can get a 699% improvement in all attributes, even if it is only 3 minutes. This improvement is amazing. The only regret is that this skill can only be used once a day. He is looking forward to this entry growing, and the duration will be extended as the number of times increases. Huh? Suddenly, Lucia noticed Su Xian's slightly strange eyes, and a trace of doubt and vigilance flashed in her golden-red eyes hidden under the white veil. Su Xian quickly shifted his gaze. He realized that it might not be easy to taste the blood of the saint of the Church of Light. In contrast, Issa is much more obedient. As long as he gives an order, this succubus nun will give him everything without reservation. Of course, he needs to pay a little price. Su Xian! Look there! Suddenly, Shinseki's shout interrupted his thoughts. She pointed to a high place, and asked Su Xian to look. Su Xian looked up as she pointed, and saw a crack appeared on the top of the secret room. This is... Before everyone could figure out what was going on, suddenly, the whole castle shook violently, as if it had encountered an earthquake. The walls cracked, the floor collapsed, and the whole space fell into extreme chaos in an instant. Everyone, come here! Kalen quickly cast a spell to create a powerful magic barrier to protect everything inside the barrier. Everyone entered the magic barrier, and just a moment later, the entire castle collapsed completely and turned into ruins. After the castle collapsed, there was a wailing sound all around. Ouch, my waist! Help me, take me away from here! Damn it! What on earth is going on? The scene was in chaos, and the adventurers buried in the ruins struggled to climb out of the rubble, their eyes full of confusion and fear. However, some people showed different reactions. Huh, we finally escaped? What's wrong with that guy? It's so scary. How can he be resurrected infinitely? Is this a vicious bug in the game? I've been playing for 3 months, and have never encountered such a bad bug. Their faces showed fear, but they were also relieved because of the collapse of the castle. They finally no longer had to face the threat of Count Frass alone. The ability to resurrect infinitely made them mistakenly think that they had encountered a vicious bug in the game. With the help of Carrie Lin, the collapse of the castle did not cause any harm to Su Xian and others, and they landed steadily on a ruin. As soon as he stood firm, Su Xian quickly scanned the surroundings and carefully observed the conditions of other players and adventurers. He found that not all teams that entered the 6 roads encountered Count Frass. Of course, this was because some teams were relatively weak and had not yet reached the area where the hidden door was located. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in Su Xian's ears. What the hell? Lu Bo climbed out of the ruins with difficulty, accompanied by 2 other C+ players. The 3 of them were covered with scars, and some of their adventurers were seriously injured and missing limbs, and their condition was quite bad. Lu Bo, are you okay? Shinjun and Shinseki immediately ran to them and asked with concern. Fortunately, you won't die. Lu Bo held his waist, looked at them, and continued, I'm glad you're okay. It seems that the message I sent was timely. The bastard in the hidden door is really amazing. The hidden door you mentioned, we had already entered before we received your message. Shinjun scratched his head and replied. What? Entered? Lu Bo was stunned for a moment, but thinking that Honglian and others were in Shinseki's team, he was not too surprised. It doesn't matter, as long as you 2 are okay. Don't waste time. Fu Bin with a baseball cap interrupted their conversation, We have to leave here quickly. That vampire count is too difficult to deal with. Only the 2 adventurers sent by President Su can deal with him. That's right. That vampire count is too powerful. No matter how much damage we cause him, he can recover instantly. We are not his opponent at all. Another sea-level player also echoed. Okay. This is the only way to go. Lu Bo also agreed with this. The 3 of them were already top-notch in the current scene, but they still couldn't defeat the vampire count. Not to mention the other teams, they were definitely not his opponents. Not only them, everyone present had a heavy face. Even the sea-level player, who ranked 2nd in contribution, had a gloomy face. Obviously, no one had found a way to restrain the infinite self-healing ability of Count Fraz. Despicable blood food? At this time, accompanied by a roar, 6 figures of Count Fraz suddenly appeared in the air. But when everyone saw the 6 figures of Count Fraz, they all showed confused expressions. Because they noticed that one of the clones of Count Fraz had lost its blood color and turned into a lifeless mummy. Someone defeated the vampire Count, who could heal himself infinitely. Who did it? Is it true? Can that guy really be killed? Everyone showed shocked expressions, unable to believe that someone could really defeat Count Fraz, who had infinite self-healing ability. Regarding this matter, Lu Bo frowned slightly, and then looked at Shinseki and the others. Obviously, he had already noticed who the team that killed Count Fraz was. Compared with the panic of other teams, Shinseki and the others seemed unusually calm, and did not seem surprised by the death of Count Fraz. This made Lu Bo curious. How did they defeat this powerful enemy? Was it because the damage caused by Honglian and the other 3 level 50 adventurers exceeded the limit of self-healing? Or? Lu Bo turned his gaze to Su Xian, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He felt that Honglian and the other's strength should not be enough to threaten Count Fraz's infinite self-healing. After all, the levels of the 3 of them were between 50 and 55, and there was not much difference between their strength and that of the other level 50 adventurers on the scene. You little newborn who poisoned the blood. You son of a bitch. At this moment, Count Fraz's angry roar echoed again. Because, he was horrified to find that not only that clone showed signs of withering, but the other 5 clones were also the same. Su Xian's blood seemed to carry a virus, spreading through the 6 clones of Count Fraz, causing the vampire blood in his body to boil and become difficult to control. This caused the originally polite Count to curse, and his emotions instantly lost control. Faced with this scene, Su Xian's mouth corners slightly raised. This was an unexpected gain. After all, Su Xian had long noticed that Count Fraz used clones from other battlefields to recover from injuries. But the people present knew nothing about this. They looked at Count Fraz in the sky with confusion on their faces, full of questions in their hearts. What happened? Why did Count Fraz suddenly lose his composure? Why was he so anxious? Damn it! Damn it! You really deserve to die. Count Fraz roared angrily, and merged all of his remaining 5 clones together. In an instant, a complete Count Fraz appeared in front of everyone. He was different from the previous clones. His pale skin was covered with a faint dark red, and his bright red eyes became turbid and full of hostility. Count Fraz, epic, level, 60, !42,000, race, vampire/human. Strength, 1600/agility, 1562/magic, 1803/constitution, 1680. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement per level feature. Bloodthirst status. Blood blessing, incomplete. Hint, after killing this unit, you will get a blue recruitment scroll. Blood blessing? Players hurriedly checked the attribute panel of Count Fraz. The real information of the Count Fraz, which was once in a question mark state, was finally revealed. Blood blessing, incomplete. The blood power from the vampire prince. Damn it! He's getting stronger. We'd better evacuate quickly. As long as we leave this magic cave, we can get out with the teleportation array. We can't even beat the clone. How can we beat the real body? Hasn't a team already eliminated a clone? We may still have a chance. Don't be silly. His magic power increased by more than 500 after the fusion, and he directly turned from a warrior to a mage. We are not his opponent at all. You can't beat him at all. Run away. After seeing the sudden increase in Count Fraz's attributes, everyone had the idea of tactical retreat. And Su Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the reward for defeating Count Fraz. Blue recruitment scroll. As before, killing a city lord level enemy will get a recruitment scroll. Stupid ants. Count Fraz roared and opened his hands, and the blood-red sun behind him instantly burst into a bright red light. As if roaring from hell, the entire demon cave was shrouded in a thick bloody atmosphere. Your adventurer Lucia's status has been updated. The prompt that popped up suddenly made Su Xian's eyes flash. It seems that Count Flas used the power of the Bloody Sun, causing the suppression of Lucia to fail. You will all die here. Count Flas smiled grimly, and waved his hand. In an instant, thousands of vampire bats as big as tigers and leopards emerged from the Bloody Sun, flying towards everyone. He didn't become a mage, but a summoner. Prepare for battle. Some people quickly picked up their weapons and prepared to fight, while others hurriedly retreated, trying to escape the battlefield. Su Xian naturally reminded his adventurers to prepare for battle immediately. And at this moment, Lucia's voice reached his ears. Huh, I finally feel better. Lucia exhaled lightly, holding the sun scepter in her hand, and walked lightly towards the Bloody Sun. Su Xian was full of doubts, not understanding what Lucia wanted to do. However, when he caught a glimpse of the raging anger burning in Lucia's golden red eyes under the white veil, he seemed to suddenly understand. The saint intends to pour all the anger she has suppressed since entering the Devil's Cave into the next attack. Low-level vampire, Lucia said, removing the white veil covering her eyes, and her golden red eyes instantly burst into brilliant golden light, as if there were golden gears in her pupils that were spinning rapidly. At this moment, she was as majestic as the sun, sacred and inviolable. This sun, she shouted coldly, can a dirty ant like you get your hands on it? The words fell. In the sky, a holy gate built by brilliant light power suddenly opened, and two angels with golden wings on their backs and holding golden chains flew out. They rushed straight to Count Flas, and quickly put the chains tightly on him. Damn! What kind of power is this? Count Flas could not get rid of the golden chains, and could only struggle in pain and roar loudly. He couldn't imagine what kind of power it was that could seal all his magic power in an instant, and even make his soul unable to break free from the shackles of the chains. He could only watch the two angels drag him into the holy gate, powerless. At this moment, Lucia's cold and majestic voice echoed in the air again. Repent for your stupidity. Atone for your ignorance. The Prison of Light. Start. Chapter 189. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of power is this? Count Flas struggled in pain, trying to get rid of the golden chains. However, no matter how hard he fought, he could not break free. The chains seemed to be blessed by divine power, not only tightly binding his body, but also his soul. No! With a deafening roar from Count Flas, his body was slowly dragged into the mysterious holy door by two golden angels. Afterwards, a miserable wail came from the door, resounding through the sky. A few minutes later, as the holy door disappeared, the scream stopped abruptly. This scene instantly shocked everyone present, and the scene fell into a dead silence. The players and adventurers stared at the location where the holy door had just appeared in amazement, unable to believe what they had witnessed. They were confused. What happened just now? What was the origin of the mysterious golden holy door? Why could it defeat the powerful Count Flas so easily? And where would it lead to behind that door? What happened just now? I don't know. I was still running away. How did that arrogant vampire count suddenly get defeated? I seemed to hear a woman's voice. Everyone looked at each other, and each other's eyes were full of shock and confusion. When everyone tried to focus their attention on the instigator, Lucia had quietly returned to Su Xian's side and put on the white veil again. After Lucia put on the white veil, it seemed difficult for everyone to notice her existence. The white veil seemed to have some kind of magic, which made her presence weak. This magic seemed to not only affect Lucia, but also the presence of Ivsa and other female adventurers seemed to be weakened a bit. Those who noticed them would only think that this group of female adventurers were very beautiful at most, and would not have more associations. Of course, this situation does not apply to their guild leader. Sister Lucia, you are so amazing. Fuli and Fulua praised with great admiration. Is that a forbidden technique? Honglian and the others showed shocked expressions. They had never seen such terrible magic. The light god prison that Lucia cast shocked them greatly. Even in the distant guild, the guild leader of the Fairy Princess Guild, who was watching all this through the screen, trembled. The amber eyes stared at the picture on the screen, and became more interested in and concerned about Lucia's existence. As for the skill that Lucia just cast, Su Xian naturally knew it well. It was one of her 3 super rare skills. Light God Prison. Light God Prison is a prison that imprisons and suppresses extremely evil people, and Lucia's eyes are the key to open the Light God Prison. When Count Flas was imprisoned in the Light God Prison, he instantly fell into death. As for the 2 angels that just flew out of the Prison of Light, they are probably the prison guards of the Prison of Light. Thank you for your hard work, Su Xian said softly to Lucia. Yeah. Lucia glanced at him coldly, But Su Xian could feel that the anger in her eyes had dissipated, and even a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After Count Flass died, a reward prompt immediately popped up in Su Xian's sight. Kill Count Flass. Contribution value plus 100 by 5. Experience plus 10,000 * 5. Get the blue recruitment scroll. Faced with such a generous reward, Su Xian couldn't help but smile. In this way, he can recruit the red dragon that represents destruction. At the same time, the core of the demon cave also fell from the bloody sun above. The demon cave core has appeared. That's mine. Get out of here. I lost 3 adventurers. This must be mine. The players came back to their senses from the previous shock and immediately ordered their adventurers to destroy the demon cave core. Because that is a full 300 contribution points. Moreover, considering that the demon cave with a high risk factor has an additional contribution of up to 50%, that is 450 contribution points. However, just when they were about to approach the demon cave core, the demon cave core suddenly shattered and turned into blood mist and dissipated. Huh? Fuck? Why is it gone? Where is the demon cave core? Everyone was stunned for a while, not understanding what happened. Only Su Xian's sight popped up a prompt. Destroy the demon cave core. Contribution value added 300. It seems that Lucia's magic not only annihilated Count Flass, but also destroyed the demon cave core. The blood-red sun is likely to be one with Count Flass, just like the undead lord kept the demon cave core in his body before. This gave Su Xian an idea. Can the demon cave core improve his strength? In addition, how was the demon cave core born? Su Xian thought over and over in his mind, thinking that maybe he could not rush to destroy the demon cave core next time. At this time, a man interrupted his thoughts. The man was wearing a pair of glasses and a black windbreaker, and was walking quickly towards Su Xian's position. He asked, "My friend, can I have a word with you?" He was the second C-level player in the contribution ranking. Su Xian looked at him and said calmly, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly." After hesitating for a moment, the other party said, "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Feng, and I am..." Hey! When Lu Bo saw Chen Feng coming, he immediately walked forward with dissatisfaction. "Chen Feng, this is our man." In addition, Shinseki and others also moved closer to Su Xian's position, staring at Chen Feng with hostility. "Your man?" Chen Feng smiled faintly, and then continued to make his proposal to Su Xian. "I say it directly, I hope to cooperate with you, and we will compete for the top 3 in this event together. Are you interested?" "Chen Feng, do you think we don't exist? Poaching in front of us?" Lu Bo asked angrily. Chen Feng did not respond to this, but continued to invite Su Xian. "My guild is strong and currently ranked 2nd in contribution value, and the adventurers in your guild are also strong. I believe that we can definitely take the top 3 places if we work together." "Forget it, I'm not interested." Su Xian rejected Chen Feng's invitation. "Can you tell me why?" Chen Feng frowned and asked Su Xian. "Actually, there is no special reason." Su Xian answered lightly, "If you have to say, I already have teammates." Hearing this answer, Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "I didn't think it through, see you later." After saying that, he turned and left. "Poaching in front of us. What do you think of us?" Lu Bo complained dissatisfiedly, then looked at Su Xian and said with a smile, "Su Xian, ignore him. Isn't it just the top 3 in contribution ranking? We can also help you reach that position." As he spoke, Lu Bo glanced at Fu Bin beside him. This made Fu Bin frown and lower his cap. "Help me up. Don't you want to get the reward for the top 3? Su Xian was puzzled when he heard Lu Bo's words. "How can we be in the top 3? Lu Bo smiled and continued to explain, "Besides, we came here to work from the beginning and never thought about competing for the top 3 positions." After hearing this, Su Xian fell into thought. The president of the Fairy Princess Guild was really rich and powerful. He actually hired several players from the C-level guild to work for him. "Knights, clean up the battlefield." While they were talking, Rupert, the Lord of Sunset City, led the law enforcement knights of Sunset City to the battlefield and began to clean up the scene. They carried out all the bodies of adventurers and vampire servants, and then put them on stretchers, as if they were going to transport them away. "Thank you very much, brave adventurers." Rupert walked up to the players and bowed to express his gratitude. "You saved Sunset City. I hope you can return to Sunset City with us. We have prepared fine wine and delicious food to celebrate this victory." Okay, I love free stuff the most." Lu Bo rubbed his beard and smiled. The other players also showed their joy at this time, ready to follow the Lord of Sunset City back to Sunset City, and enjoy the feast of victory. However, Su Xian was not interested in this. He just wanted to return to the guild as soon as possible. "Let's go," Su Xian said to Lucia and the others. "Mr. Su Xian, aren't you going to attend the celebration banquet in Sunset City?" Lu Xia asked curiously. "Well, I won't go," Su Xian replied. "Well, okay." Luo Xia didn't say much, and could only watch Su Xian and his adventurer team gradually leave. Soon, Su Xian returned to his guild. When he returned to the guild, he looked at the time and found that it was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But after experiencing this magic cave battle, the members of the guild were exhausted. The elf sisters and Issa lay in the guild hall to rest. Luo Selen walked to the practice room, and Alice turned back into a doll to restore her magic. Lucia was a little different. She walked lightly to the hot spring, probably wanting to soak in the hot spring to relieve fatigue. Su Xian also wanted to join, but he had other things to do. High-risk magic cave conquered. Get 50% additional contribution bonus. Contribution value increased by 650. Su Xian saw the pop-up prompt and smiled. This time, the strategy of the high-risk demon cave earned him a total of 1,950 contribution points. Together with the previous 2,630 contribution points, Su Xian's total contribution value has reached 4,580 points. This also greatly improved his contribution ranking, and he is currently ranked 5th. Suddenly, Su Xian noticed that the ranking of the Fairy Concubine Guild had quietly climbed to the 2nd place, with a total contribution value of 5,200 points. Did she send other adventurers to attack other high-risk demon caves while commanding Honglian and others to attack this demon cave? Is this the strength of a beloved guild? Su Xian muttered to himself, but didn't care too much, because he believed that it was only a matter of time before he became the president of the Super Fairy Concubine Guild. "Come out." Su Xian summoned the red dragon mother Nada from the soul crystal ball. "Mr. Su Xian, what's the matter?" Nada asked Su Xian with a smile. "Nada, your egg. Can I give it life?" Su Xian asked Nada. After all, the egg belongs to Nada. If he wants to merge the egg with the corpse entry, he still needs to get Nada's consent first. When Nada heard Su Xian's words, stars flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Mr. Su Xian, are you telling the truth?" Nada excitedly rushed to Su Xian and hugged him tightly, with a bright smile on her face. "Well?" Su Xian nodded, a little surprised by Nada's excited reaction. "Great. If it is the life you give, I believe my egg will hatch the most powerful red dragon baby." Nada swayed her dragon tail with expectation, and her excitement was hard to hide. Su Xian suddenly didn't understand what Nada was saying. She seemed to have misunderstood what he meant. But what she said made sense. She really wanted to hatch the most powerful red dragon baby, a red dragon that symbolizes destruction. After obtaining Nada's consent, Su Xian began to merge the entries. Dragon egg. Corpse, red dragon. I don't know what kind of wonderful chemical reaction will occur when these three merge. Fusion. Current material, dragon egg without life, rare entry corpse, red dragon that symbolizes destruction. Fusion in progress. At the moment of fusion, the red dragon Merly Rhine in the soul space suddenly felt that her soul was being pulled by a mysterious force. What happened? Human! What are you going to do to my soul? Wait. This feeling is... Ah! When Marlene Rhine's voice disappeared, Su Xian's soul space no longer had her figure. At the same time, Nada's dragon egg instantly shone with brilliant light. Fusion successful. Congratulations on obtaining the super rare entry dragon egg symbolizing destruction. Asterisk. Hint, dragon egg symbolizing destruction asterisk can be fused with other existing entries. Can it be fused with other existing entries? Su Xian saw the effect of the dragon egg symbolizing destruction entry, and a touch of joy flashed in his eyes. He had never expected that among all the entries, the one that brought him the biggest surprise was the corpse entry. Next, Su Xian took a deep breath. Since all the conditions have been met, he can start the final stage of recruitment. He took out the blue recruitment scroll and gently threw it into the air. In an instant, the scroll burst into a brilliant light, like a meteor across the sky, brilliant and dazzling. Then, several entries appeared in front of him one by one, dazzling. Red Dragon. Eternal Fire. Valkyrie. Dragon Egg symbolizing destruction, asterisk. Entry Fusion. Valkyrie Red Dragon Egg symbolizing destruction and eternal fire. Please choose 3 of the following 8 entries. Valkyrie Red Dragon Egg symbolizing destruction and eternal fire. Breastfeeding. Newbie. Unknown in old age. Multiple combat forms. Baby face. Facial paralysis face. Little female ghost. Chapter 190. Su Xian stared at the 8 entries that came into his sight and fell into deep thought. Breastfeeding? Could it be the same as Bialila? Ahem. Unknown in old age? Forget it, the hairy dragon is a bit strange. As for facial paralysis and female ghost, Marlene Ryan's temper is already very bad, and choosing female ghost doesn't seem to make much difference. Newbie and baby face are not particularly outstanding. Only multiple combat states make Su Xian feel a little interested, which seems to be a good choice. So Su Xian decided to choose facial paralysis, newbie, and baby face to refresh. As long as a good entry appears in the remaining 26 refreshes, he can satisfy. Limp, simple, homosexual, refresh. Serious injury, power bank, lose reason, turtle, none, disappeared cornea, refresh. After refreshing 12 times, Su Xian still didn't encounter the entry he wanted. Let's continue. Su Xian refreshed again, hoping that the entry he wanted would appear. Dancer, crybaby, XX. Combine. Su Xian looked at the newly refreshed entry and showed an incredible expression. XX. Fusion? What fusion? Although he was a little confused about this, but the entry with an exclamation mark should not be bad. Your choice is Valkyrie Red Dragon Egg, which symbolizes destruction and has an eternal fire in multiple combat forms. Fusion. Recruiting adventurers. Buzz, buzz, a dazzling red light fell from the sky and landed directly on the Red Dragon Egg. At that moment, the Red Dragon Egg shook gently, and mysterious golden runes appeared on the eggshell, tightly wrapping the entire Red Dragon Egg and emitting a brilliant light. Su Xian even heard the voice of Marlene Ryan coming from the egg. Our new life. After the voice fell, the Red Dragon Egg shook slightly again, and then returned to calm again. Huh? Why is there no movement? Su Xian walked to the Dragon Egg and poked it gently with his fingers. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, it's impossible that he just summoned an egg, right? My child. When the Red Dragon Egg was injected with new life, as the mother of this Dragon Egg, Nada could naturally feel the changes. She opened her arms, gently hugged the Dragon Egg, and gently stroked it. Her fat dragon tail kept beating the ground to express her excitement and joy. I'm not your child. Suddenly, the Red Dragon Egg shook violently, and the angry voice of Marlene Ryan came from inside. I am the dragon that symbolizes destruction. The Red Dragon. Marlene Ryan. When Nada heard Marlene Ryan's voice, she felt a little panicked and took a few steps back involuntarily. She looked at Su Xian with a pair of helpless eyes, which made people pity her. Ahem. Su Xian coughed lightly, then stretched out his palm and gently patted the Dragon Egg. At the same time, Su Xian released a ray of magic power from his palm and poured it into the Red Dragon Egg. This ray of magic power stimulated Marlene Ryan in the egg, causing her to feel a sharp pain, and the whole Dragon Egg began to tremble violently. Damn bastard. You! What are you doing? Stop it! Marlene Ryan yelled at Su Xian angrily, her anger even forming a layer of flame rune marks on the surface of the eggshell. It's a pity that it didn't cause any harm to Su Xian. You were reborn by relying on someone else's egg. In a sense, Nada is your mother. Is this your attitude towards your mother? Su Xian asked Marlene Ryan coldly. He is not afraid of this so-called red dragon now. Although Marlene Ryan has been reborn, everything for her will start from scratch. While she hasn't grown up yet, he must bully her severely to let her know who is the real boss. Bastard. Stop it! Marlene Ryan's voice was trembling, and the whole dragon seemed a little abnormal. At this moment, she seemed so weak and helpless. How could she possibly be able to resist Su Xian, especially since the effect of Soul Charming had penetrated into her soul? She could only let Su Xian bully her. Mr. Su Xian, please show mercy. The child is still young and ignorant. Please don't play with her. Nada quickly pleaded with Su Xian for Marlene Ryan. Su Xian could understand Nada's feelings. Her dragon egg finally had life, so she naturally cherished it very much, so she stopped punishing Marlene Ryan. Since your mother has pleaded for you, I will spare you for now. Su Xian gently patted the dragon egg, reminding Marlene Ryan inside, remember, we are in a cooperative relationship, and I don't need to spoil you. You? Marlene Ryan gnashed her teeth in anger, but now she was just a dragon egg at the mercy of others, and she could do nothing about Su Xian. I can only endure it. I endure it. Okay. Nida gently stroked the dragon egg, her face full of motherly love, and whispered, "Your Uncle Su Xian is just joking with you. Don't take it to heart." Marlene Ryan couldn't keep calm even more after hearing Nida's words. "Uncle Su Xian, madam. Listen carefully to what you said, also. Can your tone and wording not be so strange? I'm really not your child. And Su Xian also has his own opinion on this matter. It was he who gave Marlene Ryan a new life. So she shouldn't call him daddy?" Marlene Ryan was about to speak. Suddenly, the dragon egg burst into a dazzling brilliance, and then she had no reaction. At the same time, the information panel about the dragon egg appeared in Su Xian's sight. Dragon egg, myth, hatched after 24 hours, level 0/100, race, red dragon/Valkyrie. Strength, 0/agility, 0/magic, 0/constitution, 100. Growth, 15 plus 5, gain 15 plus 5 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features: Valkyrie, red dragon, eternal fire, dragon egg symbolizing destruction, XX. Fusion, multiple combat forms. Valkyrie, a special unit blessed by the gods, immune to all negative states, can summon Valkyrie armor. Red dragon, one of the 5-color dragons that towers over the world, growth value increased by 5, dragon magic power increased by 100%, damage reduction obtained by 50%, desire value increased by 1000. Eternal fire, the flame from the depths of the soul never extinguishes, self-recovery ability increased by 1000%, non-fatal injuries healed every 24 hours, even if only a trace of soul is left, it can be reborn. Dragon egg symbolizing destruction, dragon eggs with destructive power, ignoring the armor of enemy units. XX. Fusion, as long as it is approved, it can be combined as a mount. After the fusion, the rider will obtain the armor of the red dragon Valkyrie, and the damage suffered by both parties will be shared. You can force the ride. Multiple combat forms, Valkyrie form, agility increased by 100%. Physical attacks come with 50% burning damage, half dragon, half Valkyrie form, 100% increase in magic power. Magic attacks with 50% burning damage, red dragon form symbolizing destruction, 100% increase in strength, 100% increase in physique. Immune to soul damage. Oh! Su Xian looked at the information panel of the dragon egg and raised his eyebrows. Marley Ryan's entry seemed a bit scary, and her combat ability might even exceed Lucia's, especially the Valkyrie, that was immune to all negative states, and the multiple combat forms, that could provide multiple amplifications. In 24 hours, his guild will give birth to an adventurer and mount with extremely strong combat power. Why is she quite silent? Nida gently stroked the dragon egg, her eyes full of concern. Although this was not her child, she was still like a mother, overflowing with love and cherishment for life. Wait 24 hours, it will hatch, don't worry. Su Xian explained to Nida. It's good that you're fine. Nida smiled, her eyes full of joy, and she gently wiped away the tears of happiness from the corners of her eyes with her slender fingers. In Sunset City, Luo Xia stood alone in the corner of the banquet hall, not celebrating the joy of victory with others. At this time, a female knight in golden armor came to her side and whispered Princess Vivian's invitation. Princess Vivian wants to see you. Luo Xia recognized the knight as Princess Vivian's royal knight. She nodded and followed him to the destination. The female knight led Luo Xia to the garden of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Princess Vivian was standing under the moonlight, wearing a light blue dress. You're here. Princess Vivian slowly turned around and smiled at Luo Xia. However, when Luo Xia saw Princess Vivian, her blue eyes were slightly startled. Because Princess Vivian at this moment was a little different from before, her golden pupils became more dazzling, but for some reason, there was a touch of black color in them. Your Highness. Luo Xia humbly gave Princess Vivian a knight salute. Luo Xia, you should know why I'm looking for you. Princess Vivian slowly walked in front of Luo Xia. She looked up at her, her eyes full of expectation. As the Princess of the Star Kingdom, I invite you again. Are you willing to become my royal knight? Are you sure you want to wait until the dragon egg hatches? Yes, I want to stay with her for a while. Well, I go and deal with other things first. Well, you go and get busy. Su Xian walked out of the room, knowing that it would take a day for the dragon egg to hatch, so he was not in a hurry. When he walked into the guild hall, he saw Ivsa chanting the Bible, and the elf sisters were listening quietly. Of course, they were not receiving the baptism of holy light, but were attracted by Issa's beautiful singing. Is Lucia still taking a hot spring bath? Su Xian looked around and did not see Lucia. It was still some time before dark, and she should not have returned to the Church of Light. He walked towards the hot spring room and knocked on the door gently. "Dong dong, Lucia? Come in." Hearing Lucia's response, Su Xian pushed the door open and walked in. The room was filled with mist, and white steam filled the air, like a fairyland. At this moment, Lucia was facing away from him, soaking in the hot spring, her snow-white body looming. In a corner of the hot spring room, the golden dress was neatly folded on the ground, and her sun's scepter was placed next to it, emitting a faint light. Chapter 191. Su Xian stared at Lucia's snow-clean, silky back, and was lost in thought. Because he saw that Lucia's back was engraved with a mysterious golden rune pattern, the pattern was complex and delicate, like a meticulous art painting. When his eyes focused on the golden rune, he was surprised to find that these complex patterns seemed to flow and converge, gradually forming a pattern like the sun. Before he could observe carefully, the sun rune disappeared quietly, leaving only a flawless white. Mysterious. Su Xian closed the door gently, and then asked Lucia, "Can I come over?" Lucia in the hot spring seemed to be wearing nothing, only a veil lightly covering her face, making her more sexy and seductive. Lucia nodded gently, and agreed to his request. Su Xian slowly walked towards Lucia, and when he came to the hot spring, his eyes were involuntarily attracted. Under the pool, there is an amazing snow scene, with mist lingering and looming, as if covered by a layer of mysterious white gauze. "What's the matter?" Lucia asked softly, while bringing the exquisite wine glass in her hand to her lips. She gently sipped the wine in the glass, and the golden wine flowed along her red lips, moisturizing her lips and teeth. Su Xian turned his eyes to the wine glass, which contained a golden fruit. Sun fruit wine, elite. This wine contains a precious sun fruit, which can temporarily suppress the abnormality of the sacred attribute, but the taste is relatively bitter. Then, Su Xian quickly checked Lucia's status bar. Sacred attribute abnormality. Sacred attribute is in chaos, abnormality, and agitation. 48H. This message made Su Xian's expression slightly serious. The sacred attribute abnormality was a negative effect from Light God Prison, but he didn't know its specific impact. "What can I do for you about the side effects of your skills?" Su Xian asked, while carefully observing Lucia's micro-expressions and every detail of her body. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lucia gently put down the glass in her hand, and her golden red eyes hidden under the white gauze glanced at Su Xian, indicating that she was fine. "It's good that you're fine." Su Xian responded briefly, but he was still a little worried. He opened the game mall, hoping to find a prop to remove the sacred attribute abnormality. Through precise search, he found a prop called Tears of the Sun, which can effectively relieve the skin burning sensation caused by the sacred attribute abnormality. In addition, he also found a prop called Golden Leaves, which has the effect of eliminating the sacred attribute abnormality. However, you need to apply Tears of the Sun before using it, because it will make the burning sensation more intense. Su Xian spent 50 silver coins to buy these two items without hesitation, and took them out of his backpack immediately. "These two medicines can relieve your negative state. Remember to use them later." Su Xian handed the two items to Lucia. When Lucia saw the two items, her eyes looked a little strange, as if she was in a trance. After a moment, she whispered, "I appreciate your kindness, but..." Before she finished her words, she suddenly paused, and golden tears slid down her cheeks, leaving 2 tear marks. "But what?" Seeing this, Su Xian took out a handkerchief and handed it to Lucia. He hoped that Miss Saint would not always be so strong. Lucia took the handkerchief, wiped away the golden tears, and then slowly said, "My body is weak in the limbs due to the negative effects, especially my legs, which seem to have lost consciousness. The reason for letting you in is also to let you help me put on clothes and prepare to return to the Church of Light for treatment." Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard Lucia's explanation. He didn't expect that the abnormal state of the sacred attribute was so serious that Lucia's body was directly in a state of being unable to move. "Wait, Lucia can't move now?" "So?" Lucia looked at Su Xian with her cold golden eyes, and asked with a hint of complex emotions, "If it really works, you can help me apply it." Su Xian's eyes flashed when he heard Lucia's request. But he turned his eyes to Lucia's snow-white body immersed in the water. Her clothes were placed aside, without a bath towel covering her. "Isn't it? Don't stand there. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the church," Lucia said to Su Xian, with a hint of urging in her tone. Even if Su Xian didn't help, She would seek help from Ilsa and others after drinking the glass of sun-free wine and recovering some mobility, and tried to return to the Church of Light. Su Xian didn't say anything, just walked into the pool and picked up Lucia in a princess hug. When Lucia's body emerged from the water, Su Xian found that she was wearing a light golden thin dress. Su Xian didn't know the specific name of this dress. Was it a swimsuit or a bathrobe? This transparent dress, like a cicada's wing, tightly wrapped her snow-white skin, and the important parts were covered by golden heart scales, so no key parts were exposed. Because this dress was too thin and covered by water mist, and the part of Lucia exposed above the water was not covered by the clothes, and the part under the water was almost the same as not wearing it because of the translucent nature of the clothes. Therefore, it was not that Su Xian's eyesight was bad, but that he really couldn't see clearly. But for some reason, Su Xian always felt that this Lucia was more attractive than the full. Su Xian carried Lucia to the lounge chair beside him, and then gently put her down. When he picked up Lucia, he noticed the magic of this light golden dress. When his palm touched the dress, the fabric disappeared silently like a mimosa, as if avoiding him. It was magical. Let's get started. Lucia glanced at Su Xian lightly, and then closed her eyes. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, and Lucia's current power flashed in his eyes. Cold, indulgent, he was a little surprised. When did Lucia switch her personality? He remembered that when she came back from the magic cave, her personality was still sensitive, double-standard, fickle. Su Xian didn't think much about it. He applied tears of the sun on the palm of his hand, and then reached out to Lucia's snow-white and tender jade feet, slowly moving upwards. In order to make the tears of the sun more evenly applied, Su Xian even used his fingertips to stroke every inch of skin, not even sparing the toes. During this process, Lucia kept her eyes closed, letting Su Xian's big hands wander over her body. Because the golden dress had special functions, every time his fingers brushed over it, it would magically disappear, thus saving Lucia the necessary steps to take off her clothes. Have you used this trick before? Su Xian asked Lucia while gently exploring with his fingertips. Well, Lucia answered his question with a soft nasal sound, but it's not used very often. After each use, you need to use the water of the Holy Pond of Light to relieve the pain. Holy Pond of Light? Su Xian was stunned for a moment, and his fingertips just stopped at Lucia's waist. That slender waist made people love it. Yes. Lucia nodded and continued to explain, it is recorded in the Bible that the Holy Pond of Light is the place where angels are born. The water of the Holy Pond on the magic continent drips from the cracks of light, but even so, it has a magical effect for us. Just one drop can eliminate the influence of the god's prison. Hearing this, Su Xian fell into deep thought. Angels should be the holy judges recorded in the Holy Sea of Light, right? Or, holy judges are just a specific position among angels? Asked. So, the rulers of the Holy Sea of Light can decide on their own how to use the water of the Holy Pond of Light. Only the Pope, the Saintess and the bishops can decide, but there is also a limit on the quantity. Although the water of the Holy Pond is very precious, there are also hundreds of drops of production every year. Lucia explained softly, the holy medicine you took before was extracted from the water of the Holy Pond. I see, Su Xian said, stretching his fingertips towards the golden heart scales. But at the moment when he was about to touch it, his hand suddenly stopped. Su Xian seemed a little hesitant, and couldn't help wondering whether he should continue. Lucia noticed his pause, slowly opened her eyes, and stared at Su Xian. When she saw Su Xian's hesitant eyes, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What? Isn't this the area you are most familiar with? Lucia asked Su Xian, you have never been so hesitant when playing with the succubus. Su Xian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Lucia's words. You peeked at me? It's just that my perception ability is more acute. Sensitive power. Of course, Su Xian would definitely not easily believe Lucia's explanation. Perception ability is controlled by one's own thoughts. If Lucia didn't want to explore the scene in the room, how could she see those pictures? Hurry up, I have to go back to the church in a while. Lucia's tone became cold and urged. However, the golden red eyes stared at Su Xian closely, as if looking forward to his next move. Su Xian could see the complex emotions in Lucia's eyes. The conflict between her indulgence and aloofness made her form such a complex personality. She looked cold and frosty, but her heart longed for the blossoming of desire. As for Lucia's request for a quicker time, Su Xian did not hesitate at all and directly reached out to the 3 golden heart scales. Wait! No need. A few minutes later, Su Xian clapped his hands in satisfaction and said to Lucia, okay. You really are. Lucia bit her red lips and glared at Su Xian coldly. She didn't expect Su Xian to be so bold and try to touch the taboo. Fortunately, she stopped him in time, otherwise she almost couldn't help it. However, Lucia also noticed that after Su Xian wiped the medicine for her, the burning sensation on her skin did disappear, and the effect was more significant than soaking in the water of the holy pool. Now, Su Xian handed the golden leaf to Lucia and said, "Just swallow the juice of this leaf." Lucia looked at the golden leaf in front of her, and then looked up at Su Xian, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. The size of this leaf is like a jade plate, and the texture is extremely hard. She really doesn't know how to eat it. In this regard, Su Xian came up with a way and said, "You squat first." Although Lucia was a little puzzled, she squatted down obediently. Su Xian continued, "Open your mouth." Lucia looked at Su Xian, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could it be that Su Xian was going to? But in confusion, she still opened her mouth obediently. At this moment, Su Xian turned into a half-dragon form, and skillfully squeezed out the sap from the golden leaf. The golden sap slid from his fingertips, and flowed into Lucia's mouth. The faint sweetness made Lucia think that the sap tasted good, so she closed her eyes, and enjoyed this sudden feeding. Soon, the golden leaf was twisted into a ball by Su Xian, and there was no more sap to drip, so he threw it away. However, when he looked at Lucia again, the saint of the Church of Light still raised her head, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth slightly, as if she was still waiting for him to feed her. "Ahem, it's gone," Su Xian reminded Lucia softly. Lucia opened her eyes slowly, and stood up after hearing this. When she felt that her body had returned to normal, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She didn't expect that the effect of eliminating the abnormality of the sacred attribute through Su Xian's method would be more significant than using the water of the holy pool. Su Xian didn't explain much about this matter. He didn't know the origin of the golden leaves, but only knew that the female player had only 3 leaves in her hand, and because she had never been able to sell them, she finally sold them to him at a low price. Since the abnormal state has been eliminated, I should also say goodbye. Lucia picked up the clothes on the ground, and before Su Xian noticed, the clothes had been cleverly put on her body, and the whole process was so quiet that it seemed as if nothing had happened. By the way, after tidying up the clothes, Lucia handed Su Xian a blood-stained bone knife. "What is this?" Su Xian took the bone knife, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "This is an item dropped from the corpse of the vampire count. The jailer of the God of Light could not destroy it, so he handed it to me," Lucia explained. "An item that even the jailer of the God of Light could not destroy?" Su Xian stared at the bone knife in his hand, and relevant information appeared wherever his eyes went. Blood Spirit Bone Knife, legendary, made from the bone finger of the vampire true ancestor. By sacrificing blood, you can summon a blood spirit to fight for you. Duration, 30 minutes, summoning props? Su Xian couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was the first time he came into contact with this type of props. Compared with traditional summoning scrolls, this type of summoning prop is obviously more powerful. Because the strength of the summoned creature is closely related to the quality of the prop and the magic power of the user. The stronger the magic power, the higher the quality of the prop, and the more powerful the summoned creature. "I leave first." "Yes." After Lucia handed the blood spirit bone knife to Su Xian, she left quickly without staying for long. Su Xian was holding the blood spirit bone knife and was about to leave the hot spring room when suddenly, a strange voice sounded in his ears. "Blood. Give me your blood." Chapter 192. This sound? Su Xian frowned, staring at the blood spirit bone knife in his hand with a faint red light. The knife seemed to be guided by something and trembled violently. Wait! Su Xian was startled and realized that this was not the sound from the blood spirit bone knife, but... He quickly took out the portrait found in the Count of Frassa's castle from his backpack. The woman with long golden hair in the painting was showing a strange and creepy smile. Her bright red eyes stared at Su Xian's neck, and 2 sharp teeth were exposed, as if she couldn't wait to taste his blood. At the same time, a strange groan sounded again. Really top-grade blood. Blood. You are all so eager for blood. Right? Give me your blood. Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly, and he was about to check the information in the portrait, but the portrait returned to its original state in an instant. This change made his face more serious. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary portrait. As long as he collected 3 of them, he could get the entry of vampire. But now, he obviously thought too simply. At this moment, a prompt message appeared in Su Xian's sight. Due to the influence of bloodthirstiness, you are cursed by the blood of the vampire ancestor. Your body is eager for blood. Please suck blood once within 24 hours, otherwise you will lose your mind. Note, when you lose your mind, your bloodthirstiness will be doubled and last indefinitely until you regain your mind after sucking a lot of blood. Trouble. Su Xian's face became extremely serious. He found that his two fangs became sharper and sharper. Although not as sharp as a real vampire, it was enough to easily tear flesh and blood. At the same time, his pupils gradually changed from the original brown-black to a layer of blood, as if he was gradually changing to the identity of a vampire. Fortunately, it can be eliminated by sucking blood once within 24 hours. Su Xian muttered to himself. Although this is not a particularly difficult condition, he can choose to find Issa to suck blood at any time. However, he must make full use of the effect of bloodthirstiness to improve all attributes. Therefore, while carrying out the commission task, he can also solve the influence of the curse. But even so, Su Xian still hopes to find a way to eliminate the curse. If he loses his mind due to force majeure, it may pose a threat to the safety of the guild members. There may be a way to remove the vampire curse in the library. Let's go. Su Xian suddenly remembered that the library may record a way to remove the curse, but he couldn't be sure. Because most of the books in the library come from the magic continent, and his current curse comes from the abyss. What's worse is that this curse comes from the true ancestor of vampires, so there may not be a solution in the library. Before going to the library, Su Xian first came to the guild hall. Issa and the elf sisters have left the guild and returned to the church or the elf kingdom. And Lorthelin rarely left the practice room, and was walking towards the portal. Luzlin? Are you going out? Su Xian asked Rosalind. She usually rarely left the guild and stayed in the practice room. Well, I'm going to see Luo Xia. Rosalind nodded and replied. Luo Xia? Is there something? There must be a reason to meet Luo Xia at this time. She said, she has something important to discuss with you. I'd pick her up. Rosalind explained. Discuss with me? Su Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Luo Xia was not looking for Luo Saline, but for him? You will know when she comes. I'm leaving first. Luo Saline immediately walked into the teleportation array and headed for Sunset City. Su Xian thought for a few seconds and went to the library immediately. Through precise searches in the library, he could immediately find books about vampires. An hour later, Su Xian returned from the library. However, although he had looked through all the books about vampires in the library, he still couldn't find any way to suppress the blood curse, which gave him a headache. The blood curse of the true ancestor of vampires seemed to appear in this world for the first time. It had never existed before. He really won the jackpot. When he returned to the guild, he saw Luo Saline and Luo Xia sitting in the guild hall. After noticing Su Xian's return, they immediately cast their eyes on him. Facing the almost synchronized actions of the two, Su Xian wanted to say something, hesitated for a while, and finally chose to remain silent. Su Xian asked Luo Xia, I heard you have something to ask me? Yes. Luo Xia nodded, stood up and said, Princess Vivian once again invited me to become her royal knight. Of course, I rejected her again. But, oh! Su Xian looked at Luo Xia, walked over and asked, but what? This time Princess Vivian gave me something. Luo Xia said, taking out the pendant inlaid with black gemstones from her arms. Su Xian's eyes swept over the pendant, and unfolded the information of the pendant. Night pendant, epic. The inside of the pendant is sealed with a magic circle. Placing it in the core of the city can protect a city from the influence of the night. Immune to the night? Su Xian touched his chin, and was deeply puzzled by the effect of the pendant. Why should he be immune to the night? Could the night have an impact on living beings? But from the information on the pendant, Princess Vivian had no ill will towards Luo Xia. There was no other residual magic on the pendant. It was just a prop used to protect the city. She also reminded me to stay away from the royal city during this period. I don't quite understand what she meant. Luo Xia continued. Stay away from the royal city. Luo Xia's words made Su Xian fall into a brief contemplation. He guessed that this might be related to the upcoming star ceremony. Recently, the situation in the Star Kingdom has been complicated. The old king's life is about to come to an end, and the heirs are secretly coveting the throne. Princess Vivian is reminding Luo Xia to stay away from the royal city, which is undoubtedly to keep her away from war. But about the night? Su Xian couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Princess Vivian was going to use the truth of the night to plunge the entire Star Kingdom into eternal night? However, this was just his guess, and it didn't quite fit the current reality. Because even the former night, which didn't have such an ability, the Star Kingdom, as a medium-sized human kingdom on the Magic Continent has a population of tens of millions. Among them, the royal city accounts for nearly 10 million people. The remaining 6 guardian cities, as well as hundreds of large and small territories and castles, account for about 80% of the population. From the perspective of military strength, the royal city undoubtedly occupies the core position of the entire Star Kingdom, accounting for at least more than 40% of the military strength. The 100 Star Knights alone are enough to make any force feel afraid. Of course, the Star Knights are not completely loyal to the royal family, and the power that Princess Vivian currently controls is not enough to completely control the royal city, let alone the entire Star Kingdom. It is even more difficult to plunge the Star Kingdom into eternal night, and from historical records, the Night Witch is not as good as the Ice Witch. She may not even be ranked T1 among nearly 100 witches, while the Ice Witch is absolutely T0. In addition, there is the Count of Frass, who is the Lord of the Blood territory on the surface, but is actually a vampire. How could this guy be in the political system of the Star Kingdom? Is there a collusion between the royal family of the Star Kingdom and the demons? Succubus Lady, Witch Princess, Vampire Count. The situation in the Star Kingdom is more chaotic than he imagined. Although I don't know the real purpose of Princess Vivian, her words make sense. You should stay away from the royal city recently, Su Xian suggested to Luo Xia. Well, I understand. Luo Xia nodded, kept Su Xian's words in mind, and carefully put away the pendant. Su Xian stared at the pendant in Luo Xia's hand. If it was really as he thought, the Star Kingdom might be shrouded in darkness, then this pendant might bring a glimmer of hope to Sunset City. Anything else? Su Xian asked Luo Xia if she had anything else to say. No. Luo Xia shook her head. Then I go first. Luo Selen, remember to make sure Luo Xia gets home safely. Su Xian ordered. Can I not go back today? Suddenly, Luo Xia made a request to Su Xian, with a hint of pleading in her blue eyes. I want to chat with my aunt, Luo Xia explained. Okay. Su Xian nodded slightly, and then returned to his room. He still needs to continue looking for a way to lift the curse of the vampire ancestor. If there is no relevant information in the library, he may need to seek help from the demons. Edith, perhaps it would be more appropriate to ask a vampire. But the problem is, Su Xian suddenly remembered that there was a vampire in the Fairy Concubine Guild. If he could contact her, he might be able to get a way to solve the curse. He opened the chat interface. The president of the Fairy Concubine Guild had passed on intelligence about the demon cave to him once before, so he had the other party's contact information. Since he was not familiar with the other party, Su Xian sorted out the wording and sent the message in a more formal and polite way. Now just wait. Su Xian closed the chat interface and waited for the other party's reply. He glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening in the game. Since tomorrow was Sunday, he decided not to quit the game and rest directly in the guild. The moment Su Xian closed his eyes, his consciousness was once again led to the dream created by the Elf Mother Tree. The familiar wooden house appeared in front of Su Xian again, but this time, he did not enter the wooden house immediately, but stayed at the door for a moment. According to the previous rotation, today should be the time for the real Elf Queen to arrive. Thinking, Su Xian walked towards the wooden house. The moment he pushed open the door, the scene in front of him stunned him instantly. Because in the wooden house, there were 2 Elf Queens sitting, one black and one white. Chapter 193. Su Xian stared at the 2 Elf Queens in front of him and fell silent for a moment, with doubts in his heart surging like waves. Why are the 2 queens here today? And judging from the teardrop mole under the right eye of this Elf Queen, she is not the real Elf Queen. Let's call them the White Elf Queen and the Dark Elf Queen for now. With doubts in his heart, Su Xian looked at the White Elf Queen. She showed a gentle and elegant smile on her face, and said softly, I came here today because I want to ask you for something. What is it? Su Xian asked, and at the same time, he turned his eyes to the Dark Elf Queen. The Dark Elf Queen glared at him coldly, then turned her head away, as if she was still worried about the previous matter. Recently, the elves have captured several dark elves. The White Elf Queen explained softly, since most of the elves in the tribe are hostile to the dark elves, there are differences on how to deal with them. You also know that Tinas has always felt guilty about the dark elves, so it is difficult for us to decide how to deal with them for a while. So what do you want me to do? Su Xian asked after hearing what the White Elf Queen said. Obviously, they have already considered how to treat those dark elves. I hope you can rescue them from the dark prison, but this is not Tinas's intention, but mine. The White Elf Queen replied to Su Xian, and at the same time cast her eyes on the Dark Elf Queen opposite. Of course, there is also her. Su Xian naturally turned his gaze to the Dark Elf Queen. Facing his gaze, the Dark Elf Queen was somewhat evasive at first, but after hesitating for a moment, she lowered her posture to Su Xian. They are all members of the Night Elf Legion, who have made great contributions to the elves and were once our companions. The Dark Elf Queen said softly. Su Xian heard this and nodded thoughtfully, roughly understanding what they meant. And the White Elf Queen leaned close to Su Xian's ear and continued in a soft voice. The reason why Tinas had evil thoughts was also partly because she felt guilty about those dark elves. If you can try to get the dark elves back to the elves, it may be possible for her to completely eliminate the evil thoughts. Hearing her words, a bright light flashed in Su Xian's eyes. This seemed to be a feasible solution. What are you whispering about? The Dark Elf Queen's face was slightly condensed, and she questioned Su Xian. Nothing. Su Xian smiled slightly and responded lightly. Although the Dark Elves have left the elves, they were once warriors of the elves. I hope you can help them. The Dark Elf Queen stared at Su Xian with deep eyes and pleaded. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Su Xian replied. As he finished speaking, the task prompt appeared in his sight. Received a special commission from the Elf Queen. First contact. Dark Elves. Task description. The Dark Elves who sneaked into the Elf Kingdom were accidentally discovered by the elves and are now imprisoned in the Dark Prison. They urgently need your help. Task goal. Rescue the Dark Elves imprisoned in the Dark Prison. Task reward. Question mark. After seeing the task description, Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly. Judging from the mission description, the Dark Elves seemed to have some purpose in sneaking into the Elf Kingdom? With doubts, he cast his eyes on the White Elf Queen and was surprised to find that she was smiling gently at him. Then, a new prompt immediately popped up in his sight. New mission goal. Understand the real purpose of the Dark Elves sneaking into the Elf Kingdom. Mission reward. Special reward from the Elf Queen. Su Xian saw the second mission goal and suddenly understood something. It turned out that the purpose of the White Elf Queen asking him was not simple, but he was also very curious about what the purpose of the Dark Elves sneaking into the Elf Kingdom was. It's great that you can agree. The White Elf Queen smiled gently when she heard it. The Dark Prison will be in a weak state after 3 days. At that time, you can take the opportunity to enter the Dark Prison, but you only have 30 minutes. 30 minutes? That should be enough. Su Xian nodded after hearing it. And from the words of the Elf Queen, it can be known that there may be no one guarding the Dark Prison. But the White Elf Queen continued to add, there is a magic array in the Dark Prison that seals the magic power, so you can't use magic there, especially teleportation magic. Okay, I understand. Su Xian nodded, but in his heart, he thought that his teleportation array did not seem to belong to the teleportation magic, but he was not sure that it would be effective. Ahem. The Dark Elf Queen coughed lightly at this time, attracting Su Xian's attention. She blinked her dark golden eyes, and said to Su Xian, if you can rescue the group of Dark Elves, I can forgive your previous rudeness. Su Xian was stunned by the words of the Dark Elf Queen, and chose to remain silent. However, it was the first time that he saw the Dark Elf Queen willing to talk to him calmly. It seems that even the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen cannot get rid of the kindness deep in her heart. Of course, this kindness is mainly for the elves. By the way, Su Xian suddenly remembered his blood curse, and said to the White Elf Queen, I have encountered some troubles recently. What trouble? The White Elf Queen's beautiful eyes showed a trace of concern. About the blood curse of the vampire ancestor. Do you know how to remove it? Su Xian asked. The blood curse of the vampire ancestor? After hearing this, the White Elf Queen thought for a moment and replied, there is a way to remove the curse of vampires, but the blood curse of the vampire ancestor. This is the first time I have heard of it. You don't know either? Su Xian frowned when he heard this. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on the vampire of the Fairy Concubine Guild, hoping that she can provide a solution. But? The White Elf Queen's pretty face raised a gentle smile. Although I can't help you remove the curse of the vampire ancestor, if it's just a temporary relief, it should be possible. If you don't mind, maybe the blood of the Elf Queen may help you suppress your desire for blood. As she said, she gently opened her clothes, revealing her snow-white jade neck. At this moment, it seemed that there was a magical power stimulating Su Xian's consciousness, making his desire for blood burst out instantly. But Su Xian did not lose his mind, but the blood color in his pupils became more intense. Please don't tempt me. Su Xian shook his head quickly. He was still planning to use the effect of bloodthirst on the battlefield. In addition, Su Xian had another question, that is, why couldn't he see the red value above the Elf Queen's head? Was it because he was in a dream, so the blood number was not displayed? It's okay at the moment, when the White Elf Queen smiled, she moved closer to Su Xian, making the distance between the two closer. If you can't restrain your strong desire for blood, you can ask me for help. Little guy Su Xian looked at the Elf Queen who was gradually approaching him, his eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, staring straight at the snow-white jade neck. This Elf Queen is so generous, as if she would agree as long as he asked. Before Su Xian finished thinking, the White Elf Queen hugged him in her arms. Relax, little guy, she whispered, burying Su Xian's face gently in her snow-like softness, and gently soothing him. The great and kind goddess of nature will tolerate everything you have. She will forgive your sins, and let you get inner peace and tranquility. At the moment, when the White Elf Queen finished speaking, a message flashed in Su Xian's sight. The characteristics of the Elf Queen have been updated. ? Tolerance? But compared to this, his strong desire to suck blood at this moment is hard to suppress. Queen! I crave your blood. Chapter 194. Come on. The voice of the White Elf Queen was as beautiful as the sound of nature. Her slender jade-like fingers gently stroked her snow-white neck. The elegant and charming action made Su Xian swallow his saliva unconsciously. The blood-sucking desire deep in his heart was instantly ignited by this action. His blood-stained eyes were tightly locked on the seductive neck of the White Elf Queen, as if he would lose control and pounce on her at any time. The White Elf Queen seemed to have noticed Su Xian's inner struggle. She smiled lightly, and her voice seemed to have a hint of magic. Don't be patient, just obey your heart. At this moment, Su Xian felt as if he was being pulled by this sentence, and the defense line of reason was gradually collapsing. He realized that the temptation from blood might lead to the outbreak of the curse in advance. Although he had not completely lost his mind, the red blood cells in his body were uncontrollably agitated. He just wanted it now. Su Xian couldn't resist this strong impulse. He pounced on the White Elf Queen and bit her snow-white neck. The sharp teeth pierced the delicate skin and touched the sweet blood vessels. He greedily sucked the blood of the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen bit her red lips lightly, snorted softly, and tried to endure the pain, allowing Su Xian to go crazy. The fresh blood was like sweet juice, slowly flowing into Su Xian's mouth, flowing through his throat, and the warm feeling went straight to his abdomen. This wonderful taste brought him unprecedented pleasure, and he even couldn't help but stretch his hand to the Snow-White Elf Queen gently. What a greedy little guy. The White Elf Queen looked at Su Xian, who was buried in her neck, and a hint of doting smile appeared in her eyes. She gently stroked Su Xian's hair, like a patient teacher guiding a student. The Dark Elf Queen on the opposite side saw this scene, and showed a trace of confusion on her face. She didn't understand why the White Elf Queen was so indulgent to Su Xian. At the same time, she wondered when Su Xian turned into a vampire. She was about to ask, but she saw the White Elf Queen gracefully extended her index finger and gently touched her lips, signaling her to be silent. A few minutes later, Su Xian slowly loosened his hand that was tightly hugging the White Elf Queen. I'm sorry, I was a little out of control just now. He apologized in a low voice, with a trace of guilt in his eyes. It seems that he sucked too much blood, at least 400 cubic centimeters. However, the White Elf Queen just glanced at the two lovely blood teeth marks on the snow neck, and a tolerant smile appeared on her lips. Her slender fingertips gently scratched the bloodstains that had once been there, and all traces disappeared like dust that had been wiped away. This is a world created by the power of the Elf Mother Tree. Everything can be reset, even death. The voice of the White Elf Queen was soft and deep, as if it contained endless tenderness and tolerance. Therefore, you don't need to apologize for anything you do here. Su Xian heard this, and immediately remembered the injuries that were constantly reset during the fierce battle with the Elf Queen. Indeed, in this dream world, everything can be restored. But memories exist, and the feelings of personal experience. While thinking, Su Xian opened his information panel and carefully checked the current status. However, to his disappointment, the information panel did not show a prompt that the blood curse had been lifted or suppressed. Is all the efforts just now in vain? However, things didn't seem as bad as imagined. Su Xian turned his attention to his hands. Since he obtained the term bloodthirst, he could see through the blood flow in most organisms. Just now, after he sucked the blood of the Elf Queen, he was surprised to find that his blood was shining with mysterious light, as bright as starlight. But this did not provide him with an increase in all attributes, it was just shining with starlight. Strange? Is it because he is in a dream? Do you want more? At this time, the Elf Queen asked Su Xian gently, her tone full of concern, fearing that he was not satisfied yet. No. Thank you. Su Xian hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. He realized that in this dream, no matter how much blood he sucked from the Elf Queen, He could not suppress the curse. Okay, the elf queen adjusted her clothes, with a warm smile on her lips. If you need it in the future, tell me at any time. Su Xian touched his nose, and couldn't help but sigh at the generosity of the elf queen. Whether it was the blood provided this time, or the blood provided last time. Ahem. But it was also because of this reason that this queen was not suitable to rule the elf kingdom. A ruler who was too easygoing could easily lead to the collapse of the state system. In this week's contact with the three elf queens, Su Xian roughly understood their respective shortcomings. The real elf queen pursued perfection too much, always falling into self-blame and guilt, so she was always cautious when making decisions. The dark elf queen was more decisive, but acted too radically, and was even willing to take the risk of using the forbidden power of the elf mother tree. The white elf queen combines the two. She is thoughtful but too easygoing, lacking the sense of authority required of a king. If someone with malicious intent takes advantage of this, the consequences will be disastrous. The reason for all this may be that she appeared only to help the elf queen seal her evil thoughts, so she has been silently paying, and has not fought for anything for herself. Okay, let's stop chatting. At this time, the dark elf queen slowly stood up, her deep dark golden eyes staring at the white elf queen. Time will prove that I am right. Weak, incompetent, and indecisive leaders will never be able to lead the elves to a more glorious future. Humph! The white elf queen stood up gracefully, and confronted the dark elf queen. She replied calmly, arrogant, and willful leaders will only push the elves into the abyss of destruction. What you call right is nothing more than your own fantasy. Su Xian sat between the two queens, and felt that there seemed to be an electric current between them, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. If Lucia's switching of three personalities was just a change in personality, then the elf queen was more like a split personality. There were two voices in their heads fighting fiercely, trying to take the lead. As for Su Xian's attitude at the moment, he actually wanted to see the two queens' G-class cars collide. Ahem, queens, no need to stand up to talk, please sit down. Su Xian hurriedly eased the atmosphere. If the two sides really started fighting, their destructive magic would definitely give him a headache. Well, I'm rude. The white elf queen heard Su Xian's words, and sat down gracefully. However, the attitude of the dark elf queen was completely different from that of the white elf queen. She said coldly, "This is a matter between us. You are an outsider." She was interrupted by Su Xian before she finished her words. "Sit down." Su Xian used a cold tone mixed with a hint of command, which made the dark elf queen's jade body tremble slightly, and sit down immediately. The influence of corruption on her seemed to make her more addicted to Su Xian's instructions, both in body and mind. This power is really interesting. The white elf queen watched all this in surprise. She could feel that her body was also affected by Su Xian's instructions. This made her want to make corresponding actions, but unlike the dark elf queen, she still had room to struggle. After all, Su Xian had never issued a corruption order to the white elf queen, and her corruption value was only 69%. Fortunately, she was not the highest one, but the initial value was slightly higher. And the dark elf queen's corruption value has reached 85%. You? The dark elf queen gritted her teeth, her face showing anger, because she was extremely ashamed to be so submissive to Su Xian in front of another elf queen, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Asshole! She shouted coldly, and the gorgeous elemental magic bloomed behind her, determined to return the humiliation she suffered to Su Xian 100-fold. Seeing this, Su Xian planned to admonish the dark elf queen again, so that she would relive the fear of being dominated by the holy light. But before she could make a move, the white elf queen used the elven elemental magic first. The two vast elemental magics collided violently, and instantly turned the wooden house into ruins. The violent wind caused by the collision of elemental magic power almost knocked Su Xian over. The two elf queens still stood proudly in the wind, confronting each other, showing their strength and majesty. But because their magic power values and skills are exactly the same, it is almost impossible to determine the winner. Faced with this extreme situation, Su Xian immediately gave the dark elf queen a depraved order: kneel down obediently. As soon as the voice fell, the dark elf queen knelt on the ground involuntarily. At the moment she knelt down, the elemental magic power she released instantly turned into smoke and disappeared without a trace. Not good. Boom! The white elf queen released brilliant magic power and instantly bombarded the dark elf queen. Flames, storms, frost and other elements swept in like a torrent, completely submerging her in the gorgeous elemental magic. Su Xian could hear the dark elf queens humming from the elemental confluence. After a few minutes, everything returned to calm. After the residual power of the elements gradually faded, the miserable appearance of the dark elf queen was revealed. She was kneeling on the ground at this moment. The original dark black dress had long been broken and disappeared, revealing her flawless white skin. Su Xian cast an admiring look. Sure enough, the Elf Queen's body was flawless, without a trace of dust, full of unique beauty. Damn it! The Dark Elf Queen bit her lips and teeth tightly, trying her best to resist Su Xian's power of depravity. She trembled and tried to stand up. But because the degree of depravity had reached 85%, when she tried to stand up, her slender and snow-white thighs could not stop shaking. But it was difficult to resist the power of depravity. What's worse, the power of depravity is still intensifying. Current depravity progress 95%. Chapter 195. Damn it. The Dark Elf Queen stood up slowly with a tremor, and a faint trace of blood oozed from her tightly bitten red lips. The White Elf Queen's magic did not cause much damage to her, which surprised Su Xian. The magic power of the previous attack was at least at the level of pseudo-forbidden magic, and it was formed by the fusion of multiple elemental magic. Such power is enough to easily destroy a town. However, for the Dark Elf Queen, except for the disappearance of the black dress, there seemed to be no scars left. Su Xian couldn't help but think deeply, how high is the elemental resistance of the Elf Queen to be safe and sound under such a magic attack? Could it be more than 80%? After the Dark Elf Queen stood up, she immediately waved her fingertips and released brilliant magic. She was obviously unwilling to give in, and still wanted to continue to resist. Enough. Su Xian ordered the Dark Elf Queen coldly to stop her behavior. I will never do that. Faced with Su Xian's stop, the Dark Elf Queen still tried her best to resist, but she could not bear the strong influence caused by 95% corruption, so she had no choice but to release the magic. She knelt on the ground powerlessly, panting rapidly, trying to calm the corruption of her mind and body. This scene made the White Elf Queen on the opposite side nod with satisfaction. With a light in her eyes, she looked at Su Xian and said softly, "Let's stop here today. We will continue the training of evil thoughts next time." Training? Just as Su Xian was about to speak, the picture of the dream suddenly distorted, and his consciousness was quickly pulled back to the guild. Huh? Su Xian sat up from the bed and took a deep breath. He glanced at the time, and it was only about 5 in the morning. The magic of the Elf Queen is really powerful. Su Xian sighed, and the scene of the two Elf Queens fighting just now was still echoing in his mind. The gorgeous magic opened his eyes. As the only king of the elves, the Elf Queen's ability to control various elements is undoubtedly the strongest in the entire magic continent. After all, she is an elf blessed by the goddess of elements. Su Xian suddenly smelled a strange fragrance in the air of the guild. Is this the curse of Luo Xia? The strange fragrance of the curse was 100 times stronger than before, and Su Xian immediately realized that this was the outbreak of Luo Xia's curse. He hurriedly got up and rushed to check. When Su Xian walked out of the room, he found that the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly was surrounding the bathroom door, flapping its wings happily. Luo Xia, are you in there? Su Xian walked over, knocked on the door gently, and asked. Mr. Su Xian, I'm inside. Luo Xia's slightly nervous voice came from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of running water. Are you okay? Su Xian asked with concern. He didn't understand why Luo Xia's curse suddenly broke out. After all, she was fine before going to bed. I'm fine. Luo Xia responded, but her condition was obviously not right. While they were talking, the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly showed amazing wisdom. It gently flapped its wings, and cleverly opened the bathroom door. This sudden situation made Su Xian and Luo Xia stunned. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Especially Luo Xia. She was only wrapped in a thin bath towel at the moment. Because of her plump figure, the wet bath towel could not cover her plump figure, and her snow-white skin was faintly revealed in front of Su Xian. You? Luo Xia was about to speak when the demon flame silver swallowtail flew towards her. The sin of the curse had a strong attraction to the monsters, making the demon flame silver swallowtail curious about Luo Xia. It flapped its wings and spun around Luo Xia. What's wrong with it? Little guy. Get out. Luo Xia held the bath towel tightly with her left hand, trying not to let it slip, and waved her right hand gently, hoping that the demon flame silver swallowtail could leave here. Her face showed an embarrassed and shy expression, and her eyes revealed helplessness and help. However, the demon flame silver swallowtail seemed to be attracted by the sin of the curse, completely immersed in it, unable to extricate itself. Although it did not touch Luo Xia, it just flew around happily in the bathroom, like a drunk, which caused Luo Xia a lot of trouble. I help you. Su Xian walked into the bathroom, and helped Luo Xia catch the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly. But the speed of this little guy exceeded their expectations, and it shuttled around Su Xian and Luo Xia like a dragon. Got it! Finally, Su Xian caught the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly. Just as he was about to take the little guy out of the bathroom, the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly suddenly turned into a ball of fire, rushed out of the bathroom, and closed the door. Huh? Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Luo Xia and said, I'm really sorry, the little guy was just curious about your cursed fragrance, she didn't mean any harm. However, when his eyes fell on Luo Xia, he found that Luo Xia was shyly covering her bath towel, and her snow-white skin had been stained with a layer of crimson, like a red apple. I leave first, you continue. Su Xian stretched out his hand to push open the door and walk out of the bathroom, but the figure outside the door stopped him. Luo Xia, what happened? Luo Selen was disturbed by the sudden noise, and walked out of the room to check the situation. Aunt? Luo Xia suddenly pressed Su Xian's hand to prevent him from opening the bathroom door. Shoo. Luo Xia quickly reached out and gently covered Su Xian's mouth, and asked in a low voice, Please, don't make a sound. Although Su Xian was a little confused by Luo Xia's behavior, he still accepted it silently. In addition, he was about to remind Luo Xia that her bath towel had fallen off, but suddenly realized that their posture at the moment was extremely intimate, and Luo Xia's neck was only a few centimeters away from him. As long as he slightly opened his mouth, he could easily bite through Luo Xia's skin and taste the sweet blood. This thought made Su Xian's heart begin to ripple, but reason told him that he should stay calm. He tried to suppress his impulse and told himself that this was not something he could do. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and try to calm your emotions. Hold it in. And Luo Xia did not notice Su Xian's change. She continued to explain to Luo Saline, I'm fine, Aunt. Your curse has taken effect, right? Luo Saline asked Luo Xia directly. Well, I will find a way to solve it, don't worry, Aunt. Luo Xia replied. Is it because of the conversation before bed that made you emotional and caused the curse to break out? Luo Xia's voice continued, Sorry, I don't really understand this. If you want to know the answer, I can help you consult the president. He may know more about emotional matters. Don't say any more. Luo Xia interrupted Luo Xia in a hurry, fearing that the private conversation between them would be heard by Su Xian. And she was just trying to find an excuse to get Luo Xia out so that Su Xian could leave first. But just after half of the voice, it suddenly stopped. Luo Xia was surprised to find that Su Xian's pupils became unusually strange. His eyes seemed to be covered with blood, staring at her straight, chilling. Su Xian. Luo Xia's voice trembled, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Su Xian at this moment made her feel scared. His eyes revealed a kind of wildness, and his breathing was rapid, like a beast about to pounce on its prey. Luo Xia's heartbeat quickened, and she began to wonder if Su Xian was affected by her curse. Is he really a humanoid monster? Before she could figure it out, Su Xian had already pounced on her and pressed her to the ground. He bit her neck, his sharp teeth pierced her delicate skin, and greedily sucked her blood. It hurts. Luo Xia could clearly feel the pain in her neck. She bit her red lips tightly, trying to suppress the painful groan. The slight noise immediately alerted Luo Saline outside the door, and she kicked open the bathroom door. But the scene in front of her stunned Luo Saline. She didn't understand why Su Xian and Luo Xia were in the bathroom, and the two of them just stood there quietly, which made her feel a little confused. Su Xian felt a little nervous when he saw Luo Saline breaking in. Fortunately, he managed to resist the urge to suck blood the moment his teeth pierced Luo Xia's skin. However, he still tasted a hint of sweetness in Luo Xia's blood. Her blood was unusually sweet, like the sweetest strawberry. What are you doing in the bathroom? Luo Saline looked at Luo Xia in confusion, her eyes full of questions. Nothing. Luo Xia shook her head, her eyes flickering, trying to avoid Luo Saline's scrutiny. Mr. Su Xian is helping me suppress the curse. So that's it. Luo Saline turned her eyes to Su Xian, surprisingly without any doubt. Then you continue, I won't disturb you. As she said this, she walked out of the bathroom, and caught the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly that wanted to fly in. Ahem, I'm really sorry, I've also been cursed recently, and it's hard to control. After the bathroom door was closed, Su Xian coughed lightly, and explained to Luo Xia awkwardly. Judging from the several times when he couldn't bear the urge to suck blood, he must find a way to solve the desire to suck blood as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. It's okay, I understand you. Luo Xia shook her head gently, expressing her understanding of Su Xian's situation. In her eyes, Su Xian and she were both troubled by the curse, so she was full of sympathy for him. Then I go out first. Su Xian smiled slightly, and then planned to leave the bathroom. However, Luo Xia suddenly said at this time, Mr. Su Xian, have you noticed that my curse seems to have been alleviated a little? Su Xian was stunned for a moment, then carefully sniffed the air around him, and found that the breath of the curse on Luo Xia was indeed much lighter. Could it be that because he had just sucked some of Luo Xia's blood, her curse was reduced? Luo Xia's curse did come from her blood, so this guess seemed very reasonable. Does it mean that if you suck my blood, you can suppress the effect of the curse? Luo Xia speculated with a hint of expectation. It may be so, but I can't guarantee it. Then, Luo Xia's blue eyes flashed with a trace of desire. Can we try again? In response to Luo Xia's request, Su Xian was silent for a moment and replied, Okay. Please be gentle. Luo Xia rolled up her golden hair scattered on her jade shoulders, tilted her head slightly to one side, revealing her snow-white jade neck. She trembled slightly, closed her eyes, and prepared to face the possible pain. Ahem. Su Xian coughed lightly and said to Luo Xia, in fact, you don't have to bite the neck, other places can also be. Although the blood vessels in the neck have more blood flow, if it is just an attempt, it may not be necessary to bite the neck. Moreover, he had sensed that when the teeth bit into the blood vessels, Luo Xia showed a very strong pain reaction. This was probably because of the blessing of the white rose gift, which had a 100% increase in pain perception. Then where to bite? Luo Xia showed a confused expression. How about fingers? Su Xian suggested to Luo Xia. Fingers? Luo Xia looked at her jade fingers hesitantly. As a knight, she attached great importance to her sword-holding hand, and did not want to get hurt. If fingers don't work then? Toes? Su Xian suddenly asked for some unknown reason. Toes? No. I sweat there all the time. How can I do that? Luo Xia waved her hands quickly. The knight's feet have always been wrapped in iron boots, and as a law enforcement knight, he often exercises. How can Mr. Su Xian? Then let's use your fingers. Luo Xia hesitated for a moment, but finally stretched out her jade hand. Su Xian gently pinched Luo Xia's palm, chose the index finger he liked the most, and bit it gently. Luo Xia bit her red lips, and made a nasal sound. Due to the double pain, her reaction was more intense than the elf queen. The pain from her fingertips made her legs slightly clamped, and her body involuntarily leaned forward. Fortunately, Su Xian grabbed her jade waist in time, otherwise Luo Xia might fall to the ground. As the blood was absorbed by Su Xian, although the amount was not much, he could feel that Luo Xia's curse was indeed slowing down. At the same time, a hint appeared in his eyes. Bloodthirst, in effect all attributes increased by 270%, 3 minutes. The blood curse from the vampire ancestor is temporarily suppressed, and your desire for blood is reduced. 24H, is it suppressed? Su Xian saw the prompt, his eyes flickered. I didn't expect that just a few dozen milliliters of blood could suppress his desire for blood. In addition, Luo Xia's curse also began to be suppressed at this moment. Su Xian immediately checked Luo Xia's status bar. Magic liquid fragrance. Curse suppressed. 5 days. Oh! Su Xian saw Luo Xia's curse status and couldn't help showing a surprised expression. As long as he sucked her blood once, he could suppress the curse for 5 days, which was much more convenient than bathing 3 times a day. Mr. Su Xian. At this time, Luo Xia's gentle voice sounded in Su Xian's ears. Su Xian came back to his senses and moved his eyes from the status bar to Luo Xia, and found that he was holding her willow waist tightly with one hand, and his palm was tightly holding her snow white. The soft touch made him unable to resist pinching it. This action immediately made Luo Xia's cheeks flushed, so red and tender that it seemed like blood could drip out. Accident. Su Xian was about to let go of Luo Xia, when the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 196. Squeak, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Su Xian and Luo Xia stared at the slowly opening door nervously, their bodies becoming extremely stiff. Luo Xia was so nervous that her heartbeat accelerated, beating like a deer. She couldn't imagine being seen like this by her aunt. Her snow-white cheeks seemed to bleed. Su Xian was also very nervous, but he didn't know why he was nervous. After all, he didn't do anything out of line with Luo Xia. He was indeed trying his best to help Luo Xia suppress the curse, hoping that Luo Selen would not misunderstand it. Chirp. At this time, A little head poked in from outside the door, two big eyes staring at the two people in the bathroom, showing strong curiosity. Demon Flame Silver Swallowtail? Su Xian was stunned when he saw that it was the Demon Flame Silver Swallowtail that pushed open the door. He thought it was Luo Selen who came in, but it was this little guy. Chirp. The Demon Flame Silver Swallowtail flew in happily and pounced directly on Luo Xia. But when it was about to touch Luo Xia, Su Xian quickly caught it. How did you sneak in again, little guy? Su Xian released a trace of magic power, gently wrapped the body of the Magic Flame Silver Swallowtail, and held it in his hand. In this way, it will not fly around again. Chirp chirp. Under the restraint of Su Xian's magic power, the Magic Flame Silver Swallowtail could not break free, and could only flap its wings continuously in place. Are you feeling better? Su Xian let go of Luo Xia and asked with concern. Yeah. Luo Xia nodded, with a grateful light flashing in her blue eyes. She looked down at the blood on her fingertips that had stopped oozing out, and felt the unprecedented refreshing feeling in her body. It was as if Su Xian sucked the turbidity of her blood and completely suppressed the curse. Luo Xia raised her head, her eyes full of gratitude. Mr. Su Xian, thank you very much. I feel much better now. Your method is more effective than soaking in a medicinal bath every day. That's good, but I have to remind you that your curse can only be suppressed for 5 days. Su Xian added. 5 days? Luo Xia pondered for a moment, and asked hesitantly, Mr. Su Xian, can I come back to you for help in 5 days? Su Xian did not refuse Luo Xia's request. It was just a matter of sucking blood, he didn't care. Well, yes. Thank you very much. Put on your clothes first, I wait for you outside. After that, Su Xian led the Magic Flame Silver Butterfly out of the bathroom. As soon as he walked out of the door, Su Xian looked at the Demon Flame Silver Swallowtail, which was blinking its big eyes and staring at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Xian poked the little guy with his fingertips, curious about what it was thinking. Is it asking him to continue to pester Luo Xia? But it didn't seem to be the case. Su Xian stared slightly, and he found that there was a kind of determination in the eyes of the little guy. It seemed to have made some kind of determination. Do you want to say something to me? Su Xian asked the Demon Flame Silver Swallowtail. Chirp chirp. The Demon Flame Silver Swallowtail flapped its wings happily, trying to convey its thoughts to Su Xian. However, the language of the monsters was still too obscure for Su Xian, and he didn't understand what the Demon Flame Silver Swallowtail was saying at all. He could only smile and respond, good, good, good. When the Demon Flame Silver Swallowtail heard Su Xian's affirmative answer, it flapped its wings more happily flew to Su Xian's shoulder, and then stretched out its long mouth parts and gently touched his forehead. Sniff, sniff, sniff. A few minutes later, Luo Xia dressed neatly and walked out of the bathroom, only to see Su Xian lying on the ground unconscious, as if he was sleeping peacefully. Mr. Su Xian. In the Church of Light, Lucia stayed up all night, carefully handling various affairs until the dawn. She sighed softly, relaxed her tense nerves, and picked up the golden fruit wine beside her. However, just as she was about to taste it, her jade hand stopped in midair. There was a glimmer in her golden red eyes, and her heart was filled with complex emotions. After a while, Lucia exhaled a breath of turbid air and whispered, Leaves of the golden tree? I didn't expect that such a sacred tree still exists in the world. Winnie Shan. Yes, your holiness. I have something to give you. After a long time, Su Xian gradually recovered from the state of exhaustion of magic power. He seemed to have forgotten everything, only remembering hundreds of Magic Flame Silver Swallowtail butterflies dancing around him, and then he had no impression. Mr. Su Xian, are you okay? When Su Xian opened his eyes, he saw Ilsa and everyone surrounding him with concern, their faces full of worry. I'm fine. Su Xian shook his head to reassure everyone. He was just once again drained of his magic power by the Magic Flame Silver Swallowtail, and fell into a state of magic exhaustion. Everyone was relieved to hear that Su Xian was safe and sound. When Su Xian looked at the culprit, the Magic Flame Silver Swallowtail, he saw that the Magic Flame Silver Swallowtail was flying happily in his bedroom, and its deep red wings seemed to be covered with a layer of light gold. It was like a golden thread wrapped around the edge of the wings, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Is this a sign of transformation? But it seems that it will not transform so quickly. Beep beep. Suddenly, Su Xian heard the prompt sound and realized that his message had been replied, and then opened the chat interface. Concubine, I asked the child for you. If you want to suppress the blood curse of the vampire ancestor, you can go to the Moon God Empire and receive the baptism of the Moon ceremony. Moon God Empire? Su Xian carefully considered the other party's suggestion. But it seems that this is just suppression, not complete elimination. Thank you very much. Su Xian replied immediately, expressing his gratitude to the other party. Concubine, it's a small matter. After a brief conversation, Su Xian made clear the goal of the day. First, he needed to go to the Moon God Empire, but before that, he had to get a pass. Since he had already had the experience of going to the Moon God Empire once before, the process of obtaining a pass would be relatively simple. In addition, the Moon Ceremony is a special ceremony of the Moon God Empire, similar to the Holy Light Baptism of the Church of Light. This ceremony only requires 1 silver coin to enjoy the baptism of moonlight. Considering that it does not take too many people to go to the Moon God Empire, Su Xian decided to bring only 2 people to accompany him, and the others can complete the remaining D-level tasks. Soon, he assigned the tasks to the guild members. Ivsa and Alice will go to the Moon God Empire with him, while the rest will be led by Lucia to complete the D-level mission. Roughly calculating the time, when he returns from the Moon God Empire, the dragon egg should have almost hatched. I will send Luo Xia back to Sunset City first, and will be back soon, Luo Selen said. Okay. After that, the aunt and nephew walked into the teleportation array and returned to Sunset City. Then let's start the action first. Su Xian clapped his hands and said to Ivsa and Alice. He has already obtained the pass to enter the Moon God Empire, and now he can set off. Yes, Mr. Su Xian, Master. Ivsa and Alice followed Su Xian closely and walked towards the teleportation array together. Wait a minute. At this time, Lucia's voice suddenly sounded. What's the matter? Su Xian turned around and looked at Lucia with doubt. Lucia did not answer immediately, but just gently touched Su Xian's forehead with her fingertips. Instantly, a golden light spot flowed into his forehead, flickering with a faint light. Received a blessing from Lucia, immune to negative effects once. The Moon God Empire has been in turmoil recently, you have to be more careful. Lucia reminded Su Xian. Well, I will pay attention. Su Xian nodded, keeping Lucia's advice in mind. Then, he and Ivsa and her group walked into the teleportation array. After the white light flashed, they were teleported to the transit station of the Moon God Empire. After completing the relevant procedures here, they went to the venue of the Moon Ceremony. There are hundreds of Moon Ceremony sites in the Moon God Empire, most of which are in the form of tents to tour the Moon God Empire, providing moonlight baptism services for believers. Of course, the Moon Ceremony does not have to be performed under the moonlight. Su Xian searched in the city for a while, and finally found a dark blue tent for the Moon Ceremony. Excuse me, is there anyone inside? Su Xian gently lifted a corner of the tent and asked if anyone was inside. Please come in. An ethereal voice came from the tent, inviting Su Xian to enter. Su Xian walked into the tent, and was a little surprised by the environment inside. In the dim environment, only a few crystals emitting faint blue light were flashing, and a pile of magic props were placed on the ground next to it. Master, the smell here is so good. Alice seemed extremely excited as soon as she entered the Moon God Empire, especially in this tent where the Moon Ceremony was performed. Her excitement was even more indescribable. This may be due to the influence of moonlight. As a magic doll created by the Moonlight Witch, she has a special love for the magic of moonlight. Su Xian looked around, looking for the source of the female voice just now. However, the tent seemed to be empty, with only a crystal ball placed on a table covered with red cloth, emitting a faint light. Where is the person? Su Xian showed a confused expression. He clearly heard the ethereal voice. But why didn't he see the other party's figure? Su Xian approached the crystal ball. For some reason, he felt that the crystal ball seemed to contain life. Just as he was staring at the crystal ball with full concentration, a woman with a mask covering her face suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. She asked softly, "Are you coming for the prophecy?" When the woman's figure appeared in the crystal ball, Alice's body trembled slightly, and she stared at the figure in the crystal ball in disbelief. Her eyes were slightly moist, and her voice was trembling, and she said softly, "Moonlight Witch Lady." Chapter 197. Moonlight Witch. Alice's voice rang in Su Xian's ears. He stared at the woman in the crystal ball. She was wearing a white mask, covering her face and even her eyes. The blue, shiny hair flowed like a waterfall, with tiny spots of light flashing in between. Although she couldn't see her true face, Alice immediately recognized her as the Moonlight Witch. But what confused Su Xian was that this woman didn't seem to be the real Moonlight Witch. All he heard was her voice echoing, "Are you coming for the prophecy?" The picture in the crystal ball was just an image left by the Moonlight Witch. "Excuse me, Are you here for the moon ritual? Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, a little girl about 12 or 13 years old walked into the tent. Her eyes were clear and bright, as if she could see through everything. She curiously asked Su Xian again, Are you here for the moon ritual? Yes. Su Xian turned around and nodded to the girl. Great, my moonlight shop is finally open. The girl ran to the crowd happily. When she noticed Alice with tears in her eyes, she immediately asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? No. Nothing. Alice gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and shook her head. Don't be sad. I give you a small gift. The girl handed a crescent-shaped ornament to Alice with a sweet smile on her face. This is a small crescent with the blessing of the high priest. It will bless you. Thank you. Under the girl's gentle comfort, Alice finally smiled. She stared at the small crescent in her hand and felt a hint of the Moonlight Witch's presence. That's right, you look so pretty when you smile. Seeing Alice's smile, the girl also smiled happily. She walked to the crystal ball, facing Su Xian, and asked with concern, Are you going to perform the moon ritual? I feel something bad in your body. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, his voice slightly low. I'm cursed. I hope the moon ritual can help me suppress this curse. As he said that, he took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the girl. Thank you for your generosity. The girl happily took the silver coin, bowed, and then continued to look at Su Xian and instructed, Please reach out to the crystal ball, but please keep your distance. This crystal ball contains the power of the high priest, and it can guide you. High priest. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the girl's words. Could it be that the Moonlight Witch is the high priest of the Moon God Empire? In his thoughts, he reached out to the crystal ball, but kept a certain distance, about 5 centimeters. At this time, Su Xian was surprised to find that his fingertips began to flash with a faint white light. Then, the image of the woman in the crystal ball gradually disappeared, replaced by a bright and clear crescent moon. The crescent moon emitted a brilliant white light, so dazzling that Su Xian couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a boundless darkness, with nothing around him. Where is this? Su Xian was full of confusion, and found that his body could not move. A few seconds later, a ray of soft moonlight sprinkled from above and enveloped him. As he bathed in the moonlight, Su Xian felt that his body gradually became lighter, as if he was in a fairyland. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the moonlight gently wrapping around his body. Just like when he was a child, the big sister next door gently kissed every inch of his skin. Being baptized by the moonlight. The moon ritual is over. The blood curse has been suppressed. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the picture again, he found that he was still standing in the tent. Issa and the others were watching him quietly, waiting for the result of the moon ritual. Master, how do you feel? Alice asked with concern. Not bad. Su Xian looked at his hands. After the moon ritual suppressed the curse, he felt extremely refreshed, and his desire for blood completely disappeared. How long did the ritual last? He immediately asked Issa. About 2 hours. Issa replied. 2 hours? Su Xian nodded silently, then thanked the girl. Thank you for your moon ritual. This is what I should do, my guest. The girl smiled and continued, By the way, guest, I have some gadgets here, which may help your curse. Do you need them? As she spoke, she took out a bunch of various magic props for Su Xian to choose from. A few minutes later, everyone walked out of the tent. Look forward to your visit again. In addition to performing the moon ritual, Su Xian also bought several moonlight bracelets. These bracelets can increase the magic value by 10 points, and he plans to give one to each member of the guild. But compared to these magic props, Su Xian is more concerned about Alice's condition. He looked at Alice, and her emotions were somewhat complicated. Alice met the Moonlight Witch who created her again, but learned that the other party might be the High Priest of the Moon God Empire. The status of the Moon God High Priest in the Moon God Empire is lofty, even higher than the king, and is the only one who can communicate with the gods. In the Sun Church, it is equivalent to the status of the Pope, but there are still some differences between the two. Because the Moon God High Priest can never leave the Moonlight Altar. As for the specific reason, it is not something Su Xian can know. Don't worry, Alice. Su Xian gently stroked Alice's head and said gently, We will definitely see the Moonlight Witch again. Well, Master, I believe you. Alice smiled and believed Su Xian's words. Let's go back. Yeah. Just as Su Xian was about to activate the teleportation array and return to the guild, a group of masked soldiers from the Moon God Empire passed by him and attracted his attention. But soon, the group of soldiers disappeared from his sight. With a flash of white light, Su Xian returned to the guild. The guild was empty, and Lucia and the others had not returned from the mission. Su Xian glanced at the time, and it was just when the dragon egg was about to hatch. Let's go, and welcome the new members," Su Xian said to Issa and Alice. New members? Alice heard this, and showed a curious expression on her face. Yeah. Su Xian smiled, and led them to an empty room. In the room, a huge red dragon egg lay quietly in the center, emitting a hot breath and dazzling red light. Is this the dragon egg from before? Issa asked Su Xian curiously. Yes. Su Xian nodded. But wasn't there any sign of life in that egg at that time? Issa was very surprised. She remembered that the egg didn't have any signs of life at that time, but now... Mr. Su Xian. At this time, the red dragon mother suddenly appeared behind Su Xian, silently. Thank you for your hard work. In 2 minutes, she will break out of the shell. Su Xian gently stroked Nada's hair. Since she sensed the signs of life in the dragon egg, she has been waiting here, waiting for the dragon egg to hatch. Great. In 2 minutes, my child will hatch. Nada's face was full of joy like the spring sunshine. Her eyes were full of the light of maternal love, looking forward to the life that was about to be born. Just as they were talking, the dragon egg moved and trembled slightly. Crack. With the echo of a crisp sound, the atmosphere around was instantly tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on the dragon egg, waiting for the arrival of new life. Under the gaze of everyone, a crack quietly cracked from the top of the dragon egg. Chapter 198. Crack. The cracks on the dragon egg became more and more obvious, spreading from the top to the bottom. Finally, in full view of everyone, the eggshell completely cracked. Bang! After a deafening roar, the eggshell instantly shattered, and fragments flew everywhere. A blazing flame gushed out from the cracked eggshell violently, like a surging wave, and the scorching temperature instantly filled the entire room. However, surprisingly, this devastating fire did not cause any harm to Su Xian and the others. At the moment the flames approached, a thin layer of red light surrounded everyone, forming an invisible barrier to isolate them from the flames. This red light was like a guardian angel, protecting them from the burning of the flames. Su Xian stared at the dragon egg, and her heart was deeply shocked. The breath of destruction condensed above the flames, turning into a mighty dragon, howling to the sky, as if announcing her rebirth to the world. In the raging flames, a figure stood in the center of the sea of fire, like a fiery phoenix emerging from its cocoon. Su Xian stared at the figure swaying in the flames, his eyes flashing with deep amazement. He originally thought that Marlene Rhine would come to this world in the image of the soul space, but the figure she showed at this moment was far beyond his imagination. Because, standing in the raging fire was a girl with a unique figure. Her whole body was covered with fiery red dragon scales, and each scale fit tightly to her limbs, body, tail, and even head, as if a full covering armor was tailor-made for her. Only the pair of closed eyes were the only gap in this scale armor. Suddenly Marlene Rhine's eyes suddenly opened, and a fiery red light burst out from them, like 2 burning flames. At the same time, the flames spreading in the air seemed to be attracted and gathered towards her. Under the tempering of the flames, the scales on her body became more dazzling and shocking. The fiery red breath slowly emanated from the gaps in the scales, sweeping across the entire venue. This scene was like a brand new half-dragon mecha starting its destruction engine, giving people an extremely shocking visual enjoyment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the girl who emerged from the dragon egg, and Su Xian was no exception. His eyes were full of solemnity and curiosity. He had never expected that the dragon of destruction would appear in such a form. Wait! Su Xian suddenly came to his senses, and remembered the White Rose Valkyrie he had met before. The White Rose Valkyrie was covered with armor woven from petals, with only her face exposed. Therefore, did Marlene Rhine, who has the Valkyrie entry, use dragon scales instead of petals? Just as he was immersed in this question, Marlene Rhine's body finally moved. She slowly raised her hands, and the dragon claws covered with scales showed amazing power, as if they could tear everything apart. Is this our rebirth? Marlene Rhine stared at her body dully. Because her entire body was covered with armor, others could not see her expression at the moment. But Su Xian could clearly feel the excitement in Marlene Rhine's heart after she was reborn. As for why he could feel it, because the dragon's heartbeat was as loud as thunder, like the roar of an engine, he could hear it. Hey! Human! Marlene Rhine turned around and faced Su Xian. The dragon scales on her face gradually spread out, revealing the familiar face. She said contentedly, I am very satisfied with your shaping of my new life. Su Xian did not pay much attention to Marlene Rhine's praise. He just observed her carefully with deep eyes. From the appearance inside the scales, Marlene Rhine at this moment is exactly the same as her transformed image in the soul space, still with a childlike face. My child. Nida's joy surged in her heart. She could no longer suppress her feelings for Marlene Rhine's breaking out of the shell, and walked quickly. Since Nida is a soul body, the armor on Marlene Rhine can't cause her any discomfort. She embraced the other party in her arms affectionately and gently, stroking Marlene Rhine, like a mother loving her daughter. Su Xian was watching from the side, full of surprise. Based on his understanding of Marlene Rhine, this guy is definitely not someone who gets close to others easily, let alone hugging intimately like this. Did something happen during the time he was away? However, although Marlene Rhine was hugged tightly by Nada, her expression was not happy. It seemed that she reluctantly accepted Nada's feelings due to some kind of agreement. However, this warm scene did not last long. Marlene Rhine raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. Snap! In an instant, the scene in front of Su Xian changed drastically. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a mysterious space. Here, there was a deep blue sky above his head, and the water beneath his feet reflected the sky. The sky and the earth complemented each other, and the beauty was breathtaking. However, in a flash, this peaceful beauty was completely broken. The sky suddenly turned red, as if the flames of war were burning. Then, the figure of Marlene Rhine appeared in front of Su Xian. She snapped her fingers again, and the crisp sound echoed between the world. Then, a throne built of blazing flames suddenly appeared. Marlene Rhine sat on the blazing throne of flames in an extremely arrogant manner, her right hand resting lightly on her face, her legs raised, and a smile on her face. Human, you did a great job. She smiled and said to Su Xian, although my strength has not yet recovered, I can feel the potential of this body, even more than the body I had before. As she spoke, a red flame burst out from the palm of her left hand. Although the flame was small, the destructive power contained in it made people feel terrified. Su Xian stared at the flames intently, and his expression became more and more serious. He knew very well that this flame was not an ordinary fire element, and it also contained the power of law. This also meant that even if Rosalind was immune to the elements, it would be difficult to resist the burning of this flame. Since I have done what I promised you, what about what you promised me? Su Xian asked Marlene Rhine. I am a dragon that symbolizes destruction. How could I be treacherous? Marlene Rhine extinguished the flames contemptuously, and declared proudly, as for the red dragon treasure, Wait a minute. Su Xian interrupted her hastily, saying, This is not what you promised me. Damn it! Marlene Rhine muttered, a flash of anger in her eyes, looking at Su Xian and said, You are as annoying as that female dragon. That's all. Anyway, with your tiny life, it's only 100 years. Su Xian couldn't help but feel curious when he heard this. The female dragon that Marlene Rhine mentioned should refer to Nada. What kind of agreement did they reach between them? Human, listen carefully. Marlene Rhine said to Su Xian with a serious expression, I can cooperate with you, but there are some things I will never do. For example, anything I don't want to do. Su Xian frowned. He would not accept such a slightly abstract answer. You think too well, Miss Rhine. Su Xian smiled calmly, but now I want to ride a dragon. Before Su Xian finished speaking, Marlene Rhine immediately felt that her soul was escaping from her control, and her body began to change involuntarily. Damn! What's going on? Marlene Rhine tried to resist, but the effect of Soul Charming had already taken effect, and her resistance seemed so weak. At the same time, the existence of the Dragon Rider entry also made it impossible for her to break free from the shackles of this fate. From the moment she agreed to Su Xian's conditions, she had no room for regret. In the dazzling red light, Marlene Rhine's body instantly transformed from a half-dragon state to a giant dragon form. In an instant, a 100-meter-long red dragon appeared in front of Su Xian. Maybe it was because after rebirth, Marlene Rhine's level was reduced to level 1, causing her body to become much smaller. But 100 meters is long enough for Su Xian to ride. In addition, in the form of a giant dragon, Marlene Rhine's body is still covered with red scales, wrapping her huge body like armor. Even the pair of wings are wrapped in heavy scales, exuding an unparalleled temperament, which makes Su Xian's heart beat. Why? Why is this? Marlene Rhine still doesn't understand how she, as a giant dragon that is above all things, can be controlled by a tiny fish. Watching Su Xian approach step by step, Marlene Rhine's fear in her heart is even greater. She used all her strength to stop him. You? Don't come over. Marlene Rhine felt that her current state was abnormal. If she let this human stand on her dragon's back, the consequences would be disastrous. She might really become his. If you dare to touch me, I will. Before Marlene Ryan finished speaking, Su Xian landed lightly on her back. The moment he rode on the dragon, he immediately felt that his feet seemed to be attached to the red dragon scales, which allowed him to easily maintain balance. At the same time, a powerful force was transmitted from Marlene Ryan's body to his body. You? Marlene Ryan's roar shook in this space, but Su Xian could not understand her dragon language. He only knew that it was time to soar into the sky. Take off. Su Xian's order was irresistible. Even if Marlene Ryan had some resistance in her heart, she still had to obey. Just wait! Marlene Ryan glared at Su Xian angrily, then spread her huge dragon wings, like airplane wings, shining with mysterious light in the sun. As her power was injected, the dragon wings began to vibrate, emitting powerful thrust. She flapped her wings, and a strong wind followed, causing the air around her to tremble. In an instant, the huge dragon body suddenly soared into the sky, and the blazing flame surged around. The corners of Su Xian's mouth rose slightly, and his heart was full of joy. He finally got to ride on the dragon as he wished. Full speed. He gave the order again, and Marlene Ryan's huge body immediately flew away in the direction he pointed like a meteor. At this moment, Su Xian drove Marlene Ryan to fly freely in this vast sky. Their figures flew across the sky, leaving a bright red track. It was clearly visible that the sound barrier exploded around them, setting off a sea of fire and making a deafening sound. This thorough flying experience made Su Xian very excited. Feeling the wind whistling in his ears, he enjoyed the freedom and pleasure of flying across the sky. However, Marlene Ryan could not calm her anger. She turned her head suddenly, and her red eyes stared at Su Xian on her back, her eyes full of anger, as if she wanted to eat him. Watch the road. Su Xian kindly reminded. Humph! Marlene Ryan snorted contemptuously, exhaling a hot breath, obviously dissatisfied with Su Xian on her back. Her heart was full of anger at the moment, but she could do nothing about it. She could only curse in her heart, damn human. I actually used me as a mount, and I will pay this dead double sooner or later. Just when Marlene Ryan was furious, the devil's whisper rang in her ears. When are we going to find the treasure of the red dragon? Chapter 199. Damn you! How dare you to set your sights on my treasure? Marie Ryan's heart was burning with anger, but she had no choice but to fulfill her promise. I can take you to find the treasure of the red dragon, but you can only choose 3 from it. Marie Ryan said to Su Xian seriously. Okay. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders lightly and replied. He was not a greedy person, and he would definitely leave some for Marie Ryan. He only needed a little bit, but I don't know where this legendary red dragon treasure is hidden. And after 1,000 years, is it still well preserved? After soaring for a long time, Su Xian felt that this dragon night experience was quite satisfactory. The feeling of the wind blowing on his face made him feel unprecedentedly happy. Stop! Su Xian asked Marie Ryan to stop, and jumped lightly from her dragon's back. The huge dragon body instantly changed back to the form of a half-dragon man, but the angry face still did not ease at all. Now, Su Xian has seen Marlene Ryan's red dragon form and Valkyrie form, and can't help but wonder what the half-dragon and half-Valkyrie form would look like. I think. Su Xian was about to speak, but Marlene Ryan quickly snapped her fingers, and the two of them instantly left the special space and returned to the guild. That's it. Sooner or later, there will be a chance to see each other again. He is not in a hurry about it. And when Su Xian looked around again and saw Isa and the others, he realized that the soaring that seemed to last for several hours just now was actually just a few seconds in reality. Mr. Su Xian, is she the new guild member? Isa asked Su Xian with her eyes flashing. They were very shocked that the new member of the guild was a dragon girl. Yeah. Su Xian nodded and smiled. Let's go. At this time, Marlene Ryan said to Su Xian in a cold voice, I take you to find the treasure of the red dragon. Her initiative made Su Xian smile lightly and replied, Please lead the way. In a flash, everyone came to a city in the Holy Kingdom of Dragons through the teleportation array. According to Marlene Ryan's memory, her treasure was buried in a mountain range at the westernmost end of the Holy Kingdom of Dragons. Because the coordinates are located in a deserted mountain range, the teleportation array cannot reach it directly, so it needs to be transferred. When they stepped into the city known as the Holy Kingdom of Dragons, Su Xian immediately noticed that there were many half-dragons here. According to the data of various countries, in the population structure of the Holy Kingdom of Dragons, half-dragons account for 10%, humans account for 80%, and foreigners account for the remaining 10%. In addition, It is said that there are several demigod-level dragons guarding the Holy Kingdom, making this ancient country jointly established by dragons and humans one of the most powerful countries on the magical continent. The breath of this country is really disgusting. The smell of that guy is everywhere. As soon as she stepped into here, Marlene Ryan showed obvious disgust. Su Xian was curious about this. It seems that the establishment of the Holy Kingdom of Dragons is closely related to Marlene Ryan's mortal enemy. I can't stay here for a second. Let's go! Marlene Ryan immediately transformed into a dragon form, obviously wanting to leave this country that made her feel extremely uncomfortable as soon as possible. Is this her true appearance? When Ivsa and Alice saw Marlene Ryan's dragon form, they showed shocked expressions on their faces. However, this dragon seemed to be slightly different from the image they knew, and Marlene Ryan's transformation immediately attracted the attention of the people around. As a country founded by dragons, the citizens naturally regard dragons as sacred beings. Wow! It's a dragon! Oh my god, a dragon in armor. These dragon scales like flames. Is she a red dragon? Too beautiful. I'm going to faint. Great red dragon. Please accept our devout worship. The surrounding humans and half-dragons rushed forward to express their respect to Marlene Ryan. However, Marlene Ryan just glanced at the worship of the crowd indifferently, and did not show much interest. Let's go up. Su Xian gestured to Ivsa and the others, and then lightly jumped onto Marlene Ryan's dragon back. Ivsa and the others followed closely behind, landing steadily on Marlene Ryan's back. However, this scene made Marlene Ryan very unhappy. You not only want to control me yourself, but also let others ride on me? Marlene Ryan's voice sounded in Su Xian's mind, with obvious anger. Su Xian smiled and comforted, we are all partners in the guild, it's okay to ride on me. But don't worry, I won't let others ride on you. Humph. Let's go quickly, there are more and more people. Humph. Marlene Ryan snorted in dissatisfaction, and immediately spread her wings and flew towards the location of the red dragon treasure. The crowd below was still filled with praises for her. Soon, Marlene Ryan led everyone to the mountains 100 miles away. She shook the dragon head left and right, trying to recall the place where she had buried the treasure. After all, thousands of years had passed, and she could no longer remember the exact location. But she was able to find the treasure with a faint breath. While Marlene Ryan was searching for the treasure, Ivsa and the others sat on the dragon's back and enjoyed the experience of riding the dragon. It turns out that riding on the dragon's back feels so good. Alice stood on the dragon's back, opened her arms, and felt the whistling wind, like a happy child. And Ivsa stood next to Su Xian, saying nothing, just staring at him closely with her lavender eyes. What's wrong? Su Xian asked Ivsa. Well, nothing. Ivsa shook her head, and responded with a smile. But for some reason, Su Xian felt a strange emotion from Ivsa's eyes, and always felt that she wanted to pray for holy light on the dragon's back. Found it. After a long search, Marlene Ryan finally found the place where she buried the treasure. She dived down without hesitation, and hit the ground of the valley. A deafening roar shook the entire mountain range. However, everyone landed very smoothly, and was not affected by the strong impact at all. After Su Xian landed, he immediately looked around. He found that this was just an ordinary valley surrounded by continuous mountains, and there was no trace of any caves. But he firmly believed that since it was a treasure buried by a giant dragon, it must be extraordinary. At this moment, Marlene Ryan gradually changed back to her half-dragon form. Humph! Ignorant human, let me show you my treasure house. Marlene Ryan proudly raised her chest, and said to Su Xian. She raised her right foot, and stomped on the ground. Instantly, the ground shook. A crack several meters wide appeared on the ground of the valley, and a dazzling red light flashed at the bottom. Then, Marlene Ryan jumped into the crack without hesitation. Su Xian and Ivsa looked at each other tacitly, followed closely, and jumped into the mysterious crack. When they reached the deepest part of the crack, the scene in front of them surprised them. A whole new world appeared under the valley. This space was made of red rocks, and 4 red pillars stood tall, supporting this vast area. However, unlike the treasures guarded by dragons in the usual film and television dramas, there was no magnificent scene here, nor mountains of gold and treasures. On the contrary, there was nothing here, only a pile of huge bones scattered on the ground, which looked particularly desolate. This? Su Xian looked at Marlene Ryan. He believed that this was definitely not the real dragon treasure house. Right, however, when he carefully observed Marlene Ryan's expression, his eyes were slightly solemn. He noticed that Marlene Ryan's eyes were slightly red, tears were rolling in her eyes, and her anger and sadness were beyond words. Then, Who dared to steal my treasure? If I know, I will definitely burn him to ashes. Marlene Ryan roared angrily, and the sound echoed throughout the space, causing a violent shock. After the roar, Marlene Ryan began to dig on the ground. Damn! There must be something left. That is the treasure that I have collected after thousands of years. This scene made Su Xian feel deeply sorry. But he couldn't imagine who could steal Marlene Ryan's treasure. After all, this place was full of her destructive aura, enough to keep creatures below demigods away. Suddenly, Su Xian's eyes fell on those huge bones. These bones looked like the skeletons of some kind of monster, but not like dragons. Moreover, these bones did not look like the skeletons of thieves, but more likely the food remains left by thieves. Su Xian approached these bones with curiosity and observed them carefully. At this time, a hint suddenly appeared in his sight. Skeleton of phoenix feather bird, epic, a kind of bird monster with only female left, with delicious meat. Its flesh is rich in collagen, and the powder ground into bones can enhance the essence. Su Xian's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. As he guessed, these were the remains of food. What is this? Suddenly, Su Xian noticed a blue-green fragment in the pile of bones. He walked over and picked up the blue-green fragment. Blue-green dragon's dragon scale fragment. ? Maybe it is still between this world. Blue-green dragon? Su Xian looked at the description of the dragon scale fragment and roughly understood the reason for the matter. I'm afraid that Marlene Ryan's nemesis took her treasure. Great. There are still some left. Just then, Marlene Ryan seemed to have dug up something. She was holding a colorful crystal in her hand, and the dazzling light seemed to illuminate the entire space. Rainbow crystal, legendary, a crystal containing rainbow energy. With this item, you can obtain the super rare item 7 colors of rainbow light. Su Xian's eyes flickered. Super rare item? The treasure of the red dragon is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 200. Damn it! Is this broken stone the only thing left? An uncontrollable rage ignited in Marlene Ryan's heart, and the breath of destruction permeated around her, causing the air to tremble violently. Then I want this broken stone. Su Xian appeared quietly beside Marlene Ryan, and took the rainbow crystal from her hand. Human! This is the only one left in my treasure house. Marlene Ryan was about to get angry, but Su Xian handed her a piece of blue dragon scale fragment. The moment she saw the dragon scale fragment, her anger dissipated instantly, and her pair of red eyes stared at the blue dragon scale. The next second, her anger was ignited again. Marlene Ryan roared and shouted a name, Mira or. Su Xian silently remembered this name in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that the relationship between the two dragons was not a simple mortal enemy. Damn you! Sooner or later, I will devour your flesh and blood and burn your bones to ashes. Marlene Ryan's anger erupted like a volcano, and the fire of revenge on the dragon has reached its peak. Su Xian completely understood Marlene Ryan's feelings at the moment. Her life was ended by the other party, and even the treasure house that had been treasured for thousands of years was looted. If it were him, he would probably be more angry than Marlene Ryan. Marlene Ryan, the Red Dragon. Su Xian approached Marlene Ryan and said, as long as you are willing to submit to me, I will give you power and let you take revenge on it. How about it? Humph, tiny human, your power is not worth mentioning in front of me. Marlene Ryan crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted contemptuously. However, her eyes had changed subtly at this moment. She knew in her heart that what the human in front of her said was true. He did have the ability to give her extraordinary power, and even that power surpassed the law. Since you don't agree. Su Xian smiled and shrugged. He naturally couldn't let Marlene Ryan go easily. Of course, he would rather treat every member of the guild in a more gentle way. But if Marlene Ryan's attitude remained so bad, he could only continue to take tough measures. Before Su Xian finished speaking, Marlene Ryan responded. Human, we are just a cooperative relationship. Letting you ride is my bottom line. Don't even think about asking me to call you master or something. Do you understand? Marlene Ryan's words carried a hint of unquestionable determination, but compared with her previous anger and arrogance, her tone was much calmer. In response, Su Xian did not answer directly. Just said, since there is nothing valuable here, let's go back. Su Xian immediately opened the teleportation array and prepared to return to the guild. Before leaving, Marlene Ryan was still roaring in anger. Damn Mira! I will definitely settle this account with you. Just as Su Xian was about to enter the teleportation array, he suddenly felt a strange magical fluctuation, which made him turn his head suddenly. He vaguely felt that a pair of huge eyes were staring at him, but when he turned around, that feeling disappeared instantly. Is it an illusion? Su Xian frowned slightly, and after finding nothing else, he followed Ivsa and the others into the teleportation array. When they returned to the guild, Lucia and the others had also returned from the mission. As soon as Marie Rhine entered the guild, she immediately attracted Lucia's attention. As the Pope of the Church of Light, how could she not know how bizarre the aura of destruction emanating from Marie Rhine was? Even though the other party's aura was very weak, the strength from the soul shocked Lucia, the Pope of the Church of Light. Huh? Marie Rhine also noticed Lucia's existence. The powerful aura emanating from the other party made her gently shake her dragon tail, and her pair of red eyes stared at Lucia closely. She couldn't find out Lucia's identity, but she only knew that she should be a member of the Church of Light. Because when she died, Lucia was not born yet. However, the hidden things in Lucia made her, the giant dragon symbolizing destruction, feel afraid. More importantly, this woman was so young, but she showed such a powerful power, which surprised her. When did the magic continent have a demigod-level warrior under the age of 100? President, who is this? At this time, Fuli and Fulua came to Marlene Rhine with curiosity and asked Su Xian. Her name is Marlene Rhine, and she is a new member of our guild. Su Xian introduced her to everyone with a smile. Of course, as you can see, she is a dragon. Dragon? After hearing that Marlene Rhine was a dragon, Fuli and Fulua's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with excitement, and they exclaimed in unison. Hello. I'm Fuli. I'm Fulua. Nice to meet you. The elf sister seemed to be very interested in dragons, especially Fuli, who surrounded Marlene Rhine enthusiastically. As the guild leader, Su Xian was very pleased to see the guild members improving their relationship with each other. At this moment, Lucia walked up to Su Xian. She is the Red Dragon? Lucia immediately recognized Marlene Rhine's identity and asked Su Xian. Yes. Su Xian nodded and replied, it's her, but she is a little different from before. Now she is the reborn Red Dragon. Reborn? Lucia whispered softly, her eyes hidden under the white veil staring at Marlene Rhine in the distance, revealing a hint of surprise. She never thought that her guild leader would recruit the Red Dragon that symbolizes destruction into the guild, giving this existence that had been silent for 1,000 years a new lease of life. Did the mission go well today? Su Xian asked again. Yeah. Lucia responded simply. That's good. Su Xian nodded, and then submitted several tasks. Lucia and her friends completed a total of 4 D-level tasks, and obtained 5 gold coins and 50,000 experience points. Currently, there are only 8 D-level tasks left, and the difficulty is relatively high. Of course, for Su Xian's guild, these tasks are still relatively easy to complete. After submitting the task, Su Xian focused his attention on the rainbow crystal obtained from Marie Rhine. 7-color rainbow light, entry. Su Xian was a little curious about this entry. After all, it was a super rare entry. At present, there is only 7-color rainbow light left in his entry library. As for the vampire entry, he doesn't know when he can get 3 portraits together for exchange. In addition, is the combination of 7-color rainbow light and vampire, an excellent entry combination? Vampire that emits 7-color rainbow light? Chapter 201. Su Xian's mind flashed with an image of a vampire emitting light. Its colors were as colorful as neon lights. He might need to think about it carefully. By the way, there is something I think I need to tell you. Lucia suddenly spoke. What is it? During the mission, we met a girl who is also the guild leader like you. She asked us for help, hoping that we could help her hunt a high-level monster. Lucia said, turning her eyes to Lorslan. Lorslan agreed to her request and successfully helped her hunt the monster. Su Xian turned his eyes to Lorslan. He knew that this knight with a strong sense of justice would indeed do such a thing. Lorslan nodded, then took out a pearl earring from her pocket. This is a thank you gift from her to us. Su Xian's eyes fell on the pearl earring. Pearl earring, elite an accessory that can slightly improve perception, agility plus 20. How strong was the monster you killed? Su Xian followed closely and asked. It was quite powerful. I used 2 swords to kill it. Luoshan replied. Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He hoped that Luoshan would not say something serious that sounded a bit pretentious. However, since Luoshan needed 2 swords to kill the monster, the level of the monster must be above level 50. How strong is the opponent's adventurer? Su Xian continued to ask. Weak, very weak. Lucia replied softly. Yeah. Luo Selen also nodded in agreement. There is only 1 female elf in the other guild, and her strength may be about the same as Luo Xio. The two people's answers made Su Xian frown slightly. If the mission target is a monster above level 50, then the difficulty of this mission is at least D level, or even D+ level. However, judging from the strength of the other guild members described by them, the other party may only have E level strength. This reminded Su Xian of the player who posted on the forum at that time. She always received tasks that did not match her strength. Could it be her? Su Xian still remembered that many B-level guilds went to join in the fun at that time, but suffered heavy losses. Later, it was heard that a B+ level player took action to solve the crisis. But since then, no one is willing to help that player easily. Okay, I know. Su Xian nodded gently and silently kept this in mind. And Lucia has been observing the changes in Su Xian's expression, noticing that he was also a little surprised about this matter, but soon regained his calm. It can be inferred from this that not all guild leaders will receive strange mission commissions. That is just a special case. This explains why the leaves of the golden tree appeared in the hands of the girl. Night fell quickly, covering the entire sky. Lucia and the others left the guild one after another, ending today's adventure. Su Xian was about to quit the game and return to reality to wash up, so as not to stink all over. At this time, Marie Rhine walked up to Su Xian and asked him, "Human, where should I sleep?" "You?" Su Xian was silent for a moment. There was indeed a vacant room in the guild, but it was not equipped with beds. Moreover, would a dragon choose to sleep on a bed when resting? Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Marie Rhine had already walked into his room. Then, she muttered in dissatisfaction, "Human, there is a strange smell in your room, like heather." "That's my room." Su Xian immediately reminded Marie Rhine. "It's mine now." Marie Rhine jumped lightly and landed on Su Xian's small bed. Just as she stood on it, boom! With a loud noise, the whole bed collapsed instantly. Su Xian stood there in a daze. His little bed had to bear a weight that he shouldn't have to bear at his age. But this shouldn't be the case. This little wooden bed was clearly strong enough to bear the impact of his punishment on the little succubus. So why did it collapse as soon as Marlene Rhine stood on it? Could it be that her weight in her current human form was equivalent to that in her dragon form? The quality is too poor. Marlene Rhine looked around and sighed at the collapsed little wooden bed. Then, the scales on her body disappeared one after another, and she turned into a girl with long red hair in an instant. In the private area, there were only a few dragon scales to cover her, and she didn't care about Su Xian's gaze at all. "Close the door, I'm going to sleep." Marlene Rhine lay on the collapsed little bed, hugging her dragon tail tightly as a pillow, ready to fall asleep. This scene made Su Xian frown. "This is my bed." However, before he could speak, he found that Marlene Rhine had fallen asleep quietly. "This guy." Su Xian shook his head helplessly, walked to Marlene Rhine, and his eyes fell on the red dragon tail. Because Nada is a soul body, it is the first time that Su Xian has seen a real dragon tail. The red scales on the dragon tail show a vivid sense of layering, and each scale is engraved with meticulous runes, which flicker in the faint light. With Marlene Rhine's steady breathing, these scales seem to have life, opening and closing slightly. This scene made Su Xian very curious. He gently stretched out his finger and touched one of the dragon scales. The unique silky feeling is simply indescribable. Under the touch of Su Xian's fingertips, the dragon scale seemed to have some kind of attraction to him, and slightly opened the gap, revealing the pink dragon tail meat. "It's really interesting." Su Xian smiled with satisfaction. Whether it was Marlene Rhine's human form or dragon form, she exuded a unique charm. Just when he was about to touch it again, suddenly, Su Xian observed that the scales on the tail of Marlene Rhine dragon suddenly stood up like cat hair, full of hostility towards him. At the same time, a pair of red eyes were staring at him angrily, as if to tear him into pieces. "Wake up!" Faced with this situation, Su Xian said lightly, "Take a bath before going to bed. Don't dirty my bed." "Take a bath?" Marlene Rhine was obviously confused by Su Xian's words. She couldn't understand what he was talking about. Ridiculous. Does the dragon still need to take a bath? Why, haven't you taken a bath for nearly 10,000 years? How smelly would it be? Su Xian asked in a teasing tone. "Ignorant human, how could I, who has the power of destruction, have a peculiar smell?" Marlene Rhine said disdainfully with her hands on her hips. "You haven't washed yet?" Su Xian didn't want to waste any more words, so he took Marlene Rhine's hand and said, "Come on, I take you to take a bath." "Wait! Let me go! I don't want to take a bath." "Ah!" Chapter 202. I don't want to wash. Don't touch my dragon horn. "Huh? It feels quite comfortable." "Ah." Puff, puff. Su Xian squeezed out the shower gel and gently applied it on Marlene Ryan's flaming hair, gradually piling up the foam. "Humph, human, didn't you have dinner? Use some strength." Marlene Ryan sat on a small stool, leisurely crossing her jade feet, with her hands folded in front of her chest. There was a hint of imperceptible provocation in her seemingly casual tone. Faced with her urging, Su Xian smiled helplessly. This guy, who was reluctant just now, is now enjoying the pleasure of bathing. However, it is indeed as Marlene Ryan said, her body is protected by the power of destruction, and dust is difficult to adhere to her skin. In addition, after she transformed into a human form, her skin was extremely delicate and soft, and it also exuded a warm breath. This may be because her main magic element is related to fire. After cleaning Marlene Ryan's hair, Su Xian carefully wiped her little dragon claws. For easier wiping, Marlene Ryan put away most of her dragon features, with only a few dragon scales covering her limbs, hiding her sharp dragon claws. During the process, Su Xian noticed that the dragon scales on her limbs were different from those on her tail. They seemed harder, and seemed to be able to withstand the cutting of any weapon. After wiping her hands, Su Xian turned his attention to Marlene Ryan's little feet. "Lift your feet up, human." Marlene Ryan lifted her fragrant and soft little jade feet and placed them in Su Xian's hands, saying with a hint of arrogance in her tone, "Touching my skin is the greatest honor of your life. Why don't you kneel down and thank me for my gift?" Su Xian frowned slightly upon hearing this. This arrogant dragon had not yet realized who the real master was. It seemed that he needed to teach it a lesson. He gently pinched Marlene's little feet, and instantly, a stream of magic power flowed into her soles. This magic power came from the filthy lustful magic power of the succubus, which was too strong for Marlene, who had transformed into an adult, and was defenseless. Although it would not cause harm to Marlene, the strong feeling made her skin flushed and her whole body tremble. You? What on earth did you do to me?" Marlene questioned Su Xian angrily, with doubt and anger flashing in her eyes. She had a strong impulse in her heart to kick Su Xian away, but at this moment, a cold command stopped her. "Don't move." With this command, Marlene's body suddenly became stiff and unable to move. At this moment, she became a life-size dragon girl figurine, and could only let Su Xian do whatever he wanted. Su Xian gently stroked Marlene Ryan's dragon scales, his tone gentle but with a hint of irresistibility. "Be obedient when taking a bath." He continued to carefully wash Marlene Ryan's jade feet with shower gel, his fingertips gently sliding across her skin, bringing a strange feeling. The feeling of being electrocuted made Marlene Ryan's eyes widen in astonishment. As a young dragon, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, she has never been touched on the soles of her feet like this. This new experience brought a strong shock to her young heart. "Stop! Don't touch my claws!" Marlene Ryan shouted loudly to Su Xian. Su Xian seemed not to hear, and said to himself, "The soles of the feet are one of the places where the body sweats the most, and they need to be cleaned well." "You? Quiet. Marlene Ryan was powerless to resist, and her struggle seemed so insignificant. Su Xian didn't care at all, and completely ignored her protest. After he carefully washed the little dragon's feet, his eyes fell on the Snow White that was very disproportionate to Marlene Ryan's height. The Snow White was only covered by a piece of red dragon scale, as if you could see its true face with just a flick of your fingertips. In addition, there were also a few pieces of dragon scales covering it. Ahem, Su Xian poured shower gel on the Snow White, and then gave an order, "Rub it yourself." Marlene Ryan's hands began to move autonomously under Su Xian's order, carefully washing the areas that he couldn't reach easily. And the shaking Snow White was dazzling. Ahem, Su Xian knew that there were some places that couldn't be touched now, otherwise, with Marlene Ryan's personality, she might turn against him directly. However, Su Xian turned his gaze to Marlene Ryan's dragon tail, which was his real target. He walked behind Marlene Ryan, and gently lifted the plump dragon tail. The dragon tail is indeed heavy, but it is not very heavy. Judging from the feel, it is only about 50 to 60 kilograms. Su Xian poured the shower gel on the dragon tail, and gently spread it evenly. He put his fingers into the gaps between the scales, trying to clean the inside. However, when his hand reached into the gaps between the dragon scales, Marlene Ryan suddenly widened her eyes, and her body froze in place. He? What is he doing? Marlene Ryan was stunned. She never expected that Su Xian would actually clean the gaps between her dragon scales. Didn't he know that the gaps in the dragon scales were forbidden areas for giant dragons, second only to that? How dare he do this? But under Su Xian's command, Marlene Ryan's body was out of control, and she couldn't make any sound. She could only make a sound of which made her very angry. As a giant dragon that symbolizes destruction, when has she ever been wronged like this? Damn it, this guy must have done it on purpose. It must be. Wait. It seems that cleaning the gaps in the dragon's tail scales is quite comfortable. 2 hours later. It's done. Su Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cleaning the dragon's tail was much more complicated than he thought. It took him 2 full hours to ensure that every gap in the dragon's scales was clean. I will never give Marlene Rhine a bath next time. I am so tired. When the control disappeared, Marlene Rhine regained her freedom. She slowly turned her head, staring at Su Xian with a pair of big watery eyes, her eyes full of complex emotions. Although she was angry at Su Xian's rude behavior, cleaning the gaps between the scales did make her feel very comfortable. This touch seemed to touch some mysterious switch of Marlene Rhine, making her experience an indescribable pleasure. I let you off this time. No next time without my permission. Marlene Rhine stood up with trembling legs and said to Su Xian angrily. Then, she quickly walked out of the bathroom and rushed towards the bedroom. It's not dry yet. Su Xian just took out a clean towel, but found that Marlene Rhine's figure had disappeared. He shrugged helplessly and focused on the prompt in front of him. Marlene Rhine's favorability towards you +5. Current favorability, 25. The most rare episode. Su Xian sighed softly and walked towards the bedroom. When he walked into the bedroom, he found that Marlene Rhine had fallen asleep quietly holding her dragon tail. The collapsed bed had not been repaired yet and was occupied by Marlene Rhine. It seemed that he could only make do with the guild hall tonight. At this time, Nada suddenly walked out of the crystal ball and appeared in front of Su Xian. When she saw Marlene Rhine's sleeping posture, a motherly smile appeared on her face. She is so cute when she sleeps. Su Xian disagreed with this. Nada slowly turned around and sent a message to Su Xian with her beautiful eyes. Mr. Su Xian. Since Rhine has fallen asleep. Now. Chapter 203. Mr. Su Xian, how about sitting down first? Nida gently extended her jade hand, gently took Su Xian's arm, and led him to the chair beside the bed. After Su Xian sat down, he asked Nida softly, here? If it's here, is it a bit inappropriate? After all, Marlene Rhine is sleeping beside her. Is Nida planning to perform the ritual of life magic next to the sleeping Marlene Rhine? Yeah. Nida nodded slightly. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Is it not possible? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and pondered this question. It turns out that Nida likes to pursue excitement and dares to make such a bold move in front of the sleeping red dragon. While Su Xian's thoughts were fluctuating, Nida had already squatted down gracefully in front of him. Her pair of snow-white and soft jade hands gently held Su Xian's palms and said, Mr. Su Xian, after these few days, I have recovered some lost memories. Some memories? Su Xian heard the words. His eyes flickered slightly. Nida's memory finally recovered? Nida nodded gently, with a heavy look in her eyes, as if those memories made her feel a little sad. I recall the cause of the extinction of the tribe. That day, a young red dragon in the tribe brought back a piece of dark golden dragon scale. It was that dragon scale that brought the crisis of destruction to my tribe. Nida continued. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Ask, how did the red dragon get the heart scale? Did it tell you? The black dragon died in the hands of the holy judge, and its body turned into countless fragments, and finally disappeared completely in the violent energy explosion. As for the trace of the heart scale, there is no news. But why did this heart scale suddenly appear in the hands of a red dragon? Is it just based on the perception of the dragon's own kind? And why did the mysterious witch get involved in the dispute between the dragons? No. Nada shook her head gently, with endless helplessness in her eyes. It did not elaborate on the origin of the heart scale, but only told the tribe that the heart scale contained the power to be promoted to a demigod. My father was also blinded by the desire to become a demigod and decided to hide the heart scale deep in the tribe. This wrong decision brought us a catastrophe. That night, although I escaped from the tribe, I was ultimately unable to get rid of the witch's curse and paid the price of my life. Hearing Nada's words, Su Xian immediately understood everything in his heart. The root of everything was related to the red dragon that brought back the heart scale. In addition, about the curse. The witch's method was related to the curse. However, witches who are good at curses are not uncommon, and this alone is not enough to determine the specific identity of the witch. About the whereabouts of the heart scale. Nada tried to recall, but when the memory gradually became clear, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her mind. She covered her head and bit her lips and teeth. It hurt so much. Nada. Su Xian hurriedly supported the shaky Nada. My head hurts so much. Don't force yourself. If you can't remember, let it go. Su Xian said to Nada with concern. He noticed that Nada's whole body began to flicker, and it was obvious that the memory of the heart scale had affected her. Nada nodded gently, and after calming down the shock brought by the memories, she gradually regained her composure. She looked at Su Xian with a trace of self-blame in her eyes, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Su Xian, I will remember the whereabouts of the heart scale as soon as possible. Don't force yourself, Nida. Su Xian stroked her hair and gently comforted her. First, you have to protect your soul, understand? After listening, Nida was silent for a moment, nodded gently, and said with a smile, I understand, Mr. Su Xian. As she spoke, she gently revealed the covered holy light. When the sacred light spread in the room and warmly illuminated her soul, Nida's face showed a happy smile. Well now, she whispered, it's time to nourish the soul. It feels great. Mr. Su Xian, look at me, okay? Don't look at my child, the following 10,000 words omitted. The next day, Su Xian woke up from the bed, took off his VR glasses, rubbed his temples, and felt a little excited. He didn't expect that doing that kind of thing next to the sleeping Marlene Rhine would make people so excited. He didn't expect that he would pray to the holy light with Nada until dawn, and even reflect the holy light on her face. Oh, Marlene Rhine, Su Xian sighed, then got up and walked to the bathroom. After washing up, he went to school. When he arrived at school, it was still early, and there were not many students in the class. Su Xian glanced at Lu Shui, who seemed to be chatting with someone on her mobile phone. He walked to Lu Shui, revealing concern in his tone, and asked, Sister Ling, have you started looking for a location for a new store? Yeah. Lu Shui put down her phone, looked up at Su Xian, and replied, she plans to go to the vicinity of Zhejiang University in a few days to see if she can find a suitable location. However, the stores near the university town have been full for a long time. If you don't have connections, it's hard to find a suitable one. As she spoke, Lu Shui lowered her head slightly, and didn't seem to have much hope for this matter. After listening, Su Xian pondered for a moment. Indeed, it is not easy to open a store near the university town, unless you choose those inconspicuous locations. By the way, Su Xian, Lu Shui suddenly asked, do you know why someone can receive a task commission that far exceeds their own player rating? It may be a game bug. Su Xian replied, did you notice the post of that player? Lu Shui nodded and said softly, I think that post is interesting, but at the same time I think she is quite pitiful. If there really is a task that even players all over the world cannot complete, then won't she always be stuck at the current rating? Maybe. Su Xian is not very sure about this. Generally speaking, the difficulty of the task obtained by the player matches his own level. Even if the mission fails, the difficulty will not be too harsh. There will always be a way to overcome the difficulties, by improving the guild's combat power, or seeking help from other players. However, if an E-rated player receives an A-level or even S-level mission, the situation will be completely different. I'm afraid it was time to go home after school, and Su Xian logged into the game immediately after returning home. After entering the guild, he first returned to his bedroom. To his surprise, Marlene Rhine was still sleeping in bed. Su Xian frowned slightly. How long does a dragon need to sleep every day? A whole day? It seemed that Su Xian's arrival touched some kind of switch in Marlene Rhine. She moved her nose, and then opened her red eyes. So sharp? Su Xian frowned slightly when he saw this. He couldn't help wondering in his heart, was this guy pretending to sleep last night? Just then, Marlene Rhine stood up and said in a daze, hungry. Hearing Marlene Rhine's words, Su Xian's mood immediately relaxed. It turned out that this little guy was just hungry. Fortunately, what kind of monster meat do you like to eat? I buy you some. Su Xian asked Marlene Rhine. By the way, this should be Marlene Rhine's first meal after hatching? She has to eat something good. Meat? I don't eat meat. Marlene Rhine shook her head and replied. You don't eat meat? Su Xian was stunned when he heard what Marie Rhine said. How could you grow so big without eating meat? I mean, a body length of tens of thousands of meters. Wouldn't it take several dragons a day to make it? Also, the dragons that represent destruction don't eat meat, but the dragons that represent life eat phoenix feather birds? Yeah. Marie Rhine nodded and replied, I like to drink animal milk. Can you help me find some? Oh. Hearing Marie Rhine's preference, Su Xian immediately understood why she grew so big. Wait, I buy you some. Is 1 ton enough? 1 ton? Who are you feeding? 100 tons. An hour later. Huh. Marlene Ryan sat on the sofa and wiped the milk stains from the corners of her mouth. Su Xian sat beside her and watched her drink several tons of animal milk. Fortunately, animal milk is not expensive, only 1 silver coin per ton. Moreover, if the purchase quantity is large, it can be discounted by 50%. At this time, the teleportation array flashed white light, and Lucia took the lead in stepping on the golden ripples and appeared in the guild. Su Xian felt a little strange when he saw Lucia coming so early today. He asked, "Why are you here so early today?" "Something happened in the Church of Light, and the service this morning was cancelled," Lucia explained. As she walked toward Su Xian, she looked at Marlene Ryan sitting next to her, and then sat next to Su Xian. "What's the matter?" "A purple-robed priest died strangely in the territory of the Star Kingdom. The supervisor has been dispatched, and is investigating the matter," Lucia explained to Su Xian. "The purple-robed priest died in the Star Kingdom?" Su Xian felt a little confused, but did not ask more. After all, the Church of Light had just started investigating, and the specific reason was still unknown. However, he always felt that this matter was inextricably linked to the current situation in the Star Kingdom. "Hey, little girl from the Church of Light." Marie Ryan suddenly turned to Lucia and asked, "Have you seen a golden dragon in the Church of Light?" "No." Lucia shook her head, but her eyes flashed a hint of complex emotions at this moment. Chapter 204. The Little Girl of the Church of Light. Su Xian sat between the two and listened to their conversation. It was unexpected that Marlene Ryan addressed Lucia, but as a dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years, it was understandable to call Lucia a little girl. In addition, Su Xian turned his gaze to Lucia, and he noticed that when Marlene Ryan mentioned the golden dragon, a hint of complex emotions flashed in Lucia's eyes. She obviously knew the existence of the golden dragon, but for some reason, she couldn't say it. "Since you haven't seen it, forget it." Marlene Ryan just glanced at it lightly and ended the topic. Well, she stood up and stretched. "I'm full. It's time to go to bed." "No sleep. Today we have to complete the remaining D-level tasks." Su Xian grabbed Marlene Ryan. "Why did this guy want to sleep after eating? Are you a pig dragon? What a troublesome human." Not long after, Ivsa and the others came to the guild one after another. When all the guild members were present, Su Xian began to assign tasks. He divided into 2 teams. The first team was led by Lucia, and the members included Rosalind, Fuli and Flo. The other team was composed of Ivsa, Alice, Marlene Ryan, and their respected president. The 2 teams were equally strong, and with Lucia and Rosalind there, Su Xian didn't have to worry too much. When the white light of the teleportation array flashed, the team led by Su Xian appeared in a village on the edge of the Star Kingdom. The goal of the mission was to kill a werewolf who escaped. When they arrived at the village, they were greeted by a horrific scene. The village was full of broken limbs, and bloody internal organs scattered all over the ground. These bodies included not only villagers, but also the remains of a group of law enforcement knights. This scene made Su Xian's eyes become solemn. The strength of this werewolf seemed to be stronger than he knew from the mission description. Fortunately, before setting off, he had already upgraded Marlene Ryan's level to 20. And Marlene Ryan's attributes at only level 20 have already surpassed that of Lortharin at level 45. Mare Ryan Myth, level 20, 0/6000, race, Red Dragon/Valkyrie. Strength, 800/Agility, 760/Magic, 850/Constitution, 990. Growth, 15 plus 5, 15 plus 5 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features: Eternal Fire, Valkyrie, Red Dragon, Dragon Egg symbolizing destruction, XX, Fusion, multiple combat forms. The attributes of the dragon are indeed amazing. I smell the scent of that werewolf. At this time, Mare Ryan suddenly transformed into a dragon form. She spread her wings and flew high above the village. The red eyes locked onto a wooden house tightly, and then spit out a hot dragon breath. Boom! The red dragon breath gushed out in an instant, turning everything in that area into ashes. Awooh! The unbearable werewolf escaped from the range of the dragon's breath. At this moment, its body was covered with wounds, and the breath of destruction lingered on it, constantly threatening its life. Damn it! Damn it! Why would a giant dragon come to kill me? The werewolf roared in horror. The Duke promised me that he would set me free. Why did you do this to me? Huh? Su Xian couldn't help showing a puzzled expression when he heard the werewolf talking to himself. He asked, "What do you know?" Damn it! Damn it! Awooh! The werewolf did not answer Su Xian's question, but entered a violent state. A wisp of black air surrounded it, causing its body to swell rapidly, and its strength also increased dramatically at this moment. This black air. Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly when he saw this. The werewolf had entered a violent state, and even if he could control it, he could not make it recover from its rage. And that wisp of black air seemed to be a means left by others, which controlled the werewolf's sanity to a certain extent, making it unable to tell anyone what it knew. Since it was impossible to ask the result from its mouth, there was no need to hold back. Kill it! Before the werewolf's transformation was complete, Marie Rhine blew out a breath of dragon's breath. Boom! Ah! With a scream, the werewolf's body instantly turned into ashes. Duke? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. There were only a few dukes in the Star Kingdom. Perhaps there was a way to know which duke was responsible. But what did it do for that duke? Perhaps you could ask Edith. As a baroness of the Star Kingdom, her status is equivalent to that of the duke. She may know something about the inside story. Humph, an ant-like thing. Marie Rhine turned back into human form, and glanced at the werewolf, that turned into ashes with contempt. A level 52 werewolf in front of her could be solved with a breath of dragon's breath. Now only the monsters above level 60 may pose a little threat to her, unless the other party is also a mythical quality. Let's go back. Su Xian was about to leave, and at this moment, Alice seemed to have discovered something. Master! Look there! Alice reminded Su Xian. Su Xian turned his head to look at the place where the werewolf died, and saw a few black little bugs crawling on the ground. What is this? Su Xian's eyes flashed, and the information of the little bugs was imprinted in his mind. Demon Devourer, rare, a bug that can devour magic power, extremely dangerous. The owner's magic power must be used to feed this monster. This familiar information prompt made Su Xian frown slightly. He recalled the bug that crawled out of the mind of the Lord of Sunset City at that time. At that time, it was a white soul-devouring bug. Just as Su Xian was about to put these little bugs into the bottle and take them away, a ball of black flame suddenly ignited and burned those bugs to ashes. Su Xian narrowed his eyes. He was sure. Someone was observing everything here, and at this moment, thousands of miles away, in a gloomy castle, a pale-faced man was staring at everything in the picture, his bright red eyes staring at Su Xian and his guild members. Dragon? The man picked up a cup of blood and drank it all. Then, he laughed softly. It's interesting. It has been rumored that the Adventurers Guild has disrupted the rules of the world, but if it is used, it is a perfect blade. Am I right? Prince Lapis. The man turned his eyes to the orange-red short-haired man, who was bathing on the side. You are right, but it is not so easy to use the Adventurers Guild that transcends the rules of the world. We have not yet mastered its rules. Prince Lapis sneered while scrubbing his body. To achieve our goal, those adventurers alone are far from enough, Duke Keto. Don't worry, my prince. Duke Keto stood up and walked to Prince Lapis's bathtub. He stared at his neck and drooled. As long as you provide me with your star blood, I will fight for your father's throne for you. But your right-hand man, Count Flas, failed. Prince Lapis glanced coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. It was just an accident. I still don't know how he died. The guide blessed by my father's blood should not be defeated by a group of weak adventurers. Duke Keto said, brushing his hand across Prince Lapis's neck, revealing a greedy smile. But don't worry, there won't be a next time. But don't forget what you promised me. After I help you successfully fight for the throne, I will take all your sister's blood. Don't worry, they will all be yours. After completing the third task, Su Xian returned to the guild. At this time, Lucia and the others had also returned to the guild. From their expressions, it can be seen that the task was completed very smoothly. When they saw Su Xian coming back, Fuli and Furo quickly ran to him and said, President, I encountered a very strange thing when doing the task today. A very strange thing? Su Xian showed a puzzled expression and listened carefully to the description of the elf sisters. Yeah. After we just killed the target of the task, several bugs crawled out of the corpse. So disgusting, Beafuro said, and couldn't help trembling. Hearing this, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It was this strange bug again. Here you go. Suddenly, Lucia threw something wrapped in golden magic to Su Xian. Su Xian caught it, and found it was a demon-eating worm. Those worms didn't spontaneously combust? Su Xian asked Lucia in surprise. They spontaneously combusted, but I protected one of them with magic. Su Xian was stunned for a moment after hearing Lucia's explanation. He remembered that the worm spontaneously combusted suddenly, but Lucia was able to protect it. Her sharp reaction was really shocking. The sensitive power was really outrageous. Su Xian looked at the demon-eating worm wrapped in golden magic. There seemed to be some kind of mark in the body of the demon-eating worm. Once it was separated from the golden magic, it would immediately spontaneously combust. Forget it, save it first. He couldn't find the mastermind behind the demon-eating worm yet, so he could only temporarily store it in the player's backpack. The special space in the player's backpack can ensure that the demon-eating worm will not be affected. Ah! Suddenly, Su Xian heard Lucia sigh slightly. What's wrong? Su Xian asked with concern. Miss Saint seemed to have something on her mind. Recently, the Church of Light has been dealing with a lot of trivial matters, which makes me feel overwhelmed. Lucia rubbed her brows and said to Su Xian, Is there anything I can help you with? Su Xian asked. As the president of the guild, he naturally had to share the troubles of his guild members. Lucia was silent for a moment and glanced at Su Xian. Then, she slowly said, The place where the purple-robed priest died is in the territory of the Kingdom of Stars. The supervisors of the Kingdom of the Sun cannot go out on a large scale to investigate this matter. Perhaps, it would be a better choice for you to handle it. As soon as the voice fell, a prompt suddenly appeared in Su Xian's sight. Get Lucia's character mission prerequisite. After completing this mission, Lucia's character mission will be unlocked. Su Xian was slightly surprised. He opened the information panel and checked Lucia's favorability. He found that it had reached 95 points, when, at the moment of his surprise, a detailed description of the mission appeared in front of Su Xian. Mission description: A purple-robed priest was killed in the territory of the Star Kingdom. Lucia hopes you can help her find the real murderer. Mission goal: Find the real murderer. Mission location: Black Rose Ancient City. Mission reward: Quest mark: Lucia's favorability plus 10. Black Rose Ancient City? Chapter 205. What's the matter with you coming to see me this time? Edith gently picked up the black tea, took a sip, and then looked at Su Xian lazily, asking, I have something to ask you. Su Xian said directly. Edith's dark red eyes gently swept across Lucia, who was sitting next to Su Xian, as if she had guessed his intention. Just say it directly, there's no need to beat around the bush between us, she said, putting down the teacup in her hand. About the bizarre death of a purple-robed priest in the Black Rose Ancient City. Su Xian said directly, I'm investigating this matter. As the real ruler of the Black Rose Ancient City, Edith couldn't be unaware of everything that happened in her territory. After all, the purple-robed priest occupies a pivotal position in the Church of Light. His official rank is at least equivalent to that of an earl, and as the manager of all the Churches of Light in the Black Rose Ancient City, the cause of his death cannot be easily concealed. I have been busy recently, and I don't know the details of this matter in depth, but I can give you the power to investigate. Edith said to Su Xian, the body of the purple-robed priest is placed in a morgue in the Black Rose Ancient City. You can go there to investigate at any time. Thank you. Su Xian expressed his gratitude. Edith's words undoubtedly gave him great convenience in the Black Rose Ancient City. Oh, by the way. Su Xian took out the demon-eating worm from his backpack and asked Edith, What impression do you have of this creature? Who would be able to raise them? Demon-eating worm? Edith glanced at the black worm wrapped in golden light and said lightly, There is a prince who likes to study this kind of creature. I remember his name is Prince Ted's, the king's younger brother. The king's brother? Su Xian narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. It's best not to provoke him, Ides reminded. He is the third strongest person in the Star Kingdom, and you are not strong enough to compete with him now. Well, okay, I understand. After getting the answer he wanted, Su Xian left Ides's mansion with Lucia. After they left, Ides picked up the teacup and blew gently, and the tea rippled. She handed it to her lips, but the action paused at this moment. She thought for a moment, and a faint light flashed in her deep eyes. Then, Ides gently put down the teacup and tapped the edge of the teacup with her fingertips. And just after this action, a mysterious woman shrouded in black mist appeared beside her, wearing black armor, as if she was a messenger walking out of the darkness. Master, what do you want? The woman's voice was low and respectful. Go and protect him in secret. He is very important. Ides ordered the woman. Yes, sir. The woman turned into a puff of black mist and disappeared into the air in an instant. Ides then took up the teacup with confidence and drank the remaining half cup of black tea. Let's go to the Black Rose Ancient City now. Su Xian observed the sky. It was just getting dark, so it was not too late. Yes. Lucia nodded gently. Her golden red eyes hidden under the white veil flickered slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Just as Su Xian was about to activate the teleportation array and go to the Black Rose Ancient City, Lucia suddenly asked, Are you on good terms with the Lady of the Star Kingdom? It's okay. Su Xian thought carefully about his relationship with Edis. As the succubus who created Ephusa, Edis was willing to tell him so much, more because of Ephusa's existence. Lucia looked at Su Xian, with a little doubt and concern in her tone. How much do you know about her? Su Xian pondered for a moment, and then replied, I don't know much about her, maybe not as much as I know about you. He only knew that Edis was a succubus who escaped from the abyss, and her people hated her to the core. In addition, Edis was the owner of the Star-Calling Castle, the Red Maple Leaf Territory, and the Black Rose Ancient City, and openly supported a crown prince to fight for the throne. As for other aspects of Edis, such as her motives, he knew nothing. Lucia's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing Su Xian's words. Do you know me well, then? She advised. In that case, it is best to avoid relying on her power as much as possible. Her existence always makes me feel a little uneasy. Oh. Su Xian nodded, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Lucia seemed to be suspicious of Edith. Was it because of the opposition between the church and the devil? Of course, he must be more inclined to Lucia, because Lucia was a member of the guild. Although Edith and Issa had a close relationship, they were two different individuals after all. As the white light of the teleportation array flashed, he and Lucia arrived at the Black Rose Ancient City together. The environment of the Black Rose Ancient City made Su Xian a little concerned, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. In the center of the city, a huge black rose was blooming with a dark purple light, which was breathtaking. Please follow me, both of you. Just after Su Xian and his companions arrived at the Black Rose Ancient City, a man in dark gold armor appeared in front of them. Su Xian's eyes moved slightly, and he scanned the other person lightly, and then he obtained the other person's information. Will Elite, Level, 66, 500/33600, Race, Human. Strength, 1550/Agility, 1352/Magic, 1344/Constitution, 1505. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. My name is Will, and I am the current sworn knight of the Black Rose Ritual. Will led the way and introduced to Su Xian. I heard that you came here for the Purple Robe Priest, and I happen to be investigating this matter. Any clues? Su Xian asked. No. Will shook his head and sighed. The only clue we found was also taken away by the supervisors of the Church of Light. But this is the territory of the Lady Baroness. They are too reckless. They also killed several of our law enforcement knights. If I see them, I will make them stay in the Black Rose Ancient City forever. Su Xian heard this, and turned his eyes to Lucia. He noticed that Lucia's eyes flashed a hint of coldness, but this coldness was not directed at Will. Not long after, the three of them came to the morgue of the Black Rose Ancient City. The body of the Purple Robe Priest was placed in a separate room. When Su Xian and the others walked into the room, there was a strange smell in the air. This smell was not like a stench, but more like the smell of fermented grains. This is the body of the Purple Robe Priest, but now its appearance is unrecognizable. Will pointed to the body placed in the morgue and said, the body has become a shriveled body, as if all the blood has been sucked dry. The first thing that flashed through Su Xian's mind when he saw the corpse was a vampire. But he quickly rejected this idea, because the corpse was not only losing blood, but its fat and muscles also disappeared without a trace, leaving only skin and bones. You guys investigate it yourself. I have something else to do, so I leave first. Will didn't stay for long and turned away. Su Xian looked at the shriveled corpse carefully, paying special attention to the purple robe. This purple robe seemed to be a little different from other purple robe priests, with a few more crosses on the cuffs, as if it contained some special meaning. Lucia, what does the cross on the cuff mean? Su Xian asked Lucia. Lucia explained, if a purple robe priest wants to be promoted to a golden robe priest, he must pass 10 assessments of the Holy See. This priest has passed 6 times, and only needs to pass 4 more times to become a golden robe priest of the Holy Sea of Light. So that's it. After listening, Su Xian understood the meaning of the cross on the cuffs. The system of the Church of Light is divided into 2 factions, priests and supervisors. The priests are promoted from white robes, blue robes, purple robes to gold robes, while supervisors are promoted from black robes, blue robes, purple robes to red robes. The status of the golden priest is equivalent to that of the cardinal, and both are senior managers of the Church of Light. The dead priest is only 4 assessments away from the golden priest, which also explains why the Church of Light attaches so much importance to this matter. Just as Su Xian was thinking, Lucia's fingertips shone with golden light, and then floated on the surface of the corpse, like an elf. The golden light wandered on the surface of the corpse, and finally gathered at the position of the heart, blooming with extremely dazzling light. A trace of anger flashed in Lucia's beautiful eyes, and then she quickly retracted the magic and said to Su Xian, "Let's go." "Yeah," Su Xian responded, because he also saw the status information of the purple-robed priest. A body that died of light annihilation. This purple-robed priest actually died at the hands of his own people. Moreover, Lucia seemed to have known the identity of the murderer. In the Black Rose ancient city, there are not many members of the Church of Light who can threaten the status of a purple-robed priest. "I will leave this matter to the supervisor," Lucia said to Su Xian. Now the supervisor of the Church of Light has a tense relationship with the Black Rose ancient city. It is not easy to solve this problem as soon as possible. "Since we are here, why not solve this trouble directly? What do you think?" Su Xian suggested to Lucia. When Lucia heard Su Xian's words, a trace of thought flashed in her eyes. After a short silence, she said, "Good suggestion, but I can't show up because of something, so you have to deal with the other party." "Me?" Su Xian originally planned to teleport Luz Lin and the others directly, but Lucia asked him, the president, to do it himself. "Don't worry, the other party's strength is not that strong. You are enough to deal with her." Lucia gently held Su Xian's face with her jade-like palm and looked at him with trusting eyes. "Okay." In the Church of Light in the Black Rose ancient city, several nuns were praying devoutly. Among them, there was a nun who was different. She had a graceful figure, beautiful appearance, and strong strength. "Let's stop here for tonight's night prayer," she announced to the other nuns. "Okay, Sister Sarah," they responded. "Sister Sarah, since the priest passed away, you have been the one who has managed the church and kept it running normally." "Yes, Sister Sarah. We will definitely nominate you to be the administrator of the Black Rose ancient city." The other nuns expressed their gratitude and respect to Sarah. "Thank you for your trust." Sister Sarah responded with a smile, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the church was pushed open, and a tall and burly half-dragon appeared in the sight of the nuns, making them look horrified. "Who is that? A half-dragon? Is he here to seek faith?" Chapter 206. Sarah, Rare, Level 45, 0/22500, Race, Human. Strength, 352/Agility, 344/Magic, 482/Constitution, 460. Growth, 6 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Is that her? Su Xian noticed Sister Sarah at a glance. She stood out among the nuns, and was obviously stronger than other nuns. Before entering the church, Lucia revealed to him that in the entire Black Rose ancient city, only one person sent by the Holy Sea of Light mastered the light magic with destructive nature, and that was the nun named Sarah. And the light magic remaining in the heart of the corpse is exactly the same as the magic of Sister Sarah. In addition, Sarah is not from the Star Kingdom, but an Orthodox nun of the Sun Kingdom, but for some reason, she was sent to the Star Kingdom. And now, she has committed an unforgivable sin again. "Mr. Half-Dragon, what are you doing here?" Sister Sarah looked at Su Xian with gentle eyes and a friendly smile. Compared with the panic of other nuns, she seemed unusually calm and composed. Su Xian did not respond to this, but just gently closed the door of the church. At the moment the door closed, he suddenly burst out and rushed towards Sister Sarah like an arrow. Although Su Xian's attributes were not high, far inferior to Sister Sarah, he received many blessings from Lucia, and these blessing magics greatly improved his strength. Blessing of Light, single all combat power increased by 50%, and the power of light magic increased by 50%, 30 minutes. Radiance, all resistance increased by 30%, 45 minutes. Saint Chant, all attributes increased by 50%, 50 minutes. Countless blessing magics made Su Xian's combat power soar to an astonishing level. Facing a level 45 nun, he was not without the ability to fight. "He's coming towards us." "He? What is he going to do?" "Quick! Go and notify the nearby supervisors." The nuns were panicked by Su Xian's sudden charge, and fled in all directions. However, Sister Sarah knew that the other party was coming for her. She immediately put her hands together, and chanted magic quickly. When Su Xian flashed in front of her and was about to punch, a golden barrier suddenly appeared. Bang! With a dull thud, Su Xian's scaly fist hit the golden barrier heavily, creating a crack, and the next second, countless golden chains suddenly appeared, tightly binding Su Xian's limbs. "Don't worry, everyone." Sister Sarah saw that Su Xian had been controlled by her, and smiled to the other nuns, "Leave it to me." "Great. Sister Sarah is as reliable as ever." As expected of an Orthodox nun of the Sun Church, I heard that she was once a candidate for the saint. Sister Sarah is really amazing. The nuns praised Sister Sarah one after another. In response, Sarah smiled slightly, then looked at Su Xian, who was bound by the golden chain. Her face suddenly became cold, and she whispered to Su Xian, "Who are you? What is your purpose in looking for me?" Su Xian did not answer, but his muscles were tense, and he instantly released the power of a half-dragon. Crack! Bang! The sound of shattering sounded, and the chains woven by the magic of light broke instantly. This scene made Sister Sarah look solemn, and she immediately wanted to retreat. But when she was about to move, she found that her feet were firmly locked by the golden chains and could not move. Light magic. When Sister Sarah saw herself being bound by the light chains, her pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of shock appeared on her face. She could never have dreamed that this half-dragon who broke into the light church could actually use light magic. Before she could react, there was a loud bang, boom, a deafening noise. Su Xian's fist smashed the light barrier and hit Sister Sarah's lower abdomen fiercely. Poof! After Sister Sarah was hit by this punch, her body shook violently like a cannonball, and she flew backwards several meters in an instant and hit the wall heavily. This sudden change made the nuns stunned and silent for a while. But before they could react, Su Xian rushed towards Sarah, who was lying on the ground again, and jumped in front of her in one step. "Who are you?" Sarah, who had not had time to get up, was about to ask Su Xian about his identity when he kicked her several meters away. Then, she was greeted by a fierce attack. Sister Sarah, who was not good at close combat, could not bear such a heavy blow. She felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, which gradually blurred her consciousness. "Get out of here!" Sister Sarah gritted her teeth and immediately released the high-level magic of light annihilation. In an instant, golden light burst out from her body, engulfing everything around her. Su Xian's figure also disappeared in the light. Gradually, the golden light dissipated, and Sister Sarah's figure appeared first. "Damn it! Where did this half-dragon come from?" Like crazy, Sister Sarah covered her lower abdomen and climbed up from the ground tremblingly. At this moment, her hair was tangled, blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth, and she looked miserable. But when she saw that she was the only one in the area where the light was annihilated, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. However, because other nuns were present, she quickly put away her smile. Sister Sarah stood up with a smile and said to the other nuns, "It's okay, the half-dragon has been destroyed by me." However, when her voice fell, the reaction of the nuns was not to regain calm, but to point behind her in horror. Could it be? Snap! Before she could react, a huge dragon claw fell on her head. Damn it! Sister Sarah felt the threat of death at this moment. She wanted to chant magic to fight back, but her trembling body made her unable to take any action. "Let's go to a quiet place." Su Xian pinched Sister Sarah's head and took her to a closed space under the church. Bang! Sister Sarah was thrown to the ground, and the severe pain in her body filled her eyes with horror. She couldn't understand why the half-dragon in front of her could survive the light annihilation without even a scratch. That was high-level magic. Even the purple-robed priest died under this move. "Why did you kill the purple-robed priest?" Su Xian asked coldly with his hands behind his chest. "I didn't." "Don't frame me." Sister Sarah gritted her teeth and still stubbornly denied. "You only have one chance." Su Xian just stared at Sister Sarah indifferently. His burly body blocked the weak light, as if darkness enveloped Sister Sarah's heart. This scene made Sister Sarah tremble even more, and the fear in her heart made her unable to hide it anymore. She quickly said to Su Xian, "It was the supervisor jailer who ordered me to do this. He said that as long as I helped him kill Pastor Morris, he would help me return to the Sun Church. Please spare my life. I am innocent." Jailer is the mastermind behind the scenes. He colluded with the royal family of the Star Kingdom, and wanted to obtain the management rights of all churches in the Star Kingdom. Sister Sarah knelt on the ground and begged Su Xian for forgiveness, hoping that he could spare her life. "Supervisor?" Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard this word. If it was a personal grudge between the nun and the priest, then this matter would be easy to solve. But now that the supervisor is involved, things have become tricky. "Please, Mr. Dragon Man." Sister Sarah gently took off her nun's clothes, revealing her white body, and said to Su Xian charmingly, "Can you spare my life? I am willing to serve your huge." Before she finished her words, a golden light suddenly fell from the sky and instantly annihilated her body into dust. "Lucia?" Su Xian naturally understood that this golden light was Lucia's trick, but he wanted to say that he was not so easily tempted. After learning the situation, Su Xian left the church. In a blink of an eye, he turned back into a human and came to the bell tower in the distance, where Lucia was waiting for him. The matter is resolved. Su Xian walked to Lucia's side and looked at the church in the distance. Several supervisors wearing blue armor appeared there to investigate the cause of Sarah's death. In addition, a team of law enforcement knights was also rushing to the church. Thank you this time. Let's go back to the guild. Lucia immediately asked Su Xian to activate the teleportation array and return to the guild. She already knew what happened in the Star Kingdom, so there was no need to stay any longer. Su Xian glanced at Lucia, and he could feel a hint of coldness. The power of aloofness seemed to be at its peak at this moment. Yeah, he responded, and then opened the portal. When Su Xian and the others returned to the guild, it was already late at night. Isa and the others had already left the guild, and only the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly was flying in the empty hall. Su Xian submitted Lucia's character task in advance. Pre-task completed. Lucia's favorability increased by 10. Get reward, Saint White Silk. What a weird reward. Lucia's character task is open. Saint. Task recommended level 60. Task background. Lucia is a girl born in a remote town in the Star Kingdom. She was led to the Sun Church by XXXX since she was a child and became a candidate for the saint. With her extraordinary abilities and XXXX status, she was honored as the Holy Maiden of the Church of Light. However, her origin has always been questioned by some people in the church. Mission objective: find a letter about Lucia. This letter was hidden by XXXX in the Black Rose Ancient City. Mission reward: Lucia's upgrade materials. A new entry can be obtained. Hidden mission? Mission reward? So Lucia was born in the Star Kingdom? Su Xian read the mission description carefully and became very interested in Lucia's life experience. Just as he was lost in thought, a sacred beam of light suddenly descended and fell between him and Lucia. Lucia's sight was also attracted by the beam of light, and she seemed to feel a familiar breath from it. And at this moment, a pair of white silks fell leisurely and gently landed on the wooden bar. Su Xian was slightly stunned. How could the task reward appear directly in the guild? He turned his eyes to Lucia and found that she also had a trace of confusion on her face. Lucia glanced at Su Xian with her beautiful eyes and asked softly, "What does this mean?" "No special meaning." Su Xian waved his hand gently and was about to take back the white silk. However, before raising his hand, Lucia had already used magic to pull the white silk and held it in her hand. She glanced at the white silk in her hand, then looked at Su Xian and asked, "You want me to wear it, right?" Chapter 207. I always admire beautiful things, so please make sure to wear it. Su Xian usually doesn't deliberately hide his inner thoughts. He really hopes that Lucia can wear this pair of white stockings. Lucia just glanced at the pair of white stockings, and then turned her eyes to Su Xian. She was silent for a moment, and then said, "Forget it, you have made a contribution this time. I will agree to your request as a reward for you." After that, she sat on the sofa. When Lucia was about to put on the saint's white stockings, she found that there were exquisite patterns on the edge of the stockings. However, she had promised Su Xian that as a pope of high status, she would naturally not break her promise. Lucia put on the saint's white stockings lightly, and the white stockings gently wrapped around her slender legs, showing the ultimate beauty. Each of her jade toes was like a carefully crafted work of art, white and red, exuding charming charm. It seemed to be unstained by dust, and the beauty was intoxicating. Lucia glanced at Su Xian and asked, "Does it look good?" Su Xian stared at her intently, his eyes full of amazement and admiration, and whispered, "Beautiful. Want to appreciate it?" "Yes." "Huh?" Su Xian suddenly realized that something was wrong with Lucia's question, and it seemed to be progressing too fast. Wait, now Lucia's favorability is already 105. What's wrong with progressing faster? Besides, he clearly remembered the scene when Lucia stepped lightly on the holy light when she was soaking in the holy medicine that day. "If you can, please do it again." Su Xian's eyes were full of sincerity, which made Lucia's eyes move slightly. The effect of the power of indulgence became stronger at this moment, stimulating her inner desire. Then, Lucia whispered, "You have 5 minutes, this is your reward. But you must promise not to tell anyone about this." "I will never tell anyone." He solemnly promised, then walked towards Lucia and sat on the sofa. Lucia took the initiative to put the reward into Su Xian's arms. Su Xian stretched out his hand and stroked the white silk. The subtle movement immediately caused Lucia's conditioned reflex. Lucia bit her red lips lightly, her eyebrows and eyes slightly wrinkled, obviously trying to suppress the throbbing in her heart. Since she was born, Her body has never been touched by others. Su Xian is the first. Su Xian's fingertips, with a slight warmth, pierced Lucia's heart like a sharp blade, making her shiver slightly involuntarily. That beautiful and shy posture makes people's heart beat. Praise the holy light. Wonderful. Su Xian secretly admired in his heart. As expected, she is the holy maiden of the Church of Light. During the conversation, Su Xian had already begun to admire Lucia's pair of jade feet. And Lucia stared at Su Xian in disbelief. She didn't quite understand why there were ripples of magic power rippling. Is there any magic power in Su Xian's fingertips? She silently recited the Bible in her heart, trying to reduce the impact of the elemental reaction. But this aroused Su Xian's interest, and he began to have a more detailed understanding of his prize. Time passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had passed. Lucia had long forgotten the 5 minutes she had originally set. At this moment, tears flashed in her eyes, and she watched Su Xian's every move intently. This guy kept praising her feet during the process. Lucia didn't understand. What was there to praise? What a perverted president, who is hard to figure out. Suddenly, Lucia noticed Su Xian's abnormality. As someone who had seen the holy light with her own eyes, she naturally understood why. In response, Lucia's mouth curled up subtly with a smile. She decided to change the passive situation and take the initiative to let her president truly appreciate the majesty of the Pope. Suddenly, Lucia gently took back the reward in Su Xian's hand, and then looked towards the vast light. When she gently touched the dazzling light, the incomparably sacred faith made Su Xian's pupils vibrate. You? Su Xian's eyes were full of shock. He looked at Lucia and said in his heart, Miss Saint, you are playing with fire. However, Lucia showed a smug smile to Su Xian's surprise. She asked softly, have you forgotten that the reward time is only 5 minutes this time? Now! It's punishment time. This time it was Su Xian's turn to sweat, but Lucia really knows how to judge the holy light. Is it because she is the saint of the Church of Light? Even Ivsa, a succubus nun, can't compare to her. What's wrong? Lucia smiled contemptuously and asked, does this little trick make you lose your faith? It seems that the little nun's practice for you is far from enough, Mr. President. Hiss. Su Xian took a deep breath of the body fragrance in the air. He didn't pay much attention to Lucia's provocation. He simply turned on the sunny and cheerful entry, slightly improving the effect of the entry. It's so hot. Lucia was suddenly burned, and her beautiful eyes flashed with incredible light, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. How could it be so? However, this temperature was nothing to her. The Pope, driven by her competitive spirit, Lucia would naturally not easily let go of the opportunity to judge the holy light. She did not hesitate to use her toes to push away the clouds, and let the holy light shine on the entire guild. Lucia's bold move shocked Su Xian, and when his eyes turned to Lucia, he was surprised to find that Lucia's mouth was full of smiles, and the golden red eyes hidden behind the white veil were flashing with a faint light that was difficult to calm down. It seemed that she had a strong interest in this matter, which stimulated her. Indulgence power? It's just a ray of holy light, and you dare to show off in front of me? Lucia chuckled, and then she gently crushed on the holy light. Let me see. The power of holy light. Ah! The following is a description of the plot of the Pope's trial of holy light. 200,000 words omitted below. After an unknown amount of time, the light in the guild gradually dimmed. Su Xian sat on the sofa, and was very satisfied with the hospitality of the saint lady. At this time, Lucia had already walked into the bathroom to dissipate the captured holy light. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in Su Xian's ears, and someone sent him a message. It's so late, who could it be? He was puzzled. Su Xian opened the chat interface with doubts, and a piece of text immediately came into view. Concubine. There are 2 high-risk demon caves left. Are you interested? Seeing that it was the president of the Fairy Concubine Guild who invited him, Su Xian immediately replied, yes. Concubine. Due to the uniqueness of the 2 demon caves, we will meet at a place tomorrow to discuss in depth. Su Xian's eyes showed expectation. Can he finally meet the mysterious president of the Fairy Concubine Guild? The key is that as long as he conquers the remaining 2 high-risk demon caves, his contribution ranking will be promoted to the top 3. Okay. Su Xian replied immediately. At this time, Lucia's voice sounded in his ears. What are you grinning at? Su Xian quickly turned his gaze to Lucia, and was about to answer, but was stunned by the scene in front of him. Lucia, who walked out of the bathroom, had taken off her white silk. Chapter 208. Su Xian's eyes were fixed on Lucia's delicate ankles, which were like jade carvings, and his eyes revealed a hint of intoxication. Lucia's jade feet were like lotus flowers that had just stepped out of the clear water, with a kind of otherworldly holiness and a hint of seductive charm. No wonder she could threaten his holy light so easily just now. For Su Xian's direct and focused gaze, Lucia just glanced at him lightly, and then said, "I go back first." "Yeah." Su Xian came back to his senses, and responded briefly. It was late at night, and it was indeed time for Lucia to return to the Church of Light. Lucia took light steps, as if she was stepping on golden ripples, and walked towards the teleportation array. During the process, Su Xian inadvertently found that the water drops on the jade feet fell quietly, and splashed on the wooden boards of the guild. The water droplet was like a diamond, reflecting the holy light around it, emitting a dazzling brilliance, like a star shining in the night sky. The air seemed to still have a faint fragrance from her body. Su Xian took a breath gently, and a knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She is worthy of being the saint of the Church of Light. Sleep. Su Xian stretched his body, then walked to his bedroom, ready to have a good rest. The moment he opened the door, what appeared in front of him was Marie Rhine lying peacefully on his small wooden bed, and the newly repaired small wooden bed collapsed again. Su Xian frowned slightly. Didn't he prepare a comfortable mattress for her? It was placed in the corner of the bedroom. The mattress was soft and must be very comfortable to lie on. But why did she still occupy his little bed? Su Xian walked towards Marlene Rhine helplessly, and tried to pick her up. However, he soon found that he could not move her at all. The terrifying weight made him feel desperate. Even if he used all his strength, he could not shake Marlene Rhine at all, and even her tail was difficult to lift. This guy must weigh more than thousands of tons. "What are you doing?" Marlene Rhine's voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the room. She woke up from her sleep, and her pair of red eyes stared at Su Xian tightly, as if there was anger jumping in them. Su Xian pointed to the small bed in the corner seriously. "That's your bed." Marlene Rhine snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Humph, human, have you ever seen a dragon sleeping in a doghouse?" "Doghouse? That's the deluxe version of the dragon mattress I spent a lot of money to pick for you." Su Xian was speechless. He obviously bought the mattress to make Marlene Rhine sleep more comfortably, so how come it became a doghouse in her mouth? No matter how much money you spend, it's just a doghouse. Marlene Rhine glanced at the mattress in the corner coldly, and then closed her eyes again. "I have left my breath on this bed, and now it's mine. Go over." Unyielding. Finally, after a struggle, Su Xian reluctantly allowed Marlene Rhine to sleep in the same bed with him. Before closing his eyes, Su Xian made up his mind to buy a bigger and stronger bed tomorrow. It would be best if it was a large bed that could accommodate 5 or 6 people to ensure that it would not be crushed by the weight of Marlene Lane. When Su Xian fell asleep, he instantly came to the dream created by the elf mother tree. Huh? Su Xian sighed softly, and finally he could enjoy this relaxing time. At the same time, his heart was full of curiosity. Which beautiful elf queen was waiting for him in the elf cottage today? When he opened the door, a white and sacred figure came into Su Xian's eyes. Su Xian couldn't help but be attracted by the moving figure. He found that the elf queen today seemed a little different. The snow-white dress was now stained with a touch of silver light, shining brightly under the sunlight. In addition, the elf queen's tear mole was under her left eye, so the one who came today should be the orthodox elf queen. "You are here." The elf queen gave Su Xian a gentle smile, like a spring breeze, gently brushing Su Xian's cheek, as if to blow away all the fatigue. "Yeah." Su Xian nodded, walked towards the elf queen, and then sat opposite her. In front of this orthodox elf queen, he behaved very politely, like a well-mannered gentleman. "Long time no see, how have you been recently?" the elf queen asked softly, her tone full of care and tenderness. "Not bad, how about you, queen?" Su Xian replied. "I encountered some unpleasant things." The elf queen's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, revealing a trace of sadness. "If you don't mind, you can share it with me." Su Xian was happy to share the worries of the elf queen, and at the same time wanted to know more about the elves. And this beautiful queen has unparalleled snow-whiteness, which has a unique attraction for Su Xian. "I'm just looking for someone to talk to. If you're willing to listen, that's great." The elf queen smiled beautifully when she heard that Su Xian was willing to listen to her troubles. "Please go ahead. Recently, 3 dark elves have sneaked into the elf kingdom," the elf queen narrated. Dark elves? Su Xian immediately recalled the commission given to him by the other 2 elf queens before, and he realized that they had not told the real elf queen about this matter. They were captured by the elves and are now imprisoned in the dark prison. The elf queen continued, "I can feel that those children sneaked into the elf kingdom with some purpose. But if you ask them, you will definitely not get any answer. Even if the elves leave the elf clan, they will not easily break their oaths. Hearing this, Su Xian understood what the elf queen meant, and he asked, "So, do you want me to investigate the true intentions of those dark elves?" "No, I don't want you to break the oath of the elves." The elf queen shook her head and said softly, "Whether they are elves or dark elves, they all keep the most sincere hearts. It's just that the ideas are different, or they are dissatisfied with me as the queen." As she said this, the elf queen's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. Su Xian knew the elf queen's weakness. Self-blame and guilt have always lingered in her heart, which led to the generation of evil thoughts. "I believe that the dark elves will eventually return to the elves," he said to the elf queen. "They will understand your difficulties. Everything you do is for the elves." "You?" The elf queen looked at Su Xian quietly, with a deep light in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she smiled with a sincere smile and said softly, "Thank you, little guy. I will remember your words." Ahem. Su Xian coughed lightly, and made a small request to the elf queen. "Queen, can you not call me little guy? I am an adult." Hearing this, the elf queen tilted her head slightly and asked curiously, "Then, how should I call you?" This. Su Xian couldn't think of a decent and appropriate name for a while, and it was obviously not appropriate to call by name directly. "Mr. President?" While hesitating, the elf queen's voice came again. She smiled and suggested, "I think the name of little guy is quite cute. Of course, I have a more appropriate name." "What?" "Little Su Xian." "Forget it, just call little guy." Afterwards, Su Xian and the elf queen continued to have an in-depth conversation until the dream gradually dissipated, and they said goodbye with reluctance. When Su Xian opened his eyes, he felt a little depressed in his chest. Looking down, he found that Marlene Rhine was lying on his chest like a kitten. "But you are a dragon, not a cat. Too heavy." Su Xian stood up and pushed Marlene Rhine away. This time he was able to push her away. "Did she pretend to sleep last night?" Su Xian shrugged helplessly, took off his VR glasses, and climbed out of bed. After a simple wash, he rushed to school. When he arrived at school, he saw Lu Shui chatting on her phone again, seemingly talking about something. Su Xian walked behind her, and the little girl didn't notice. He glanced and found that Lu Shui was chatting with a girl with a pink pig head. The chat content is as follows. "Kana's bunny. Now there is only that task left, right? Piggy who likes desserts. Well, as long as you complete the task, you can be promoted to E-level. But that B-level task seems a bit too difficult. Kana's bunny. Don't worry, I find a way. Piggy who likes desserts. Thank you so much. Sister Shui. Cute pig emoticon package. Kana's bunny. Su Xian looked at the chat interface between Lu Shui and the other party, and instantly understood the reason why Lu Shui had talked to him before. It turned out that this little girl and the randomly refreshed task player became good friends. Su Xian. Lu Shui suddenly noticed Su Xian standing behind her, and was startled. "When did you stand behind me?" "A while ago," Su Xian replied. "Then why don't you speak?" Lu Shui frowned slightly and asked in confusion. "I don't know what to say." After a moment of silence, Lu Shui said softly, "Did you see everything?" "Yes." "Then do you have anything to ask?" Lu Shui blinked her big watery eyes, and asked Su Xian, "How did you get to know her?" Su Xian asked curiously. "Her adventurer is Winnie's friend, and we got to know each other through two elves," Lu Shui explained to Su Xian. When Su Xian heard this, he suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a thing. Lu Shui's adventurer is the elf Winnie, and Lucia had mentioned before that the girl's adventurer was also an elf. "Are you helping her with the mission?" Su Xian asked. "Well, my mission progress has slowed down recently, so I'm helping her with the mission." Lu Shui nodded and replied, "Do you need my help?" "Thank you for your kindness, but my current mission progress is a special commission for promotion to E+. As long as my centaur female warrior level is upgraded by 2 more levels, I can solve it myself." Lu Shui shook her head and declined Su Xian's kindness. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully when he heard this. Lu Shui's centaur female warrior is an epic quality adventurer, and she shouldn't encounter difficulties at this stage. But Lu Shui's big black eyes stared at Su Xian, and then said, "Her progress is stuck. The B-level commission is a bit too difficult." B-level. Su Xian pondered for a moment. B-level missions are extremely difficult even for him. According to Lu Bo and his team's previous combat power, the target level of the B-level mission is definitely above level 60, or a high difficulty map, such as sneaking into the royal city of some countries. We are now looking for guilds on the world channel that can complete B-level tasks, and are willing to pay the full reward of that task as a reward. Lu Shui continued to explain to Su Xian, not only has the difficulty of Xiuxi's task increased, but the task reward has also increased accordingly. There are 50 gold coins, and you can also get an epic quality item. The reward for a B-level task is 50 gold coins? Su Xian was surprised when he heard this. His current assets are only 100 gold coins, and he can get 50 gold coins for a B-level task, but he heard that after the player's evaluation is promoted to C-level, the tasks will be divided into two categories. One is the daily commission that can be refreshed every day, with relatively low difficulty and less rewards, while the other is an important task to improve the player's evaluation. Daily commissions can be refreshed infinitely, and the rewards are related to the player's evaluation. However, the number of important tasks is limited. For example, now Su Xian has 30 D-level task commissions, and the number of C-level task commissions will drop sharply to 10, but the rewards of the tasks will begin to provide more rare props. The commission of B-level tasks made Su Xian a little excited, but the difficulty was a problem. Do you know the details of that B-level task? Su Xian asked Lu Shui. It seems to be helping a group of dark elves escape from the elf kingdom. It should be this. Lu Shui thought and answered. Hearing this answer, Su Xian's eyes became sharp instantly. The task was bumped. After returning home today, let that player add me. Su Xian said to Lu Shui. Are you willing to help her? Lu Shui heard Su Xian's words, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Yeah. Su Xian nodded in agreement. How could he not be tempted to get two rewards at once? Great. I tell her now. Lu Shui immediately sent a message to tell the other party the good news. Su Xian just smiled faintly. He liked this win-win situation the most. In a blink of an eye, time came to the afternoon. Su Xian returned home and immediately entered the game. When he entered the game, he saw a letter from the president of the Fairy Concubine Guild. Concubine, I wait for you on the Golden Beach of the Sun Church. The Golden Beach of the Sun Church? Su Xian saw the invitation from the president of the Fairy Concubine Guild, and thought about it. He opened the teleportation array to the Sun Church. It seems that he has to pay an extra 10 silver coins for each teleportation. Of course, he can't go alone. It just so happens that Afusa, a little nun of the Church of Light, has not been to the Sun Church, so they can go together to see it this time. Of course, it's not enough to bring Afusa. Su Xian thought for a moment, and decided to bring another person. Just as he was thinking about who to take with him, the teleportation array suddenly flashed white light, and Lucia walked lightly into the guild. Chapter 209. Su Xian stared at Lucia as she walked into the guild, and his eyes immediately caught Lucia's attention. Lucia asked in confusion, What's wrong? Su Xian replied, Accompany me to the Sun Church. Su Xian's words made Lucia's eyes tremble instantly. Her golden red eyes narrowed slightly, and she thought, the concealment effect of the white veil is only ineffective for clergymen above red and gold robes. As long as they don't get close to the temple, there shouldn't be any problems. Where are we going? Lucia asked Su Xian. Golden Beach. Su Xian replied. That's no problem. Lucia nodded. The Golden Beach is hundreds of kilometers away from the temple. It is far away from the area of the Temple of Light, and high-level clergy are not usually seen. Efsa, get ready, we are leaving. Su Xian shouted to Efsa, who was praying in the guild hall. Efsa stood up and asked curiously, Mr. Su Xian, where are we going? The Sun Religious Kingdom. The Sun Religious Kingdom? Really, Mr. Su Xian? Efsa's eyes moved and she smiled. Really? Su Xian nodded. Then, Mr. Su Xian, can I buy some items in the Sun Religious Kingdom? Efsa asked expectantly. During this time, Efsa has earned more than 20 gold coins in Su Xian's guild with her own efforts. These gold coins are enough for her to buy many items she likes. Of course. Great. Let's go. Yeah. Immediately afterwards, Su Xian, Lucia and Efsa stepped into the teleportation array. With a flash of dazzling white light, their figures instantly disappeared from the spot. When the light faded, they were already on the land of the Sun Religious Kingdom. When they just arrived at the Sun Kingdom, two priests in white robes came towards them. Su Xian originally thought that they were here to handle the entry procedures for him, similar to the procedures of the Moon God Empire. However, when they approached, they just took out a mirror and shone it on the three people. The golden light shone instantly, and shone on him. Su Xian then realized that this was a baptism of holy light. Although it was short, its effect was more powerful than the baptism in the Church of the Star Kingdom. The Sun Kingdom strictly prohibits any evil demons from entering, so every entrant must be baptized by holy light to verify their identity. The cost of the 10 silver coins was probably used for this baptism. For Su Xian and Lucia, this baptism did not feel special, but when the holy light shone on Issa, she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes, as if she was devoutly feeling this sacred light. After a moment, the two believers put away the mirror and said to them, "Welcome to the Sun Religion Kingdom, devout believers." Yisha slowly opened her eyes, with a look of awe and joy on her face. Huh? Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, before being teleported here, Lucia cast a blessing magic on Yafusha, which allowed her to pass the inspection smoothly. He glanced at the time. There was still an hour before the appointment with the president of the Fairy Concubine Guild, so he could go shopping with Yafusha first. "Yisha, let's go shopping," Su Xian said to Yafusha. "Okay, Mr. Su Xian." Yisha smiled sweetly, took Su Xian's arm, and the two walked side by side intimately. This scene made Lucia pause for a moment. Her golden-red eyes glanced at her unhappily, and then she caught up with the two people. Half an hour later, Issa was content to buy the item she wanted. Since it was a targeted shopping, she didn't waste too much time. "Mr. Su Xian, this is for you." Issa smiled, and handed Su Xian a golden ring. Su Xian looked at the ring, which emitted a faint light, and was inlaid with a ruby, making it look particularly exquisite. Sun Punishment, Elite Dark Resistance plus 10%, he took the ring with a smile and said to Issa, "Thank you, Issa." However, just as he was about to put the ring on his finger, Issa held his hand and explained with a smile, "Mr. Su Xian, this is not for wearing on the hand." Su Xian couldn't help but feel a little confused after hearing what Issa said. He looked at the ring in his hand and thought, "Isn't this a ring?" But Issa gently pressed the ruby on the ring, and the ring instantly expanded and became the size of a bracelet. Oh, it turned out to be a bracelet. Su Xian nodded in sudden realization, but the next second, he noticed that Issa's eyes were fixed on it. Ah! Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Could it be that in Issa's concept, this ornament is a holy artifact that matches the holy light? Sure enough. The things Issa bought will definitely have unexpected uses. Speaking of which, this caliber seems to be just right. "It's almost time. We should go to the agreed place," Su Xian said to Issa and the others. Issa nodded gently, and set him to show her agreement. At this time, Lucia glanced at Su Xian, with a hint of imperceptible coldness in her eyes. She finally had the opportunity to interrupt. After all, she felt a little uncomfortable being a light bulb for half an hour before. "Who do you want to see?" Lucia asked. "The president of Honglian," Su Xian replied. "The fire elf?" Lucia still had some impression of the enthusiastic fire elf. After all, elves with such a physique were quite rare. Su Xian responded briefly. They walked and talked, and soon came to the edge of the Golden Beach. When Su Xian saw the so-called Golden Beach in front of him, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. The so-called Golden Beach is not really covered with gold on the beach, but because the coast is full of a kind of golden flowers. When the sun shines on these flowers, they flash with brilliant colors like gold, making the whole beach appear golden, so beautiful that people linger. "What a beautiful view!" Issa couldn't help but exclaimed. "This Golden Beach is just an ordinary one among the 7 wonders of the sun cult," Lucia began to explain to Issa. "And now is not the season for sunflowers to bloom. If you can come 2 months earlier, you will have the opportunity to see the magnificent scene of sunflowers blooming in the sun and gathering into the goddess of the sun." "Really?" Issa showed a trace of regret after hearing this, but her eyes were full of expectations for the future. "That's a pity. I hope I can have a chance to come back and see it in the future." "Hi!" At this time, a warm greeting came, and a fiery red figure appeared in Su Xian's sight. Honglian was waving at them and walking quickly. "Follow me," Honglian said briefly. "Yes." Su Xian nodded in response, and then led Issa and Lucia to follow Honglian's footsteps. They followed Honglian to a cafe near the Golden Beach. When he pushed open the door of the cafe, Su Xian immediately noticed that the entire cafe was empty, with no other guests except a few waiters who were chatting. "This place has been bought by the president of our guild," Honglian explained to them. "Sometimes we use this place as a lounge for guild members." "Bought it?" Su Xian heard a glimmer in his eyes. In the game, the way to earn gold coins is not limited to completing tasks. For those players with business acumen, they can purchase their own assets in this world and gradually build a huge business empire. However, this approach is not easy for most players to achieve, because while developing the guild, they also have to take care of their own business assets, which does require considerable management skills and energy. Despite this, there are still a few players who choose to carry out such dual development in the game. Of course, it has only been 3 or 4 months since the game was launched, so no player has created a large-scale business in such a short time. But as time goes by, such a commercial guild will definitely appear. Come in. Well, Lien led them to the door of a room. The bead curtain at the door blocked the view in the room, making it impossible for them to see clearly what was going on inside. Su Xian gently pushed aside the bead curtain and walked into the room, and a graceful figure quietly came into his sight. The woman had dark blue curly hair and wore a cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain pattern, showing a unique oriental charm. The round fan in her hand swayed gently, bringing gusts of breeze, adding a bit of grace and charm. And when Su Xian lifted the bead curtain and stepped into the room, the woman's amber eyes locked on him tightly, revealing a bit of seriousness and scrutiny. Although he knew that the other party was a player in the game like himself, Su Xian still felt that there was an indescribable specialness in her, which made him look at her a few more times. The president of the Fairy Concubine Guild seemed to be lingering with a special blessing, which revealed a mysterious atmosphere. Su Xian speculated that this should be a phenomenon caused by the power that only B-level players can open. He remembered that being promoted to C-level evaluation allowed players to officially create a guild and obtain special badge tasks. These badges have a significant effect on improving the combat power of guild members. Su Xian was very lucky and successfully obtained an achievement badge for the guild through a hidden task. Silver Desire. All guild members' desires increase by 10, attack power increases by 10%, defense power increases by 10%, and magic power increases by 10%. A C-level guild can wear up to 3 badges, B-level doubles to 6, and A-level can wear up to 10. For players, like Su Xian, who have not yet established a guild, they can only wear 1 guild achievement badge, but there is no limit to the number of badges they can hold. This is also an important reason why C-level and above guilds can lead guilds below C-level in combat power. However, there will always be special circumstances. Although some players are only rated as D-level, due to the extremely strong strength of the guild members, even C-level guilds can hardly compete with them. However, when the number of badges increases to 6 or even 10, this advantage in quantity may make up for the gap in hero quality. With more badges, high-level guilds can better suppress low-level guilds. In addition, after the guild is promoted to B-level, it will also receive a unique guild blessing. This blessing can greatly enhance the combat power of all members of the guild, and even the guild leader can enjoy this bonus. This is undoubtedly a huge boost, allowing B-level guilds to have an absolute advantage in the competition with low-level guilds. As for the specific effect of the guild blessing, Su Xian is not very clear. This is a secret that every B-level guild strictly guards, and does not reveal too much information to the outside world. In addition to the C-level badge and B-level blessing, there are rumors that after being promoted to an A-level guild, guild members can enjoy a more powerful amplification effect. However, due to the current scarcity of A-level guilds, specific information about A-level guilds is still very scarce. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, the woman opened her red lips and said softly, "Please sit down." Chapter 210. Su Xian looked around. There was only a rectangular jade table in the room. On the jade table was a set of exquisite tea sets. Although this place was nominally a coffee shop, the president of the Fairy Concubine Guild seemed to prefer tea tasting. Su Xian then sat opposite the woman with dark blue hair, with Isa and Lucia sitting on his left and right. Hong Lian quietly walked behind the woman and stood straight. "Nice to meet you." The woman smiled and poured a cup of tea for Su Xian. A strong tea fragrance immediately filled Su Xian's nose, but he could not identify what kind of tea. It was because the color of the tea was dark blue, and there were several strange black seeds floating in it. Seeds of purple charm flower, elite ? Purple charm flower? Hello. Su Xian responded politely. Although it is stupid to reveal my real name in this world. Su Fian said softly, "My name is Su Fian." Su Xian. I have heard Hong Lian mention that your adventurer team is very powerful. Su Fian smiled, holding her chin with her left hand, with admiration and expectation in her eyes. It was not until the recent Demon Cave activity that I really realized that your adventures are really outstanding, as she said. As she said that, Su Fian turned her eyes to Lucia and Issa. Thank you for your compliment. Issa smiled. And Lucia stretched out her slender fingers, picked up the teacup in front of Su Xian, and took a sip gently, not caring about Su Fian's words. The members of the Fairy Concubine Guild are also very outstanding. Su Xian responded with a faint smile. Whether it is Hong Lian, the female centaur warrior, or the human magician, every member of the Fairy Princess Guild has epic quality and strength. Thank you for the compliment. Su Fian chuckled and took a sip of the teacup. Then she said, Let's not talk about the small talk for now. Let's get straight to the point. The remaining 2 extremely dangerous demon caves are a bit special. They are interconnected. As she said, Su Fian handed a piece of information to Su Xian. Su Xian picked up the information and read it carefully. According to the information, there are no boss-level demons in these 2 demon caves, but there are thousands of demons with levels between 30 and 50, and 3 demon cave cores. Assuming that each demon can provide 10 contribution points, the total value of these 2 demon caves is as high as tens of thousands. Su Xian saw this situation, and his eyes flickered. The contribution value of the top-ranked guild is only 6,000. If I can shine in this Magic Cave event, it is not impossible for me to surpass him. However, there are only 2 Magic Caves left, which means that all participating guilds will go to attack these 2 high-level Magic Caves. Nearly 100 guilds are fighting for the only 2 remaining Magic Caves, and the competition is fierce. Although the 2 Magic Caves are connected, the battlefield is divided into 3 parts. Su Fian continued to explain, in order to maximize the benefits, we need to disperse the adventurers to 3 battlefields. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Su Xian nodded. He completely understood what Su Fian meant. If you only fight in one battlefield, you can't get the benefits of the other 2 battlefields. But to occupy the benefits of 3 battlefields, you need a certain number of adventurers. And there are only 7 adventurers in Su Xian's guild, which seems to be a little short of manpower. So, Su Fian stretched out her delicate jade hand and tapped the jade table, and 7 blue light spots and 8 red light spots appeared on the table. She manipulated the blue and red light spots and combined them separately, and finally divided them into 3 groups of 5 light spots each. I hope to cooperate with your guild to jointly compete for the interests of these 3 battlefields. Only us? Su Xian looked at Su Fian with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lu Bo's guild will also assist us in the crusade against the demon cave to ensure that there is no interference from other guilds, Su Fian explained. After hearing this, Su Xian narrowed his eyes, and immediately understood the key to this demon cave. Since there is no boss, the difficulty of the demon cave will be relatively low. However, there are a large number of intermediate demons in the demon cave, which is difficult for some weaker guilds to deal with. But it is a sweet cake for the powerful guilds. If you want to taste this delicious cake, it is necessary to compete with other guilds. Then, guilds from other camps become obstacles. Su Fian proposed, we have a total of 15 adventurers, and we plan to divide them into 3 groups, each with 5 people, and go to 3 battlefields respectively. At that time, we will command together to ensure that each adventurer can exert their maximum potential. Do you think this plan is feasible? Yes. Su Xian nodded and agreed to Su Fian's plan. If it were just his own guild members, he might not consider attacking 3 battlefields at the same time, because dispersing the guild's combat power may bring danger. But with Su Fian's help, he felt it was acceptable. As the president of a B-level guild, he had never seen the strength of the top 2 adventurers in the Xianfei guild. Moreover, Hong Lian once said that the top adventurer in the Xianfei guild was 10 times stronger than her, and was also a legendary adventurer. This made Su Xian curious about the true combat power of the Xianfei guild. By the way, Su Fian took a sip of tea, and turned her beautiful amber eyes to Su Xian, her eyes full of curiosity. Did you recruit your adventurers yourself, or did you have other ways? Good luck. Su Xian smiled indifferently. Oh! Then you are really lucky. Su Fian's eyes flashed with a smile, and her eyes stayed briefly on Lucia and Ivsa. She had seen many adventurers, some of whom reached epic quality, and even 2 or 3 legendary quality adventurers. However, compared with Su Xian's 2, those adventurers seemed slightly inferior, and even compared with the 2 legendary adventurers in her guild, they were not inferior. The key point is that there are several outstanding adventurers, like this in Su Xian's guild. This aroused Su Fian's curiosity, but she knew that this was Su Xian's secret, so she didn't ask in depth. After carefully discussing the tactical allocation of the magic cave, Su Xian said goodbye to Su Fian. Then, see you in 3 days. Yes. Su Xian stood up and left. According to the time flow, the remaining 2 high-level magic caves will be opened in 3 days. And after 7 days, the extremely difficult magic cave will also be opened on time. When these 3 magic caves are over, the magic cave activities will officially come to an end. Immediately afterwards, the Star Kingdom will usher in a grand star ceremony, marking the birth of the new king. The day after the star ceremony, the college entrance examination will be held. 1 month after the college entrance examination, the game will be launched. In other words, I have spent nearly 2 months in the game. Su Xian pondered and thought that his progress seemed to be too slow, and he must upgrade to a C-level guild as soon as possible. Let's go back. When Su Xian was about to lead Issa and others back to the guild, a woman's figure suddenly broke into their eyes. Su Xian looked at the other party, and saw that she was wearing a blue dress, and walked towards them gracefully. With her appearance, the believers around her knelt devoutly, and expressed their great respect to her. Is she a saint? Just as Su Xian asked Lucia, he suddenly found that Lucia's figure disappeared, as if she had evaporated in the air. Where is she? At the same time, the woman in the blue dress walked past him, and her eyes were suddenly attracted by Issa beside Su Xian. Issa felt the gaze of the other party, and she couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that the other party had already noticed her identity as a succubus? Su Xian also felt a little nervous at this moment. The identity of the blue-skirted woman was obviously not simple. Could she be a saint like Lucia? After staring at Issa for a few seconds, the blue-skirted woman continued to move forward and walked into the coffee shop. This scene surprised Su Xian a little. Could it be that the legendary adventurer in Su Xian's guild was the saint belonging to the Holy Sea of Light? Let's go back. While Su Xian was still confused, Lucia suddenly appeared beside him silently. Where did you go just now? Su Xian asked curiously. Drank too much tea. That's the one? You guessed right. She is one of the 7 saints. And the moment the blue-skirted woman walked into the coffee shop, she was full of thoughts. Strange, how could that nun have the aura of the Pope? Delore, you're late. At this time, Su Xian's voice came from the room. Sorry, I was delayed because of something. The woman in the blue dress immediately walked into the room where Su Xian was. Chapter 211. After returning to the guild, Su Xian was about to assign today's tasks to the members. At this time, a friend request caught his attention. Piggy who likes desserts requests to add you as a friend. Su Xian did not hesitate and immediately agreed to the request. Then, the other party's message came. Piggy who likes desserts. Excuse me, are you really willing to help me? Or, I will pay some extra compensation? Su Xian responded concisely. No, I just want the reward for the task. Su Xian knew in his heart that according to the other party's player evaluation, there might not be anything in his hands that could move him. When he was still rated F+, an elite quality item was a rare treasure for him. Piggy who likes desserts, really? Thank you so much. Su Xian, we will meet in the Elf Kingdom tomorrow. Piggy who likes desserts, okay. Su Xian closed the chat window, and thought in his heart that according to the White Elf Queen's suggestion, there would be a short period of weakness in the dark prison tomorrow. At that time, he will be able to take the opportunity to enter the dark prison and rescue the trapped dark elves. As for now, Su Xian immediately assigned tasks to the guild members to speed up the progress of the commissioned tasks. He must quickly be promoted to a C-level guild. Time flies, and it is already evening. Su Xian is sorting out today's harvest. After a day of hard work, there are only 2 D-level tasks left, and the experience pool has 170,000 experience. Su Xian knows that facing the 2 high-level magic caves in 3 days, he must hurry to improve the strength of the guild members to enhance his own advantages. Let's help Marley Rhine level up first. Su Xian poured all his experience into Marley Rhine. As one of the only 2 mythical adventurers in the guild, she was undoubtedly the top fighter. Besides, she was the type who focused on fighting, so it was absolutely right to level up. With a whoosh, Marley Rhine's level was raised to level 37, experience minus 165, 900. Su Xian's mind moved, and he unfolded Marley Rhine's information panel. Marley Rhine, mythical, level 37, 0/14, 800, race, red dragon/Valkyrie. Strength, 1140/agility, 1100/magic, 1190/constitution, 1330. Growth, 15 plus 5. Every level up gets 15 plus 5 points of all attribute enhancement. What an exaggerated attribute. Su Xian exclaimed. Marley Rhine's attributes were too outrageous. At level 37, they had already exceeded 1,000, which was unprecedented. And when he upgraded Marlene Rhine's level, suddenly, boom, Su Xian felt a vibration coming from the bedroom. What's going on? Su Xian walked towards the bedroom with doubts, and pushed open the door. The scene in front of him stunned him instantly. Marlene Rhine was standing on his newly purchased super-large bed, emitting hot white steam all over her body. In just a moment, his newly purchased mattress turned into ashes under the high temperature. Su Xian frowned. That was his newly bought mattress. Human. Marlene Rhine saw Su Xian walk into the room. Her smile was extremely bright. I feel the power surging in my body. Ah. Su Xian sighed helplessly, then opened the mall and bought a new mattress. What happened? Efsa and the others were also attracted by the noise, and walked into Su Xian's bedroom. Nothing, just the bed was broken again. Su Xian shrugged and explained. Her breath. Lu's Lion suddenly entered the room, staring at Marlene Ryan with a look of expectation. What's wrong? Su Xian looked at Rosaline curiously, wondering what she was thinking in her skull-like head, and Rosaline asked Marlene Ryan, Excuse me, can I have a sparring match with you? Marlene Ryan turned her dragon pupil and looked at Rosaline, but did not answer immediately. Su Xian was also stunned for a moment, but considering that she was Rosaline, this did not seem to be a strange phenomenon. Are you serious? Little undead? Marlene Ryan asked Rosaline with interest. Yeah. Rosaline responded briefly. At this time, a prompt flashed in Su Xian's sight. Sword Enlightenment, activating. Su Xian immediately understood why Rosalind proposed to spar. The sword skills she had learned before were not fully formed, and the appearance of Marlene Ryan just provided Rosalind with an excellent opponent to practice sword skills. Then, I will fulfill your wish and test your new power, Marlene Ryan said, raising her hand, and a red flame ignited in her palm. Thank you. Rosalind thanked her briefly, and then walked towards the practice room. Marlene Ryan followed closely behind, jumped off the bed, and when she passed by Su Xian, she proudly said, I'm hungry. Su Xian was too lazy to pay attention, but just reminded, You two remember to stop at the point. Got it. After entering the practice room, they were not in a hurry to start fighting. Lu's Lion first drew out the Sword of Oath and whispered a spell, as if to inject magic into the Sword of Oath. And Marlene Ryan crossed her hands in front of her chest, showing a winning attitude. This is also easy to understand. Although Marlene Ryan is only level 37, her full attributes crush the level 45 Rosaline. The crushing of mythical quality, and the terrifying +5 growth of the Red Dragon entry make Marlene Ryan stand at the peak of power. Compared with ordinary quality adventurers, she upgrades 1 level, and the other party needs to upgrade 4 levels to make up for the gap. The competition between the two naturally attracted the attention of all members of the guild. At this time, everyone had not left the guild yet, and they gathered in the practice room to witness this moment. Even Lucia was attracted and sat in the viewing area next to the practice room. Come on, come on! Alice, Fuli and Flo cheered and encouraged like cheerleaders. Ifsa leaned against Su Xian. Compared with the upcoming battle, she was more concerned about when to have dinner. In response, Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, and then cast his eyes on the two people in the center of the battlefield. He was also looking forward to the outcome of this battle. Although Lorthalin had a small chance of winning, she was not completely without a chance. The Sword of Oath, which was close to mythical quality, was the key to her victory. Just as the battle was about to begin, a cold and evil voice suddenly sounded in Su Xian's ears. Boring, I want to see a river of blood. Huh? Su Xian was stunned for a moment, and his expression became serious. What was that sentence just now? It was the voice coming from the portrait of the true ancestor of the vampire again. What's wrong with this guy? Soul attached to the portrait? It shouldn't be. He didn't feel any soul fluctuations on the portrait. But why? Just when Su Xian was lost in thought, Lucia's eyes fell on him, and she keenly noticed Su Xian's abnormality. At the same time, she found that there was something in Su Xian that made her feel unhappy. Then her fingertips moved slightly, and a touch of golden light flickered quietly, gently falling on Su Xian's brows, without attracting Su Xian's attention. At this time, Ifsa, who was standing next to Su Xian, asked with concern, Mr. Su Xian, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Su Xian shook his head gently, and turned his eyes to Marlene Ryan and Rosaline, and the battle between them was about to begin. Little undead, you go first? Marlene Ryan said confidently. Yeah. Rosaline nodded, and then quickly rushed towards Marlene Ryan with a sword. Her speed was amazing. She appeared in front of Marlene Ryan in a blink of an eye, and the Sword of Oath in her hand drew a dazzling sword light and slashed down fiercely. However, Marlene Ryan easily caught the sword with her dragon claws. This sharp sword only left a shallow white mark on the dragon scales. When Rosalind saw this scene, her eyes suddenly condensed. She realized that Marlene Ryan's defense was far beyond her expectations. In response, Marlene Ryan just glanced at the white mark on the dragon claws and smiled. Then, red flames instantly blazed around her. This flame carried the power of destruction, and even Rosalind, who was immune to flames, felt a little fear, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps and left the range of the flames. At the same time, the Yuanhua sword skill was activated, and the sword light fell like moonlight, slashing towards Marley Ryan again. Facing this attack, Marley Ryan's skin was instantly covered with a layer of red dragon scale armor. She just stood there, and easily blocked the high-level sword skills that Rosalind was proud of. However, this did not make Rosalind retreat. She held the sword again, and while avoiding the fire of destruction, she launched an attack, looking for Marley Ryan's weakness. At this moment, Su Xian was concentrating on watching the fierce battle between the two sides. At this time, the evil voice sounded in his mind again. Their blood smells so delicious, but I still like your blood more. Dedicate your blood to me, and I will give you eternity, how about it? Chapter 212. Eternity? Su Xian whispered. That voice seemed to have an indescribable magic, which slowly seduced his reason. Just when this thought was about to completely devour him, the faint light between Su Xian's eyebrows began to flicker, immediately awakening his reason. Calm down. Huh? He took a deep breath and tried to get rid of his distracting thoughts. Mr. Su Xian, are you okay? Ifsa noticed Su Xian's abnormality and asked with concern, holding his arm. I'm fine. Su Xian tried his best to stabilize his body, but the influence from the portrait of the true ancestor of the vampire was still strong, making his body shaky. Mr. Su Xian, let me help you to rest, Ifsa suggested, and prepared to help him to rest. In response, Su Xian's eyes lingered on Marley Ryan and Rosaline for a while, and he couldn't help feeling regretful. It seems that he is going to miss the wonderful battle between them. Well, okay. Su Xian nodded gently, and then walked towards the bedroom with Ifsa. What happened to the president, master? Su Xian's sudden departure attracted the attention of Alice and others, and they couldn't help but worry. At this time, Lucia comforted softly, Don't worry, he's fine. After hearing Lucia's words, they finally let go of their hanging hearts and turned their attention to the battlefield again. At this moment, Rosaline relied on her fast-moving figure to shuttle through the sea of fire. She knew in her heart that the power of Yuan Yu could no longer threaten Marley Ryan, and only by understanding that super-level sword skill could she have hope of winning. Huh? Rosaline exhaled a breath of blue fluorescent soul, and her crystal-clear bone fingers, like diamonds, tightly grasped the sword of oath. In an instant, the black and gold sword body shone with a layer of mysterious light. Then, Lorthelin slashed out with a sword, and the sword light cut through the fire of destruction and went straight to Marlene Ryan. In an instant, the shadow of a black and gold dragon condensed above Marlene Ryan's head and blew a hot dragon breath at her. This is interesting. Seeing this scene, Marlene Ryan smiled. White steam spurted out from the gaps between the scales, and it seemed that it had entered a fighting state. While the battle was in full swing, Su Xian and Ifsa had returned to the bedroom. In order to provide Su Xian with a better resting environment, Ifsa gently held him in her arms, and used her soft and fragrant body to relieve his discomfort. After a short rest, Su Xian felt much better. I'm fine, Ifsa. Su Xian smiled at Ifsa. The influence of the portrait of the true ancestor of the vampire has basically dissipated. But Ifsa smiled sweetly, and her slender jade fingers gently stroked Su Xian's chest, slowly moving down, and said charmingly, Mr. Su Xian, your condition doesn't seem to have fully recovered yet. After the words fell, the blazing holy light instantly reappeared in the sky. Oh my god, my lord of light. Ifsa stared at the holy light obsessively, with pink hearts flashing in her eyes, and she seemed extremely excited. Su Xian just smiled faintly at this scene. He knew in his heart that this was probably Ifsa's original purpose. However, he really didn't feed Ifsa well recently, so today he would let her little succubus satisfy her. Then I ask Ifsa to treat me. Don't worry, Mr. Su Xian. Ifsa smiled charmingly, and took out the golden ring from her pocket. She gently pressed the mechanism on it, and the ring quickly expanded and eventually became the size of a bracelet. She gently shook the sun punishment, and said to Su Xian softly, I will make you better immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, the holy light was imprisoned by the sun punishment. And at this moment, as if guided by the sun, the sacred light became more dazzling. But this is far from enough. Ifsa cast a fiery look at Su Xian, her eyes full of desire. Mr. Su Xian, please use that trick again, okay? Her request made Su Xian smile knowingly. He didn't expect that when Lorthelin was fighting fiercely with the Dragon of Destruction, Marley Ryan, Ifsa also wanted to challenge. Ahem, then half-dragon humanization. Start. Goddess of Light. Please forgive my greed, but now Ifsa licked her red lips. I'm going to start. The following is a plot description of Punishing Succubus. 100,000 words omitted below. While Su Xian used half-dragon humanization to fight against the devout succubus nun, Marley Ryan and Lorthelin's battle also entered a white-hot stage. Marley Rhine's whole body was covered with red dragon scale armor, and there were still traces of black and gold magic on it, which were the scars left by Lorthalin's sword skills. Little undead, your swordsmanship is still a little immature. Marlene Rhine crossed her arms in front of her chest and said calmly, in my memory, there was once a swordsman who came to challenge me. His swordsmanship was superb, and he could cut a mountain with one sword. It seemed that he had integrated his soul into the sword. Integrate the soul into the sword? When Rosaline heard Marlene Rhine's words, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She seemed to have realized something, and her eyes were fixed on the sword in her hand, and the snake-shaped sword spirit wrapped around her body. An idea flashed in Lorthalin's skull, and she immediately activated her soul power, and the soul light wings behind her instantly bloomed with brilliant blue fluorescent light. At the same time, the snake sword spirit immediately wrapped around her right arm to provide her with strength. At this moment, the majestic energy condensed on the sword, and the whole sword was shrouded in a brilliant blue halo. Seeing this scene, Marlene Rhine's mouth curled up into a smile. She was very pleased with Rosalind's talent and understanding, but, before Rosalind drew her sword, Marlene Rhine sneered, but unfortunately, although the swordsmanship of the swordsman is superb, it only lasted less than 3 moves under my flames and finally turned into powder. The power of mortals is still too weak after all. After speaking, the dragon scales all over Marlene Rhine's body burst into a dazzling red light, and a huge red dragon phantom appeared behind her, emitting a terrifying pressure. Miss Rhine's breath is so terrible. The knight seems to have a new understanding. Alice, Fulifulu and others were shocked by the scene in front of them, showing surprised expressions. In addition, Lucia, who was sitting next to her, also had a slight look in her eyes. Of course, she was not shocked by Marlene Rhine's terrifying pressure or Rosalind's talent. It was because of the magic power she left on Su Xian's forehead that allowed her to clearly sense Su Xian's movements at the moment. At this moment, the battle in the practice room was getting more and more intense, and Su Xian, the president, was actually in the bedroom with a succubus. Lucia frowned slightly, thinking whether she needed to find a time for Su Xian to accept the teachings of the Church of Light. One of the 7 saints was the Ice Heart Saint, who should be able to help Su Xian get rid of those weird thoughts. Mr. Su Xian, I'm not full yet. Then continue. Humph. Lucia heard their conversation and instantly showed a cold look. The pair of golden red eyes under her white veil exuded a cold breath, which made Alice and the others feel a chill, and they all cast their eyes on her. What's wrong with the saint's sister? She seems very angry. And at this moment, Rosaline's sword skills were finally understood. Huh? She exhaled a breath of soul, and her eyes flashed with a firm light. Then, she swung her sword and shouted, "Brilliant destruction." After she finished speaking, a giant dragon several dozen meters tall appeared behind Rosaline, and along with her sword, it spewed out a breath of destruction and struck directly at Marlene Rhine. Chapter 213. Mr. Su Xian, how about this? Or like this? Yisha, wait a minute. What's the matter? Yisha blinked her deep purple eyes, and looked at Su Xian with curiosity, but her fingers were still gently brushing the holy light that was about to bloom, suppressing it. Do you feel someone is spying on us? Su Xian asked suspiciously. He had a strange feeling, as if someone was secretly observing him, and he could also feel a hint of chill. Is there? No, are you feeling wrong? Yisha smiled charmingly and leaned down. Well, maybe you, hey, haven't relaxed yet, let me help you. Is it an illusion? Su Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Could it be that the vampire ancestor is secretly doing something? Forget it, maybe I'm worrying too much. Now, let's concentrate on teaching Ivsa a lesson. This little succubus nun dared to challenge the half-dragon version of me, so she should be prepared to kneel down and beg for mercy. Lucia watched everything here. Her dark eyebrows slightly frowned, and there was a hint of anger and coldness in her golden red eyes. She witnessed what the two did, and it was the first time she saw those strange tricks and secrets, and she might have to change her opinion of Su Xian. The half-dragon version can give people infinite power, but Su Xian used it to deal with succubus, this guy, and she couldn't imagine how Ivsa did this, and she could actually fight against the half-dragon version of Su Xian. Sure enough, succubus are more talented than human women. Ahem. Lucia shook her head, trying to put these thoughts aside and focus on the situation on the battlefield. At this moment, the battle between Lorsalin and Marlene Rhine has entered a white-hot stage. A red dragon phantom and a black-gold dragon phantom simultaneously released destructive dragon breath, and the power generated by the energy collision seemed to destroy the entire world. As the two energies collided fiercely, Lorslan immediately rushed towards Marlene Rhine, with the Sword of Oath tightly grasped. The sword tip flashed with dazzling light, splitting the surrounding destructive aura, and in just a blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Marlene Rhine. Interesting. Marlene Rhine looked at this scene, and finally aroused her real attention to Lorslan. She raised her dragon claws lightly, ready to deal with Lorslan's attack. The next moment, the Sword of Oath slashed down with a fierce momentum. Clang! The sound of the gold clashing was deafening, and the two figures quickly crossed in the terrifying energy wave. Their speed was so fast that it was dazzling. You have some strength. You are stronger than I thought. Marlene Rhine's face was filled with an excited smile. Her power was surging wildly at this moment, and she kept attacking Lorslan with fierce claws. Facing the terrifying power and speed, Lorslan could only take a defensive posture. The Sword of Oath emitted a faint black halo under the attack of the dragon claws, and at the same time, it made a crisp vibration. If Lorslan was not a dead spirit, and could not feel the pain, I am afraid that the sword in her hand would have fallen to the ground because of the severe pain. But? Marlene Rhine jumped into the air, with a red light flashing in her eyes. It's far from enough to defeat me. As soon as the words fell, the dragon claw suddenly struck down. Boom! Lorslan's body was blown away dozens of meters, like a cannonball, and hit the white wall of the practice room heavily. The wall was dented violently, and Rosaline's body seemed to be embedded in the wall, unable to move. Marlene Rhine landed smoothly, but when she saw a deep sword mark on her dragon claw, and the sword mark had exposed the snow-white skin, bleeding, this scene made Marlene Rhine's eyes flicker slightly. She never thought that an undead knight could hurt her red dragon standing at the top of the world. Caw caw caw. Thank you. Lorslan walked out of the wall. She clasped her fists to thank Marlene Rhine, and then turned and left. This competition ended. Marlene Rhine smiled with satisfaction, then left the practice room and prepared to rest. As the competition ended, Fulifulo and the others looked at each other with a look of shock on their faces. They realized that the other members of the guild had left them far behind. This made them more determined to undergo the baptism of the elf mother tree to become stronger. As for Lucia, she glanced at Marlene Rhine and Rosaline, who were leaving. Their battle gave Lucia a clearer understanding of the two's strength. Although they could not be said to be stronger than herself, if they did not use light prison and fought at close range, it would be difficult to fight Marlene Rhine and Rosaline. Of course, the basis for her judgment was her current clone, not her real body. Are they finished? Su Xian and Issa felt the end of the battle. Coincidentally, they also ended their prayers for the holy light and began to clean up their battlefield. At this time, a prompt appeared in Su Xian's sight. Your adventurer Lorslan has mastered the super-level sword technique, Brilliant Destruction. Oh! A gleam of light flashed in Su Xian's eyes. Lorslan finally mastered that super-level sword technique, and just at this moment, suddenly, the voice of Marlene Rhine sounded from outside the door. Hey! Human! The door, that was originally locked, was opened by Marlene Rhine with a light push. When Marlene Rhine saw Su Xian's half-dragon transformation, she immediately showed an interesting smile. She sneered and asked, "That's it?" Su Xian frowned and was about to refute. But when he thought of Marlene Rhine's huge body of tens of thousands of meters, he immediately lost his temper. All I can say is, "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Then Mr. Su Xian, I go back to the church first. After Issa got dressed, she quickly left the room. Well, see you tomorrow. Su Xian nodded, and then wore only a pair of pants and prepared to take a shower. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw Lucia and the others preparing to leave through the teleportation array. Ah! Why is the president not wearing any clothes? Fuli and Fro hurriedly covered their eyes, and their two pairs of watery eyes looked at Su Xian through their fingers, with a blush on their faces. Master, do you want to take a shower? Alice immediately approached, ready to fulfill her maid's duties, and bathed Su Xian. Lucia glanced at Su Xian coldly, and then quickly walked into the teleportation portal. At the moment when she was about to teleport away, she turned her head and glared at Su Xian, as if to thank Su Xian for the shock he'd brought her today. Su Xian shrugged and then walked into the bathroom. Half an hour later, Su Xian finished his shower and returned to the bedroom. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he saw Marlene Rhine tossing and turning on his bed, behaving very strangely. What are you doing? Su Xian frowned and asked Marlene Rhine. Of course, I am leaving my scent on my territory. Damn human, my lair is full of the scent of succubus. Chapter 214. Human, why are you so keen on reproduction? What's the point? I don't like it at all. Marie Rhine cast a dissatisfied look at Su Xian and questioned. Su Xian rolled his eyes at this, and felt that there was no need to explain too much to the dragon. Marie Rhine continued, by the way, that guy also fantasizes about doing this kind of thing all day long, which is really annoying. Who? Su Xian asked curiously. It's that blue guy. When Marie Rhine mentioned the Dragon of Life, her expression showed obvious anger. Mira, whose head is full of waste. Fantasizing about who can bully her all day long, it's ridiculous. We are the most powerful dragons in the world, how can we be bullied? Only we can bully others. Oh! Su Xian became very interested in the dragon named Mira after hearing what Marie Rhine said. He suddenly felt that the Dragon of Life was much more interesting than his own Dragon of Destruction. Is this what people often say, home flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers? Hey! Human! What's that look in your eyes? Marlene Rhine noticed that Su Xian's gaze was a little strange, and she immediately felt unhappy. Nothing. Humph. Since it was still early, Su Xian first quit the game, washed up, and took care of some basic needs. Afterwards, he entered the game again, and prepared to spend the night in the game. When he returned to the room, he found that Marlene Rhine had fallen asleep. However, her current state made Su Xian frown. Originally, he thought that this large bed that could accommodate 5 people should be able to withstand Marlene Rhine's bad sleeping posture. As a result, after the bed became spacious, Marlene Rhine turned back into a giant dragon. Fortunately, she was only 3 or 4 meters tall at the moment. A young dragon, not a giant dragon that was hundreds of meters long. Fortunately, the bed is not broken. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to fall asleep. However, the moment he laid down, a red dragon tail covered his body, and the heavy pressure made him feel heavy in his chest and very uncomfortable. Especially Marlene Rhine's whole body was covered with hard dragon scales, which was not comfortable to rub. Get out! Su Xian pushed Marlene Rhine's dragon tail away with force, but as soon as he pushed it away, the dragon tail pressed up again. It was as if Su Xian's body was magnetic, attracting her dragon tail and firmly sticking to his chest. After a lot of tossing, Su Xian chose to surrender and fell into a deep sleep due to fatigue. When he fell asleep, he immediately came to the illusion created by the elf mother tree. Su Xian walked quickly to the wooden house, opened the door, and found that the dark elf queen in a black dress was staring at him intently. Her dark golden eyes showed a trace of anger. This scene made Su Xian's head hurt. The dark elf queen has always been the most difficult queen to deal with. The white elf queen is better. Before Su Xian could speak, the cold voice of the dark elf queen reached his ears. How dare you want to train me with her? You are so bold. The dark elf queen shouted, and in an instant, colorful elemental magic surrounded her. Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly when he heard this. The words of the white elf queen at the end of the dream last time made the dark elf queen hate it until now. However, this is a dream after all. Since defeating the dark elf queen last time, Su Xian already knows how to deal with this queen. Kneel down! He gave an order. You dare! The dark elf queen was about to resist, but her degradation value had reached 95%, and she immediately knelt in front of Su Xian. You are no match for me here, your majesty, Su Xian said with a faint smile. After all, the evil thoughts of the elf queen were just evil thoughts. It was simply a fantasy to want to fight against someone who was protected by the elf mother tree in a dreamland protected by the elf mother tree. I was born with the soul of the elf queen and have been with her for thousands of years. The dark elf queen gritted her silver teeth and slowly stood up from the ground. Any means to eliminate me can be overcome, so why should I be afraid of you, a little servant? As she spoke, the dark elf queen stood up straight, and a brilliant colorful light bloomed behind her. This scene made Su Xian feel a little confused. The dark elf queen actually relied on the willpower of a queen to forcibly resist 95% of degeneration? Sure enough, as long as degeneration has not evolved into evil degeneration, its value still cannot make the dark elf queen completely obey his orders. But Su Xian frowned slightly. Since degeneration was increased to 95%, he felt that the progress was difficult to improve. It seems that it has reached a bottleneck. It is impossible to continue to increase the value by relying solely on the degeneration command. It is necessary to find other ways to increase the value. Just as he was thinking, the dark elf queen's magic had already attacked. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden house was destroyed again, and Su Xian was not seriously affected by the reset effect of the dream. He broke away from the terrifying magic power, and extinguished the flames on his shoulders. When he looked up at the sky, he found that the dark elf queen was already floating in the air, with hundreds of magic arrays ready behind her. This scene made Su Xian's eyes startled. The Dark Elf Queen was serious this time. Last time, due to negligence, I lost to you, and you treated me with dirty means. But this time, the Dark Elf Queen said coldly, you won't have a chance. You won. Su Xian was about to issue the degenerate command, but before he could open his mouth, the violent flames instantly swallowed him. With the reset of the dream, Su Xian walked out of the flames again. At the same time, he issued the degenerate command. Disable magic. When the degenerate command was transmitted to the Dark Elf Queen, her body trembled slightly in the air, but she did not stop releasing magic as Su Xian expected. The Dark Elf Queen regained her composure only half a second later. She bit her red lips slightly, and a glimmer flashed in her dark golden eyes. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This made Su Xian wonder why the effect of the corruption was suddenly reduced so much. The Dark Elf Queen said, I have seen through your ability. As long as you create pain, you can reduce that weird feeling. Today, you will pay a heavy price. After speaking, hundreds of magic circles in the sky burst into brilliant light, as if to blow Su Xian into pieces. Su Xian frowned immediately. He saw bright red blood flowing from the fingertips of the Dark Elf Queen. Although he didn't know what she did to her body, he was sure that the corruption term could be weakened by external forces. For example, pain. Just when Su Xian was about to bear the magic of the Dark Elf Queen, a white figure appeared silently behind Su Xian. Then, hundreds of magic circles condensed in another sky. A melodious voice came into Su Xian's ears. Little guy, today we will teach this evil thought a lesson and let her know who is the real master in this world. Chapter 215. The White Elf Queen stepped lightly on the snow-white petals and quietly descended from the sky to Su Xian's side. Her gentle and elegant smile was like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the chaotic magic factors around her. Su Xian smiled at the sudden appearance of the White Elf Queen. As long as the White Elf Queen can contain the Dark Elf Queen, the progress of the fall entry will become extremely smooth. Then I have to trouble the Elf Queen, Su Xian said with a smile. Call me Tina, little one. The White Elf Queen smiled and asked Su Xian to call her by her name affectionately. Humph. The Dark Elf Queen sneered coldly, with obvious contempt on her cold face. Do you think that you are qualified to fight me just because you have the same magic power reserves as me? I will turn your fragile self-confidence into ashes. Let you understand how naive you are. How dare you speak wildly to discipline me? It's ridiculous. Really? Then I want to see the strength of the other me. The White Elf Queen smiled indifferently, and gently raised her fingertips. In an instant, the majestic magic power surged in the dream world, and the hundreds of magic circles of the two queens burst into brilliant light at this moment, and a peak magic duel was about to take place. I will restrain her later, and the rest will be handed over to you. The White Elf Queen said to Su Xian, as long as we can restrain her actions for a short time, I can seal her magic power, and then she will be at our disposal. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, and his eyes were firmly cast at the Dark Elf Queen in the distance. Today, he must completely purify the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen. There is one more thing. The White Elf Queen smiled mysteriously and added, later, after she is controlled, let me talk to her. Okay. Su Xian agreed, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Before he finished his thoughts, hundreds of magic circles in the sky shone instantly, dazzling. Then, with a cold shout from the Dark Elf Queen, countless gorgeous elemental magics bloomed in an instant. The White Elf Queen also immediately cast the same magic, and the two brilliant elemental magics collided violently in midair, and the terrifying aura made the world tremble. Su Xian could even feel the Elf Mother Tree shaking violently at this moment, and the space of the dream was distorted. Due to the homology of magic and the equality of values, the magic collision between the two Elf Queens did not determine the winner. It was like two balls of the same size colliding with each other, neither giving in. Su Xian watched the battle from the side, and his half-dragon transformation had already started, waiting for the moment of opportunity to come. Boom! As a magic like a falling meteorite was released, two meteorites with a diameter of tens of kilometers collided in midair, and the majestic energy instantly overflowed, sweeping the whole place like a shock wave. The two queens stood firm in the energy wave, and their black and white dresses fluttered in the wind, as if they would be torn apart at any time. At this moment, Su Xian keenly captured the perfect opportunity. He immediately rushed out, and rushed to the front of the Dark Elf Queen in the blink of an eye. You? The Dark Elf Queen raised her jade hand, and was about to fight back, but the next second, a mysterious white light enveloped her body. This light briefly interfered with her magic fluctuations, so that she failed to cast magic in time. Not good. The Dark Elf Queen realized that something was wrong, but before she could escape, Su Xian attacked from behind. In the half-dragon form, Su Xian was nearly 1 meter taller than the Dark Elf Queen, making her originally tall figure look petite in front of Su Xian. The next moment, Su Xian's strong arms quickly passed through the Dark Elf Queen's armpits, and then raised up, holding his hands tightly behind her head, imprisoning her firmly, and losing the ability to move. The Dark Elf Queen's jade body was tightly locked by Su Xian, suspended in midair, and she struggled violently, trying to break free. "Let go of me!" The Dark Elf Queen struggled hard and tried to cast magic, but at this time, a ray of white light flashed again. Her magic power was instantly sealed, with the loss of magic power and the body affected by degeneration. Su Xian's strong body seemed to have turned into a pair of shackles that could not be unlocked, making it impossible for the Dark Elf Queen to break free for a while. "Now you should be obedient, right?" The White Elf Queen walked gracefully to the Dark Elf Queen, and said with a smile, "Asshole! Let me go!" The Dark Elf Queen could only move her legs. She tried to kick Su Xian with her feet, but the hard dragon scales made her feel a burst of pain. Although her overall attributes were better than Su Xian's, the Elf Queen's magic was her advantage, unlike Su Xian, who had the skills to strengthen his body. Coupled with the influence of degeneration, she was powerless to resist in Su Xian's arms, like a helpless little rabbit. "Don't struggle in vain. You are destined to be purified today," Su Xian whispered in the Dark Elf Queen's ear. The words fell. Su Xian's filthy lustful magic quickly penetrated the Dark Elf Queen's body through skin contact. The strong strange feeling made the Dark Elf Queen's body tremble slightly, her legs involuntarily tensed, and her resistance weakened instantly. "Damn ant! When I take control of your body, I will tear you into pieces," the Dark Elf Queen angrily said to Su Xian. "You probably don't have this chance anymore." The White Elf Queen smiled and stretched out her slender jade hand, gently pinched the Dark Elf Queen's chin, and said softly, "You are so beautiful that it makes people suffocate. Do you know, little guy?" She turned to Su Xian and continued, "Many people have tried to pursue the Elf Queen. They come from various races, including humans, orcs and dragons. But as the only queen of the Elf Kingdom, she has never accepted anyone's courtship. Therefore, even after tens of thousands of years, Tina still maintains her chastity. But now?" The White Elf Queen's mouth curled up a playful smile, and she gently stroked the Dark Elf Queen's black dress with her slender white fingertips. The fingertips released magic, and the solemn black dress instantly disappeared. A beautiful snow-white scene appeared in front of Su Xian's eyes. At the same time, the bright holy light broke free from its restraints and burst into dazzling light. "What are you going to do?" At this moment, the Dark Elf Queen was panicked. Her pupils trembled violently, and her heart was full of fear. She was sitting on the holy light at this moment, feeling the heat and brilliance from the holy light. Su Xian was also very surprised that the White Elf Queen was more playful than he thought. What to do? The White Elf Queen touched the holy light with her fingertips, as if she was shocked by the brilliance of the holy light, and then glanced at the Dark Elf Queen. She smiled and whispered, "Little guy, do you remember what I said when I first met you? Come with me. Let the holy and noble Elf Queen fall. Now, let's take the evil thoughts of this Elf Queen first. Try to feel it." Chapter 216. "Look, he is beautiful, isn't he?" The White Elf Queen gently touched the holy light with her fingertips, with a gentle smile on her face. She turned her eyes to the bound Dark Elf Queen and asked softly. The flickering holy light made the Dark Elf Queen's eyes tremble violently. How could such a bright holy light be shrouded in darkness? "Let me go, bastard!" she shouted at Su Xian. The anger in her eyes seemed to burn everything. Her skin was originally as white as snow, but now it was faintly flushed because of anger. Facing the Dark Elf Queen's scolding, Su Xian just glanced indifferently and turned his eyes to the White Elf Queen. Su Xian was a little surprised because the White Elf Queen showed a completely different side from the other two Elf Queens. She seemed to care about some things in particular, and was more attentive than the other two Elf Queens. "Your struggle is useless, another me." The White Elf Queen's fingertips gently slid across the snow-white skin of the Dark Elf Queen, and her pure and flawless jade body made her feel moved. It turned out that her body was so charming, such a flawless body, if purified by the holy light. The White Elf Queen gently glanced at the holy light, and she used her jade fingers to compare it slightly, and had a deeper understanding of the brilliance of the holy light. Although it was not certain whether the Dark Elf Queen could withstand the purification of the holy light, this was the dream world created by the Elf Mother Tree, and even death could be reset, so there was no need to worry about the probability of the Dark Elf Queen breaking down. "Come on." The White Elf Queen smiled, gently held the holy light, and invited, "Let's see if the Elf Queen, who is the mother of the world, can resist the temptation of the holy light's fall." "You? Stop! Idiot! Our souls are connected." Once, the Dark Elf Queen scolded the White Elf Queen coldly. However, the White Elf Queen didn't care about it and just smiled. "Really? But I'm not afraid." Hearing the White Elf Queen's answer, Su Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Because he was currently controlling the Dark Elf Queen's body, he couldn't take any action, and could only watch the White Elf Queen use the holy light to perform the ritual of purifying evil thoughts. His holy light depends entirely on the White Elf Queen. "You? Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!" As the holy light gradually approached the Dark Elf Queen, she struggled hard, but to no avail. She could only watch the White Elf Queen do whatever she wanted, and let the dazzling holy light slowly sink. I won't let you go." The following is a plot description of purifying the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen, and the following 1,000,000 words are omitted. At the same time, in Su Xian's bedroom, Marlene Rhine woke up from her sleep, her dragon pupils turned, and looked at Su Xian, who was sleeping beside her. She was awakened because she felt a hint of hot breath. When Marlene Rhine saw Su Xian state in his sleep, she was immediately furious. The holy light was hot and bright, as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. What kind of dream did this guy have to have such a reaction? Marlene Rhine complained, and the bright light even disturbed her sleep. In order to continue sleeping, Marlene Rhine tried to block the holy light with a pillow. However, when she just put it on, it's on fire. After an unknown amount of time, the baptism of holy light finally ended, and a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Degenerate, progress 100%. Degenerate has been upgraded to Degenerate Evil. Degenerate Evil. Currently, this unit will obey your orders 100%. There may be physical resistance, but the heart is absolutely obedient, and you can instruct this unit to do anything. Su Xian saw the description of the Degenerate Evil entry, and his eyes flashed. This effect is much stronger than Soul Charm, although Soul Charm can make Marie Rhine obey his orders and do things for him. But the scope is very limited. Letting him ride on the dragon's back is already the maximum limit. Once he crosses the line, Marie Rhine will probably burn him to ashes directly. The effect of Degenerate Evil is to make the Dark Elf Queen completely obey his orders, and it is the opposite of Soul Charm. One is inner resistance, but the body obeys. And one is physically resisting, but obeying in the heart. At this time, the Dark Elf Queen was falling in the holy light. Her eyes rolled back, and she temporarily lost consciousness. For this result, the White Elf Queen showed a satisfied smile. "Praise Su Xian, you did a good job." For her praise, Su Xian touched the tip of his nose silently. He didn't expect the White Elf Queen to have such a hobby, like to watch another self go to the abyss of depravity. "Okay, let's stop here today. If you do too much, she will find out." The White Elf Queen stretched out her slender jade hand, and a ray of brilliant magic bloomed from her fingertips, gently wrapping up the Dark Elf Queen, who fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Then, a flash of white light appeared, and the Dark Elf Queen's embarrassed figure disappeared without a trace. Her words also made Su Xian understand that this was not the real Elf Queen's intention. Even the real Elf Queen didn't know what her two soul clones were doing. However, the result was good. The evil thoughts were effectively purified. The White Elf Queen walked towards Su Xian lightly, gently lifted his chin with her slender fingers, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work this time. This is your reward." As soon as the voice fell, the Elf Queen gently kissed Su Xian on the cheek, and this gentle touch made Su Xian's heart ripple. At the same time, a message flashed in his sight. Get a ray of elemental magic from the Elf Queen. Elemental magic of the Elf Queen can increase the power of your 3 elemental magic by 500%. Su Xian saw the blessing bestowed by the Elf Queen, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. 500% increase in the power of elemental magic. This terrifying increase. Once used properly, the magic he releases can even threaten high-level enemies. Now, he only needs a super-level elemental magic skill book. The Golden Light book that Lucia gave him only has magic of sacred attributes, but the sacred attribute does not belong to elemental magic, so he cannot enjoy this increase. As for the magic of the elves, the magic of the elves can only be used by elves, and he cannot learn it. It seems that he has to find another way. Then, after kissing Su Xian's cheek, the Elf Queen took a step back lightly, raised the corners of her lips, and smiled gently. "Little guy, see you tomorrow." After speaking, the dream created by the Elf Mother Tree began to gradually become blurred. Then, Su Xian slowly woke up from his sleep. The scene in the dream made him feel happy. The Fairy Queen's jade body was really unforgettable. Strange? Why does it feel a little painful? Su Xian sat up and looked at himself in confusion. He felt as if someone had trampled on the holy light. What happened? It hurts. Also, why is there a smell of burnt cotton wool? Su Xian looked to the side and found some burnt cotton wool scattered on the ground, and some of his pillows were missing. This strange phenomenon made Su Xian's face immediately become serious, and then he looked at Merli Ryan, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and his heart was turbulent. What happened when he was sleeping? It must be related to this guy. Wake up! Chapter 217. Wake up! Su Xian woke Marlene from her deep sleep, eager to get an answer. What good thing did this guy do while he was sleeping? What's wrong, human? Marlene slowly opened her red dragon eyes, and responded indifferently. What did you do while I was asleep? Su Xian questioned Marlene. Humph, I helped you put out the fire. You should thank me. Why are you asking me so rudely? Marlene replied dissatisfiedly. Put out the fire? Hearing this, Su Xian frowned and continued to ask, why did it catch fire? How did you put it out? Of course I stepped on it. I also deliberately used the human form to avoid hurting you. Kneel down and thank me quickly. Marlene crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said proudly to Su Xian. At the same time, the dragon tail behind her shook happily. Hearing such an answer, Su Xian was speechless. A dragon, symbolizing destruction, actually needs to stomp on a flame? Shouldn't it be blown out with one breath? I think you are itching for a fight. What are you doing, human? Do you want to rebel? Get down. Human. You? Let me go. The following is a plot description of teaching a dragon a lesson, 100 words omitted below. Soon, time turned to the next afternoon. Su Xian returned home from school, and put his school bag casually on the bed. However, he did not enter the game immediately, but picked up his phone to check the WeChat group chat information. Group chat Elf Squad, Dessert-loving pig, I'm ready. We can go anytime, Kana's bunny, come on. With Su Xian here, we can definitely complete this B-level mission this time. Dessert-loving pig, yes, yes, colorful era. Question mark, who changed my group name? Su Xian was confused. How could his group name become colorful era? It must be Lu Shua's doing. So naughty. Su Xian put down his phone and entered the game. When he entered the game, he saw that Ipsa and the others had been waiting in the guild for a long time. Only Lucia hadn't come yet. Where is Miss Saint? President. At this time, Fuli and Fulua saw Su Xian coming to the guild and immediately trotted over to him. What's wrong? Su Xian asked the elf sisters. President, we plan to be baptized by the elf mother tree. Fuli replied. Yeah. Flo nodded gently and said, as long as we accept the baptism of the elf mother tree, our magic power will become more pure. By then, we will be able to help the president better. Hearing this, Su Xian smiled and stretched out his hands, gently rubbing the heads of the elf sisters. Then it depends on your performance. Yeah. But, Fuli and Flo looked at each other, then looked at Su Xian and said, President, the baptism of the elf mother tree may take a week, and we may not be able to come to the guild for a week. 1 week. Su Xian didn't expect the baptism of the elf mother tree to last so long. Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't be able to see these two little guys for a week? But this is a chance for Fuli and Fulua to become stronger, so he will not let them miss it. This is your only chance. I will not let you miss it. You must go. Of course, if I miss you, I will visit you in the elf kingdom. Su Xian said with a smile. By the way, he can also visit their mother. Thank you for your support, President. Fuli and Fulua expressed their gratitude when they heard Su Xian agreed that they would spend a week to receive the baptism of the elf mother tree. When will the baptism start? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? Su Xian thought for a moment and said, then today is just the right time for you two little guys to accompany me to complete a mission in the elf kingdom. Okay. The elf sisters nodded happily. This time Su Xian did not plan to bring too many people. Their purpose of going to the elf kingdom was just to rescue the dark elves trapped in the dark prison. If possible, try to avoid fighting. So, the fewer people, the better. As for why Fuli and Fulua were brought along, it was naturally to serve as an insider to detect the movements of the elves. In addition, the only guild member he wanted to bring was Marlene Ryan. The White Elf Queen said that there might be a magic ban in the dark prison, so Marlene Ryan, who has a stronger body, is the best choice. As for Lorslan and the others, Su Xian gave them the remaining 2 D-level tasks to complete. When they come back, they can carry out the special commission tasks for D-level promotion to D+ evaluation. The only thing that puzzled Su Xian was why Lucia hadn't come today. He immediately sent a message to Lucia, but the reply he got was, "I have something to do today, come back tomorrow." Miss Saint is really busy. Su Xian whispered softly, and then took Marlene Rhine and the elf sisters to the elf kingdom. With a flash of white light, Su Xian arrived at the elf kingdom. According to the agreement, Lu Shui and other members will wait for him at the statue of the elf queen. Su Xian stepped towards the statue of the elf queen. However, when he looked at the statue from a distance, which symbolized the holiness of the elf queen, he couldn't help but think of the scene in his dream last night, where the dark elf queen was conquered by the holy light. Absolutely beautiful. Su Xian. Lu Shui stood under the statue and waved to him from a distance. Beside her were the female elf Winnie and a female centaur warrior. This female centaur warrior was different from Su Fian's female centaur warrior. Perhaps due to the age difference, her body was not as tall as Asmin, and only one girl could sit on the horse. But for a tall boy like Su Xian, it might feel a little petite. In addition, this female centaur warrior has refreshing dark green short hair, heavy armor, and a signature spear, which is indeed in line with the typical characteristics of a centaur warrior. Your Highness. When Su Xian walked in front of Lu Shui, the female elf Winnie immediately knelt to Fuli and Fulua. No need to salute, please stand up. Fulua quickly helped Winnie up. How did you recruit elves? Lu Shui saw the two elves beside Su Xian, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. The last time they met was in a special mission to fight against slimes together. At that time, there was only Ifsa. It was only a short time ago that Su Xian had two princess-level elves and a... Lu Shui stared at Marlene Rhine, and a trace of doubt flashed in her dark and clear eyes. Is this a half-dragon? Just luck. Su Xian smiled faintly, then turned his attention to Lu Shui's female centaur warrior. Is this the epic quality adventurer you recruited? Yes. When mentioning the female centaur warrior, Lu Shui showed a proud expression. Sophie has the most powerful centaur bloodline. Although she is only level 20, her combat power has surpassed many level 25 adventurers. Please advise me. Centaur Sophie showed a friendly smile to Su Xian. Hello. Su Xian smiled in response, and then asked casually, do you know Asmin? Asmin? Sophie heard the name and replied, she is one of the 10 guardians in the tribe, but something happened recently, causing some tension between our lineage and theirs. May I ask what it is? Su Xian frowned slightly and asked Sophie. This? Sophie looked at Su Xian, and then at Lu Shui. After getting Lu Shui's affirmation and confirming that Su Xian was a trustworthy person, Sophie said, our tribe recently gave birth to a tribe member who was born with a domain. Normally, she would become the next tribe leader and receive full training from the tribe. However, Sophie was silent for a long time before she slowly spoke. Her biological characteristics showed that she was not of pure centaur blood, so she was expelled from the tribe. She is not a centaur, but more like a deer. Chapter 218. Centaur? When Su Xian heard Sophie's description, the image of a centaur emerged in his mind. Centaurs are upper human and lower horse. The centaur should be upper human and lower deer. As for how to distinguish, antlers or horse tails should be the most obvious difference. In addition, the fur on the back of the deer is slightly longer, which should feel more comfortable. Sister Lu Shui. While thinking, a figure appeared behind them. Su Xian turned his head and saw a girl with short dark blue hair walking towards them. The blue-haired girl was about the same height as Fuli and Fulua, and looked petite. Behind her, there was also a petite female elf. If Marlene Rhine is included, there will be 5 short people in the team. Ahem, she's coming. Lu Shui smiled and waved to the girl. Su. Brother Su Xian. Hello. Hello. My name is Yilingxi. Please take care of me. The girl walked up to Su Xian and bowed to him, very politely. Hello. Su Xian responded slowly. Yilingxi smiled and raised her head. In a bunch of dark blue hair, her reddish-brown eyes shone like bright gems. This made Su Xian pay more attention. He found that the girl's eyes were very beautiful, as if they were buried with precious treasures. But Yilingxi was a little shy in her words, and she was obviously not very good at communicating with others. Don't be too shy, Lingxi. Lu Shui gently pressed Yilingxi's shoulders, hoping that she could calm down. Well? Yilingxi nodded and raised her head slightly, but her eyes were still a little evasive. Su Xian didn't care about it and suggested, let's get ready to go, it's almost time. Yeah. Soon after, they successfully arrived near the dark prison. According to what I told you before, you and the elves set up a teleportation array outside the dark prison and wait for me to come out. Su Xian instructed Lu Shui and the others. Okay. Lu Shui and Yi Lingxi nodded in unison, completely following Su Xian's instructions. Well, please, be careful, Yi Lingxi reminded shyly. Yeah. Su Xian smiled and nodded, then looked in the direction of the dark prison and whispered to himself, Next, just wait for the opportunity. At this moment, there were only 2 elf guards outside the dark prison. This was mainly due to the special structure of the dark prison and the small number of prisoners held there. The elves in the elf tribe rarely commit crimes that are locked up in the dark prison. There may be only 3 dark elves in it. About half an hour later, Su Xian quietly entered the dark prison while the elves were guarding. When he stepped into the dark prison, he found himself in a dark green environment. Rather than a prison, it was more like a crack in space. Su Xian turned his head and found that the entrance he had originally entered had disappeared, leaving only the brilliant light generated by the distortion of space flashing in his sight. No wonder the dark prison does not need elves to guard it. If you want to escape, you can only rely on the gap in the weak period. Su Xian said to himself, however, only the elf queen and a small group of elves should know about the weak period of the dark prison. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 3 green dots flashing in the distance, which should be the location of the dark elves. This place is really interesting. At this time, Marie Rhine, who came in with Su Xian, also showed great interest in the surrounding environment. Did you find anything? Su Xian asked Marie Rhine. This place contains a ray of divine law power, and the godhood is not low, Marie Rhine replied. As she said that, she snapped her fingers lightly, and a layer of red halo wrapped around the bodies of the 2. The power of divine law? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and fell into thought. If this power is related to the elves, it should be the power of the goddess of elements or the goddess of nature. However, the breath in the air is different from the magic of the elves, and it is more like a dark attribute. If you encounter an enemy that is difficult to deal with in the future, you can escape here. Marlene Rhine continued, the power of the divine law here can be resisted even by demigods. No, even by low-level gods. I see. Su Xian silently remembered Marlene Rhine's words. He did not expect that the dark prison of the elves would have the strength to resist gods. Let's go find the dark elves first. Su Xian immediately walked towards the 3 green light spots. At the same time, 3 dark elves were chatting in the dark prison. Nilu, when can we leave here? A dark elf with short yellow hair asked his companions. What bad luck. I didn't expect that after getting the holy object, I was caught by the elves, said the dark elf with long lavender hair angrily. Fortunately, they don't know our real purpose. As long as we can escape from here, we can wake him up, added the last dark elf with dark pink short hair. But how do we escape? The dark elf named Nilu sighed softly, having no idea how to escape from the dark prison. The other 2 female elves were also at a loss. They looked around. In the dark green prison, there was nothing but the glare of space distortion and a pair of red eyes staring at them. Red eyes? Ah! There's a ghost! The 3 dark elves immediately raised their weapons, but their legs trembled involuntarily and retreated. Calm down, dark elves. At this time, Su Xian walked out of the darkness and smiled friendly to the 3 dark elves. Human? The 3 dark elves were very confused by Su Xian's appearance. They didn't understand why a human appeared here. Also, where did the pair of red eyes go? 3 inferior dark elves. The dark aura on their bodies is too weak. Marlene Rhine also walked out of the darkness at this time, saying disdainfully. When the dark elves saw Marlene Rhine next to Su Xian, they showed horror again. Giant. Dragon. Even in the form of a half-dragon, the dark elf named Nilu immediately recognized the true identity of Marlene Rhine. Giant dragon. The other 2 dark elves were so scared that they hid behind Nilu. They didn't understand why a dragon appeared in the dark prison of the elves. Su Xian did not answer this, but just stared at the 3 dark elves in front of him. Except for the dark elf named Nilu, the other 2 dark elves were trembling so much that they could hardly stand. And only Nilu's level was higher than 40, while the other 2 dark elves were only around 30. What made Su Xian more concerned was that the skin of the 3 elves was more or less stained with the aura of darkness, as if to dye their originally snow-white skin into silver gray. Moreover, the stronger the strength, the thicker the aura of darkness. I was entrusted by someone to rescue you, Su Xian explained to the 3 dark elves. Rescue us? The 3 dark elves looked at each other in surprise, and then asked Su Xian, this is the dark prison. Even the princess of the elves cannot leave. How can you take us out? I have my own way, Su Xian answered lightly. After hesitating for a moment, the 3 dark elves walked aside and discussed in a low voice, and looked back at Su Xian from time to time. Su Xian glanced at them casually. Their behavior was no different from that of ordinary elves. The only difference was the dark aura they exuded. They were probably not members of the Night Elf Corps, but elves who left the elf tribe for other reasons. This was easy to understand. After all, if they wanted to sneak in and steal the holy objects in the Elf Kingdom, those elves with a strong dark aura might be discovered before they even entered the Elf Kingdom. Therefore, they could only let these elves who were not stained with too much dark aura disguise themselves, and then sneak into the Elf Kingdom. This is a glimmer of hope. After some discussion, Nilu turned around and said to Su Xian, "We believe you. What do you need us to do?" "You don't need to do anything. Just listen to my arrangements." Su Xian replied, and then looked around. According to the time calculation, the week period of the dark prison should be coming soon. This is their only chance to escape. At the moment when his thoughts were flying, the space in the dark prison began to gradually become distorted. At the same time, a white light particle emerged from Su Xian's brow, as if guiding him and drifting away. "Rhine." Su Xian immediately gave Marley Rhine the order to ride. "Got it." Marley Rhine immediately transformed into a giant dragon, and became Su Xian's mount. At the same time, she grabbed the three dark elves with her dragon claws, and quickly chased in the direction of the white light particles. Marley Rhine's flying speed exceeded the speed of sound, but the dark images around her were still flashing rapidly, as if this dark prison had no end. Su Xian secretly complained in his heart, "No wonder this dark prison can't escape. If there is no guidance from the White Elf Queen, the coverage of this dark prison is like an infinite area." But there is a slight difference, because he soon found three dark elves. This means that due to the influence of the law of space, the space in this area seems infinite, but it is likely to be an infinite cycle mode. Not long after, Su Xian found the exit from the dark prison according to the guidance of the white light particles. "We are almost out," Su Xian reminded the three dark elves. But because of the fast speed, the three dark elves even found it difficult to keep their body balance, let alone answer Su Xian. As Marley Rhine broke through the white light, they successfully left the dark prison. But when Su Xian saw the surrounding scene, he was suddenly stunned. He thought the place to leave should be near the dark prison, but strangely, why did he appear above the palace of the Elf Queen? And below, a female elf with long silver hair was looking up at him quietly. "Elena?" Su Xian showed a trace of doubt. Princess Elena seemed to be waiting for him here. Besides that, there were no other elves near Elena, and the surrounding space seemed to be sealed by her magic. Even the 100-meter-long dragon body of Marlene Rhine did not cause a sensation. "Let's go down." He immediately let Marlene Rhine land in front of Elena. And when they landed, Elena smiled at him in a teasing tone. "You took away the three dark elves imprisoned in the dark prison without permission. This time you fell into my hands, big man." Chapter 219. "Elena, have you been waiting for us here since just now?" Su Xian's eyes flashed with doubt. He stared at Princess Elena and asked. Faced with Elena's appearance, the three dark elves seemed particularly nervous. They quickly picked up their weapons and took a fighting stance. In response, Elena just glanced at them lightly and warned in a cold tone, "I have a few words to say to him, and I will deal with you later." As soon as the words fell, Elena's eyes refocused on Su Xian. She smiled and said, "According to the elven law, you will face at least 50 years of imprisonment for kidnapping the dark elves imprisoned in the dark prison among the elves. You should be glad that the queen is out today for something, and I will temporarily manage the affairs of the Elven Kingdom. Otherwise, you may not be able to bear the consequences of your stupid behavior. So, are you willing to let us go?" Su Xian showed a curious expression and looked at Elena. Although he knew that the Elven Queen would never do that. "I can let you go, and even take the three dark elves with you. But there is a condition." Elena stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at the three dark elves. "What condition?" "Come here again tonight." Elena said, "I planned to create a masterpiece recently, and I need your help." As she said that, she glanced at Su Xian's body and nodded with satisfaction. Hearing the conditions proposed by Elena, Su Xian couldn't help but be stunned. He always felt that his princess of the elves was a little weird and unpredictable. "Okay, I promise you." Su Xian agreed to Elena's conditions. "Very good, as for you." Elena walked lightly towards the three dark elves and said coldly, "You sneaked into the Elf Kingdom and stole 3 leaves of the Elf Mother Tree and the elemental soil that nourishes the Elf Mother Tree. According to the laws of the elf, you should be imprisoned in the dark prison for 100 years. But because of the Queen's kindness, I forgive your stupidity and greed. I hope you will take care of yourself." The three dark elves looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Were they really released? "Take them away." Elena smiled and whispered to Su Xian, "Don't forget what you promised me." Su Xian did not respond, but immediately took the 3 dark elves away. They didn't go far, and the 3 dark elves began to talk behind their backs. "Everything we did was seen by the queen. Isn't it possible? But she knows our purpose. She even knows that we stole the elemental soil. As expected of the queen, everything in the elf kingdom seems to be in her eyes. But why did she let us go?" Su Xian listened to the conversation between the 3 dark elves without interrupting them, but quietly activated the teleportation array. "Let's go, leave through the teleportation array," he said to the 3 dark elves. But at this time, the 3 dark elves suddenly became wary of Su Xian. The reason why they easily believed Su Xian before was because they had no other way to leave the dark prison, but now the situation is different. Nilu took a few steps forward and looked directly at Su Xian. "You said you were entrusted by someone. Who entrusted you? You follow me. You will know the place when you get there. If I really want to harm you, why would I go to such great lengths to rescue you from the dark prison? Wouldn't it be more convenient to just do it there?" Su Xian said calmly. The 3 dark elves exchanged glances with each other, and finally chose to trust Su Xian. The moment they stepped into the teleportation array, they were teleported to a human city far away from the Elven Kingdom. At this time, Lu Shui and the others had been waiting here for a long time. Considering that the escape location had changed, Su Xian had already instructed them to move the gathering place in advance. Su Xian. Seeing Su Xian return safely, Lu Shui and the others ran towards him. "President, are you okay?" Fuli and Fulua asked nervously if Su Xian was injured. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Su Xian gently stroked the heads of the 2 elves, then turned to Yilingxi and said, "The 3 dark elves have been rescued, and you can submit your task." Yilingxi thanked Su Xian excitedly. "Thank you so much, Brother Su Xian. This B-level commission has troubled me for so long, and now it is finally completed." This task seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. Without the help of the Elf Queen, it is almost impossible to escape from the dark prison. Among all the B-level tasks, this is probably one of the most difficult ones. After all, you may have to face the wrath of the Elf Queen. A demigod-level strongman, the A-level guild will definitely not be able to deal with it. Wait. It seems that the 3 dark elves have to be sent to Paslo before the task can be submitted. Yilingxi was about to submit the task, but found that the task had not been truly completed. Paslo? When they heard the name, the 3 dark elves immediately recognized the identities of Su Xian and others. "So you are the adventurers invited by Lord Paslo. Please forgive me for the offense just now." Nilu immediately bowed to Su Xian and apologized. Su Xian just smiled indifferently and didn't care. But from the reactions of the 3 dark elves, it can be seen that the dark elf named Paslo has a pivotal position in the tribe. "So where is Paslo?" Su Xian asked Yilingxi. "Paslo is located in the deepest part of the dark forbidden forest. But it cannot be reached through the teleportation array, and you need to ride a griffin to fly there," Yilingxi explained. "Griffin?" Su Xian looked at Merli Ryan, who just looked back coldly. Su Xian knew what she meant, so he decided, "Then let's ride the griffin there." "How long will it take?" "We first go to Twilight City through the teleportation array, and then ride the griffin." "About 2 hours," Yilingxi replied. "Let's go!" In a flash, Su Xian and his team arrived at Twilight City, rented 3 griffins as a means of transportation, and set off for the dark forbidden forest. But for some reasons, Fuli, Fulua, and Lu Shui's elves did not go with them. After all, elves and dark elves are hostile, and centaurs cannot ride griffins, so Lu Shui, Yilingxi, and a dark elf shared a griffin. Su Xian and Marlene Ryan sat on the back of a griffin together. Fortunately, the riding area was quite spacious, otherwise Marlene Ryan, who was covered with scales, would feel uncomfortable to hold. During the free time of the flight, Su Xian turned his head to look at the 2 dark elves sitting on the back of the same griffin next to him and asked, "Why did you go to so much trouble to sneak into the elf kingdom just to steal a few leaves of elven leaves and a handful of soil?" Su Xian also used the leaves of the elf mother tree. It can improve 30 attributes, but it is not a particularly precious item and may be obtained through other channels. As for the elemental soil of the elf mother tree, it is the soil that can be found everywhere near the elf mother tree, but it is contaminated with some elemental power of the elf mother tree. This made Su Xian very confused, and he didn't quite understand the real purpose of the 3 dark elves breaking into the elf kingdom. "We are here to save Lord Paslo," the dark elf with dark pink short hair explained to Su Xian. "Save people?" "Yes. Only the elemental soil and leaves of the elf mother tree can save Lord Paslo." And Ailu added, "Lord Paslo has paid a lot for us, and we must repay her. Hearing this, Su Xian roughly understood the purpose of their sneaking into the elf kingdom. Soon, the griffin arrived at the deepest part of the dark taboo forest. As soon as they landed, a group of dark elves appeared around them and surrounded them. Who is it? A female elf with brown skin questioned Su Xian. Don't worry, Luowen. We are back. Nilu responded to the female elf. Nilu, you are finally back. Lord Paslo is very angry about you sneaking into the elf kingdom. You'd better go and explain to her. The dark elf named Luowen warned Nilu. I know. They are our friends. Please treat them well. After Nilu said that, she went to Paslo's residence alone and asked other dark elves to treat Su Xian and his friends well. Su Xian looked around. Compared with the magnificent elf kingdom, the place where the dark elves live seemed quite simple, just a wooden house built on the tree. In addition, the dark taboo forest lacked light all year round, and the surrounding environment seemed very dim. But when Su Xian's eyes fell on the dark elves, he was surprised to find that they showed a unique temperament. Each dark elf was surrounded by silver-gray dark magic, and with a stronger physique than ordinary elves, their combat power was obviously far superior to that of ordinary elves. In addition, some dark elves still had scars of war on their skin, and their sharp eyes that glowed in the dark made them look brave and good at fighting. However, they didn't seem to be very friendly. Human, why do you smell like those elves? The dark elf named Luowen jumped down from the tree and came to Su Xian. She was tall, only a few centimeters shorter than Honglian, and her wheat-yellow skin looked more powerful. Luowen, stay away from him. And I lose two companions quickly blocked Luowen in front of her to prevent her from getting close to Su Xian. At this time, other dark elves also came to Su Xian, and soon hundreds of dark elves surrounded Su Xian. Is this the attitude you should have towards our guests? Suddenly, a cold shout sounded, causing all the dark elves to disperse obediently. At the same time, a dark elf with silver-gray skin came into Su Xian's sight. When this silver-gray dark elf appeared, Su Xian noticed that she was much taller than the surrounding dark elves, with a height of 5 or 6 meters. And her ears were abnormally long, drooping to her waist, looking like two ponytails. Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "So big!" Chapter 220. What a big elf! Lu Shui and Yi Lingxi were as surprised as Su Xian. It was the first time for them to see an elf that was 5 or 6 meters tall. I thought that an elf like Honglian, who was 2 meters tall, was extremely rare. But when this dark elf appeared, the other elves instantly looked as petite as Lolita. And Su Xian was also surprised to find that the silver-gray skin of this dark elf could emit a faint fluorescence, which flickered in the dark, as if the stars were twinkling in the night sky. Her clothes were also different from other dark elves. She only used white bandages to wrap every inch of her skin. This is understandable. After all, there was no clothes of the right size for her to wear. In addition, her pair of pointed ears hang down on her back like rabbit ears, making people want to reach out and pinch them. Dear guests from afar, welcome to the dark forbidden forest. I am Paslo, the leader of this group of dark elves. The tall dark elf slowly walked in front of Su Xian and introduced himself. At this moment, information about Paslo appeared in Su Xian's sight. Paslo, myth, level, 94. Race, dark elf. Growth, 15 points of all attribute increase for each level up, status. Withered, level 94. Su Xian was slightly surprised when he saw Paslo's level. He didn't expect that the leader of the dark elves was only one step away from demigod. If she can be promoted to demigod and return to the elves, doesn't it mean that the elves will have 2 demigod-level strongmen? Looking at the withered in the status bar, Su Xian realized that this should be related to the injury of Paslo mentioned by Nilu and others. As for the question mark in the brackets, he guessed that he might need to complete certain conditions to obtain the entry. Withered. But he still didn't understand why this elf could grow so big. This sense of oppression is too strong. Fortunately, I don't have giant phobia. Su Xian. He cleared his throat and replied. My name is Lu Shui. My name is Yi Lingxi. Paslo slowly squatted down, keeping his eyes level with Su Xian, and said in a gentle tone, Thank you for rescuing Nilu and others from the dark prison of the Elf Kingdom. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark elves around her showed incredible expressions. They can actually escape from the dark prison? How is this possible? Can anyone really escape from that place? Since they can bring Nilu and the others back to the Elf Kingdom, it means this is true, and Lord Paslo can't lie to us. It's incredible. This group of humans is definitely not simple. It seems that there is a half-dragon among them. Are they the people of the Holy Kingdom of Dragons? The Dark Elves talked a lot, and were very shocked that Su Xian and his team could rescue Nilu from the dark prison. And Su Xian's eyes were fixed on Paslo, who was squatting in front of him. Because of her huge body, her snow scene was also particularly spectacular. If converted to normal height, her strength should be on par with the Elf Queen. But Paslo's height reached 5 meters, and this deterrent power surpassed the Elf Queen. You? Paslo also stared at Su Xian. After a moment of silence, she asked, "You have been blessed by the Elf Mother Tree, right?" Hearing this, the surrounding dark elves caused a commotion again. He actually received the blessing of the Elf Mother Tree? Is this true? Why would a human be blessed by the Elf Mother Tree? Su Xian calmly replied to the doubts of the dark elves, "Well, it is true." Hearing this answer, Paslo remained calm. She glanced at Lu Shui and Yi Lingxi, and then turned her eyes back to Su Xian. She whispered, "Because there are important ceremonies to be performed in the tribe later, you can't stay for long. To express my gratitude, I want to give you a gift." As he said, Paslo reached between the snow-white bandages and fumbled inside for a few times. Su Xian watched the whole process. Although the white bandages protected her body well from being seen, for some reason, he always felt that there was something. Ahem. Got it. At this time, Paslo took out 3 dark green fruits from the snow-white, and handed them to Su Xian and the others one by one. This is a fruit unique to the dark forbidden forest, with magical effects. Thank you. Su Xian and the other 2 took the dark green fruits, and the relevant information immediately appeared in their sight. Forbidden fruit, elite after eating, you can temporarily gain 100% all attribute enhancement, 30 minutes, but after the end, you will enter a weak state. 5H, of course. The information Lu Shui and Yi Lingxi saw was slightly different from the information in Su Xian's vision. Get the rare entry taboo fruit. Su Xian was thoughtful when he saw the newly added entry. The taboo fruit that blooms with 7-colored iridescence? At this time, Paslo asked Su Xian, "Is she okay?" Su Xian was silent for a few seconds when he heard this question. He knew that the she in Paslo's mouth referred to the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen once said that her only friend had left the Elf clan and became the leader of the Dark Elves. This person should be Paslo in front of him. She is fine. Her evil thoughts have been successfully suppressed? Yes, they have been successfully suppressed. Su Xian nodded. In order to suppress the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen, he made great efforts. That's good. Paslo seemed to have finally put down his worries and smiled. She stood up and said goodbye to Su Xian and the others. "See you later, 3 guests who came from afar. Goodbye." After speaking, Su Xian and others rode the griffin and left the dark taboo forest. After they left, Paslo turned to the Dark Elves and said, "Dark Elves, keep working hard to become stronger and be fully prepared for the upcoming war." "Yes, Lord Paslo." After Su Xian returned the griffin, he, Lu Shui, and Yi Lingxi prepared to part ways. "Brother Su Xian, this is for you." Yi Lingxi handed 50 gold coins and a magic scroll to Su Xian as agreed before. "Yes." Su Xian nodded and put the things away. At the same time, his eyes stayed on the magic scroll for a while, and the relevant information immediately appeared in his sight. Lightning Element Magic Scroll. Epic randomly obtain a super-level Lightning Element Magic Skill. Chapter 221. Superclass Lightning Element Magic Skill? Su Xian was delighted when he saw this epic magic scroll. Is his exclusive skill finally coming? Yi Lingxi's face bloomed with a brilliant smile, which showed sincere gratitude. "Brother Su Xian, I really appreciate your help this time. I can finally accept the special commission for promotion to E-level. It's a small matter." Su Xian smiled indifferently and said, "Since the matter has been resolved, I will go back first and contact you if there is anything." "Yeah." As soon as the voice fell, Su Xian took Marley Rhine back to the guild. When he returned to the guild, he found that Ivsa and the others had not returned yet, but there was a saint sitting in the guild hall leisurely drinking tea. Back. Lucia pursed her red lips slightly, and her golden red eyes looked at Su Xian, who walked in through the white gauze. "Yes." Su Xian nodded, then asked, "Have you dealt with all the affairs of the Church of Light?" "Yes." Lucia put down the teacup, slowly stood up, and said softly, "I have dealt with all those villains." "Solved?" Su Xian was stunned. He heard from Lucia's cold tone that the solved, she said, should mean sending those people to see God. "You?" Lucia suddenly walked quickly towards Su Xian, and her slender left hand gently pushed Su Xian's chest, forcing him back to the corner. Su Xian saw Lucia's serious expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "I feel a hint of darkness from you." "Did you meet a dark elf?" Lucia asked. You know this too? Su Xian looked at Lucia with a surprised expression. I have met dark elves before. Lucia explained, the dark aura on them is different from that of the demons. It is purer. It is just a pure magic power that makes people addicted. I see. Su Xian nodded and fell into deep thought. He understood that just as there are many types of fire elements, there are many different forms of dark aura. Fuli's pure flame, Issa's dark fire, Marie Rhine's fire of destruction, these are all different types of fire elements. The same is true for dark aura. However, the dark aura on you is very pure. Have you met a dark elf close to a demigod? Lucia asked, her fingertips gently stroking Su Xian's chest. The delicate touch made Su Xian raise his eyebrows. He noticed that Lucia's fingertips were still emitting a faint golden halo, as if helping him dispel the aura of the dark elves. Although the nature of the dark elves remains kind, you'd better stay away from them. The dark aura on them may affect you. Of course, if you don't mind falling into darkness, you can ignore my warning. Lucia reminded Su Xian, then let go of her hand, and returned to her previous seat. I remember. Su Xian nodded seriously, engraving Lucia's warning deeply in his heart. Then, he turned on the light screen with a thought. He saw that Lucellen and the others were delivering the mission items to the destination, and they would return soon. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Xian glanced at the time. He and Elena agreed to meet tonight, but it was still early. As for the Elf Queen's commission, he needs to report his investigation results to the Elf Queen before he can formally submit the task. Therefore, now that he has free time, he can open the magic scroll first. Do you want to open the Thunder Element Magic Scroll Epic? Yes. Congratulations on obtaining the Superclass Thunder Magic Phantom Thunderbird. Do you want to learn this magic? This is the advantage of being a player. As long as you have a skill scroll, you can learn it in an instant. However, to maximize the power of superclass magic, just learning is far from enough. It also requires strong magic power as support, as well as a deep understanding and application of magic. Learn. Su Xian made a decisive decision. Congratulations on learning Phantom Thunderbird, Superclass. Lucia, I just learned a magic. Su Xian said to Lucia with a smile. What magic? Lucia gently held up the teacup and asked casually. A thunder magic. Su Xian replied with a smile. However, Lucia's response made his smile freeze instantly. Is it serious magic? Is there any improper magic? Lucia covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, Go to the practice room and let me see it. Su Xian was a little speechless. His image in Lucia's eyes seemed to be getting worse and worse. The two came to the practice room. Su Xian originally planned to use a training dummy to test the damage, but was stopped by Lucia. Just release it to me directly, and I will tell you what needs to be improved. Lucia said to Su Xian, remember, use all your strength. Lucia, you said that. Su Xian took out the Thunder Fire Stick. This time, he must let Miss Saint taste his power. Yeah. Lucia just nodded calmly, and didn't care too much. Little did she know that Su Xian's elemental amplification ability was quite amazing. The Superfan entry alone has a 140% increase in thunder and fire elemental damage. In addition to the 50% elemental magic power increase brought by the blessing of the Elf Mother Tree, as well as various other amplification effects, his elemental magic damage increase is definitely more than 300%. Huh? Su Xian took a deep breath and looked firmly at Lucia, who was standing quietly in the distance. Lucia was slightly stunned. It was the first time she saw Su Xian's serious eyes, which made her feel a little surprised. However, just when she was surprised, Su Xian had already finished singing the Phantom Thunderbird. Instantly, the majestic magic power condensed into lightning above Su Xian's head, forming a thunderbird flashing with blue lightning. This scene made Lucia's eyes tense instantly. She immediately unfolded the magic barrier, and the golden light enveloped her whole body. Then, the thunderbird swooped down towards Lucia at Su Xian's command. Accompanied by the crisp sound of birdsong, the Phantom Thunderbird hit Lucia's magic barrier. In an instant, the Phantom Thunderbird exploded, and the terrifying thunder element scattered, turning into a sea of thunder. The violent thunder and lightning continued to hit Lucia's light golden magic barrier. Although it did not cause any harm to Lucia for the time being, her condition became very bad. Lucia frowned slightly and looked around. She did not expect that Su Xian's thunder element magic power was so amazing, even stronger than the elemental magic of the Elf Sisters. Moreover, the advantage of thunder magic lies in speed. It took only 1 second from the condensation of the Phantom Thunderbird to the bombardment on her body. This means that this magic can be used to sneak attack the enemy without any preparation, and thunder magic has high lethality and continuous damage ability like fire element magic. Once it hits, it will pose a great threat to the enemy. Just like her now. Crack! Lucia's beautiful eyes trembled, and she noticed that there was a crack on her light barrier. Fortunately, it was just a crack. This magic is very good. Lucia smiled faintly and said, but the power is still lacking. You need to practice hard. It's not over yet. Su Xian reminded. Lucia was about to speak. Suddenly, the thunder pool transformed by the phantom thunder bird flashed again, accompanied by a crisp bird cry, and the violent thunder and lightning swept towards Lucia again, with even greater power. At this moment, Lucia's light barrier was finally broken under the continuous attack of thunder and lightning, and turned into pieces of golden fragments that scattered and fell. At the same time, Lucia's jade body was completely exposed to the attack of thunder and lightning. Ah! Lucia moaned softly. Her body trembled slightly, and she almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Lucia? Su Xian saw this and rushed forward to support her. However, Lucia waved her hand gently, bit her teeth lightly, and said firmly, I'm fine. Su Xian stopped. He didn't expect Lucia to be so stubborn. Afterwards, Lucia slowly straightened her jade body, moved her fingertips lightly, and the golden light rippled from her fingertips. The next moment, the lightning created by the phantom thunder bird dissipated instantly under her power. After everything returned to calm, Su Xian noticed that Lucia's body was trembling slightly, obviously numbed by the electricity. Lucia immediately commented, this move is very powerful, I underestimated it. However, her voice was slightly trembling, and her steps were a little unsteady. She did not expect that Su Xian's newly learned lightning magic would be so powerful, beyond her expectations. You'd better not be so stubborn. Su Xian walked to her side, and gently picked her up. At the moment Su Xian picked up Lucia, he was also hit by the current. If he hadn't immediately covered his arms with dragon scales, he would probably have been unable to resist the residual power of the phantom thunder bird. The power of the phantom thunder bird also exceeded Su Xian's expectations, and it could even pose a threat to Lucia. I'm fine. Lucia glanced at it lightly, but still obediently leaned her face on Su Xian's chest, and let him hold her to rest. Su Xian gently carried Lucia to the bed in his bedroom, and let her have a good rest. Although his phantom thunder bird was powerful, it was unlikely to really hurt Lucia. At most, it would only make her feel a little uncomfortable. After lying on the bed, Lucia still did not forget to give an evaluation of Su Xian's newly learned magic. Lucia said softly, your thunder magic is indeed powerful. If you can further speed up the chanting speed or make the opponent unable to detect your chanting, then its lethality will undoubtedly be improved. You make sense. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Although it only takes 1 second for the phantom thunder bird to condense and release, his magic chanting lasted for 3 seconds. This 3-second chanting vacuum period is very dangerous. However, to completely abandon magic chanting, only those who have reached the level of Grand Mage can do it, such as the Elf Queen and Lucia. This means that you need to reach at least level 80 or practice a magic to the point where you can use it freely. He is far from qualified now, so he can only practice more and try to shorten the time of magic chanting. At this time, Lucia began to patiently explain to Su Xian. In fact, magic chanting has never been the most critical factor. The main purpose of its existence is to allow magicians to better mobilize the elemental magic factor. Then, she held Su Xian's right hand and reminded him, close your eyes, try to feel the elemental magic factors between heaven and earth with your heart, and then condense them into shape. Okay, I try. Su Xian nodded, closed his eyes, and began to try to sense the elemental magic factors in the air. At the same time, Lucia introduced her magic power into Su Xian's body, making it easier for him to sense the elemental magic factors between heaven and earth. Not long after, Su Xian felt the strong thunder element factor jumping on his skin, waiting for his command like an elf. However, because he was not proficient in controlling the elemental magic factors, he could only barely gather them together. As for the exact location, he was not very clear, and could only feel the lightning element factors watering on his skin. At this moment, Lucia, who had been paying attention to Su Xian, showed a puzzled look. Because she noticed that Su Xian's holy light was rising. What's even more strange is, it seems to be leaking some electricity? Chapter 222. The gathering of lightning elements made Su Xian's skin appear extremely sensitive, as if it would burst out at the slightest touch. Lucia, with curiosity, stared at the rising holy light. She never thought that Su Xian's magic power would be concentrated here, but she soon understood that this was probably because Su Xian was not proficient enough in controlling magic power, and could not freely guide the flow of magic power. Strangely, When beginners find it difficult to control magic factors, they will choose to concentrate magic power in the palm of their hands, because that is the area they can control the most. But why did Su Xian choose? Is it because of Ivsa? Lucia narrowed her eyes slightly, guessing that this might be related to Ivsa. Long-term holy light prayers have made Su Xian develop such a habit. After all, it takes a certain amount of effort to fight against the succubus, and willpower alone is definitely not enough. With a hint of curiosity, Lucia moved closer. She stretched out her fingertips and tried to touch the holy light flashing with lightning. But at the moment when she was about to touch it, she stopped, and the holy war between Su Xian and the succubus yesterday emerged in her mind, and a chill came to her mind. And at this moment, a mischievous lightning suddenly flashed and shocked Lucia. It hurts. Lucia quickly withdrew her hand and uttered a soft moan. This soft moan immediately attracted Su Xian's attention. What's wrong? Su Xian opened his eyes and looked at Lucia with confusion and concern. Nothing. Lucia immediately regained her composure and glanced at Su Xian coldly. She would never tell Su Xian that she had just tried to secretly touch his holy light. It's okay. After Su Xian heard Lucia's words, he was relieved and continued, I can feel the flow of elemental magic factors, but I am not proficient in controlling them. Practice hard and you will get better. The control of magic power is not something that can be achieved overnight. Lucia explained to Su Xian seriously, some people cannot even sense the existence of elemental magic power in their entire lives. I understand. Su Xian nodded. He understood what Lucia meant. The magic factors in the air are not something that everyone can sense. Many people can only sense a single element. Therefore, this gave rise to a term elemental affinity. Only when you have a certain affinity with the elements can you sense the existence of elemental magic factors. Then, through the magic power in your body, you can resonate with the elemental magic factors in the air to cast magic. For example, Fuli and Fulua have extremely high affinity for fire and water elemental magic factors, so they are better at fire and water magic. Of course, they also have a certain affinity for other elemental magic factors, but the effect is far less excellent than that of water and fire elemental magic. Lucia has a very high affinity for light elements, but because light elements are not basic elements, she also needs the blessing of sacred faith. This is why light elemental magic can threaten Lortharin, who is immune to elements, and it also includes the power of sacred faith. As for the Elf Queen, she is likely to have a very high affinity for all basic elements, as well as other special powers. In the dream, the Elf Queen can create hundreds of magic circles in the blink of an eye, which shows that her use of elemental magic has reached an astonishing level. Mr. Su Xian, we are back. At this time, Ivsa's voice came from outside the room. Since the door was not closed, people outside could clearly see the scene inside. Su Xian and Lucia were resting in the bedroom. Welcome back. Everyone has worked hard. Su Xian stood up and walked out of the room. Not hard. Master, give me a hug. Alice hugged Su Xian tightly with joy, and gently rubbed his chest with her cheek to feel his body temperature. Where are Fuli and Fulua? Ivsa found that Fuli and Fulua were not in the guild, and asked Su Xian in confusion. They are in the Elf Kingdom, preparing to be baptized by the Elf Mother Tree, and may not appear in the guild within a week. Su Xian replied. Is that so? Then we won't see those two cute elves for a week. Ivsa heard this, and felt a little disappointed. She liked the elf sisters very much. The Elf Mother Tree is a good thing. At this time, Marley Rhine, who was sitting on the sofa in the guild hall, put the bottle aside, crossed her arms in front of her chest, crossed her legs, and said in a bossy sitting posture, I once wanted to take the Elf Mother Tree for myself, but the Elf Queen who was blessed by the Elf Mother Tree actually had the power to threaten the gods. The tree is more powerful than people in the world imagine. The power to threaten the gods? Su Xian showed a look of surprise when he heard Marley Rhine's words. But recalling that the Elf Mother Tree was the existence that nurtured the entire elf race, it seemed nothing strange. It was the existence that nurtured the entire race, and tens of millions of elves were born from it. It was not an exaggeration to even call it a god. The Elf Queen is also a demigod, so it is normal for the combined power of the two to threaten the gods. So it is definitely right to have a good relationship with the elves. Compared with the dragons, their individual strength may not be so outstanding, and they do not have as terrifying numbers as the human race and the beast race, but they are a race protected by the two goddesses. They are more ancient and powerful than you think. Marley Rhine added. Yeah. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. The history of the elves is longer than that of the human race, and there are many stories about them. This is an extra prop given by the client during the mission. At this time, Lu Line walked toward Su Xian and handed him a green bracelet. Su Xian picked up the bracelet, and information about it popped up in front of him. Emerald bracelet, elite, a valuable item unique to the royal family of the Star Kingdom, luck +3. Worth 1 gold. A valuable item unique to the royal family of the Star Kingdom? Su Xian saw the introduction of the item and remembered that one of the tasks that Rosalind and the others had completed today was to escort a noble daughter of the Star Kingdom to board a magic airship to the Sun Kingdom. It seems that many nobles of the Star Kingdom have fled the country recently. Usually, this phenomenon often indicates that the Star Kingdom is about to fall into turmoil. War. Or, while thinking, he submitted the last 2 D-level task commissions. Gold coins +4, experience +40,000. +50%. Special commission will be opened in 12 hours. A prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. There are still 12 hours before the special commission of D+ level is promoted. The time is just right. After completing the special commission, the next day was the crusade against the last 2 high-risk demon caves, and not a quarter of an hour was wasted. In his thoughts, Su Xian glanced out the window. At this moment, the sky was already stained with a layer of ink, and he knew in his heart that he had to go to the appointment. I'm going out for a while. Su Xian put the emerald green bracelet into his backpack and said to Issa and the others. Where are you going, Mr. Su Xian? Do you need me to accompany you? Issa took a step forward and asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm just going to the Elf Kingdom. Su Xian rubbed Issa's hair and added, It may be late to come back. You go back to the church first. Okay then. Issa nodded obediently. The white light of the teleportation array flickered, and Su Xian came to the palace of the Elf Kingdom. At this moment, above the Elf Kingdom, a bright full moon was hanging high, and the silver light was shining, reflecting the entire land as bright as day. However, the entire kingdom seemed unusually quiet, and the elf palace was empty. This made Su Xian a little confused. In the morning, only Elena was in the palace. Is it the same at night? Did something happen? Just as he was full of doubts, a figure appeared behind him silently. Her red lips opened slightly, and she whispered close to Su Xian's ear, You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Elena's sudden appearance startled Su Xian. He took a few steps forward, then turned around and looked at Elena. Elena was wearing a silver dress at this time. Under the moonlight, the hem of the dress seemed to become translucent, showing her beautiful figure in front of Su Xian. I was delayed by something. Su Xian explained. Where are you going to paint? It shouldn't be here, right? The elf palace at night was a little deserted, and the cold wind blew. He didn't want to be a nude model here and stand stupidly for hours. Come with me. Elena immediately led Su Xian to the majestic palace in the back. After hearing this, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to be in the wild. Whose bedroom is this? Yours? When Su Xian saw the place where Elena was going to paint, he showed a confused expression. Because Elena took him to a bedroom, the bedroom was full of crystal furniture, and the jade bed made Su Xian feel a little familiar, as if it was in a dream. Wait, is this the bedroom of the Elf Queen? This is the Queen's bedroom. We will paint here. Elena immediately told Su Xian. As soon as these words came out, Su Xian's face instantly became serious, and his eyes were full of confusion, looking at Elena. You don't have any problem, do you? Why did you choose the Elf Queen's bedroom as the place for painting? Facing Su Xian's puzzled eyes, Elena didn't care, just chuckled and said, The Queen and the elders are out, they won't be back for the next 2 days, so this place is under my control now. Su Xian's mood was a bit complicated. The princesses of the elves were really not normal. You can take off your clothes. At this time, Elena had already arranged the drawing board, and the brush in her hand gently stroked Su Xian's arm, just like last time, and then go to the Elf Queen's bed and lie down. Why do you want to lie on the bed of the Elf Queen? Su Xian asked Elena, with a confused look on her face. A princess seduced a man of another race to climb onto the Queen's jade bed. This plot development was a little wrong no matter how you think about it. Just do it. Don't worry, I won't tell the Queen. Elena smiled confidently. Hearing this, Su Xian frowned slightly, and was speechless. Of course she wouldn't tell the Queen, because she was the mastermind. At most, she was an accomplice. If the Queen knew, Elena would definitely not have a good ending. However, since Elena dared to paint in the Elf Queen's bedroom, she must have a way to deal with it. You'd better hurry up. Su Xian began to take off his clothes, showing his perfect and strong body. At this time, Elena's voice came again. I heard that you have the ability to transform into a half-dragon. Can I see it? Su Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard this request. Elena had a lot of requests, but who told her that she could transform into a half-dragon? Was it Fuli and Flo? It should be these two little guys. In front of Elena, they are as innocent and cute as little rabbits. Maybe with a little trick, you can get something out of them. Alas, Su Xian sighed and immediately activated the half-dragon transformation. When his physique continued to grow and his muscle lines became more obvious, Elena, who had been watching him, had a star-like light in her eyes, and it was in the shape of a heart. Chapter 223. After Su Xian became a half-dragon, his limbs, chest and cheeks were covered with sparse red scales. Although there were not many of these scales, they shone like gems and flashed dazzling light. However, compared with the beauty of these scales, Elena was more attracted by Su Xian's sturdy body after he became a half-dragon. Since Elena was a princess of the elves and had never left the elf kingdom, she was always curious about unknown things. Before, she had used Su Xian as a model for painting. That experience seemed to have inspired her unique aesthetic taste, making her love this strong physique and strong lines. When Su Xian turned into a half-dragon, this love became stronger, and even quietly bred an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Ahem, Elena immediately shook her head to keep herself rational. She blinked and looked at Su Xian again. Su Xian had completely taken off his clothes, and his small wings and dragon tail were particularly eye-catching under the light. Your little tail is so cute, Elena joked. Because the half-dragon state was still in the early stages, Su Xian had not fully mastered this change, resulting in his little tail being only about half a meter long, which looked small and exquisite. His wings were not yet able to fly, and it would take some time for them to fully grow. Stop it, give me your handkerchief. Su Xian turned his head and rolled his eyes at Elena. He urgently needed something to block the dazzling holy light. Okay, Elena smiled and threw her handkerchief to Su Xian. Su Xian took the handkerchief and tried to block the dazzling holy light, but was embarrassed to find that the handkerchief seemed a little too small. But there was no way, he could only continue to walk towards the jade bed of the elf queen helplessly. At this moment, Elena's eyes also fell on the dazzling holy light. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. Oh my god, this. Elena's pupils trembled slightly. She couldn't believe her eyes. Why does Su Xian have two dragon tails? Under Elena's shocked gaze, Su Xian had already walked to the side of the elf queen's jade bed. Just like the scene in the dream, there was only a crystal-clear crystal pillow and a translucent silver velvet blanket on this jade bed. The silver velvet blanket felt very comfortable, just like the neighbor's wife after a bath, as soft and smooth as white jade skin. It also exuded a faint fragrance, which was exactly the same as the fragrance of the elf queen, intoxicating. While thinking, Su Xian gently covered himself with the silver velvet blanket, which barely blocked the dazzling holy light. As for Elena's handkerchief, he threw it aside. With the big blanket of the elf queen, Elena's small handkerchief is no longer useful. Lie on your side and stretch the muscles of your upper body. Elena came forward and carefully adjusted Su Xian's posture. After some operation, Su Xian finally got the posture right. Elena nodded with satisfaction, sat down, picked up the brush and started painting. During the painting process, Elena asked, "Have you seen Paslo?" Paslo? Su Xian's eyes froze instantly. Elena once mentioned to Su Xian that she had a friend who also fell into the camp of the Dark Elves, but it should not be Paslo, because Elena is less than 100 years old, and the Night Elf army broke away from the elves 1,000 years ago. Yes, I saw her. Su Xian responded briefly. Paslo was once the queen's only close friend who could confide in her, but she eventually left the elves. Elena paused as she waved her brush. She turned her head to look at Su Xian and asked, "How big is she now?" "When I last saw her, she was about 4 meters tall." "Are you still in touch with them?" Su Xian asked Elena. "I told you before that I have a friend in the Dark Elf tribe. She is Paslo's confidant, but now she should not be in the Dark Elf tribe, so you didn't see her." Elena explained to Su Xian while painting. In fact, there is not such a big hatred between elves and dark elves. Some elves even contact dark elves in private, but they just pursue different ideas. Su Xian was silent for a moment, did not answer, but listened attentively. But this is inevitable. A queen who has been in charge of the tribe for tens of thousands of years cannot do everything perfectly. Even gods cannot be perfect, let alone us. Elena said, using golden paint to embellish a brilliant light on the drawing paper. "So, you hope the Dark Elves will come back?" Su Xian asked Elena again. "Me? It doesn't matter." Elena smiled, lightly stroked the drawing paper again, and continued, "I just want to do things that interest me." You know that the lifespan of elves is dozens of times that of you humans. In such a long life, if you can't find interesting things to do, it would be really boring. Elena's concept surprised Su Xian, which was completely different from other elves. Compared with the affairs of the elves, she was more inclined to pay attention to her own feelings. By the way, the Elf Queen and others left the Elf Kingdom these days, who will preside over the baptism of the Elf Mother Tree? Su Xian asked Elena. This kind of thing, our 3 princesses can also do it. Elena explained, of course, since they are the 2 daughters of Bylila, it is natural for her to preside over it personally. I see. Su Xian nodded to show that he understood. By the way, Elena suddenly asked Su Xian curiously, you have a good relationship with Bylila, right? Fuli and Flo are members of my guild after all, and it is right for me to have a good relationship with their mothers. Su Xian answered lightly. Really? Hearing this, Elena smiled mysteriously and stopped talking. Su Xian looked up at the window boredly, and the bright moonlight made him feel a little sleepy, and he fell asleep unconsciously. Finished. At this time, Elena put down the brush with satisfaction. When she looked at Su Xian, she was surprised to find that he had fallen asleep quietly. This scene made Elena stunned for a moment, and then a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She walked lightly to Su Xian, her eyes wandered over him, and finally fell on the flickering holy light. Such a dazzling holy light! Is there really anyone who can withstand its brilliance? Elena muttered to herself, and then gently lifted the silver velvet blanket with her fingertips, allowing the covered holy light to fully reveal itself. Watching the dazzling holy light up close, Elena was even more shocked. She was sure that among the elves, there must be no elf who could withstand such a strong baptism of holy light. At least, she herself certainly couldn't do it. Elena glanced at her body. Although her figure was considered tall among the elves, it might be a little inferior to the Elf Queen. Maybe only the Queen. This thought just flashed through Elena's mind, and she immediately shook her head and denied it. The Queen is a holy and noble existence. How could she be tainted by such a dirty thing? She glanced coldly at the bright holy light, then picked up the paintbrush in her hand and gently painted a little paint on the holy light. Perfect. Elena nodded with satisfaction at her work, with a slight smile on her lips. At the same time, Su Xian was in a trance and entered the dream created by the Elf Mother Tree. I actually fell asleep. Su Xian was stunned for a moment, realizing that he might have fallen asleep unconsciously because the Elf Queen's jade bed was too comfortable. He yawned and walked quickly towards the cabin. Pushing open the door, the White Elf Queen was sitting on the jade bed, waiting for his arrival gracefully. Good evening, little one. The White Elf Queen smiled and welcomed Su Xian's arrival. Good evening. Su Xian sat next to the White Elf Queen and said, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Really? The White Elf Queen stretched out her slender fingers and gently combed Su Xian's slightly messy hair. Yeah. Su Xian nodded and continued, the 3 dark elves have returned to Paslo. Their purpose of sneaking into the Elf Kingdom is to use the leaves of the Elf Mother Tree and the elemental soil to heal Paslo. Okay, I understand. The White Elf Queen smiled and nodded, indicating that she had understood the situation. At this time, relevant prompt information appeared in Su Xian's sight. Special Commission of the Elf Queen. First Contact. Dark Elves. Completed. Extra Mission. Understand the real purpose of the Dark Elves sneak into the Elf Kingdom. Completed. Get Mission Reward. A Dark Elf Fruit. Special Reward of the Elf Queen will be given by the client. Dark Elf Fruit? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly after seeing the mission reward, feeling a little curious. He immediately checked the black fruit with colorful halo in his backpack, and relevant information immediately appeared in his sight. Dark Elf Fruit, a magical fruit that can give birth to dark elves, but it has lost its vitality. You can activate and fuse it through the baptism of the Elf Mother Tree. Su Xian was a little surprised when he saw the description of the Dark Elf Fruit. He could actually fuse this Dark Elf Fruit? Doesn't that mean he will become an elf? However, in order to fuse this fruit, he must pass the baptism of the Elf Mother Tree. But this baptism only allows elves to participate, which makes him feel a little troubled. What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind? The White Elf Queen asked with concern. Su Xian did not hide it, took out the Dark Elf Fruit and showed it to the White Elf Queen. What is this? When the White Elf Queen saw the Dark Elf Fruit in Su Xian's hand, she showed a surprised expression. The Elf Mother Tree has never produced a Dark Elf Fruit, and the one in Su Xian's hand is probably the first one. An elf fruit with a dark aura, but it cannot give birth to life. The White Elf Queen said with a smile, her eyes showing tenderness. So, what do you want to do with it? Is there anything I can help you with? Only through the baptism of the elf mother tree can this fruit be activated, and the power it contains be obtained. Su Xian explained to the White Elf Queen, but I heard that only elves can participate in the baptism of the elf mother tree? Yes, there is indeed such a rule. Even the queen cannot violate the clan rules of the elves and allow other races to enter the interior of the elf mother tree. The White Elf Queen nodded and added, however, there is another way to solve it. What way? You are inside the elf mother tree now, aren't you? The White Elf Queen said, slowly approaching Su Xian, her eyes flashing with tenderness. Her jade body pressed against Su Xian's arm, conveying a heartwarming soft touch. How about I help you with the baptism of the elf mother tree, little one? Her voice was soft and seductive, full of charm. Chapter 224. Can it be done in a dream? Su Xian looked at the elf mother tree outside the window in amazement. He never expected that he could be baptized by the elf mother tree in a dream. But thinking about it carefully, it seems reasonable. After all, this is a dream created by the elf mother tree, and it is naturally under its power. Yes, the White Elf Queen gently held Su Xian's hand. Do you want to try it? I will guide you personally, and I believe the whole process will be very smooth. But, Su Xian was a little worried, doesn't the baptism need to last for a week? I can't stay in the dream all the time. After all, he still has guild affairs to deal with in the game, and he has to go to school in reality. In addition, he is now lying on the Elf Queen's bed. If the Elf Queen suddenly came back, ahem, don't worry, the baptism I presided over can be temporarily suspended. Besides, you have been blessed by the Elf Mother Tree, so it won't take more than a week. The White Elf Queen explained in detail to Su Xian in a gentle tone. Su Xian nodded slightly, with a look of relief in his eyes. That's good. The White Elf Queen stood up gracefully after hearing this. She waved her jade-like hand lightly, and the surrounding environment changed unpredictably in an instant. The original cabin disappeared in an instant, replaced by a winding road woven by green vines. This road surrounds the Elf Mother Tree, spiraling upward all the way, as if it would reach the crown of the Mother Tree. Let's go! The White Elf Queen's voice was full of joy. She took a light lotus step, and took the lead in stepping onto this vine road. Su Xian followed the steps of the Elf Queen closely. Along the way, Su Xian kept looking around. In this dream world created by the Elf Mother Tree, it seemed that only the Elf Mother Tree stood tall, and other places were shrouded in hazy clouds, illusory and mysterious. Soon, they arrived at the top of the Elf Mother Tree. At the end of the road woven by vines, an ancient door stood quietly. The White Elf Queen gently pushed open the door, and a bright emerald green light suddenly bloomed behind the door, as if leading to another world. Let's go in. The White Elf Queen said softly. Yes. Su Xian nodded in response, and followed the White Elf Queen into the door. One step in, Su Xian felt that he had come to a whole new world. The sky here is as blue as a wash, and the grass is green and boundless. On the empty grass, a tall tree stood quietly, and next to it was a clear spring. The spring water was clear and sparkling. The White Elf Queen turned around, looked at Su Xian, and said softly, You can take off your clothes. Oh! Su Xian responded, and at the same time, a familiar feeling flashed through his mind. When he was baptized with holy medicine with the help of Lucia before, it seemed that there was a similar process. However, he did not think much about it, and quickly took off his clothes. Then he looked up, but suddenly froze. In the short time he took off his clothes, the White Elf Queen had also taken off her silver long skirt, revealing a silver-white close-fitting corset, with delicate lace underwear, and a snow-white and plump figure inside. The process of baptism is similar to bathing. It is necessary to let the sap of the Elf Mother Tree soak every inch of the elf's skin to enhance the purity of the elemental magic. The White Elf Queen took off the silver crown, and her long silver hair fell like a waterfall, shining with a charming luster. She continued to explain, however, the sap of the Elf Mother Tree contains extremely rich elemental magic, which may cause the magic in the elves' bodies to become disordered. Therefore, during the baptism process, other elves are needed to preside over the ceremony and absorb the excess elemental magic to maintain balance. I see. Su Xian nodded to show his understanding. This is indeed similar to the holy medicine baptism. However, after a pause, the White Elf Queen continued to add, If you can absorb all the elemental magic released by the Elf Mother Tree with your own strength, then the improvement for the elves will be more significant. But you are not an elf, so I can't be sure of your ability to absorb elemental magic. For safety reasons, I will absorb most of the elemental magic first, and then slowly guide it into your body. Thank you, Tina. Su Xian expressed his gratitude sincerely. Hearing Su Xian calling her name directly, the corners of the White Elf Queen's mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. She continued, "You go into the baptism place first. I still need to make some preparations." Su Xian heard this, and his eyes inadvertently swept across the waistcoat on the White Elf Queen, noticing that the straps needed to be untied from the back. He immediately offered, "Let me help you untie it." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and untied the straps on the back of the White Elf Queen one by one. "You?" The White Elf Queen was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect Su Xian to be so proactive. However, she just smiled lightly and didn't say anything to stop him. She originally wanted to say that she could easily untie these straps through magic, and the reason why it took a little time was because she planned to change into a bathrobe. However, seeing Su Xian's enthusiasm, she chose to remain silent and let him continue. Su Xian's fingers were deft, moving between the straps and quickly untying the White Elf Queen's corset. When the corset slowly slid down, the snow-white color that was about to come out instantly popped out, soft and elastic. Even if you admire it from the back, you can't help but fall in love with it. The back of the Elf Queen is even more delicate and smooth, exuding a cool and elegant temperament. Absolutely beautiful. However, what Su Xian paid more attention to was the round and plump waist and hips of the White Elf Queen, like a pure snowy land. "Staring at a queen with such an unscrupulous look will incur the anger of her people," said the White Elf Queen with a smile. Her slender fingertips gently touched her snow-like skin, and a translucent silver-white bathrobe immediately emerged, wrapping her graceful body. Although it seems to cover the body, this looming effect adds a bit of seductive charm. Su Xian retracted his gaze and said calmly, "I like to appreciate beautiful things." "Just appreciate?" The White Elf Queen raised her lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "I think you seem to be keen on destruction." Su Xian coughed a few times when he heard the words, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. His thoughts could not help but drift back to the scene when he and the White Elf Queen teamed up to train the Dark Elf Queen. At that time, the Dark Elf Queen wanted to come in quickly. "I start the ceremony." The White Elf Queen urged Su Xian, and at the same time she walked towards the tree. "Yeah." Su Xian immediately stepped into the spring water, but his eyes still followed the White Elf Queen closely. The White Elf Queen raised her jade hand and touched the seemingly ordinary tree with her fingertips. At this moment, the tree suddenly burst into colorful light. Then, countless leaves slowly fell in the dim light and merged into the spring water. The clear spring water was instantly dyed with colorful colors. Sticky. Su Xian held up the spring water and saw the colorful liquid slowly flowing in his palm, blooming like a warm luster like natural lubricant. "And it feels good to touch, the feeling of being gently wrapped, like being in the soul of Lorthalin. Use your heart to feel the elemental magic permeating this spring water." The voice of the White Elf Queen was like a breeze, reminding Su Xian. As soon as the voice fell, she stepped into the spring water gracefully. When her voluptuous figure completely merged into the water, the originally translucent silver-white bathrobe seemed to disappear quietly, making her snow-like skin even smoother and more lustrous, and every curve of her body was perfectly outlined at this moment. A ripple appeared in Su Xian's heart, and a holy light flashed to show respect. Then, according to the instructions of the White Elf Queen, he began to feel the elemental magic from the Elf Mother Tree with his heart. At the same time, he took out the Dark Elf fruit from his backpack and put it into the pool. As soon as the fruit touched the water surface, it began to slowly absorb the surrounding energy. The Dark Elf fruit is being activated. As time passed, the elemental magic in the spring water began to condense at an astonishing speed, and they shone around Su Xian. This scene made the White Elf Queen slightly raise her eyebrows, and a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "This child's affinity for elements is higher than most elves?" she whispered to herself, with a bit of appreciation and curiosity in her eyes. Then, she turned her eyes to the Dark Elf fruit that was absorbing energy. The deep black on the surface of the fruit began to gradually turn into colorful colors under the nourishment of elemental magic. "Interesting." The White Elf Queen raised her lips slightly, revealing a smile. She waved her jade hand lightly, and a ray of pure magic flowed through her fingertips. Then, the branches and leaves on the tree swayed gently, and some green leaves fell again, making the elemental magic in the spring water more abundant. At this moment, Su Xian had closed his eyes. He quietly felt the elemental magic around him, and let it penetrate into his body. A series of prompts popped up in Su Xian's vision. "You have been baptized by the Elf Mother Tree, and the elemental magic power has increased by 1%. You have been baptized by the Elf Mother Tree, and the affinity of all elements has increased by 0.1%. These messages made Su Xian happy. If he continues to improve at this rate, even if his affinity of all elements cannot reach 100% perfection, it can at least reach 70% to 80%. And the improvement of elemental power is even more amazing, and the endless power pouring into his body makes Su Xian feel positive, becoming a full element half-dragon mage. It's just around the corner. The White Elf Queen suddenly noticed a subtle movement under the water, and her eyes glimpsed the bright holy light through the clear spring water. Seeing this scene, the White Elf Queen couldn't help but smile. She whispered, "What a greedy little guy." Before she finished speaking, the White Elf Queen dived into the water. "Let me help you." "Ah. When the White Elf Queen shone the holy light for Su Xian, a green-haired girl leisurely swinging on a swing appeared in the depths of Su Xian's mind. Chapter 225. Who are you? Su Xian's eyes fell on the girl with long green hair, and his heart was filled with doubt. The green-haired girl just turned her head slightly to Su Xian's appearance, and her beautiful eyes, that looked like jadeite, looked at Su Xian. Her eyes were clear and deep, as if she could see through everything. After a brief glance at Su Xian, she didn't seem to be too interested, and turned her attention back to the swing. Her snow-white jade feet gently touched the ground, and the swing swung. Su Xian's doubts became stronger, and he carefully looked at the girl in front of him. She looked young, about 14 or 15 years old, and a few emerald green leaves could be vaguely seen between her fluorescent green hair. She was not wearing clothes, and only used leaves and green vines to cleverly cover the private parts of her body, and painted exquisite patterns on her skin. Thinking that he was in the Elf Mother Tree at the moment, Su Xian guessed that this green-haired girl should be the incarnation of the Elf Mother Tree. No. As such an ancient and powerful existence, the Elf Mother Tree should present a more mature image of a big sister, at least more charming than the noble and elegant Elf Queen. How could it be a childish little lowly? It must be fake, and the green-haired girl seemed to be aware of Su Xian's emotional fluctuations. She turned her head again, and glanced at Su Xian with her cold and deep emerald eyes, but still did not speak. "You?" Su Xian wanted to step towards the girl and ask further. However, just as he raised his foot, the picture in front of him shattered and dissipated like a bubble. The green-haired girl and her swing disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed, and Su Xian returned to the previous scene. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, "The Elf Mother Tree." Then he raised his head, but his eyes did not look at the White Elf Queen. Where is Tina? Su Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he felt that his holy light was conveying a strong emotion. He lowered his head suddenly. "Queen, you?" Su Xian was surprised to find that the White Elf Queen was actually praying devoutly to his holy light under the water. Praying to the holy light in the water. This is a prayer posture that even Ifsa has not tried yet. Wow, the White Elf Queen noticed that Su Xian had woken up, and she gracefully poked her head out of the water. Drops of water dripped down her long hair, reflecting her beautiful and holy face. She gently wiped her red lips with her fingertips, her voice as gentle as water. "Seeing that you are a little uncomfortable, I can't help but want to help you." Hearing this, Su Xian couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his Adam's apple surged up and down. The 6 characteristics of the Elf Queen. Holiness. Pure love. Kindness. Love. Tolerance. At this moment, they were perfectly and thoroughly reflected in the White Elf Queen. Since the first baptism is over. Then, do you want to continue? The White Elf Queen asked in her gentle and elegant voice, her eyes full of expectation and pampering. Su Xian knew in his heart that the White Elf Queen was definitely not talking about baptism, but, "If you can, please continue." "My queen. What a greedy little fellow." The following is a hymn to the holy light, 10,000 words omitted below. At the same time, in the Elf Queen's bedroom, the Elf Princess Elena sat quietly by the window, admiring the moonlight. Suddenly, a bright holy light suddenly emerged in the room, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, illuminating the originally dark room as bright as day. "What is this?" Elena looked at the suddenly bright holy light, and an inexplicable doubt surged in her heart. She thought Su Xian had already activated the battle mode, but the bright holy light in front of her told her that it seemed that this was. What kind of dream is this guy having? Elena walked lightly to Su Xian's side with curiosity, staring at the bright holy light. Her heart was full of doubts, and she couldn't help wondering what kind of dream Su Xian was immersed in to cause such a strange phenomenon. Could it be? Elena's cheeks suddenly flushed, and her heart was like a monkey and a horse, unable to control herself. Could it be that this man saw me in his dream? This sudden guess made Elena take a few steps back involuntarily, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She has always been confident about her appearance and charm, and as a man, it is reasonable for Su Xian to have some thoughts about her. But what she didn't expect was that Su Xian, a man, actually dreamed of her in his dream after lying down. This is really... Elena's eyes glanced at the bright holy light again, and a strange feeling sprouted in her heart, arousing her curiosity. Forget it. Since you admire me so much, I will help you once. Elena whispered to herself, with a glimmer of teasing in her eyes. She stretched out her slender jade-like fingers, and carefully touched the bright holy light. However, just when her fingertips just touched the holy light, a scorching heat instantly hit her, making her moan softly and quickly retract her hand. It's so hot. Elena looked at the holy light in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. She didn't expect that this seemingly soft holy light would have such a high temperature. After a brief hesitation, Elena sat sideways on the bed, her fingertips gently turned, and a wisp of cold air quickly condensed into ice, surrounding her fingers. Then, Elena tried to gently pinch the holy light again. This time, it was finally bearable. This is much better, she whispered to herself, revealing a hint of satisfaction in her tone. As soon as she finished speaking, Elena began her first holy light prayer. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the holy light burst out simultaneously, and the dazzling light instantly filled the entire room. You man! Elena was shocked by the sudden light, and her eyebrows slightly frowned, and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Her chest rose and fell because of surprise, and she obviously did not expect such a situation to happen. After a long time, Elena calmed down. She looked around and saw that the originally neat and exquisite elf queen's bedroom had been messed up by the holy light. Elena couldn't help showing a trace of worry. She knew that if the elf queen knew that she was helping Su Xian in her bedroom, that would be bad. What's even more annoying is that Su Xian has not woken up yet. He hasn't woken up yet. You are such a great man. Elena bit her red lips lightly, revealing a hint of helplessness in her tone, and then she snapped her fingers. A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the darkness, and quickly pounced on Su Xian. At this moment in a dream, the white elf queen had already arranged her clothes. She turned her back to Su Xian, and said in a gentle voice, "Let's stop the baptism today, little guy." Yeah. Su Xian nodded, but his mind and body seemed to be still immersed in the picture just now. The white elf queen's lip kiss. It was too soft and tempting. Then the white elf queen slowly turned around. Her face was still beautiful and holy, and her eyes revealed a kind of warmth. See you tomorrow. As her voice fell, the dream picture began to dissipate, as if blown away by a breeze. Su Xian was about to say goodbye, but suddenly found that the big tree next to the white elf queen had disappeared, replaced by the girl with long green hair. Wait! Su Xian wanted to say something, but found that he had returned to the elf queen's bedroom. Ah! Su Xian sighed, and was about to get up and return to the guild. After all, if the elf queen really came back, it would be bad. Slurp, slurp, Suddenly, Su Xian felt something licking him. He turned his head, and was stunned. A pink tongue stretched out, and licked his face gently, smearing a lot of saliva. Su Xian widened his eyes, and looked at the scene in disbelief. Elf dragon? Ha ha! The elf dragon stuck out its tongue, exhaling a faint breath, and its two watery eyes stared at Su Xian tightly, as if expecting something. There was even a hint of satisfaction. This scene made Su Xian frown slightly. He looked down and found that the silver velvet blanket that he had covered himself with had disappeared, but the faint holy light was still flickering. Ah! Is he being given by the elf dragon? Just then, Elena walked in from outside the room and said, "Are you awake?" Yeah. Su Xian didn't want to talk much, so he just hummed softly. It's cleaned up pretty well. Elena looked around and nodded with satisfaction. The mess caused by the holy light last night had been cleverly cleaned up by her, and the entire elf queen's bedroom had returned to its former neatness and elegance. In this way, the elf queen should not find anything unusual. Then he said to Su Xian, "If you wake up, leave quickly. The elf queen and the others will be back early." Su Xian hurriedly took his clothes, activated the teleportation array, and immediately disappeared from the elf queen's bedroom and returned to the guild. Elena watched Su Xian's departing back, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. She didn't know why she felt this way, as if she was having an affair, which might make the elf queen angry, but it also brought a hint of excitement, making her feel very novel and excited. After Su Xian returned to the guild, he immediately took off his VR glasses, quit the game, and returned to the real world. He walked into the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and tried to calm himself down. However, the beautiful figure of the white elf queen still lingered in his mind, and he was only one step away from pushing her down. Ahem, Now the Dark Elf Queen has completely fallen, and the White Elf Queen has also taken good care of him. Only the real Elf Queen has not been. In this way, perhaps it will not take a month for him to complete the task assigned to him by the Elf Queen and get rid of that evil thought. After washing up, Su Xian put on his school bag and went to school. When he walked into the classroom, he found Lu Shui standing next to his seat, as if waiting for him specially. Su Xian put his school bag on the desk, then turned to Lu Shui and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Shui did not speak, but just looked at him quietly with her black eyes. This silent gaze made Su Xian feel a little confused. What happened to this little girl? Why is she looking at me like this? Just as he was wondering, Lu Shui handed Su Xian a thick stack of review materials and said, "This is the review materials I sorted out. Didn't you say you wanted to take the entrance exam for Zhejiang University? I don't need it now, I give it to you." Taking the review materials handed over by Lu Shui, Su Xian thanked, "Oh, thank you. This is very useful to me." "You're welcome." Lu Shui said softly. Her voice gradually became lighter. "I also hope to be in the same university with you." But Su Xian, who was concentrating on sorting out study materials, didn't hear her words clearly. He raised his head and asked in some confusion, "Ah, what did you say?" Lu Shui shook her head gently and smiled to hide her emotions. "Nothing, you review well." After that, she turned around and returned to her seat. Su Xian didn't care too much and returned his attention to the review materials. Lu Shui's notes were very detailed and organized. She was worthy of being one of the top 3 good students in the school, much better than him. In a blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Su Xian picked up his school bag and went home. After a full day of study, he decided to play a game to reward himself. When Su Xian entered the game, Issa and other guild members had been waiting in the guild hall for a long time. At the same time, a special commission task for promotion to D+ rating popped up in his sight. Special commission task, Succubus Breeding Plan. Task Client, Mary. Chapter 226. Succubus Breeding Plan? Su Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the special commission task that popped up in front of him and was shocked. He read the task description carefully again to make sure he was not mistaken. Special Commission Task, Succubus Breeding Plan. Task Client, Mary. Task Recommended Level, Level 50. Task Description, the Succubus tribe is facing an unprecedented crisis of destruction, and countless succubus lives have withered in her hands. Now, a succubus named Mary has stood up. She is determined to restart the Succubus Breeding Plan with the hope of reviving the tribe. But to implement this plan, it is necessary to take back the crucial succubus collar from the castle of the Devil King of the Lustful Abyss. Mission Objective: retrieve the succubus collar. Mission Reward: promote to D+ player rating, blue recruitment scroll *1. Su Xian looked at the mission description and let out a long breath. It's good. I almost thought I would have to contribute to the reproduction of the succubus race alone. Although his holy light power has been significantly improved with the help of Issa, it may be a bit too much to say that he helped the entire succubus race to reproduce life. By the way, the she in the mission description, could it be a dicey? Thinking of this, Su Xian couldn't help muttering to himself. However, the most important thing now is to meet the succubus named Mary first, and learn more about this mission. In addition, there is one thing in this mission that makes him very confused, that is, why is the prop that helps succubus reproduce life called succubus collar? He really can't figure out what the purpose of this collar is. While thinking, Su Xian looked at the members of the guild. Fuli and Fro were receiving the baptism of the Elf Mother Tree, so they did not come to the guild. And Issa, because she looked too much like Edith, he thought it would be better to avoid her from contacting other succubi. After some consideration, Su Xian decided to let Lucia go to the Black Rose Ancient City with him. It was a good opportunity to have a deep conversation with Lucia, because her role mission had not made any progress so far. According to the description of the role mission, a letter about Lucia's mysterious life experience was hidden in the Black Rose Ancient City. Apart from this general clue, he knew nothing else. Su Xian walked towards Lucia and said, "Lucia, come with me." Lucia glanced at him lightly, with a hint of imperceptible joy in her cold tone. "Where to?" Su Xian replied, "Black Rose Ancient City." Lucia didn't say anything more, but just stood up silently and walked towards the direction of the teleportation array. Su Xian followed closely behind, and the two walked side by side into the flashing teleportation array. With a flash of dazzling white light, they instantly arrived at the Black Rose Ancient City. The familiar scene appeared before his eyes again, and the proudly blooming black rose still made Su Xian stop and admire it. As one of the 7 Valkyries, the black rose did not show signs of withering like the white rose. Su Xian thought to himself that it seemed that Edith had found a way to prevent the flower from withering. "Let's go," Su Xian said, and led Lucia to the agreed place. Along the way, Su Xian took the opportunity to ask Lucia, "Lucia, have you been to the Black Rose ancient city before?" "I have been here," Lucia answered briefly. "Oh. When?" "I came with you." Su Xian was speechless for a moment, and after a pause, he continued to ask, "What about before this?" "No." Lucia shook her head gently. "What's wrong?" Su Xian nodded, and his expression became serious. "I have a task for you. According to the task description, there is a letter hidden somewhere in this ancient city." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that Lucia's body trembled slightly. Her golden red eyes hidden under the white veil instantly became deep, staring at Su Xian's face closely. Then, a golden light flashed, wrapping the two of them in it, forming a space isolated from the outside world. "Are you sure there is a letter about me in the Black Rose ancient city?" Lucia's expression suddenly became extremely serious. She stared at Su Xian closely and asked. Su Xian nodded and replied, "Yes." Lucia fell into a brief contemplation after hearing this. For a few minutes, her eyes kept changing, as if she was experiencing a fierce struggle deep in her heart. Finally, she slowly raised her head and looked at Su Xian again, her golden red eyes full of complex emotions. She whispered, "Promise me one thing." "You say." "Don't read the contents of the letter." "Okay." Su Xian agreed readily. After hearing Su Xian's response, Lucia showed a relieved smile on her face. She whispered, "I think I know where the letter is. But it's not time to get it now. Let's go get it when we finish our work here and go back." "Okay." Su Xian responded softly, nodding slightly to show his agreement. Soon, they arrived at the agreed meeting place, a tavern. At this time, there were few guests in the tavern, and there was a quiet atmosphere. Su Xian and Lucia chose a remote corner to sit down, then ordered 2 glasses of juice, waiting for the succubus Mary to appear. However, during the waiting process, Lucia seemed a little absent-minded, and her attention seemed difficult to concentrate. After a few minutes, a voice suddenly sounded in Su Xian's ears. "Are you the adventurers I hired?" Su Xian was stunned, and subconsciously looked around, but did not find the speaker. He frowned, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. "Look at your bottom, look at your bottom." The mysterious voice sounded in Su Xian's ears again, and he immediately looked down as he was told. "I saw a dark purple bat perched under his table, flapping its wings gently, and the sound came from this small creature." "Are you Mary?" Su Xian asked doubtfully. The bat nodded and continued, "Yes, it's me. For some reason, I can't meet you in my true form, so I can only communicate with you through my familiar." Su Xian didn't mind the explanation, and his eyes fell on the back of the bat inadvertently. There was a striking red rose pattern printed there. This rose? Su Xian's pupils shrank slightly. He remembered that this was the symbol of Edith. Could it be that she was Edith's person? At this moment, Mary suddenly recognized Su Xian, and she shouted in surprise, "Wait! You are the guy who killed Sana." "Sana?" Su Xian's thoughts quickly returned, and he remembered the succubus he met in the previous mission. Her name was indeed Sana. Forget it, it's all in the past anyway. Sana, that idiot, would have been killed by her even if she didn't die in your hands, and the ending would have been the same. After saying that, she looked at Su Xian seriously and said, "I need you to do me a favor now. Help me find the succubus collar that was taken away by Lan Kai. It is stored in the Demon King's castle in the Lustful Abyss." Su Xian asked, "How can I get to the abyss?" Mary explained, "Although I have very little magic power left now, I can still barely send you directly to the abyss. But there is only one chance, you have to seize it well." She paused, and then said, "Now Lan Kai is leading his Demon King army to open a channel between the abyss and the magic continent. It is a perfect opportunity." Su Xian heard this, and nodded thoughtfully. He knew that the magic cave was the passage from the abyss to the magic continent, so Lan Kai was likely the final boss of the extremely difficult magic cave. Does Edith know about this? Su Xian suddenly asked Mary this question. Mary was panicked when she heard Su Xian mention Edith's name. Do you know Edith?" She had kept everything she did a secret from Edith. If Edith knew, the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, a cold voice broke the silence of the tavern. "Of course I know." Su Xian and Mary turned their heads at the same time, only to see Edith walking slowly towards them on the falling rose petals. Her appearance seemed to overshadow the entire tavern. "It's over," Mary wailed in her heart, and she flapped her wings hurriedly, trying to escape the scene. However, the rose mark on her back flashed red at this time, as if an invisible bondage was holding her tightly. Ah! Mary screamed in despair, her body trembling and falling into Su Xian's arms. Edith walked up gracefully, her fingertips gently hooked a ray of rose-red magic, and pulled the little bat in front of her. She looked at the trembling bat indifferently, and a hint of chill was revealed in her voice. Mary, do you have anything to explain this time? I was wrong. Lady Edith. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Mary begged bitterly. Edith glanced at her coldly, opened her red lips and uttered a few words. I deal with you when I go back. After that, she flicked her fingertips, and Mary turned into a ball of red mist and dissipated in the air. After dealing with Mary, Edith turned her attention to Su Xian and Lucia. She sat down elegantly opposite the two, her long legs crossed, her bright red dress swaying gently with her movements, outlining her perfect figure. She looked at Su Xian, with a meaningful smile on her lips. Your commission can continue, but now, the client has to be changed. Su Xian looked at Edith and asked, do you also want to take back the succubus collar? I guess so. After all, this treasure is the treasure of the succubus clan. With it, you can control the entire clan. Edith gracefully picked up the glass of juice in front of Su Xian, tasted it slightly, and then continued, but more importantly, I don't want to see the things belonging to the succubus hidden in the residence of a thief for a long time. Chapter 227. The Demon King's castle used to be heavily guarded, but recently that fool was bewitched by other demon kings and became a pawn of the abyss. Therefore, there are only a few demons stationed in the Demon King's castle now. Edith explained to Su Xian in detail, but she may still be in the castle. Who is she you are talking about? Su Xian asked. The previous succubus queen, she is a big trouble. Edith said, putting down the juice in her hand. Mary should not know that her former queen is still alive, otherwise she would not have entrusted you to go to the Demon King's castle. Succubus queen. Su Xian whispered. Although the succubus clan has declined, the queen's strength is still not to be underestimated. It seems that I have to accompany you personally. Edith decided, it just so happens that I also want to talk to her about something. Before she finished speaking, a red magic circle quietly emerged beside her. Let's go! Edith was the first to step into the flashing red magic circle. Su Xian and Lucia followed closely behind. After a space fluctuation, they appeared in the city lord's mansion of the Black Rose ancient city. Edith's arrival made all the servants in the city lord's mansion kneel down respectfully. Even the city lord of the Black Rose ancient city was no exception. It seemed that she was regarded as the only king, which made Su Xian a little concerned. Edith did not stay for long, and took Su Xian and Lucia directly to a secret room. In the secret room, Mary was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. Lord Edith. Mary's voice revealed deep awe and panic. Edith's eyes were cold, and she ordered, open the passage to the abyss. Yes. Mary's voice was trembling, and she stood up slowly. Su Xian was able to see the appearance of the short-haired succubus with light yellow hair. Unlike Sana, whom he had met before, Mary's appearance was more human. Although she was quite pretty, she was still far behind Edith's peerless beauty. Mary did not dare to delay for a moment, and immediately activated the magic power in her body to open the passage to the abyss. A portal shrouded in blood-red mist gradually appeared. If you listened carefully, you could hear strange sounds coming from it, as well as the thick blood that made people feel uncomfortable. Before stepping into the portal, Su Xian's eyes unconsciously turned to Lucia. As the holy maiden of the Church of Light, how would she feel about going to the abyss in person? At this moment, Lucia did not look at the portal leading to the abyss, but kept staring at Edith's back, with a hint of hostility in her eyes. Before going to the abyss, I want to remind you two of one thing. Edith's voice suddenly sounded, drawing Su Xian and Lucia's attention back. There are no rules in the abyss, power is everything. If you encounter a demon that makes you feel unhappy, just kill it. As soon as the voice fell, Edith took the lead and walked into the blood-red portal. Lucia followed closely behind without any hesitation. When Su Xian was about to step into the portal, Mary suddenly reminded him, although I don't know what the relationship between you and Lady Edith is, if you want to live, it's best not to disobey any of her orders. Su Xian was slightly stunned, but did not respond to Mary's words, but silently kept this reminder in mind. He really knew too little about Edith. She was like a rose with thorns, beautiful and dangerous and elusive. Su Xian took a deep breath and stepped into the portal. When he came to the abyss, the pungent smell of blood instantly rushed into his nose. The blood-red sky and the dark land formed a sharp contrast. The turbidity in the air made Su Xian's face instantly become solemn. Fortunately, at this time, Lucia cast a light magic for him in time to help him eliminate the adverse effects of the abyss environment. In sharp contrast to them, Edith seemed calm and unhurried, as if she had long been accustomed to everything around her. This is not difficult to understand. After all, she was born here. Is this the abyss? Su Xian looked around, the torn surface, the erupting volcano, and the turbid magic factor in the air. The environment in the abyss is several times worse than that in the demon cave. Ordinary people would probably collapse mentally in just a few seconds because they could not bear the environment here. And right in front of them, a towering and gloomy black castle rose from the ground. Around the castle, a group of demons were wandering around, and the defense was strict. Follow me closely, don't leave at all. Lucia walked to Su Xian and held his hand tightly. Yes. Su Xian nodded slightly, responding to Lucia's instructions. But his heart couldn't help but ripple, because Lucia's hand was held very tightly, and the strength seemed to glue their hands together firmly. Edith in front of him just glanced at the subtle interaction between Su Xian and Lucia. Su Xian held Lucia's hand and asked Edith, "How do we enter the Demon King's castle? How do we get in?" Edith just smiled indifferently. She stomped her pair of bright red high heels, and in an instant, the three of them appeared inside the Demon King's castle. "Come in now." Su Xian looked around and found himself standing in a spacious and ancient study. The walls of the study were inlaid with bright magic crystal lamps, and there were bookshelves all around, with various books densely arranged on the bookshelves. His eyes were quickly attracted by a book on the desk, 100 Ways to be a Man. Su Xian frowned. The Demon King named Lan Kao was also a gourmet? If I remember correctly, the Demon King's treasure house should be here. Edith's voice interrupted Su Xian's thoughts. At this moment, she walked to a rather strange-looking abstract painting, waved her finger lightly, and a ray of red light jumped out from her fingertips and sank into the painting. Then, the wall shook, and a dark staircase gradually appeared in their sight, leading to nowhere. "Let's go!" Edith took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. Her high heels collided with the stone steps and made a crisp sound. Su Xian and Lucia followed closely behind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the end of the stairs. When the door of the treasury slowly opened, Su Xian was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. The treasury was filled with all kinds of treasures. Just a glance at it showed a pile of epic quality props. Su Xian suddenly saw a familiar portrait among the many treasures, and his pupils shrank instantly. The portrait of the true ancestor of vampires. He didn't expect to see the portrait of the true ancestor of vampires here again. Su Xian's eyes stayed on the portrait for a moment, and then turned to other treasures in the treasure house. He noticed that these props were shrouded in a layer of faint magic power, and once touched, they would immediately trigger the magic restrictions contained in them. Once the restrictions were triggered, they would not be able to escape from here. "These things can't be moved now," Edith reminded softly, but, halfway through the words, she walked to the deepest part of the treasure house. There were two special things. One of them was a ball of blue flame, which burned quietly and exuded a hot breath. Su Xian tried to use the player's authority to explore the information of this ball of flame, but found that his sight was full of question marks. Strange blue fire, question mark. The other item was a collar inlaid with 3 hearts. Under the dim candlelight, the collar reflected a faint pink glow, which looked extremely beautiful and mysterious. Succubus collar, legend a prop for succubi to reproduce life, and it can also help them remove the second seal. When Su Xian's eyes fell on the information of the succubus collar, his heart could not help but ripple. Remove the second seal? No wonder it has been so long, and Aisha's second seal has not moved. It turns out that the key prop, the succubus collar, is missing. And just as Su Xian was thinking, Aide's voice sounded again. "When things are over, everything here will belong to us. If you have anything you like, you can write it down, and I can give you a few at that time." "Really?" Su Xian heard this, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. "Of course it's true, but the premise is that you need to help me do something." There was a hint of cunning in her eyes, and she seemed to be quite satisfied with Su Xian's reaction. Su Xian was silent for a moment, and he knew in his heart that Edith's things were not taken for nothing. He looked up at Edith, frowning slightly. "Since everything here is restricted, how can we take the succubus collar?" Edith smiled lightly and said, "It's very simple. There is a guy who can remove the restriction of this thing. Moreover, she should be here now." Before her voice faded, suddenly, a roar full of anger came from behind the 3 people. "Edith!" Su Xian turned around and saw a pregnant succubus suddenly appeared in their sight. However, unlike other succubi, she did not have that graceful and charming figure. On the contrary, her body was bloated, like a wild boar, and most of her physical features were closer to the roughness of a demon than a human woman. According to human aesthetic standards, she was extremely ugly. Seeing her appearance, a sneer appeared on Edith's face. She said coldly, "Mesri, you are finally here? How did you become like this? Didn't you swear to me that as long as you can become the mother of the son of Satan, you are qualified to become the new master of the abyss of lust? But now, you look like a disgusting, smelly pig." Chapter 228. Ides! Mesli roared angrily, and the demon wings behind her instantly spread out. The angry black heart-shaped tail was as straight as an antenna, and the dark flames were burning behind her. She stared at Ides tightly with her eyes, as if she wanted to tear her into pieces. Su Xian quickly glanced at her, and instantly obtained the other party's information. Mesli, legend, level, 75, 56050/60,000, race, succubus. Growth, 12 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up, level 75 great succubus. Su Xian frowned slightly, feeling a little worried about the powerful strength of the succubus queen. But if Mesli is really the succubus queen, this level seems a bit low. Although he knows that the succubus clan is dwindling, there is no reason for them to be so weak. Generally speaking, the king level of a clan should be at least above level 80, especially in the abyss where strength is respected. But as the main demon group in the lustful abyss, the queen of succubi is only level 75, which is obviously unreasonable. At this moment, Mysli's roar sounded again. Ides! Because of your escape, I was punished by the demon king and forced to become Lon Kai's demon slave forever and imprisoned in the demon king's castle. Mysli roared, showing her sharp teeth, I will kill you. Eat you alive. Demon slave? Haha, Ides sneered, with a cold chill in her eyes, that's your own fault. You tried to give me as a gift to the demon kings of other abysses, but you ended up being a plaything. Mysli, you are still so stupid. I'm going to kill you. Mesli roared, spread her wings, and tried to pounce on Ides. However, her movements suddenly stopped in midair. How is this possible? Mesli looked at her immobile body in disbelief, unable to understand what kind of power could control the actions of her, the queen of succubi. Just you? Ides smiled contemptuously, and walked towards Mesli calmly. When she walked in front of Mesli, Mesli tried to mobilize her magic power to resist, but her body was unable to control itself, and could only let Ides control her. Mesli. Ides stared at Mesli coldly, her voice as cold as ice. You only inherited stupidity, arrogance, and the uncontrollable primitive desire from your mother. Don't worry, I will take over from you, become the new queen of the succubi, and create a new succubus clan. As for you. Before she finished speaking, Ides flicked her fingertips, and a bright red butterfly woven from magic flew to the center of Mysli's eyebrows. You? When the butterfly sank into her eyebrows, Mysli felt unprecedented fear. Her eyes widened and her whole body trembled violently. Then, Ides ordered her, remove the restriction of the succubus collar. That guy must have given you this power. As Lon Kai's demon slave, Mysli must have the power to remove the restriction of the succubus collar. Otherwise, how could she give birth to the most powerful demon son for Lon Kai? But she must have only this insignificant power, and other treasures, even she, cannot touch. Ides. Mysli let out a weak roar of resistance, but her body involuntarily walked towards the succubus collar. She knew in her heart that this was a suppression from a more noble bloodline, which made her unable to disobey Ides's orders. But this made Mysli even more confused, because she was the orthodox bloodline of the succubus queen. How could she be suppressed by Ides's bloodline? Ides was just an ordinary succubus born in a tribe, and even her biological mother didn't know who she was. When Mysli's hand touched the succubus collar, dark purple runes flashed on her skin and then merged into the succubus collar. The restrictions originally hidden in the succubus collar were lifted at this moment, and then Mysli presented the succubus collar with both hands and handed it to Ides. Now, Ides took the succubus collar and sneered at the corner of her mouth. You are no longer useful. As soon as the voice fell, a ray of scarlet magic quickly wrapped Mysli tightly. Idaisi. I curse you. I curse you with my soul. Lord Lon Kai will not let you go. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, Mysli's fat body instantly turned into blood mist and disappeared completely. This scene made Su Xian stunned. Just one move, and killed Mysli, a level 75, in seconds? How terrifying is Idaisi's strength? It's not advisable to stay here for long, let's go. Idaisi immediately activated the teleportation array and left. When Su Xian stepped into the teleportation array, he glanced at the other items in the Demon King's treasury, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. So many treasures are bound by restrictions, and cannot be taken away. It's a pity. Wait, I will rescue you sooner or later. A flash of red light appeared, and the three of them appeared outside the Demon King's castle. At this moment, the Demon King's castle was still quiet. It seemed that the demons had not yet discovered the death of Meisli, and the theft of the succubus collar. I still have things to deal with. Mary will open the passage back to the magic continent later. You can go back by yourself, I'd said, handing the succubus collar to Su Xian. But Su Xian immediately felt that the succubus collar in his hand was a little strange. The three hearts turned into two? Succubus collar, 15 days a prop for succubi to reproduce life, and it can also help them remove the second seal. This is a replica of the succubus collar. It has the same effect as the original, but it can only last for 15 days. Edith explained, no one can wear the real succubus collar, so succubi usually wear replicas woven by their magic. And a brand new one is better, isn't it? Yeah. Su Xian nodded. If it weren't brand new, the succubus collar, which was used as a breeding tool, would probably be stained with a lot of life essence. Take good care of Issa. I hope that when we meet next time, she has successfully removed the second seal. Edith gave her last advice, and then turned into a red light, and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the disappearing Edith, Su Xian was full of confusion. Edith didn't even remove a succubus seal, but her strength was so strong. Once Edith unlocked the magic pattern of the seal, it is hard to imagine how terrifying the combat power would be. This may be the shock brought by the myth. Edith's talent is no less than Lucia and Marie Rhine. Not long after Edith left, Mary's voice entered Su Xian's mind. Human, I have opened the passage to leave the abyss. It is right behind you. Hurry and leave the abyss. Mary said to Su Xian anxiously. Yes. Su Xian nodded and immediately went to the location indicated by Mary with Lucia. When they just saw the portal to leave the abyss, a figure flew out of Su Xian's body. I'm back to the abyss? No. I don't want to come back. Woo woo woo. Miss Ghost floated in the air, shouting with grievance on her face. This scene made Su Xian frown slightly. What happened to Miss Mishiro's intense reaction? Why does she have such a strong resistance to the abyss? In doubt, a headless undead knight quietly appeared near Su Xian. It stared at Mishiro in the air and whispered, I found you, miss. Chapter 229. Tap, tap. With the echo of high heels, Edith stepped into a hidden cave. At the deepest part of the cave, a little succubus with pink twin ponytails lived there. The little succubus felt a little conflicted about Edith's arrival, feeling a little scared, but also looking forward to it. Now, Edith walked in front of the little succubus, gently pinched her oval face with her delicate hands, and said, You are the only surviving bloodline of the succubus queen in the world, Elam. Do you understand? Edith. Sir. Is there anything you want me to do? The little succubus named Elam asked softly. Hearing this, Edith's mouth corners rose, and a smile appeared. Softly said, Come, put this on. Then, she took out the succubus collar. This is... Elam was full of doubts, but still put on the collar obediently. Edith glanced at Elam wearing the succubus collar, and a unique light flashed in her dark red eyes. Asked, Are you hungry? Elam nodded gently, with a hint of desire in her eyes. Here Edith smiled, slowly stretched out her hand, and a drop of milky white liquid was suspended on her fingertips, gently placed on Elam's lips. The rich breath of life magic immediately attracted Elam's attention, and she asked curiously, What is this? It smells so good. Edith waved her finger lightly, and the drop of milky white liquid slowly floated into Elam's mouth. Elam swallowed it, and suddenly, a sweet taste spread in her mouth. This wonderful taste seemed to have magic, making her crimson eyes bloom with a brilliant light, condensing into a pattern of love. Delicious. I'd smiled and tempted, Do you want more? When Elam heard this, a trace of desire flashed in her eyes, and she nodded impatiently, I want it. I'd gently stroked Elam's pink hair, and said in a gentle tone, Then, you have to listen to me obediently, understand? Elam responded obediently, Yes. Elam will listen to Lady Ides in everything. After hearing this, Ides' mouth slightly raised, and a smile appeared. She whispered softly, Although it is the food stored by Fusa, there is still a lot. If you only take a little bit, it should not be discovered. On the other side, Su Xian was still troubled by the sudden appearance of Miss Ghost. Where is this? This place is not the same as the abyss where I live. It's really strange. Miss Ghost, tightly wrapped in white cloth, was like a lost chick, floating around. Come back soon, we are leaving the abyss. Su Xian called to Miss Ghost. Here we go. Miss Ghost heard that they were leaving the abyss and immediately floated towards Su Xian. However, at this moment, the sound of horse hooves caught Su Xian's attention. He turned his head and saw an undead knight riding a warhorse and rushing towards him quickly. Undead Knight, Epic, Level, 70, 1111/56,000, Race, Undead. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up, Status. Headless, Level 70 Undead Knight. Su Xian's eyes condensed. How could an undead knight appear in the lustful abyss? It shouldn't belong here. Besides, why doesn't it have a head? Let's go, there's no need to get entangled with it. Lucia took Su Xian's hand and quickly passed through Mary's portal and left the abyss. Such a familiar feeling. Miss Ghost poked her head out of Su Xian's body and looked curiously at the undead knight who was running towards them. She always felt that the other person's breath was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember it. Then, the portal flashed a dazzling red light, and they disappeared into the abyss. And after the headless knight missed, the fire of anger broke out in an instant. It stared at the closed portal and roared in a low voice, "Is it that despicable, dirty, and lowly human who took the lady away? You wait for me. No matter where I am, I will chase the lady back." Buzz buzz buzz. A red light flashed, and Su Xian returned to the city lord's mansion of the Black Rose ancient city. "Are you all right?" Succubus Mary looked at Su Xian with concern, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness. "Lady Edith, didn't she come back with you?" "She said she had something to deal with, so she didn't come back," Su Xian replied calmly. Hearing this answer, Mary lowered her eyes slightly. Her eyes flickered, as if she was thinking about something deep in her heart. After a moment, she raised her head and asked Su Xian, "Then, did you succeed? Did you get the succubus collar?" "Yes." Su Xian nodded and told Mary, "The succubus collar is with Edith." "Is that so?" Mary's dark eyebrows slightly frowned, revealing a little regret, but helpless. Su Xian naturally noticed her mood changes and thoughts. Perhaps he could get more information about succubus and the abyss from Mary. "Mary, we met Meisli in the Demon King's castle." He decided to ask tentatively. "Meisli? You said you met Lady Meisli?" Mary heard the name with an expression of disbelief on her face, and whispered to herself, "Is Lady Meisli still alive? She hasn't appeared for more than 10 years. We all thought she had been eaten by Lord Lan Kai. She is the queen of your succubus clan, right?" Su Xian asked, with some doubts in his eyes. "Yes." Mary nodded, and then added, "But she was temporarily elected as the queen by the tribe. The previous succubus queen died because of some things, so only one of her daughters could take over the position of queen." "I see." Hearing this, Su Xian finally understood why the succubus queen was only level 75. It turned out that it was a temporary election that made Meisli the queen. "Excuse me, where is Lady Meisli now? Is she still in the Demon King's castle?" Mary asked anxiously. "She was killed by Ides." "What? Lady Meisli was killed by Lady Ides?" Mary was stunned when she heard the news. She seemed to be emotionally broken, and a trace of sad tears flashed in her eyes. "For hundreds of years after the fall of the lustful Demon King, our succubus clan has been in a weak position. The disharmony within the clan has put the entire race in danger of extinction. Now, the only bloodline of the succubus queen has been cut off by Lady Ides. What can we do? Perhaps Lady Ides can lead us out of this predicament." A glimmer of hope flashed through Mary's mind, but she quickly shook her head. "No, Lady Ides is not of the queen's bloodline. She cannot activate the throne of lust." Su Xian has been silently observing Mary's emotional changes. From her words and deeds, it can be seen that she is indeed worried about the future of the tribe. However, it is frustrating that her strength is too weak. In the face of absolute strength, she cannot gain the right to speak for herself. After all, her current level is only around level 30, and she is a weakling no matter where she is. By the way, what is Lan Kai's position in the lustful abyss? Su Xian suddenly interrupted Mary's thoughts and asked. "Lord Lan Kai." Mary immediately answered Su Xian's question. "Lord Lan Kai is the nephew of the lustful Demon King. After the lustful Demon King died, he was responsible for managing the affairs of the lustful abyss until a new lustful abyss Demon King was elected." "Then why didn't he become the lustful Demon King directly?" Su Xian asked. "Because he is not of pure lustful blood. Only the heir with lustful blood can sit on the throne of the lustful Demon King. The Demon King without the lustful throne cannot compete with the other Demon Kings," Mary explained. After listening to Mary's explanation, Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, and the composition of the Abyss system had gradually unfolded in his mind. After that, he asked Mary some things about the Abyss. But because Mary was still young, her understanding of the Abyss was limited, and many things were just vague memories. After a brief understanding of the situation, Su Xian and Lucia left the city lord's mansion of the Black Rose ancient city. This trip to the Abyss has been fruitful. Lucia smiled as she left the city lord's mansion. She had a deeper understanding of the Abyss, and understood the current environmental conditions facing the Abyss. Has Lucia ever participated in a large-scale war against the demons? Su Xian asked Lucia. The demons often escape from the Abyss, posing a threat to the creatures of the magic continent, and even triggering large-scale wars, such as this battle of the Demon Cave. No. Lucia shook her head gently. The last war between the demons and the Sun Church was 100 years ago, and I was not born at that time. Is that so? Su Xian heard Lucia's answer and responded. He forgot Lucia's age. This saint is only in her 20s. It's getting late. Let's go and get the letter back, Lucia suggested to Su Xian. Okay. Su Xian nodded and followed Lucia to the hiding place of the letter. However, when he arrived at the destination, he suddenly stopped. Because Lucia took him to a deserted church. This church had been abandoned for a long time, the walls collapsed, and the statue of the god of light that was originally enshrined was also covered by vines, as if it had been deserted for decades. He was a little puzzled. Why would the letter about Lucia be stored in this deserted church? The letter should be in this church. Let's look for it, Lucia said to Su Xian. Okay. Su Xian nodded, then walked into the church and began to look for traces of the letter. Perhaps due to the existence of some hidden perception magic, they could not find the letter through magic perception, and could only use the most traditional way to search. Su Xian searched carefully in the church, trying to find the whereabouts of the letter. Suddenly, a slightly shaking floor tile caught Su Xian's attention. He reached out his hand and tried to move the floor tile, but found that he couldn't move it, as if some kind of magic restriction was offsetting his power. Lucia, there is something wrong with this floor tile, Su Xian said to Lucia. Lucia immediately looked at the place where Su Xian pointed, and saw her gently wave her hand, and a ray of golden light fell on the floor tile. The next second, the floor tile automatically moved away, revealing a hidden envelope. The envelope was painted with a golden female dragon and a little girl wearing a wreath, and there were a few words written on the envelope. 2. My favorite bedwetting girl. Chapter 230. Bedwetting girl? Su Xian saw the words on the envelope, and looked back at Lucia in confusion. Lucia felt Su Xian's gaze, and felt a little confused. She moved her fingertips lightly, and the letter floated in the wind like a fallen leaf and fell into her hands. When she read the words on the envelope, she was stunned. Her golden red eyes under the white veil shrank slightly, and her cheeks flushed slightly. But that was all. Lucia didn't show too much emotion. She put the envelope away and said calmly, "Let's go." Yeah. Su Xian nodded, but his heart was full of doubts. He recalled that Marlene Rhine asked Lucia if she had seen a golden dragon before, and Lucia denied it directly at that time. But the envelope had a picture of the golden dragon and Lucia's childhood. After returning to the guild, Su Xian first submitted a special commission for promotion to D level. Special commission, Succubus breeding plan complete. Congratulations on your player rating being promoted to D+. You are only one step away from creating a C-level guild. Come on! Get one free entry refresh. Congratulations on completing the special commission. Get an adventurer recruitment scroll. Blue, new adventurers can be recruited again. Su Xian showed a happy expression on his face. He now has the super rare entry. 7 colors rainbow, and the rare entry. Forbidden fruit. Although the vampire entry has not yet been obtained, it is not a key factor. It takes a god knows how long it will take to collect the 3 portraits of the true ancestor of the vampire. And at present, only the trace of the second true ancestor of the vampire has been known, but it has not been obtained yet, and there is no news about the 3rd portrait. He couldn't wait forever. Before recruiting new adventurers, Su Xian first browsed the D-level commission tasks. It might be because he was about to be promoted to C-level player evaluation and really set up a guild. There are only 5 D-level commission tasks, which are more difficult but more rewarding. After completing these 5 commissions, a special commission task for creating a guild will be opened. According to the information on the forum, this special commission task seems to be different. But what kind of task it is can only be known after completing the first 5 tasks. Recruit new members first. Su Xian turned his eyes to the blue recruitment scroll on the wooden bar of the guild, and at the same time, Issa, and the others also looked at him. Because the appearance of each recruitment scroll means the joining of a new guild member. Ahem. Su Xian picked up the blue recruitment scroll and threw it into the air. In an instant, colorful light flashed in the air, depicting a beautiful picture like a falling meteor. Then, 8 entries appeared in Su Xian's sight. Forbidden fruit. 7 colors of rainbow light. Abnormal uncle. Bald head. Disappeared cornea. Dead. Gastroenteritis. Anchor. Su Xian frowned slightly after seeing the 8 entries. Except for the 2 entries he got, the other 6 entries were too abstract. He glanced at the number of entries refreshed, and there were 20 left. Refresh. Turtle. Running athlete. Like to dance, refresh. Refresh. After 7 refreshes, 3 new entries came into Su Xian's sight, making him hesitate for a moment. Genin. Pirate. Forest girl, forest girl. Su Xian saw this entry, and thought it seemed like a good choice. You do it. Su Xian made his choice immediately. When his fingertips touched the entry, Forest Girl, a bunch of strange garbled characters appeared in front of him. Then, prompts appeared in his sight. The adventurer you are recruiting is the Forest Girl, who has the forbidden fruit and can emit 7-color rainbow light. Recruiting suitable adventurers, please wait. Warning! The adventurer you are recruiting is trapped in a forest birdcage and needs your help. Character mission beautiful figure from the forest, opened. Mission reward, extra entry +1. Su Xian saw the prompt in front of him, and showed a trace of confusion. This adventurer hasn't joined the guild yet, so how come the role mission has been opened in advance? He immediately checked the detailed description of the role mission. Mission description: Walola, who was expelled from the tribe, was hunted by humans, and is now trapped in a birdcage in the forest south of the Star Kingdom. South of the Star Kingdom? Su Xian did not hesitate, and immediately led the members of the guild to the destination. As for the submission of Lucia's role mission, we can only talk about it after we come back. In just a blink of an eye, everyone has arrived at the southern area of the Star Kingdom. This is a dense forest, covering an area equivalent to half of the Star Kingdom, and this place is not under the jurisdiction of the Star Kingdom. It is a land without an owner, and this forest has no name, as if everyone is reluctant to mention its name, but many tribes live here. Most of the residents are orcs or demi-humans, and there are also some human villages. Su Xian was riding on Marlene Rhine's back, flying towards the direction of the forest birdcage. Rosalind cast an inquiring look at Su Xian. Did you encounter any trouble? Su Xian nodded solemnly and explained the situation to the guild members. The new member who joined the guild is in danger, and we are rushing to help her now. Where is the specific location? Lucia asked. Forest birdcage. Forest birdcage? Lucia frowned slightly when she heard these 4 words. Su Xian and Issa and others immediately looked at her, puzzled by her expression. Do you know why this forest has no name? Lucia said slowly. I don't know. Su Xian shook his head. He really knew nothing about this forest. Because this is the place where the daughter of the goddess of nature fell in the legend. Lucia replied softly. Where did the daughter of the goddess of nature fall? Su Xian frowned, obviously surprised by the answer. According to legend, the goddess of nature created several daughters with elements such as leaves, soil, and streams. They each govern the forests, mountains, rivers, and other areas of the magic continent. Lucia explained patiently, because the goddess of nature was restricted by the laws of the world, she was forced to go to the divine world, and her daughter stayed in the magic continent. In the tens of thousands of years after the goddess of nature left, some things happened, making the world chaotic, with wars and plagues. The daughters of the goddess of nature used their lives to protect the areas they guarded. This forest is where the daughter created by leaves fell. Originally, it was just a barren yellow sand, but now it has evolved into a lush forest, and has become a home for countless creatures. So that's it. Hearing this, Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Lucia's voice sounded again, with a hint of seriousness in it. Regarding the birdcage in the forest, it is actually the burial place of the daughter of the goddess of nature. The birdcage contains the divine law of the goddess of nature, and its power is so strong that even demigods cannot escape. Are you sure she is really in that place? Chapter 231. Even demigods can't escape? Su Xian asked Lucia, if you enter the forest cage, is there any way to leave? Lucia shook her head and replied, I don't know much about this, maybe I need to ask the races that guard the forest. Hearing this, Su Xian's face was suddenly filled with gloom. If it is true as Lucia said, the girl named Walola has already hidden in the forest cage, then how can he rescue her? But since the mission is for him to rescue the adventurer, There should be a way to get her out of the forest cage. Su Xian decided to go to the forest cage to check the situation first, and said to everyone, "Let's go to the forest cage to check the situation first, and then think of a way." "Yeah." Everyone nodded in agreement. In the depths of the forest, a group of centaur warriors blocked the way of the human army. Human. No entry. Standing in the front was a well-built female centaur warrior. The spear in her hand made a harsh friction sound on the ground, and her eyes were firmly fixed on the human army in front of her. If Su Xian was here, he would definitely recognize the identity of this female centaur warrior, Asmin. Facing hundreds of human troops, the number of centaurs seemed insignificant, only 20 to 30 people. But their majestic posture and powerful momentum made the human army feel a little scared, especially Asmin standing in the front. The powerful aura she exuded was frightening. "Female centaur warrior, we are also here under the order of Prince Ted's. I hope you can be accommodating," a knight said. "No." The centaurs were very firm. At this time, a middle-aged knight without a helmet came forward, spit out the cigarette butt in his mouth, with a smile on his face. "Our mission this time is to capture the centaur. She stole the prince's things. I hope you don't stop her. Otherwise, the peace between the Star Kingdom and the centaur tribe will be difficult to maintain." Asmin frowned when he heard the name of Prince Ted's. As the younger brother of the king of the Star Kingdom, Prince Ted's has the power to command hundreds of thousands of troops. Once the Star Kingdom's army really decides to invade the forest, the centaur tribe she belongs to will be powerless to resist. But after a little thought, Asmin said firmly, "This is the rule of the forest. Even the prince cannot violate it. If you dare to take another step forward, you will receive the wrath of the forest. It seems that we can't reach a consensus through words." The middle-aged knight shrugged with a wry smile, then drew the sword at his waist, pointed it at Asmin, and sneered, "But it's okay, I have never tasted the meat of a centaur today." However, before he finished speaking, a huge body suddenly fell and crushed him into a meat paste. "Hey, I stepped on a little ant. It's so disgusting," Merine said with a disgusted tone, and at the same time used dragon breath to disinfect her dragon claws. Although the dragon claws are protected by heavy dragon scales, she hates the breath from humans. When the human army saw the appearance of Merine, they were immediately frightened and pale. Giant dragon. It trampled the knight captain to death. This dragon is 100 meters long. We are no match for it. Run! Oh my god! This is the first time I have seen a dragon in person. It's so awesome. Don't be so awesome, run away. The human army was defeated in an instant and fled. And Su Xian on the dragon's back also noticed that there seemed to be players in the army. While thinking, he turned his eyes to the centaur tribe below. Even the centaur warriors showed obvious fear when facing the dragon. Of course, Su Xian let Merline land here mainly because he saw Asmin. Perhaps some valuable information can be obtained from this centaur. "Asmin!" Su Xian greeted her, then jumped off the dragon's back and came to Asmin. "Su Xian?" The moment he saw Su Xian, Asmin showed a surprised expression. But the first thing she did was to tell her tribesmen, "It's okay, they are my friends." This made the centaurs put away their weapons. "Why are you here?" Asmin rode his horse and came to Su Xian, asking in confusion. "There is a mission here. Where were you just now?" Su Xian asked Asmin. Although he only heard part of the conversation, he didn't know much about the conflict between them. "Those humans want to go deep into the forest," Asmin explained, "but according to the rules of the forest, no army is allowed to go deep into the forest. Everyone must abide by this rule. Only the army can't enter? Then we should be fine, right?" Su Xian asked. "You guys can go in, but you must abide by the rules of the forest and not harm any creatures inside," Asmin said, looking at Merline, and the other centaurs turned their eyes to her. Fortunately, she landed in an open space, otherwise her dragon body would cause serious damage to the trees in the forest. "Change back to human form," Su Xian said to Merline. "Why should I listen to you? Self-righteous human," Merline said dissatisfiedly, shaking her dragon tail. However, her body was very honest and changed back to human form directly. Because Merline knew in her heart that as long as she changed back to human, Su Xian would not ride her anymore. The human army just now was capturing a centaur? Su Xian turned his eyes to Asmin and asked. "Yeah." Asmin nodded, with a hint of heaviness in his tone. "The purpose of their entering the forest is for one of our tribesmen, but that tribesman has been expelled from the centaur tribe." Speaking of this, Asmin frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with the tribe's decision. And Asmin's words reminded Su Xian of what Lu Shui, the female centaur warrior, had said before. A centaur was expelled from the tribe because he was not of pure centaur blood. This information caught Su Xian's attention. He observed the centaurs around him, both men and women, but they all had standard centaur bodies. In such a tribe, the appearance of a centaur is indeed very abrupt. But is it too harsh to expel her from the tribe? However, this was an internal matter of the centaurs, and Su Xian did not have the power to change their decision. But since the centaurs did not want her, Su Xian decided to accept her himself. But this is a bit strange. Asmund continued, the tribesmen had just been expelled from the tribe, and the Star Kingdom's army entered the forest to capture her. I'm afraid. As she spoke, Asmund turned her eyes to other tribesmen beside her. She did not finish her words, but Su Xian understood what she meant. There was a traitor in the tribe. Asmund, we should go to the next place for patrol. At this time, a centaur warrior walked up to Asmund and reminded her. You go, I will supervise them to prevent them from harming the creatures in the forest. Asmund said to her tribesmen. This surprised Su Xian a little. Asmund did not blush when she lied. I understand. The centaurs nodded one after another, and then turned and left. Then we go first. Asmund, you have to be careful. Humans are cunning and shameless. They have more than one army entering the forest. If you encounter them, be sure to notify us. Okay, got it. Asmund nodded in agreement, and watched the tribesmen leave. She turned around and said to Su Xian, let's talk while walking. Okay. Su Xian nodded in agreement. It's strange that several tribes are particularly hostile to that tribe member. Asmund said to Su Xian as he walked, at first, I thought they wanted to elect a tribe member from their own tribe to be the leader of the centaur tribe. But after a few days of investigation, it seems that this is not the case. Asmund's words made Su Xian frown slightly. Prince Ted's is not only breeding creatures, like soul-eating insects, but also trying to capture a centaur. What is he planning? But what is certain is that it must be related to the upcoming star ceremony. Ida said that in addition to the second princess and Princess Vivian, whom she supports, there are two princes and a prince competing for the throne. That prince must be Prince Ted's, and only he is qualified to compete for the throne. I heard that your tribesman is a natural saint. Such an existence should bring great changes to the tribe. How come? Su Xian continued to ask. Her identity is too sensitive. Asmund sighed. If she was just an ordinary centaur, maybe things wouldn't have developed to this point. But she doesn't have any centaur characteristics, but has antlers, more like the offspring of another race. After listening, Su Xian was thoughtful. This is the most critical issue. She is not of pure centaur descent, but was born into a centaur tribe. It is like a child with a tail appearing in human society. Such an existence will naturally be regarded as a monster. Asmund, what do you think of this? Su Xian asked Asmund for her opinion. Me? Asmund was stunned for a moment and replied, I am very disgusted with those tribesmen who expelled her. Their decision caused our tribe to lose a natural saint and created a rift among the tribesmen. But they did not consider these at all, just to get money and resources from those humans. Compared with the future of the tribe, they value their own interests more. Hearing Asmund's answer, Su Xian understood the current situation of the centaurs. The rulers of the centaurs believe that the benefits from humans are more valuable than a natural saint. By the way, what is your mission? Do you need my help? Asmund suddenly asked Su Xian. My mission is to take away your tribesman. She is now a member of my guild. Su Xian replied. Really? That's great. I'm still worried about how the child will live in the forest, but if she can join your guild, she will definitely be happier than living in the tribe. Hearing Su Xian's purpose, Asmund smiled brightly. Her personality is somewhat similar to Honglian, carefree, but with some delicateness that Honglian does not have. However, we have encountered some problems. Su Xian suddenly frowned and looked at Asmund. What's the problem? She entered the forest birdcage. Forest birdcage. Hearing this news, Asmund's expression immediately became heavy. That is a forbidden area for centaurs. How could Verola go in? I want to rescue her, but... Before Su Xian finished speaking, Asmund shouted to him eagerly, Quick! Ride on my back? Ah! Although it is a forbidden area, I have a way to rescue the child. Asmund smiled confidently, however, there may be some risks. It depends on whether you have the courage to go with me. Let's go! Chapter 232. Su Xian jumped easily, and sat steadily on Asmund's horse. Asmund, as a centaur warrior, her back was as flat and strong as a horse, giving people a sense of security. The only problem was that this horse had no reins. But Su Xian quickly found a solution. He noticed Asmund's flowing long ponytail hairstyle, and thought that this might be used as a temporary rein. "Sit tight, I take you somewhere," Asmund said, then stepped out of the horse's hoof and galloped in one direction. Su Xian hurriedly hugged Asmund's waist tightly, and shouted to Lucia and the others, "Wait for me here. I be back soon." Soon after, Asmund took Su Xian to a place dozens of kilometers away. At first, Su Xian felt a little uncomfortable, but soon, he got used to the feeling of being on horseback. Even without the reins, he didn't need to hold Asmund's waist tightly to keep his balance. Moreover, Asmund's speed exceeded his imagination, reaching 150 kilometers per hour. It was amazing to have such a speed in the forest terrain. If it was on a wide plain, the speed would probably be even faster. "We're here," Asmund reminded. Su Xian looked up and saw a place similar to a shrine in front of him, with a small and exquisite stone sculpture inside. "What is this?" "This is a statue of the goddess of nature." Asmund turned his head and told Su Xian, although only a few races still believe in the goddess of nature, she is still one of the greatest gods on the magical continent. The forest birdcage is the creation of her daughter, and her divine power should be able to help Wolola get out of trouble. But the premise is that you must have the courage to carry this power into the forest birdcage to bring her out. "So that's it." Su Xian immediately jumped off Asmund's horse and walked to the shrine. When he stretched out his hand to the statue of the goddess of nature, suddenly, a ball of green light flew out of the statue and hovered between his eyebrows. "Congratulations, you have obtained the mark of the goddess of nature. Is it all right now?" Su Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect to get the mark so easily. Is it because of the blessing of the mother tree of the elves? After all, the goddess of nature is also the patron saint of the elves. How can you get the mark of the goddess of nature so easily? This is not normal. Asmund showed a confused expression. She couldn't understand how the scene happened at all. Who knows? Su Xian shrugged. Since the things are already in hand, let's set off to the forest birdcage as soon as possible. He walked towards Asmund and sat on her horse again. Asmund gave Su Xian a slightly speechless look, and then immediately ran towards the direction of the forest birdcage. Half an hour later, they arrived at the location of the forest birdcage. However, when they arrived at the forest birdcage, they found that thousands of soldiers were surrounding it. The army of the Star Kingdom. Asmund immediately stopped and hid behind the bunker. It must be those centaur tribes who let them in. Those bastards dared to violate the rules of the forest. Asmund stamped his horse's hooves angrily. And Su Xian immediately notified Lucia and the others, and asked them to hurry over. In addition, he found that the number of soldiers was far more than 1,000, and there were many knights above level 50 as leaders. In front of the forest birdcage, a magician in a green robe was particularly eye-catching. The green light flashing between his eyebrows was exactly the same as the light Su Xian got from the statue of the goddess of nature. Even, this magician seemed to be about to enter the forest birdcage. Trouble. Su Xian frowned slightly. The other party actually got the mark of the goddess of nature. In addition, he also noticed that there was a male player following the green-robed magician. From this, it can be inferred that the player's mission is to assist Prince Ted's and bring Wolola back to the Star Kingdom. With the help of players and the secret assistance of the centaurs, it will not be difficult for them to get the mark of the goddess of nature. However, it is not enough to just get the mark. They also need to make up their minds to enter the forest birdcage. The reason why he has been wandering around the forest birdcage may be because the player has not made a decision yet. Su Xian's eyes turned to the forest birdcage surrounded by the human army. This is a huge birdcage cleverly woven with vines and leaves. The scene inside the birdcage was blocked by dense leaves, making it impossible to see the real situation inside. The only thing that could be felt was a strong magic power covering the entire birdcage, which made people feel awe and fear. There are people here. Suddenly, a soldier from the Star Kingdom discovered the figures of Asmund and Su Xian. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were cast towards them. Oops. Asmund bit his teeth lightly, his face showing worry. It's okay, let's just rush over. Su Xian said to Asmund. The strength of the players' guild should be C+ level, and most of the guild members are around level 50. Among the troops sent by the Star Kingdom, there are several knights of around level 50. That is to say, there are more than a dozen enemies above level 50, and a group of small soldiers of levels 10 to 30. If Lucia and the others were here, this group of troops would be no problem, but now there are only him and Asmund. They can only make a risky decision. Rush over? Asmund looked at Su Xian in confusion, but when she looked at Su Xian, she was surprised to find that Su Xian had turned into a half-dragon. After turning into a half-dragon, Su Xian's body shape was similar to Asmund's, and he looked very suitable sitting on her horse. Let's kill that magician, and then go directly into the forest birdcage. Su Xian proposed his plan to Asmon. Okay. Asmon immediately started his horse's hoof and rushed towards the green-robed magician with Su Xian. Damn it! They are centaurs. Stop them. We must not let them interfere with this operation. The soldiers of the Star Kingdom immediately surrounded him and tried to stop Asmon. Get out of the way! Asmon shouted coldly, and the spear in his hand instantly pierced through several soldiers of the Star Kingdom and lifted them up high. Su Xian was not idle either. He quickly took out the Thunder Fire Stick and began to chant magic at the same time. As the spell was completed, a Thunderbird gradually condensed and formed above his head, flashing with lightning. Phantom Thunderbird, boom! The blue Thunderbird suddenly fell into the army in front, and screams rang out in an instant. The crowd that blocked Asmon collapsed instantly, and died in a sea of thunder. Players? The guild leader of the green-robed magician saw Su Xian and Asmon and immediately realized that they were also players. He immediately ordered his guild members, stop them. Yes! Several adventurers around level 50 quickly rushed towards Asmon. At the same time, after discovering that the newcomer was very powerful, the Knights of the Star Kingdom also drew their swords at their waists and aimed at Su Xian and the other two. I'm going to speed up, Asmon reminded Su Xian. Ah? Before Su Xian could understand Asmon's intention, she found that her body suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. Then, her speed increased several times in an instant, and she shuttled through the crowd like a phantom. And Su Xian, who was sitting on her back, seemed to be in an empty space, and the enemies around him seemed to be still, and their movements became extremely slow. What's going on? Su Xian was startled and immediately checked his status bar. Speedy Meteor, 15 as superclass riding skills that only centaurs of high bloodline have. Superclass riding skills? Su Xian's eyes lit up. In this transcendent state, the enemy's movements became extremely slow. Although there may be a diminishing effect on high-level enemies, for the Star Kingdom soldiers, who were weaker than Asmon, they seemed to have turned into stone sculptures, frozen in place, unable to cause any obstacles to Asmon and Su Xian. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the green-robed magician. Su Xian was delighted. Su Xian's adventurer is really useful. Stab! Asmon followed Su Xian's instructions, and stabbed the green-robed magician's heart with a gun. Damn it! The green-robed magician gritted his teeth. He realized that the opponent was targeting him the moment Asmon took action. Therefore, he had already condensed a magic barrier. In a flash, the dark green magic barrier wrapped his entire body to block Asmon's attack. At the same time, his companions were also approaching his position at a slow speed. As long as he blocked this attack, he could ensure his own safety. Click! The sharp tip of the gun fell on the green magic barrier, creating a crack in the barrier. However, due to insufficient power, the tip of the gun did not break the barrier and cause damage to the green-robed magician inside. Oops. Asmon frowned slightly. She didn't expect the opponent's magic barrier to be so indestructible. Moreover, her speed meteor state is about to end. It will be even more difficult to kill the opponent at that time. The green-robed magician smiled excitedly at this time, secretly thanking himself for choosing to learn defensive magic, otherwise he would really fall here. It's over. The green-robed magician showed a sarcastic smile on his face, and was about to chant magic to strengthen his barrier. However, at this moment, Su Xian's palm suddenly raised. Between the dragon claws, the blue lightning gradually condensed into a thunderbird, making a sharp cry. You can even see colorful glare flashing around the thunderbird, which is the blessing from the elf queen. It can allow Su Xian's elemental magic to gain 500% elemental magic power increases. Death. One blow fell. The blue thunderbird broke through the barrier instantly. The green-robed magician was struck by the phantom thunderbird before he could react and turned into ashes. Then, the mark of the goddess of nature on his forehead fell into Su Xian's hands. Go! Su Xian immediately ordered Asmon to rush into the forest birdcage. The horse galloped, and in a flash, Asmon rushed into the forest birdcage. This scene stunned everyone present and froze in place. They lost the mark of the goddess of nature, and they lost the qualification to continue chasing. The player couldn't believe his eyes. His level 50 defensive magician was killed by a player? Are all the players so powerful now? On the other side, just when Asmon rushed into the forest birdcage, Su Xian felt that the laws of space around him had changed subtly, indicating that they had entered a space beyond the laws, somewhat similar to the dark prison of the elves. At the same time, a voice came to his ears. This aura? Are you the president? Su Xian turned his head, and saw a centaur appearing behind them. No, It should be a centaur. She has a pair of white antlers, elegant and beautiful. She is smaller than Asmin, giving people a petite feeling. Her back is covered with a layer of lavender fluff, which must be very soft and comfortable to the touch. Her deer legs are not as strong as horse legs, but have a girl's slender feeling, light and agile. When she saw Su Xian, her small deer tail swung happily, as if expressing her joy and friendliness. Chapter 233. Viola? Su Xian carefully looked at the half-human deer girl. In addition to her unique appearance, he also noticed that Viola was holding a branch with 7 leaves of different colors. And on her deer back, there were also colorful stripes, which should be related to 7 colors rainbow light. Viola greets the president. Viola showed Su Xian a warm smile, as sweet as the spring breeze, bringing warmth to people. Su Xian responded with a smile and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I will take you back." Viola nodded lightly, and her beautiful colorful pupils flashed with joy. "Viola, why did you run to the birdcage in the forest?" At this time, Asmin frowned and asked Viola hurriedly. Viola wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to start, so she stomped her deer feet lightly and took a few steps back. She came to the forest birdcage out of an inexplicable intuition, feeling that something was calling her. Coupled with the army of the Star Kingdom chasing behind, she accidentally broke into this mysterious place. The most important thing now is that we have to leave here as soon as possible. Su Xian looked around, and the inside of the forest birdcage was like a real birdcage, trapping them here. The vines around were dense, blocking the view outside, making it impossible to determine the direction. According to the rules of the forest birdcage, it is easy to get in, but getting out is like being trapped in a maze-like forest, and you will always return to the birdcage in the end. As long as we follow the guidance of the goddess of nature, we can find the exit. Asmin explained to Su Xian. "You try it." "I understand." Su Xian nodded, and then released the 2 marks of the goddess of nature in his hand. Driven by magic, the 2 marks seemed to become lively elves, pointing the way for them. "Follow them." Su Xian gently patted Asmin's horseback, motioning her to follow. Although Asmin was a little confused, she quickly followed. But she didn't quite understand why she, as a member of the Fairy Concubine Guild, chose to obey this guy's orders obediently, but considering the current dangerous situation, she decided to put aside her doubts for the time being and concentrate on leaving here first. Asmin walked through the dense vines, and the surrounding green leaves blocked her sight, making her feel as if she was in a green ocean. Su Xian also felt as if she was lost in this green world. If there is no guide from the mark of the goddess of nature, it would be really difficult for them to find the way forward. While thinking, Su Xian turned his eyes to the back. He noticed that Asmin left a passage where he passed, which allowed Viola to follow them easily. Otherwise, with Viola's fragile strength, it would be difficult for her to pass through those hard vines, and she might even be scratched by branches. "Viola, follow closely," Su Xian reminded. "Well, I will try my best, President." Viola nodded, stepped on her deer hooves, and tried to keep up with Asmin's pace. After a long time, they finally passed through the vines and leaves and came to an open area. However, when they arrived here, the scene in front of them made everyone's expressions become solemn. In the center of the open space, they were surprised to find a tree carved into the shape of a girl. This lifelike girl tree raised her hands high, as if holding something, but her palms were empty, which made people fall into endless reverie. "Is there an exit here?" Asmin looked around in confusion, but did not find any signs of an exit. Su Xian frowned. He realized that this was not only an independent space, but also the flow of time was a bit abnormal. Just as he was confused about this, Viola walked towards the green tree in the shape of a girl with deer hooves. "Is it you? Are you talking?" Viola asked curiously. "Hello. Excuse me?" When Viola talked to the green tree in the shape of a girl, Su Xian and Asmin could not help but cast their attention and became very interested in her strange behavior. "That tree." Su Xian frowned. He did not feel the magic fluctuations of the tree, and even could not detect the breath of life. However, Viola was talking to it, and it was obvious that she sensed something that she could not perceive. "Viola, did you find anything?" Su Xian approached her and asked. "Yes," Viola nodded and turned to Su Xian. "President, she is talking." "What did she say?" Su Xian looked at the green tree in the form of a girl, full of doubts. "She said that to leave here, we must show the birth process of life," Viola explained to Su Xian. "The birth process of life?" Su Xian and Asmin looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. Perhaps because their thoughts were dirty, Asmin's cheeks were instantly flushed, and Su Xian smiled awkwardly. "How is this possible? Is it here?" "Huh?" Aspen asked incomprehensibly. Yes. Barola held the branch and circled around the green tree. She asked to demonstrate in front of us. She wants to witness it all. This? Aspen's willow leaf eyebrows were slightly frowned, her eyes were slightly heavy, and her heart was in turmoil. As a female warrior of the centaur tribe, can a mere human satisfy her? Has she ever heard other female centaurs mention that the human race is a little petite and delicate, far inferior to the centaurs? But after Su Xian became a half-dragon, it seems that he is even more. Wait, what is she thinking about? She has only heard about those things, and she doesn't really understand them. As for Su Xian, he was thinking, the birth process of life should be far more diverse than imagined, right? After all, plants are also part of life. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Barola had gently raised the branch in her hand. Suddenly, a gorgeous rainbow appeared behind her, emitting brilliant seven-color light. Then, the branch of Barola's hand burst into brilliant light, and a bud appeared under a leaf. The bud grew rapidly, became a seedling, formed a bud, and finally bloomed in the seven-color rainbow light. The gorgeous seven-color flower made Su Xian dumbfounded. He felt the majestic energy contained in the flower, as if it was about to burst out, and after a few seconds, the petals withered and a red fruit was produced. Okay. Barola picked the fruit and gently placed it in the hands of the girl tree. The moment the girl tree touched the fruit, a rich green breath surged out of her body and spread to the surroundings. The surrounding vines then gathered into a door, pointing out the exit for Su Xian and the others. Let's go, President, Barola said to Su Xian with a smile, and then walked lightly towards the vine door. Su Xian exchanged glances with Aspen, and then followed closely. But at this time, they all chose to remain silent. Obviously, after experiencing many things, their hearts had long been polluted. At least Su Xian was like this. As for Aspen, she might be born with an interest in such things, because the centaurs maintain their primitive wildness and admiration for the strong. Even Aspen would have a heart of admiration for the strong, and she had reached childbearing age a few months ago, but because she happened to join Su Fian's guild at that time, she did not take the initiative to understand. However, Aspen's primitive instincts still exist deep in her heart. If she meets a suitable male she likes, she will inevitably have wild thoughts. As for why she had such a reaction to Su Xian, it was mainly because Su Xian's posture when he killed the green-robed magician just now was really handsome. Moreover, she felt that Su Xian's half-dragon transformation was very consistent with her aesthetic taste. After several contacts, she felt that she and Su Xian should have a good compatibility. Ahem, these were all her wild thoughts. She was a member of the Fairy Princess Guild. How could she fall in love with the president of another guild? What a joke. Chapter 234. No. Aspen shook her head quickly and slapped her cheeks violently, trying to regain her composure. She is the proud female warrior of the centaurs, and the fifth member of the Fairy Guild. She is definitely not the kind of mare who would have wild thoughts. What's wrong with you? Seeing Aspen so abnormal, Su Xian couldn't help but feel confused. What's wrong with Miss Centaur? Nothing. Aspen immediately stepped on her hooves and walked towards the exit. Just when Su Xian and others were about to leave the forest birdcage, Aspen suddenly stopped. Wait, the Star Kingdom army outside. Aspen showed a worried look. Although they could leave the forest birdcage, the Star Kingdom army outside was still a threat, and they still had to face a fierce battle. In response, Su Xian replied, "It's okay, they should have arrived." Before entering the forest birdcage, Su Xian had told Lucia that they should get here as soon as possible. Even though the flow rate in the forest birdcage is different from that in the outside world, it has already reached the vicinity. However, Su Xian did not let them act immediately, because he still had to keep a few suitable people alive to ask the reason for the matter. After understanding Su Xian's plan, Aspen nodded, and then the three of them left the forest birdcage together. The moment they stepped out of the forest birdcage, the scene outside appeared in front of the three people again. The soldiers of the Star Kingdom were still on high alert and surrounded them. But when the group of soldiers of the Star Kingdom saw Su Xian and others coming out of the forest birdcage, they all showed confused expressions on their faces. Why did they come out so quickly? Isn't it rumored that even demigods can hardly escape from the forest birdcage? Why did they come out right after they entered? The mark of the goddess of nature is indeed effective. The centaurs did not lie to us. It's the centaur that the prince ordered to be captured. She is indeed inside. Catch her. We will enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory. The soldiers of the Star Kingdom gradually surrounded Su Xian and others from all sides. Among them, several knights with a level of up to 50 have already given magic to their swords, and they are obviously ready for battle. Asmund immediately clenched her spear and prepared for battle. Verola nervously grasped her branch, her 4 deer legs shaking uneasily, and her beautiful colorful eyes turned to Su Xian, as if she had something to say. Do it! The 2 knights took the lead in attacking, their swords pointing directly at Su Xian. Their goal was very clear, to kill Su Xian. This may be due to the player's suggestion. After all, Su Xian had killed one of his magicians before. However, what surprised him was that the player had disappeared, at least not here now. Facing this fierce attack, Su Xian did not take any defensive measures, but just sat quietly on Asmund's horse and waited. Just as the 2 knights were about to approach Su Xian, only about 10 meters away from him, a figure suddenly flew down from the sky and landed in the center of the battlefield. Her appearance stunned the 2 knights and stopped their attack. However, before they could react, the figure quickly moved in front of them with the soul-light wings. She swung the sword of oath in her hand, and the black and gold sword light instantly killed 2 level 50 knights with 1 sword. 2 law enforcement knights died just like that. What happened just now? I didn't even see her movements clearly. She also has the medal of law enforcement knights. Is she also a knight of our Star Kingdom? She defeated 2 royal knights with 1 sword. Is she a Star Knight? Is this possible? There are only 100 Star Knights in the Star Kingdom. How could they appear here? Where did the Star Knight come from? I don't believe it. Prince Thales's order cannot be disobeyed. Kill her quickly. The soldiers looked at each other, obviously frightened. Even with the order of the sergeant, they only dared to stand there with their weapons, looking at Lu's line in horror, and dared not act rashly. At this moment, Ilsa and the others quietly walked out of the darkness, and came to Su Xian's side. Mr. Su Xian, are you okay? Ilsa asked with concern. Nothing. Su Xian shook his head gently and replied. Is this the new member of our guild? Lucia focused her attention on Verola. She was a little surprised by the dear girl's natural saint. She didn't expect that the centaurs would give birth to a natural saint, and the other party's field seemed to be a little different. Yes. Su Xian nodded, and then said, I will introduce her to you after solving the current problem. Humph, a bunch of human scum, I can deal with them with just 1 finger. Marie Rhine crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said contemptuously. In response, Su Xian just said, leave those people I marked alive. Okay, master. Got it. At this time, a middle-aged knight wearing heavy armor walked out of the army of the Star Kingdom. He had a square face, a burly figure, and a huge sword on his back. May I ask which royal knight you are? We are the guards of Prince Ted's. If you insist on stopping us, you will have to bear the wrath of a prince. The middle-aged knight warned Luzline. Prince? Luzline just whispered to herself, and didn't respond too much. If it was in the past, she might have some concerns about the other party's identity, but now she is already a dead soul, and she only needs to obey Su Xian's orders. As soon as the voice fell, Luzline rushed towards the middle-aged knight with a sword. Stubborn! Stop her! Seeing Luzline rushing towards him, the middle-aged knight immediately ordered the surrounding soldiers to stop her. Since this was the order of the highest commander present, the soldiers could only pick up their weapons and rush towards Lorthalin. However, as soon as they took a step, a golden magic circle appeared under their feet. What is this? The soldiers were confused and didn't understand why their feet were glowing. Damn it! This is a huge magic circle. Run! The soldiers present were instantly panicked, and tried to escape from the range of the magic circle. But before they ran a few meters away, golden flames ignited in the golden magic circle. In just a moment, the golden flames engulfed the group of soldiers. Screams resounded throughout the venue at this moment. Asshole! This scene made the middle-aged knight furious, but he could not save himself at this moment. Luzline suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, and in just a moment, the black and gold sword of oath suddenly fell. Damn it! The middle-aged knight gritted his teeth and swung his giant sword to resist. However, in front of Rosaline's powerful sword skills, the resistance of the middle-aged knight seemed so insignificant. After a few rounds, one of his arms was easily cut off by Rosaline. Ah! The middle-aged knight covered his broken arm in pain, his eyes full of anger and despair. He looked around, and the army of the Star Kingdom had been destroyed by the golden flames. The royal knights he led had also been slaughtered by Merle Rhine, with countless casualties. Their failure was a foregone conclusion. Don't move. The tip of Rosaline's sword was placed on the middle-aged knight's throat, making him unable to move. The rest of the marked knights were also gathered together by Marlene Rhine, waiting for Su Xian's interrogation. The swift and decisive end to the battle made Asmund's eyes startled, and he had a new understanding of the members of Su Xian's guild. So strong, but she didn't realize that Su Fian was observing the situation at the scene through her perspective. Her beautiful amber eyes stared at Marlene Rhine and Verola, and she was deeply surprised. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, how could there be two more such powerful adventurers in Su Xian's guild? In addition, she had another question. She remembered that Asmin was very taboo about men riding her horse, but why could Su Xian do it? It seems that she will have to interrogate this little mare after she comes back. Chapter 235. Please don't kill us. I will tell you everything. We are the royal knights of Prince Thales. You should think twice before you act. He is the future king of the Kingdom of Stars. Humph. You can kill us or chop us up as you like, but if you want to get any information from us, you are just dreaming. Although the royal knights showed different attitudes, Su Xian didn't care. He knew in his heart that these knights must have soul-eating insects parasitizing in their bodies. Therefore, it was almost impossible to know Prince Thales' purpose directly from their mouths. Lucia? He gestured to Lucia slightly. Yeah. Lucia nodded, and then walked towards the royal knights. She raised her finger lightly, and the golden magic power immediately enveloped one of the knights. In an instant, the knight showed an extremely painful expression on his face, and began to struggle on the spot. The other knights were very confused when they saw this scene, and they didn't quite understand what was going on. At this moment, a small white worm crawled out of the knight's mouth and appeared in everyone's sight. What is this? Why is there a white worm in his body? What is going on? Several royal knights looked at each other, confused, and completely confused about what was happening in front of them. This is a soul-eating worm. It can directly devour your soul. Once you betray Prince Thales in any way, it will immediately take your life. Su Xian explained to them. This explanation made the knights' faces become solemn in an instant. They looked at each other in bewilderment. They never dreamed that the prince they swore allegiance to would use such despicable means to control them. Suddenly, the middle-aged knight with a broken arm shouted angrily, "You bunch of idiots! Do you really want to betray Prince Thales? Don't forget who gave you glory and wealth. If you dare to betray, even if you can survive today, your family will die because of your betrayal." The middle-aged knight's words made several royal knights fall silent for a moment. They all knew the consequences of betraying Prince Thales, and the honor of the knights did not allow them to betray their masters. However, at this time, Su Xian said lightly, "I never told you to betray Prince Thales. As for what I want to know, you don't need to tell me in person." As he spoke, he used magic to pull the soul-eating worm. Under the cover of magic, the soul-eating worm seemed unusually active. At the same time, a trace of dark magic power could be seen flowing out of the soul-eating worm with the naked eye. This scene made the middle-aged knight full of doubts. He didn't understand what Su Xian was going to do with the soul devourer. "Alice." Su Xian gave Alice an order. "Yes, master." Alice immediately summoned her huge black scissors, and accurately cut off the black magic power flowing out of the soul devourer. At the moment the magic power was cut off, the soul devourer seemed to lose its vitality, and stopped all its movements instantly. At the same time, the knight who had taken out the soul devourer also lost his breath, and fell to the ground. Soul devourers can both devour the host's soul and preserve the memory in their soul. Su Xian said lightly, and at the same time pulled out a trace of his own magic power, and introduced it into the body of the soul devourer. Although the memories stored by the soul devourer can only be viewed by their owners, Alice's soul cutter can cut off this connection, and make these memories ownerless. Oops. This scene made the armless knight panic. However, when he tried to resist, the golden magic instantly wrapped him tightly, and the next moment, white soul devourers crawled out of their bodies. Su Xian carefully checked the memories in these souls. He originally thought that the soul devourer would retain all the memories completely, but this was not the case. There were only some incomplete memory fragments. Fortunately, the information he needed was already in hand. Prince Taylor's is training Deadpools, and Walola's domain is the key to training these Deadpools. So that's it. Through the vague memory fragments, Su Xian understood Prince Taylor's purpose of capturing Walola. In addition, he also learned that Prince Taylor and Prince Lapis formed an alliance to jointly plan the fight for the throne. Their primary target is Vivian, the most beloved princess of the King of the Star Kingdom. Next, it was the second princess Katrin, who was supported by Edith. So far, the forces of the two princesses, a prince and a prince, have been divided separately, but the last little prince has not made any move. Strangely, there is no information about the little prince in the memory of this group of people. The reason may be that the little prince is not in the territory of the Star Kingdom. Do you understand the reason clearly? Lucia walked to Su Xian and asked. Yes. Su Xian nodded and explained to everyone. Prince Taylor's is training Deadpool, and they captured Valola to use her domain. My domain? Valola showed a confused expression, with a faint light flashing in her colorful pupils. In response, Lucia glanced at Valola. When she first met Valola, she noticed the uniqueness of her domain. As the domain power that only demigods can possess, sages are born with this power, and this power is unique to everyone. However, the domain of the fawn girl in front of him made a Prince of Thales go to great lengths to send troops to seize it, and even sent several royal knights at all costs. This made Lucia very curious. What kind of domain it was? During the conversation, Su Xian's eyes had already fallen on Valola and opened her information panel. Valola, Legendary, Level 10, 1314/2000, Race, Deer. Strength, 145/Agility, 168/Magic, 240/Constitution, 152. HP, 50. Growth, 12 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Features: Forbidden Fruit, Rainbow Light, Forest Daughter Domain. Nature: Forbidden Fruit. She can produce forbidden fruits, and units that eat these fruits will receive a huge increase. Rainbow Light. The power derived from the rainbow can change the owner's body, magic, soul, and other aspects. Forest Daughter. She is the daughter of the forest, and can talk to any creature and gain power from them. Domain. Nature. Domain range, 5 kilometers. Domain effect. Provides continuous healing effects to all friendly units in the domain, and grants them the special status. Growth. Can revive units that have been dead for no more than 5 minutes. Requires 10 life points. Growth. The longer you fight, the stronger your combat power will be. Up to 200% combat power increase. Huh? Su Xian was stunned when he saw the effect of the Nature domain. Reviving units that have been dead for no more than 5 minutes? Is this effect too amazing? However, the premise is that you must be in Varola's domain and pay 10 life points. This is also what makes Varola different from other adventurers. She has a special attribute, life points. As long as you pay life points, you can revive your teammates. Varola's positioning is simply a super nurse. I think I already know why Prince Thales wants to capture Varola. Su Xian smiled when he saw Varola's panel, and then told everyone the reason. Varola's domain can provide strength bonus and continuous treatment to all friendly units, and can even revive units that have been dead for no more than 5 minutes. This is simply a divine weapon in a large-scale war. Even in a battle between strong men, she must be dealt with first. Her presence is enough to change the direction of a war. Resurrect the dead. When Lucia and others heard the effect of Varola's domain, they were also stunned at this moment. Especially Lucia and Marie Rhine, they both have domains. Although Lucia's domain can only be used by the main body, Marie Rhine can't use the power of the domain because of her new life. But just the effect of resurrecting the dead is enough to let them understand how powerful Varola's domain is. It can even be confirmed that Varola's domain is also the top existence among the domains owned by many demigods. Everyone's eyes turned to Varola, which made Varola feel a little shy. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously hid behind Su Xian. Then, here comes the question. Lucia asked Su Xian, how did Prince Thales know about the effect of Valola's domain? Did the centaurs tell him? Probably not. Aspen shook his head and explained, even our people don't know the true effect of her domain, and maybe even she herself doesn't know. Perhaps only Prince Thales knows the answer to this, but no matter what, we have successfully rescued Valola now, Su Xian said, gently rubbing Valola's head. His touch made Valola's face bloom with a bright smile. She gently rubbed Su Xian's shoulder with her antlers to express her closeness and gratitude to him. However, it's still not safe here. Let's return to the guild first, Su Xian continued. The player who assisted Prince Thales has disappeared, probably to find reinforcements. Edith had warned him that Prince Thales was a powerful being that he could not contend with at the moment. Therefore, in order to ensure safety, they must leave the forest as soon as possible and return to the guild. Yeah. Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Xian immediately activated the teleportation array and prepared to take everyone back to the guild. Then I will go back to the tribe first. Aspen was about to leave, but was stopped by Su Xian. It is not safe for you to go back now. If you are discovered by Prince Thales' army, they will not let you go. Su Xian said in a deep voice, come back to the guild with me first. I will notify President Su Fian later and let her take you back. Aspen was stunned, looked at Su Xian in silence for a moment, then nodded gently and agreed to his proposal. With a flash of white light, Aspen returned to the guild with Su Xian. As soon as he entered the guild, A prompt message appeared in Su Xian's sight. Role mission. Beautiful figure from the forest, complete. Mission reward. Varola's item +1. Please choose one of the following 3 items. Growing life. Estrus season. Likes to noise you. Chapter 236. Su Xian stared at the 3 entries that popped up in front of him, and his brows wrinkled slightly unconsciously. Growing life, estrus, likes to bother you? Are these 3 entries a bit too strange? Let's refresh and see. Su Xian chose to refresh and reset these 3 entries. Pretty girl. Small roast chicken. Like spicy food, refresh. Life lotus. Flash. Blue hip skirt, life lotus? The moment Su Xian saw this entry, a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. This entry seems to have some meaning? You? Su Xian immediately made a choice and gave the Life Lotus entry to Varola. Your adventurer Varola obtains the entry Life Lotus. Life Lotus. All forms of life will bloom in a unique way. She likes the breath of life very much. Su Xian saw this vague effect description and couldn't help but frown slightly. What does it mean to bloom in a special way? Just when he was confused about this, Varola quietly approached him and sniffed his breath gently. President, you smell so good. Varola stretched out her pink tongue and licked Su Xian's cheek while speaking. Su Xian was stunned by the sudden intimate action and looked at Varola in surprise. What's going on? He quickly glanced at Varola's favorability 100. How come the initial favorability was directly 100? Sniff. Varola sniffed Su Xian from head to toe, showing a special liking for his breath. Varola? President, you smell so good. Sister Alice too. Everyone smells so good, only Miss Rhine. Varola blinked and said with a smile. Marlene Rhine. Su Xian smiled awkwardly after hearing what Varola said. After all, Marlene Rhine is a giant dragon that symbolizes destruction, and it is normal for Varola, who loves life, not to like her. However, Varola's first sentence made Su Xian feel a little confused. Why did she mention Alice as the first member? Alice is a witch creation, right? Her life belongs to a special unit that was given. Why was she mentioned first by Varola? Before Su Xian asked, Varola happily ran away with her dear legs, like a child with innocence. This child. Su Xian smiled lightly at this. Varola seemed to be very interested in all the units with vitality. In the blink of an eye, she ran to the snow dolphin egg in the guild hall. There is also a good smell here. Varola came to the snow dolphin egg and looked at it curiously. At the same time, the magic flame silver swallowtail also flew towards Varola. Little guy, are you saying this is your masterpiece? Varola asked curiously. Chirp. The magic flame silver swallowtail nodded happily. You are amazing. Varola smiled and gently stroked the magic flame silver swallowtail's head, praising it. Su Xian was a little surprised by the interaction between the 2 little guys. Ever since the magic flame silver swallowtail cocooned the snow dolphin egg has shown signs of life, and Varola's reaction now confirms this. Could this snow dolphin egg really hatch a new life one day in the future? Speaking of which, the snow dolphin is an elemental creature created by the Icefield Witch. I wonder if it will still carry the mark of the Icefield Witch after hatching. While thinking, Su Xian's eyes were cast towards Esmond, who was sitting. No, it should be said that he was squatting on the ground. She was leisurely tasting the coffee prepared by Alice for her, waiting for Su Xian to pick her up. At this time, a message flashed in Su Xian's sight. They request to enter your guild area. Did she come to pick up Esmond in person? Su Xian was a little surprised, because as the guild leader, she only needed to provide Esmond with a coordinate to teleport from Su Xian's guild to hers. But she didn't expect Su Xian to come in person, but there was nothing shameful in his guild. There shouldn't be, right? Agree. As Su Xian clicked the agree button, the teleportation array emitted a dazzling light. Then, the guild door was gently pushed open, and 3 figures appeared in everyone's sight. Su Xian waved her fan lightly, and walked towards Su Xian with elegant steps. Behind her followed Huolian and a woman in a blue dress, who was the holy maiden of the Church of Light, who had met on the Golden Beach before. President. Asmund stood up immediately when he saw his president coming to pick her up in person. Are you not injured? Su Xian asked Asmund with concern. I'm fine. Asmund shook his head. Su Xian looked at Su Xian with relief and said with a smile, My child, thank you for taking care of me, President Su Xian. Su Xian replied, It was thanks to Asmund's help that I was able to rescue Varola so quickly. Really? Su Xian smiled lightly, her eyes stayed on Asmund for a moment, and then turned to Su Xian again. Don't you want to invite me to sit for a while? Please take a seat. Su Xian immediately invited Su Fian to take a seat. However, there were only some simple wooden stools in his guild hall, and the only sofa was occupied by Marlene Rhine. Su Fian glanced at the simple wooden stools, but did not show any dissatisfaction. She sat down gracefully, and then carefully looked at Su Xian's guild hall. Su Xian's guild has maintained this original decoration since its inception, and there has been no obvious change for a long time. It is still wooden chairs and wooden stools. This man is not good at decorating his guild. After Su Fian sat down, the two members of the Fairy Concubine Guild did not sit down directly, but chose to stand beside her. Huolian looked around, and did not find the two sisters Fuli and Fulua. So, she turned to Su Xian and asked, Fuli, Fulua and the others? They are receiving the baptism of the Elf Mother Tree. Su Xian explained. Baptism of the Elf Mother Tree? Huolian was surprised when she heard that Fuli and Fulua were being baptized. I thought we had to wait until they were adults. Compared to Huolian's familiarity with Su Xian, the blue-skirted saints seemed a little silent. Although they had met once, it was just a glance. But for some reason, she always felt that there was a familiar atmosphere in Su Xian's guild, which reminded her of the Pope. Dolores? What's wrong with you? Aspen noticed that Dolores had been observing Su Xian's guild, which made her feel a little confused. Nothing. Dolores shook her head, thinking that it might be because she hadn't seen the Pope for too long and he missed her. Coffee, please. Alice handed 3 cups of coffee to Su Fian and the others. Thank you. Su Fian took the coffee with a smile and took a sip. However, she soon put down the coffee because the coffee Alice brewed was too sweet for her taste. In contrast, Saint Dolores of the Holy See of Light liked this coffee very much. Your guild is so powerful now. Have you ever thought about decorating it a little to make their activity environment more comfortable? Su Fian asked Su Xian this question. After all, Su Xian's guild hall looked quite simple, and was still in its most primitive state. I have been busy with various tasks recently, and I also have schoolwork to deal with in reality, so I don't have much free time. Su Xian explained. Schoolwork? Are you still in school? Su Fian was surprised when she heard that Su Xian was still studying. Do I look old? Su Xian was suddenly stunned, thinking that he should not be that old. That's not the case, it's just that my job is also related to school. Su Fian said with a smile, and then asked, So, which university are you in? I'm preparing to take the college entrance examination. Su Xian replied. Su Fian was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that Su Xian was a college student, but he was still in high school. This surprised her a little. It might be because the contact in the game was far away from society, making Su Xian's performance look more stable. However, she did not expect Su Xian to be so young. Su Xian was also a little surprised. Su Fian said that her job was related to school? Are you a teacher? Su Xian asked curiously. No. Professor? No. Principal. Not even that, Su Fian replied with a smile, stirring the coffee gently with a spoon. I am a shareholder of several universities, and occasionally I go to universities to give speeches. For some aspects, I have some of my own shallow views. Su Xian fell silent for a while after hearing Su Fian's words. Su Fian is a shareholder of several universities? No wonder she is so rich. After talking for a while, Su Fian and Asmin left Su Xian's guild. When leaving, Su Fian specifically reminded Su Xian of the opening time of the last 2 high-risk magic caves. When they left, Su Xian was about to submit Lucia's role mission, but found that Lucia was gone. Where is Lucia? Su Xian was stunned for a moment. She was there just now, but since Su Fian and the others came, she seemed to have disappeared. Forget it, it is understandable that Miss Saint is a little busy, so I'd better submit the role mission first. Wait, just when Su Xian was about to submit the role task, he suddenly noticed that there was a hidden task in Lucia's role task that had not been completed. Since he went directly to the forest bird cage to rescue Verola after returning from the Black Rose ancient city, he had always ignored the changes in the task panel. And now, after obtaining the envelope, the hidden task has been launched in the task panel. Hidden task, sacrifice for her. Recommended task level, level 0. Task description, XXXX gave everything he had to Lucia, including his life. Lucia has always regarded XXXX's death as her own fault and feels guilty. Task target, please comfort Lucia. Task reward, question mark. Su Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw the task description. That XXXX should refer to the Golden Dragon. However, what should he do to comfort Lucia? How should I comfort Lucia? Su Xian whispered to himself. What did you say to me just now? Suddenly, Lucia appeared silently, and she heard Su Xian's mumbling. Chapter 237. Nothing. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Lucia, trying to change the subject. Where did you go just now? I drank too much coffee. Lucia responded casually, seemingly careless, but the golden red eyes hidden under the white veil were always staring at Su Xian. Ahem, Su Xian coughed a little unnaturally, his eyes dodged a little. At this time, Su Xian felt a little difficult to decide how to proceed with the next step for Lucia's character hidden mission. From Lucia's perspective, he didn't know the contents of the envelope, nor did he know what the cause of death of the golden dragon was. So, Su Xian didn't know how to comfort Lucia for a while. He remembered the last time he comforted a girl, and it was before he traveled through time. The person he comforted at that time was his sister. Ahem, Lucia, that letter. Su Xian decided to slowly guide the topic back to Lucia. I've torn up the letter. Lucia replied in a cold tone, as if she was deliberately hiding her inner fluctuations. Moreover, Su Xian also noticed that when he looked at Lucia, her eyes dodged inadvertently. Tear it up. Su Xian continued, It's almost 6 o'clock in the evening. Why don't you go back to the Church of Light? There's nothing to do in the church today. I want to stay here for a while. Is that not okay? Lucia said, glancing at the hot spring room in the guild. She wanted to take a bath, and then return to the Church of Light. Because bathing here in Su Xian doesn't have so many cumbersome procedures. On the contrary, in the Church of Light, the maids have to prepare a lot of things, wasting her time. And here, there are other fun things to do. But Su Xian smiled and touched the tip of his nose. Lucia did not continue to talk, and walked straight to the hot spring room. Su Xian looked at her back, and then fell into deep thought, thinking about how to have a deeper conversation with her. Maybe he could ask Ivsa and the others for some help. So, he decided to find Ivsa, who was holding the Bible in the hall. At this time, Ivsa was not chanting the Bible devoutly, but trying to learn more light magic, trying to suppress Su Xian's holy light. Since Su Xian learned to transform into a half-dragon, she has been unable to suppress him in terms of light magic. As a succubus, she naturally cannot easily accept losing to a human. Therefore, Ivsa became more studious and tried to get back the place. Ivsa? Su Xian whispered, and then sat down beside her. What's wrong, Mr. Su Xian? Is there anything? Ivsa put down the Bible in her hand and asked in confusion. Ivsa, do you know how to comfort a girl? Su Xian asked Ivsa, hoping to get some advice from her. Comfort a girl? Ivsa thought for a moment, and then replied, lick her. Su Xian's face flashed with confusion. It was obvious that Ivsa's lick was in the physical sense, not in the spiritual sense. What else? Stuff her. Okay, don't say it. Su Xian realized that Ivsa's advice might not be applicable to ordinary girls, but only to succubi. So, he decided to seek more appropriate advice from others. But when he thought of the other members of the guild, Lu's line might not be very good at comforting others, as can be seen from her conversation with her niece, Laxia. As for Marlene Rhine, she herself is like a problem child, let alone comforting others. Perhaps, he could try to seek some advice from Alice. Su Xian looked at Alice, and found that she was bathing the magic flame silver swallowtail with Verola. Wait, the magic flame silver swallowtail, an elemental creature composed of fire elements, can also take a bath? Forget it, I think of a way myself. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, and decided to think of a way himself to see if he could complete Lucia's hidden mission. At this time, Nana, who lived in the Soul Crystal Ball, seemed to sense Su Xian's troubles. She appeared from the Soul Crystal Ball, swinging her dragon tail, and asked, Mr. Su Xian, what are you worried about? The appearance of Nada made Su Xian feel an inexplicable joy, as if he had found the dawn. Nida, do you have any way to comfort a girl? Su Xian asked. The way to comfort a girl depends on what she is sad about, Nida replied. Probably because of the longing and guilt for the deceased. What kind of existence is that person in her heart? It should be her master or mother or something like that. I understand. Nida nodded after listening, then walked lightly to Su Xian's side, and said in a soft tone in his ear, although I'm not sure if this can help you, you can try to fill the void in her heart in your unique way. Use one emotion to make up for another emotion. Well, what you said makes sense. Su Xian repeatedly pondered Nada's suggestion. Although the concept was still a little vague, he understood that he needed to practice and experience it himself. After all, there is always a first time for everything. Thank you for your advice. I know what to do. Su Xian walked towards the hot spring room confidently. Today, he must complete Lucia's hidden mission. Mr. Su Xian? His reaction made Nada stunned for a moment. She hadn't finished yet. In a blink of an eye, Su Xian appeared at the door of the hot spring room and pushed the door open. The hot spring room was filled with mist, as if in a fairyland. "Lucia?" he asked softly. "What are you doing here?" Lucia, who was soaking in the hot spring, frowned slightly when she saw Su Xian suddenly break in, and her expression showed a little displeasure. The previous accident was because she was affected by the abnormality of the sacred attribute and needed Su Xian's help. But this does not mean that Su Xian can barge in at will while she is bathing. "Lucia, about the contents of the letter." Su Xian approached Lucia, who was still wearing the golden dress that would disappear once immersed in the hot spring. "You don't have to care too much about that matter. It's best to forget it, understand?" Lucia glanced at Su Xian coldly, with a hint of chill in her tone. Su Xian's eyes tightened slightly. It seemed that his relationship with Lucia had not yet reached a particularly close point. But as the president of the guild, how could he watch Lucia sad? But he didn't know that Lucia's words meant that Su Xian should quickly forget that he liked to wet the bed when he was a child. "Lucia, if you have any worries, you can tell me. As the guild leader, I will listen to your worries," Su Xian said. Lucia only glanced at Su Xian's words, and a complex emotion flashed in her golden red eyes. After a brief hesitation, she said, "There is no need for this." Su Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Lucia's inner world is really hard to approach. Just when he felt helpless, Lucia looked at him again, as if weighing something deep in her heart. After a period of silence, she finally said slowly, "Although I don't know why you want to comfort my emotions, if you really want to do this." Lucia's words suddenly paused. She stood up from the clear pool, and her wet skin exuded an attractive luster. "Have a drink with me." Lucia gently waved her fingertips, and a bottle of wine with a golden luster appeared on the stone table, as well as 2 exquisite glasses. Su Xian nodded and sat facing Lucia. But after sitting down, he couldn't take his eyes off Lucia. The snow-white body was only wrapped in that thin golden dress. The golden dragon scales just covered some private parts, but it was even more fascinating. "Drink, stop staring at me." Lucia glanced at Su Xian and warned. Su Xian picked up the wine glass and his eyes fell on Lucia's face again. Lucia's white hair was wet by the hot spring water and stuck to her snow-white skin. The heat made her cheeks flush, making her look particularly attractive. The golden red eyes sparkled under the light, as if they could seduce the soul. This made Su Xian a little dry in the mouth. He poured a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp, trying to calm his inner fluctuations. But it didn't work. "Another glass." "You can drink well?" Lucia asked softly. "Not very good." Su Xian shook his head, indicating that he was not very good at drinking. "Really?" Lucia smiled slightly, gently picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and then said, "If you get drunk, I will help you to the bed." Su Xian didn't say anything, but continued to fill Lucia's glass. There was not much talk between them, just drinking quietly. When drinking, Lucia always lost her mind for no reason, as if she was recalling something. After a few glasses of wine, Su Xian began to feel a little blurry, but his consciousness was still clear, and he didn't faint because of alcohol. What surprised him was that the wine in the bottle seemed to never decrease. Was this also Lucia's magic? "What kind of wine is this?" Su Xian glanced at the bottle, showing a little confusion, and then continued to fill his own glass. When he was about to pour wine for Lucia, he found that she had become a little drunk. "Drunk?" Su Xian frowned slightly. He thought Lucia had a good alcohol tolerance, but she was drunk after a few glasses? "Lucia?" Su Xian stood up and shook Lucia gently, but found that she did not respond, so he had to reach out and pick her up. Just as Su Xian was about to carry her to the bedroom, Lucia suddenly opened her golden red eyes, staring at Su Xian's eyes through the white gauze. "You woke up?" Su Xian showed a confused expression. Why did Lucia wake up again? Just when he was confused, Lucia suddenly buried her head in his chest, and then a warm and moist feeling splashed on his chest. Su Xian was stunned. He looked down at Lucia and saw tears flashing in her golden red eyes, and her mouth trembling slightly. Crying? Chapter 238. Lucia? Su Xian held Lucia tightly in his arms, and his steps stopped. His big hands covered Lucia's waist and hips, and he could clearly feel her body trembling slightly. I didn't. In Su Xian's arms, Lucia let out a slight sob, holding Su Xian's clothes tightly with both hands, and even pinched his flesh through the clothes. Hiss. Su Xian clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. It hurts, but for some reason, he could barely bear it. At this time, Lucia's voice came intermittently, obviously. Obviously she didn't have to do that. She is a selfish guy. I don't want her power. I just want her to live well. Lucia. Su Xian stood quietly in place, listening to Lucia's mumbling. He seemed to understand something. Lucia's power was obtained at the cost of sacrificing the life of the golden dragon. At this moment, Lucia in Su Xian's arm slowly raised her head. Her golden red eyes locked onto Su Xian's eyes through the thin veil. This scene made Su Xian involuntarily reach out his hand and gently lift the white veil on her face. As the white veil fluttered, Lucia's stunning beauty was revealed to Su Xian without reservation. Her eyes were like a glittering ruby, reflecting only Su Xian's figure. And the delicate body that he held tightly in his arms also twisted slightly at this moment, as if silently telling something, unconsciously caressing Su Xian's skin, looking for more comfort. Gulp, Su Xian's throat rolled, and he swallowed hard. He never thought that Lucia would show a completely different attitude after getting drunk. At this moment, Lucia is no longer the holy and inviolable saint. She is more like an ordinary little girl, longing for Su Xian's comfort. Is it because of the sensitive power? It makes her emotions so sharp that she reveals a sad look when she recalls the past. But such Lucia is more attractive in Su Xian's eyes. Just as Su Xian stared at this beauty, Lucia suddenly frowned slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her beautiful eyes. Didn't you say you wanted to comfort me? Lucia said to Su Xian in a cold and slightly arrogant tone, lie on the ground. Ah? Su Xian didn't react for a while, and Lucia's words made him a little confused. I told you to lie down. Lucia saw that Su Xian did not obey immediately, and began to twist violently, her two slender white legs shaking, making it difficult for Su Xian to keep his balance while holding her. Don't make trouble. Plop! Before Su Xian could finish his words, he fell to the ground with his buttocks. Hiss! The sharp pain from his buttocks made Su Xian gasp for air, and a painful expression appeared on his face. However, compared to the pain in his body, he was more concerned about Lucia's sitting posture at the moment. Lucia was squatting on him, with her legs open, looking down at him from a condescending posture. The unique golden dress looked even more attractive at this time, and with Lucia's sitting posture, he could enjoy more beautiful scenery. Lucia's golden red eyes were even more faintly red, revealing complex and inexplicable emotions. Looking at Lucia's appearance at this moment, Su Xian felt a throbbing in his heart. At the same time, Lucia's current personality state appeared in his sight. Sensitive, fickle, double standard, cold, indulge, rich, generous. Su Xian's eyes slightly condensed when he saw the scene. What's going on? How can 7 powers appear at the same time? At the moment of his confusion, Lucia gently pressed her hands on his chest, as if feeling his heartbeat. Your body has the breath of the devil. Lucia's face suddenly turned cold, and she scolded Su Xian. A little. Su Xian's eyes were a little evasive. Lucia had long known about the lustful magic from Edith in his body, and had never expressed her opinion on it. But now, Lucia was drunk. No one knew what she would do. Unforgivable. Lucia suddenly frowned and said coldly, your sins are grave and unforgivable. You will be severely punished by the Church of Light. Severe punishment? Su Xian was stunned. Is Lucia really going to do this? Just when he was confused and curious about what the so-called severe punishment from the Church of Light was, Lucia had already raised her hand, and her palm was shining with bright golden light. Accept the trial. Evildoer. Lucia scolded coldly, and then her palm fell and gently hit Su Xian's chest. Really? Su Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly closed his eyes, ready to bear Lucia's judgment. With his current physique, it should not be a problem to resist a holy magic. However, when Lucia's hand touched him, Su Xian was stunned. Because he did not feel the expected pain, but a cool feeling spread across his chest. Su Xian opened his eyes in confusion and checked his body, finding that it was intact and without any discomfort. He looked around and suddenly realized. Only the clothes on his body disappeared? What kind of move is this? You must teach me. Evildoer. Not only do you not accept the trial obediently, you even dare to threaten me with a hot weapon. Suddenly, Lucia's cold voice sounded again, awakening Su Xian from his meditation. Su Xian was stunned, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He had nothing in his hand, so where did the hot weapon come from? When he found out the reason, he was speechless. Ahem, the holy light was originally well hidden, without a trace. However, it unexpectedly lost its restraints and instantly burst into a bright and hot light. In addition, Lucia only had a few transparent golden scales covering her body, which showed her graceful figure to the fullest. How could anyone resist the temptation of the Saint Lady? Humph, you really overestimate your own abilities. Lucia smiled contemptuously, then raised her jade feet, and stepped hard on Su Xian's face. Hey, you're going too far. Su Xian warned Lucia. I don't eat ice cream. What? Do you still want to try to resist? Lucia sneered again, and her fingertips turned lightly, and the golden chains instantly locked Su Xian's hands and feet tightly, making him completely unable to move. Su Xian saw it and frowned. He found that the people of the Holy Sea of Light seemed to like to use chains to subdue others. No, Isa is a Silver One nun who likes to be chained. This way, you will have no power to resist. Lucia nodded with satisfaction, then gently lifted Su Xian's chin with her toes and whispered, Be obedient and bear my punishment. You can't escape from me. I bite! Before Lucia's voice completely fell, Su Xian suddenly opened his mouth and attacked Lucia's exquisite toes. Ah! Lucia screamed in severe pain, and because of the influence of sensitive power, the pain passed through the rich nerves in her toes, allowing the damage to reach her mind directly. Are you a mad dog? Let go! I don't. You? Lucia bit her lower lip gently, with tears in her eyes. She didn't expect that Su Xian would dare to treat her like this. She vowed to make Su Xian understand that going against her was definitely an extremely unwise choice. As her thoughts fluctuated, Lucia's eyes turned to the bright holy light behind her that was tightly holding her. Chapter 239. Lucia stared at the dazzling holy light. Her golden red pupils seemed to tremble slightly. She had never thought that the holy light could be so dazzling. Is it because of me? Is it because of me that the holy light showed such a shocking performance? Su Xian also noticed that Lucia's eyes fell on the holy light, but he found that her eyes were a little strange, and it seemed that it was not just. Wait, you want. Crack. It hurts. When Lucia sucked the holy light, the air around her seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, and all sounds and movements fell into stillness. Su Xian's eyes were wide open, and he was completely shocked by the sudden scene in front of him. Miss Saint is really a tooth for a tooth, however, compared to Lucia's little tiger teeth. Nada's dragon teeth are much more powerful than hers, and Su Xian's mouth curled up a smile and started licking. At this moment, Lucia was stunned for a moment. Su Xian dared to use it, bold. You are not allowed to. Lucia was about to speak, but suddenly she couldn't make a sound. Because Su Xian actually broke the chain on his right hand with the power of half-dragon, and lifted the golden scales on her Snow White. This guy, damn it! Lucia bit her lips and teeth lightly, with crystal tears flashing in her eyes. Su Xian is really too much. He must be taught a lesson. Then, golden spots of light jumped on Lucia's fingertips. However, Su Xian did not notice the scene. His eyes were completely attracted by the beautiful snow scene in front of him, and he was intoxicated by it. He likes cherry red. The beautiful scenery is as intoxicating as a dream. Su Xian can't help but reach out his hand, wanting to touch the piece that seems to be so close. It hurts. When Su Xian was about to touch the dreamlike beauty, the holy light suddenly produced a slight vibration, which immediately attracted his attention. He turned his head in confusion, and found that Lucia was actually chanting magic to the holy light. Come on, Lucia said softly, and glanced at Su Xian from the corner of her eye. At the same time, golden light spots jumped on her fingertips, as bright as stars. She laughed teasingly. Let me see how bright your light from the sun can be. I'm very curious. As soon as the voice fell, golden light spots fell like raindrops, completely surrounding the holy light. This mysterious and spectacular scene made Su Xian dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. What did Lucia do? You received the blessing of light from Lucia. The effect is unknown. Blessing of light? Su Xian looked at the message prompt that popped up in front of him, and his brows could not help but frown. However, the next moment, he clearly felt that the holy light began to become restless. It became brighter and hotter, as if it would bloom at any time. How could this be a blessing? This is simply a curse on him. It is precisely for this reason that the temperature in the room continues to rise, just like a hot oven. Is this the power of the sun that you attracted from the holy judge? It's really interesting. Lucia stared at the bright holy light, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Maybe because she was drunk, she had a strong interest in this glowing and hot object, and even stretched out her finger and gently stroked the holy light. It's so hot. Lucia retracted her hand because of the burn, but just a second later, she resolutely reached out and held the blazing holy light again, letting the holy light burn her skin, as if a saint who accepted divine punishment was willing to give everything she had. This scene made Su Xian's face become a little solemn, and he realized that Lucia really wanted to fight him to the end. No, she wanted to fight the holy light to the end. Is this the power from the sun? Lucia looked at the holy light carefully, with a hint of fascination in her eyes, and seemed to have a strong interest and yearning for the power of the sun. Lucia even turned her head to look at Su Xian, her eyes slightly downward. Her expression seemed to want to completely devour the power of the sun and take it for herself. Lucia, stop! You're drunk. Su Xian knew very well that Lucia would never do such a thing. If she wakes up and finds out that she has tasted the holy light, the consequences will be drunk. Lucia glanced at him coldly, with a scornful smile on her lips. Do you really think I'm drunk? After saying that, she gently took off the most mysterious golden scale on her body. At this moment, Su Xian saw a beautiful scene he had never seen before, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated, like a deer running wildly. Is it because Lucia's indulgence, power has completely occupied her consciousness? Not only Su Xian, but Lucia's heartbeat is also accelerating. Whether it was because she was drunk or for some other reason, her skin showed a mysterious and attractive golden red color. Gulp! Su Xian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He knew that he couldn't stop Lucia. Never mind. You asked for this, Lucia. Screen recording function activated. Come on. Let me see how powerful this power from the sun is. Lucia held the holy light tightly and adjusted her state. However, when she was about to accept the power from the sun, she suddenly froze, because she encountered a very embarrassing thing. It seemed a little. Can't get in. Haha, is this the power from the sun? I underestimated you a little bit. Lucia has been trying hard, but no matter how hard she tries, it seems difficult. Why don't you just forget it? No. How could she give up so easily? Lucia bit her lips and teeth, her heart trembling slightly. She is the Pope from the Church of Light. She is the only Pope who inherited the power of the Holy Dragon. She is also the youngest and most powerful Pope in the history of the Church of Light for thousands of years. Even the mysterious and powerful Prison of Light gave her the qualification to open it. How could she easily lose to a little man with the power of the sun? Her pride and self-esteem did not allow her to give up so easily. No matter what, she had to find a way to conquer the power of the sun and make it submit to her will. Still short, still a little short. Lucia trembled, expressing her piety and respect to the holy light with all her heart. This scene gave Su Xian a special feeling. Only Ilsa had ever given him this special feeling, but now, Lucia was also moving towards that direction. Gulp! Su Xian swallowed unconsciously, his eyes fixed on the edge of the holy light. Lucia had already controlled 1/3 of the holy light. If she continued, she might really be able to accept the power from the sun. Sister Alice, there is a good smell here. Where? Suddenly, the voices of Verola and Alice sounded at the door of the room. This sudden movement made Su Xian's nerves tense instantly. Oh no! Forgot to lock the door. If Alice and Verola broke in and saw him studying the holy light with Lucia, wouldn't it be? Just as Su Xian was staring at the door nervously, Ilsa's voice came from outside the door again. Don't disturb Mr. Su Xian, he's busy. Really? So the president is in there. No wonder. Let's go somewhere else. Yeah. It's okay, Su Xian sighed with relief. Ilsa did a great job. When Su Xian turned his eyes to Lucia again, he was surprised to find that she had successfully accepted the holy light. She succeeded. Wait. Suddenly, Su Xian frowned, because he found a flash of anger and shame in Lucia's eyes. Even, her body was completely still. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Then I try to move? Don't move. Otherwise I will. Su Xian heard the familiar tone, and suddenly realized it. Lucia is sober. Chapter 240. Are you awake? Su Xian felt his throat dry, and he stared at the angry Lucia in front of him. Her golden red eyes seemed to be burning with blazing flames that could burn him to ashes. At the same time, they were like cold glaciers and snowfields, chilling to the bone. I'm afraid that in the next moment, Lucia will use her power of light to completely destroy him. Lucia's lips trembled slightly, and she whispered to Su Xian in a cold voice. I told you, don't move. Her voice revealed a hint of anger and shame. Lucia's memory was a little fuzzy, but there were still some fragments of drunkenness echoing in her mind. She vaguely remembered that she had developed a little fascination with Su Xian's sun god power when she was drunk, and even let the holy light flow into her body. Ah, Lucia, what are you doing? As the Pope of the Church of Light, you are a symbol of holiness, purity and majesty, representing the face of the Lord of Light on the magic continent. How can you indulge yourself like this and have sex after drinking? No, you must find a way to release the holy light. Lucia tried to adjust her posture, No. She couldn't do it at all. The holy light seemed to be stuck. Damn it. Lucia bit her lower lip lightly, frowned slightly, and her heart was filled with complex emotions. How did that succubus do it? How could she withstand such a dazzling holy light? Moreover, Su Xian had not yet fully activated the half-dragon transformation, but even so, she was completely unable to resist. Sure enough, humans and succubi are simply incomparable. Lucia, relax, I will. Su Xian was about to say that he would solve everything. As long as he could weaken the power of the holy light, he could separate it from her body. Don't move. I can do it myself. Find a way to solve it. Lucia put her hands on Su Xian's chest, and her jade body trembled slightly. Her originally snow-white skin had turned red at this moment, like a ripe apple, and it seemed that blood would drip out at any time. Facing Lucia's stubbornness and determination, Su Xian was stunned for a moment, and then chose to respect her decision. Then, Miss Saint, please work hard on your own. The following is the plot of the Pope fighting against the holy light alone. 100,000 words are omitted here. On the other side, in the territory of the Star Kingdom, a group of knights stood solemnly in the corridor of the castle. In front of them was a unique black and gold iron door. The heavy panting sound faintly coming from the iron door made the whole atmosphere more tense. Suddenly, a dull thud came from the door, and along with the thud, dark gas drifted out from the crack of the door. This scene made the knights look even gloomier. They looked at each other, each of them was filled with worry, but they dared not make any sound, and the whole corridor fell into silence. Until this moment, a man with orange-red short hair strode over. He looked at the scene in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the knights coldly and said sarcastically, looking at your appearance, I know you have failed again. You are really a bunch of good-for-nothings. Prince Lapus, please watch your words. The other knights were silent. Only a white-haired old knight stepped forward and stood in front of Prince Lapus to defend their dignity. Did I say something wrong? Lapus sneered and asked, the Star Knights that the Star Kingdom is so proud of can't even bring back a centaur. If you are not good-for-nothings, then who are you? I will definitely bring that centaur back and hand it over to Lord Ted's in person. I swear on the honor of the Star Knights. The old knight said firmly in a deep voice. Really? Lupus smiled coldly, glanced at the black and gold iron door with contempt, and then turned his eyes to the white-haired old knight. He continued, how much is the honor of the Star Knight worth? I don't need empty oaths, I just want results. Bring back that centaur, understand? Enough, Lapus. At this time, a majestic rebuke came from the black and gold door. The next moment, the knights present knelt down one after another to show their loyalty. Faced with this scolding, Lapus turned around and said to the black and gold iron door, my uncle, we don't have much time to waste. Once Vivian inherits the power of the stars and sits on the throne, all our careful planning will come to nothing. What are you worried about, my nephew? As the words fell, the black and gold iron door slowly opened. However, what everyone saw was a thick black fog that filled the entire room. They could not see anything in the room, but only saw a pair of green eyes flashing in the black fog. Even without the centaur, the balance of victory still tilts towards us. As for Vivian, I will never allow a girl created by a witch to sit on the throne of the Star Kingdom. She can't get the throne, let alone inherit the power from the stars. Finally, Lucia sat on the ground helplessly, her body trembling slightly. She covered her chest tightly with her hands and panted softly, with a hint of pain in every breath. After some efforts, she finally succeeded in removing the holy light from her body, but the process consumed all her strength, and now she only hoped to recover her strength as soon as possible. Su Xian, who was watching her silently, could not help but sigh that Lucia had far more perseverance than ordinary people. She actually forcibly removed the holy light from her body, although the process was extremely long and even on the verge of ahem. Fortunately, Lucia's use of water element magic was very flexible, and played a vital role in the process of removing the holy light, although her affinity for the water element was almost zero. In addition, when Su Xian looked at the holy light, the bright holy light was stained with blood. This scene reminded him of the time when he was studying life magic with Issa, because the same scene appeared at that time. You can't mention this to others. Lucia looked at Su Xian and warned him seriously. Can't mention it to others? Su Xian was a little surprised. Does that mean that when it's just the two of them, they can? I will be responsible. Su Xian immediately answered seriously. Feed your succubus first. Hearing Su Xian's answer, Lucia glared at him coldly. At the same time, she looked at the bright holy light again. Although the holy light was shrouded in darkness, it did not emit light to dispel the darkness, but only fought with it at a negative distance. Therefore, the holy light was still bright and hot, waiting for the moment to bloom. After thinking for a while, Lucia asked Su Xian, "Do you feel uncomfortable now?" "Me?" Su Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this question. Is Lucia worried that she is not satisfied? Ahem, I can handle it myself. He waved his hand and replied. This incident was caused by my drunken behavior. I have a certain responsibility. Lucia frowned slightly and sighed softly. Then, she walked toward Su Xian and stepped lightly on the bright holy light. Lie down. But only this time. The following is a reward section from the Pope, and 10,000 words are omitted below. Half an hour later, Lucia sorted out her clothes and quickly left the guild. Su Xian gradually woke up from his coma and looked around with a slightly confused look. He had forgotten why he suddenly fainted. It seemed that Lucia attacked the holy light with holy magic in his memory. That's it. As long as Lucia can be comforted, the mission should be completed. He immediately opened the task panel and submitted Lucia's character task. Character task Saint. Completed. Task reward. Lucia's advanced material cherry tomato. Cherry tomato? Su Xian was a little curious when he saw that Lucia needed advanced materials. But before he took out the cherry tomatoes and observed carefully, the next prompt popped up. Hidden task. Sacrifice for her. Completed. Task reward. Congratulations on obtaining the Guild Achievement Badge Pure Saint. Chapter 241. Guild Achievement Badge Pure Saint. Guild female members can reduce the control influence of spiritual and mental magic. Oh! The task reward is actually the second Guild Achievement Badge. Su Xian couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face when he saw that Lucia's hidden task reward was the second Guild Badge. However, since he has not officially created a guild yet, he can only wear one Guild Achievement Badge. While thinking, Su Xian's eyes fell on the Guild Achievement Badge he had obtained before. Silver Desire. The desire of all guild members increases by 10 points, the attack power increases by 10%, the defense power increases by 10%, and the magic power increases by 10%. In terms of effect, these two badges have their own characteristics, but each time you change the achievement badge you wear, it takes 12 hours of cooling time. So, as the president of the guild, choosing which badge to wear requires careful consideration. However, this problem is actually very easy to solve. You just need to choose the badge to wear according to the type of task. Su Xian's mind moved slightly, and two items immediately appeared in his palm. One of them was the cherry tomato that Lucia needed to upgrade. However, to his surprise, this so-called cherry tomato was not the fruit he imagined, but a hard, golden ornament. The shape of this ornament is quite similar to Issa's peach hardtail, and there is a base designed at the bottom for fingers to clamp, which seems to be used for inlay and disassembly. The surface of the ornament is covered with complex patterns, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. What is this used for? Su Xian's face showed a trace of confusion, and his heart was full of curiosity. When his fingertips gently touched the so-called holy tomato, another piece of information appeared in front of his eyes. Holy tomato, ? The ornament inlaid on the sun scepter can increase the power of light magic by 50%. So it increases the power of light magic. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. The amplification effect is really powerful. Moreover, this seems to be the only upgrade material that can provide magic amplification. The upgrade materials of Issa and Luzlin did not provide any amplification, but only gave the effect of upgrading. Give it to Lucia tomorrow. Su Xian put the cherry tomatoes away properly. Lucia had left before he woke up, so he could only give it to her tomorrow. Then, his eyes turned to the badge of the Pure Saint. This golden badge is engraved with a woman wearing a veil, with her hands folded, as if she was praying devoutly. I do feel that way. Su Xian smiled, and put away the badge of the Pure Saint. Afterwards, he was about to leave the hot spring room, but when he turned his eyes to the door, he was surprised to find that Ivisa had leaned against the door, and was staring at him closely. Ivisa? Su Xian was slightly stunned. He had not noticed Ivisa's appearance just now. At this moment, Ivisa walked towards him. She pressed against Su Xian's chest and sniffed gently. Then she showed a charming smile and asked, Mr. Su Xian, did the saint eat you? Su Xian did not respond, but remained silent. If I had to say, I was eaten a little by the saint. But? Yisha said, slowly squatting down, gently pushing away the clouds that blocked the holy light, allowing the holy light to shine again. She gently held the holy light, with a heart pattern flashing in her eyes, and smiled. Miss Saint, it seems that you haven't eaten it all, then, I won't be polite. In the holy sea of light, Lucia slowly opened her eyes from the golden throne. Her golden red eyes revealed a trace of cold anger, but more of it was a complex and unspeakable emotion. In her chaotic thoughts, all she had was the nearly out-of-control action just now, and the dazzling holy light that made her suffer. As the Pope, this was the first time she was punished by someone with a holy light. TSK. This feeling is really extremely unpleasant. Lucia tried to stand up, but just as she straightened up, she covered her abdomen in pain. It hurts. She bit her silver teeth lightly, and tears flashed in her beautiful eyes. She never expected that the pain caused by Su Xian's holy light to her clone was so unbearable that even her original body could not bear it. Could it be that his holy light had the power to strike the soul directly? That guy. Really? Huh? After sitting quietly on the golden throne for a long time, Lucia gradually recovered and her eyes turned to her abdomen. Although the clone she created with her own light power was infected by the holy light, the swelling feeling still continued to her original body. That feeling was like, I completely turned into the shape of the holy light. Damn it! At this time, Saint Wenison walked into the hall, as if she had something to report to Lucia. However, when she saw Lucia sitting on the golden throne with a frown on her face, she immediately showed concern and asked, Pope, you look a little uncomfortable, what happened? Nothing. Lucia shook her head gently. She certainly couldn't tell the saints who admired her about such an embarrassing thing. If the saints knew that their Pope was falling. Wait, Lucia, you are imagining things again. This Pope has not fallen yet. Is there anything? Lucia quickly changed the subject and asked Wenison. Dolary is waiting outside the palace. She wants to report something. Wenison reported to Lucia. Let her in. Yes, sir. Wenison was about to leave, but Lucia suddenly stopped her. Wait a minute. What does the Pope want? Forget it, nothing. Issa, it's time to rest. Su Xian looked at Issa, who was still eating, and smiled helplessly. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, but Issa didn't seem to be satisfied, and was still greedily absorbing the holy light. This is much better than the Saint Lady, who couldn't even move at the time. Who would have thought that the powerful Saint Lady couldn't even beat a little nun? I'm not full yet, Mr. Su Xian. Can you wait a little longer? Issa looked up at Su Xian, with a gleam of expectation in her eyes. She knew it was late at night, but she really wasn't full yet. The bright holy light had a fatal attraction for her, making her irresistible. Her jade body was still intoxicated by the attraction of the holy light, swaying more and more violently, completely immersed in it. Su Xian looked at Issa's obsessed look, shook his head helplessly, and smiled bitterly. He understood that Issa was now completely attracted by the holy light. It seems that today's elf mother tree baptism has to be suspended for a day. Issa, I'm going to start half-dragon transformation. Su Xian suddenly said. At the same time, the half-dragon transformation started. Red dragon scales covered his limbs, and his figure became tall and mighty at this moment. Of course, there is even more brilliant holy light. Really? Mr. Su Xian, you are so nice. Issa thanked excitedly, and then kissed Su Xian on the cheek. For her, Mr. Su Xian after the half-dragon transformation was the holy light she really wanted to taste. Oh! That's right. Su Xian took out the succubus collar from his backpack, handed it to Issa and said, Come on, put this on. What is this? Issa took the succubus collar and lay with a heart in doubt, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had never seen such a thing before, and didn't know what it was used for. However, out of trust and curiosity about Su Xian, she decided to wear this mysterious collar. Su Xian smiled slightly and explained, This is a prop to open your second magic pattern. We will try to open the second magic pattern today. So that's it. Issa smiled charmingly after hearing this. She had a confident light in her eyes, licked her lips with the tip of her tongue, and said softly, Then Mr. Su Xian, I have to show some real skills. Chapter 242. Mr. Su Xian, please do it again. The taste of holy light is really great. Issa leaned forward, her eyes full of desire. Su Xian heard this. A trace of bitterness flashed across his face. He felt a little helpless, and Issa's request made him silent. For some reason, his condition is not very good. Moreover, it is almost dawn. Why is Issa's need for holy light so strong this time? Is it because? Su Xian's eyes fell on the succubus collar that Issa wore on her snowy neck, and ripples appeared in his heart. Is it because of this? Issa, this is the last time. Thank you very much, Mr. Su Xian. While Issa was eating, Su Xian's eyes fell on her lower abdomen. On the snow-white abdomen, the pink magic pattern was shining, as if foreshadowing an imminent breakthrough. However, after a night, he almost exhausted his life magic, but Issa still failed to break through the second magic pattern. The breakthrough of the second magic pattern was much more difficult than he had imagined. However, Su Xian's eyes fell on Issa's status panel, and found that her desire value was as high as 300. This means that Issa's magic power has increased by 300%. He was a little curious, how terrifying would the power of a magic released by Issa in this state be? Mr. Su Xian now. Issa's movement suddenly accelerated, and at the same time, the heart on the succubus collar also flashed a dazzling pink halo. This scene made Su Xian a little stunned. He didn't quite understand what Issa meant. However, his body had begun to react accordingly. Su Xian, who was lying on the ground, stood up instantly and hugged Issa tightly. At the same time, Issa's heart-shaped tail gently wrapped around Su Xian's wrist, emitting a dark purple light. You receive the lust blessing from Issa, and the power of life magic is increased by 1000%. Special combat power is increased by 1000%. 5 minutes. Su Xian saw the prompt that jumped into his sight, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 1000%. Mr. Su Xian. Issa suddenly held Su Xian's cheek, and their eyes met tightly. She smiled charmingly, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Time is running out. Can you be more serious? After hearing Issa's words, Su Xian immediately hugged her slender waist tightly with both hands, and responded with a smile. As you wish. With the help of the lust blessing, Su Xian felt that every cell in his body became unusually active. Even though he had consumed a lot of life magic before, he still showed a more wild state at this moment. He is full of fighting spirit, but only 5 minutes. When Issa looked at her lower abdomen and the spectacular scene, she smiled like never before. That's it, Mr. Su Xian. Please use your holy light to bloom in my soul. 5 minutes later. Your adventurer Issa has successfully unlocked the second layer of magic pattern. Your adventurer Issa has unlocked the lustful magic hidden in the succubus bloodline, succubus. Trigger the loyal entry. Issa's lustful magic is only effective for you. Lustful magic, succubus. This is a special magic, through which Issa can release unique magic. Lustful magic? Su Xian looked at the lustful magic unlocked by Afusa, and fell into thought for a moment. What he didn't expect was that the result of unlocking the second layer of magic patterns actually gave Afusa the ability to control lustful magic. However, the lustful magic unlocked by Afusa should be different from that of Aids. Because Afusa's lustful magic is marked as coming from the succubus bloodline, while Aids' lustful magic is not specially marked. Considering that Aids also has the blessing of lustful sin, the lustful magic she possesses should be derived from the original power in the deepest part of life, which can show more amazing power and influence. Mr. Su Xian, what are you thinking about? Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Afusa lay in his arms and asked softly. Although the holy light had dimmed after the lustful blessing ended, and seemed to have entered a sleeping state, Afusa still wanted to continue. Su Xian sighed, and tapped Afusa's forehead gently. "Ah, it hurts. Have a good rest. I'm leaving first." "Okay, Mr. Su Xian." After giving the instructions, Su Xian took off his VR glasses, and turned his eyes to the alarm clock on the bedside. The time had already pointed to 8:30 in the morning. Su Xian sighed. He stayed up all night again. However, Aisha's second magic pattern was finally unlocked successfully, and his efforts were not in vain. Just as he was about to stand up, Su Xian suddenly felt his legs weak and almost fell to the ground. The full 29 times of life magic blooming had somewhat hurt the origin, and I'm afraid I can't use life magic today. After a simple wash, Su Xian carried his school bag and came to school. He sat in his seat, sighed softly, leaned lazily on the back of the chair, and rested his energy. At this time, Lu Shui came over curiously, looked at Su Xian, who was in a bad state, and asked, "Did you stay up late yesterday?" "Yeah." Su Xian opened his eyes slightly, and nodded through the slits. "You still need to pay more attention to your health. I only play until 3 or 4 o'clock recently, and then log off," Lu Shui said with concern. Su Xian felt speechless for a while. "It seems that you are not qualified to say anything about me, right? Wait, will Lu Ling allow Lu Shui to play so late? It's impossible to think about it. This little girl must be playing secretly. Have you been promoted to E+ level evaluation?" Su Xian asked Lu Shui casually. "Not yet, still a little short," Lu Shui replied, "but I should be able to be promoted to E+ when I go back today." "Not bad." Su Xian smiled and expressed his approval. Speaking of which, Su Xian, Lu Shui sat in the seat in front of Su Xian, holding her chin with both hands, staring at him with a pair of dark eyes, and asked, "This game will be officially launched in about a month. By then, the number of players will increase dramatically, right?" "Yes." Su Xian nodded when he heard this. "After the game is officially launched, I will ask my sister to create an account. Although she may not have much time to play, she can at least use it as a travel simulator," Lu Shui said expectantly. "Travel?" Hearing Lu Shui's idea, Su Xian felt that it made sense. The scenery of the magic continent is much more beautiful than the real world. For example, the elven mother tree that is tens of thousands of meters high is enough to shock everyone's heart. Moreover, players can use resurrection coins to fully recover even if they are fatally injured, so there is no need to worry too much about safety. However, it is better to avoid some places, both for men and women. School time came in a blink of an eye. Su Xian returned home, threw his school bag on the ground, and then checked WeChat. No message. Then he entered the game. When he returned to the guild, there was a sound of running water in the bathroom. It should be Issa taking a bath. Su Xian sat on the sofa and opened the control interface. He planned to further improve the strength of the guild members and prepare for the upcoming 2 high-risk demon caves. There are only 50,000 experience points in the experience pool now, which is not enough to upgrade Lucia and others, but it is more than enough to upgrade the level of Walola, who just joined the guild. Experience 47,900 points. Walola's level was upgraded to level 24. Just when Su Xian had just finished upgrading Walola, a pair of deer antlers gently rubbed his shoulders from behind. Viola? Su Xian turned his head, and found that Viola was standing behind him, holding a golden fruit in her hand. "President, this is for you. It can make you get better soon." Viola handed the golden fruit to Su Xian, and her clear colorful pupils flashed with pure warmth. This warmth and thoughtfulness made Su Xian a little flattered. "Can it make me get better soon?" Su Xian took the fruit in confusion, and a prompt popped up in front of him. "Yellow rainbow fruit, ? Fruit that can completely restore life magic." Fuck, the artifact for training succubus. Chapter 243. What is the effect of this fruit? Su Xian stared at the yellow fruit given by Viola, and an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. It can actually refresh the loss of life magic. That's great. In addition, this yellow fruit is one of the rainbow fruits given by Viola to Su Xian, and the rainbow has 7 different colors. So, in theory, there should be 7 different colors of fruits, corresponding to 7 different powers. In addition, Su Xian remembered that Viola gave the daughter of the goddess of nature a red fruit in the forest birdcage, which can also prove his guess. "Thank you." Su Xian smiled and took the yellow fruit given by Viola, and at the same time, he felt her eager eyes focused on him. The delicate and small deer tail swayed happily, as if expecting him to eat this magical fruit. Under Viola's gaze, Su Xian put the yellow fruit into his mouth without hesitation. As soon as it entered his mouth, the fruit turned into a warm current, sliding through his throat and flowing into his stomach. The warm feeling permeated his whole body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Golden light spots emanated from his body, jumping on his skin like elves, nourishing every cell. Su Xian felt the life magic surging in his body, as if the life magic sucked by Issa yesterday was quickly restored under the nourishment of this yellow fruit. His spirit was lifted, and his whole body radiated a brighter light. "I can do it again! Feel better?" Viola couldn't help asking curiously, her beautiful colorful pupils flashing with anticipation. "Much better." Su Xian gently wiped the traces from the corners of his mouth, and then he smiled warmly. He subconsciously reached out and gently stroked Walola's antlers. Walola's antlers felt delicate and soft, as if you could feel its warmth and vitality with just a light touch. It was not a particularly hard texture, but it was not as soft as cotton. This unique texture was so attractive that it seemed to convey a mysterious power that made people immersed in it. Su Xian's touch on Walola's antlers made her utter a soft moan, like a cat's purr, which was extremely comfortable. Because of the pleasure brought by this touch, Walola even closed her eyes, and her 4 deer hooves stepped lightly, as if expressing her joy in this way. Seeing Walola's reaction, Su Xian felt a little happy. He tentatively asked, "Do you like me to touch your antlers?" Walola nodded softly, her eyes full of joy and satisfaction. Su Xian heard this answer, and the smile on his face became even brighter. At the same time, he turned his eyes to Walola's deer back, which was covered with light purple fur and looked particularly soft. Although it was not as spacious as other centaurs, it was more than enough for one person to ride. However, this should not be able to withstand Su Xian after he turned into a half-dragon. Perhaps only a centaur of Asmon's level could do it. While thinking, Su Xian stretched out his hand to Walola's dear back, and gently stroked it with his fingertips, wanting to feel its softness. Ah! Su Xian's action seemed to startle Walola. She immediately stepped back a few steps, hugged the branch in her hand tightly, and gently tapped the back of Su Xian's hand as a warning. President, it's not okay here yet, Verola said shyly, her cheeks flushed. Ah? Su Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Verola to be so disgusted by others touching her dear back. After all, for the centaurs, the only area of their body that humans could touch most easily was their horse back. Okay, I won't touch it. Su Xian gently rubbed Verola's hair and apologized to her. Sorry, President, It doesn't matter. Since Verola doesn't like it, I won't force it. Yeah, thank you, President. Verola happily rubbed Su Xian's palm with her dear antlers and smiled brightly. At this moment, Su Xian found that a flower appeared out of thin air on the tip of Verola's hair, which made him feel very interesting. Moreover, as Walola's mood fluctuated, another flower bloomed, as if it was used as a decoration to embellish her body. Walola, who had flowers, was full of the breath of life. The smell of the president is so fragrant. Walola approached Su Xian, sniffed his scent gently, and showed an infatuated expression. Su Xian knew that the fragrance that Walola was talking about should be the strength of his life magic. After all, he had been blessed by the mother tree of the elves, and the strength of his life magic was naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. By the way, President, please follow me. Walola took Su Xian's hand and brought him to the snow dolphin egg. When Su Xian saw the state of the snow dolphin egg at this moment, he was stunned. Because there were many green branches and leaves around the snow dolphin egg, just like a small bed for it. In addition, a message suddenly appeared in Su Xian's sight. Snow pig egg, incubating, life is really born. Su Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. Verola's arrival actually gave life to the snow pig egg. You did a great job, Viola. Su Xian smiled and gently stroked Viola's head as a reward for her. Verola raised her head obediently, closed her eyes, and indulged in Su Xian's gentle touch. At this moment, the teleportation array flashed a dazzling white light. Immediately afterwards, Lucia stepped gracefully on the golden ripples and walked into the guild. When she saw Su Xian interacting happily with Verola, she glanced at him and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" "You're just in time, Lucia. Come and see. Verola has given birth to signs of life in the snow dolphin egg." Su Xian enthusiastically invited Lucia to come closer and shared this exciting news. Signs of life? Lucia walked towards the snow dolphin egg with doubts. When she saw with her own eyes that there was indeed a trace of life in the egg, she showed a surprised expression on her face. But when she thought of Verola's natural domain, and even the terrifying ability to revive the dead, she suddenly felt that all this was not so surprising. So, the surprised look on Lucia's face quickly dissipated. Although the ripples of life are still very weak, it will definitely hatch new life as time goes by. Lucia looked at Verola and said affirmatively, "You did a good job." "Thank you, Sister Lucia, for the compliment," Verola responded sweetly. "That's right." At this time, Su Xian took out the cherry tomato and handed it to Lucia. "Lucia, this is for you." "What is this?" When Lucia saw the cherry tomato in Su Xian's hand, her golden red eyes covered by the white gauze trembled slightly. She looked at Su Xian in confusion and asked, "Is this for me?" "Yes." Su Xian nodded affirmatively. Lucia's face showed a complex emotion, with surprise and joy intertwined, and a hint of confusion. "Thank you." Lucia gently stretched out her hand and took the cherry tomato. The corners of her mouth could not help but rise, revealing a bright smile. However, this smile only lasted for a short moment and was quickly hidden by her. At the same time, a line of prompt information flashed in Su Xian's sight. You give the adventurer Lucia upgrade materials. Lucia's level is increased to level 38. Add 20 to all attributes. Unlock bond skill, Forbidden Love of Saint. Forbidden Love of Saint. The combat power of you and Lucia is increased, and the degree of increase depends on the distance between you. The closer the distance, the more significant the increase in strength. 0 to 200%, a bond skill that directly increases combat power. Su Xian was surprised when he saw Lucia's bond skill. What surprised Su Xian even more was that this bond skill not only increased the combat power of Lucia, but also increased his combat power by Forbidden Love of Saint. However, there was one thing he needed to explore further, that is, the relationship between the value of the bond skill increase and the distance between them. Su Xian glanced at his status panel and fell into deep thought. Forbidden love of Saint, 80%, he was only half a meter away from Lucia, but he only got an 80% increase in combat power. So how close do you have to be to achieve a 200% increase? Is this a combined skill? Yes, there are 2 combined skills now, and just as Su Xian was thinking, the prompt popped up again. Lucia gets a new entry. Please choose one of the following 3 entries. Hates singing. Single mother. Magical girl. Chapter 244. These 3 entries. Su Xian frowned slightly, his eyes wandering between the 3 entries and Lucia. Obviously, these entries are incompatible with Lucia's identity as a saint. Refresh. Zombie. Tauren. Slime. Su Xian glanced at the 3 newly refreshed entries, frowning slightly. Although the race entries may bring unexpected surprises, because these entries may give Lucia the innate abilities of other races. But in Su Xian's view, Lucia is the only normal human in the guild, and he is unwilling to let Lucia lose her identity as a human. Refresh. Battle-hardened. Likes tattoos? Him? Su Xian saw one of the newly refreshed entries, and a slightly confused expression appeared on his face. This entry seems to be a little special, and may bring unexpected effects. After a brief thought, Su Xian decided to add the entry. Him, for Lucia. You have successfully added a new entry for adventurer Lucia. Him. Saint Lucia from the Church of Light will be accompanied by exclusive background music every time she appears. The hymn lasts for 30 minutes, during which time Lucia's all attributes will be increased by 50%, and she will enjoy a 50% damage reduction effect. When Lucia is alone with you, a special hymn will be unlocked. Su Xian saw the powerful effect brought by the hymn entry, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 50% increase in all attributes and 50% damage reduction. During the entire period of the hymn, Lucia is undoubtedly a unique existence among the same level of combat power. Besides, Su Xian's eyes fell on the special instructions in the brackets, and his brows furrowed slightly, feeling a little puzzled. When Lucia was alone with him, there would be special hymns? What does this mean? He turned his eyes to Lucia, and his curiosity and expectation surged like a tide. At this time, Lucia was concentrating on looking at the cherry tomato. The golden red eyes under her white veil flashed a subtle light, as if she was full of endless curiosity about the cherry tomato. This was the first time Su Xian saw Lucia showing such a curious attitude. This thing is good? Lucia whispered to herself, and then stuffed the cherry tomato into her pocket with satisfaction. She turned her gaze to Su Xian again, with a mixture of coldness and joy in her eyes. Today, we will attack the last 2 demon caves, right? Yes. Su Xian nodded, then turned to Verola and said softly, Verola, considering the current situation, you should stay in the guild for this mission for the time being. Verola was in a dilemma of being hunted by the Prince of the Star Kingdom. This prince was also the king's younger brother, with a prominent status and great power. In addition, the 2 high-risk demon caves were located close to the royal city, and it was almost impossible to avoid the prince's eyes. Verola was safer to stay in the guild. As for whether Su Xian's identity in the forest had been exposed, judging from the current situation, it should not have been. The group of knights and soldiers had been properly dealt with, and no one survived. At that time, no one noticed that there were other people observing in secret. In addition, the Star Kingdom soldiers they encountered for the first time only saw Merly Rhine in the form of a dragon, and did not see the figures of other guild members. Therefore, it should be impossible to pass on information about myself through Prince Thales's forces. However, there is still an unknown factor. That is the player whose guild member he killed. Su Xian touched his chin, frowning. Although the player left the scene, the previous confrontation undoubtedly left some traces. However, at that time, Su Xian was in a semi-dragon state, with dragon scales covering part of his cheeks, and he was riding on Asmon's horse, which made it difficult for the other party to accurately identify his identity. Moreover, Su Xian did not intend to personally participate in the crusade of the high-level demon cave, so his figure would not appear on the battlefield. Su Xian frowned slightly, and he suddenly realized that although the player might not be able to recognize himself, the other party must know Asmon. After all this, the other party would not mistakenly think that it was the Xianfei guild that saved Walola. Ahem, it seems that there is still uncertainty, and potential dangers cannot be ignored. In order to ensure safety, a backhand must be left to deal with possible risks. In addition, Fuli and Fulua are receiving the baptism of the Elf Mother Tree, so they are missing 2 combatants. Walola can't join the battle. Su Xian couldn't help but wonder if he really had enough manpower. However, the guild has two mythical adventurers, Lucia and Marlene Rhine, plus Lorsline, who has the legendary weapon Sword of Oath, and Issa, who has opened two magic patterns. Such terrifying combat power should be enough to deal with this battle. Oh yes, I almost forgot, there is also the lovely and charming Alice. Regarding the allocation of personnel, we will discuss and decide in detail after going to the Fairy Guild. Beep beep. At this time, Su Xian received a new message. He quickly opened the chat interface, and found that Su Fian invited him to a group chat. After clicking on the agree, Su Xian was immediately brought into this new chat group. As soon as he entered the group chat, his eyes were attracted by a series of two-dimensional pictures. Of course, he was not particularly interested in this kind of content, but just glanced at it casually, and then turned to the group member list. There were 16 people in the group chat. In addition to Su Fian herself, there were 14 players, who would jointly assist Su Fian in winning the first place in this event. Lu Bo, yo! Isn't this Su Xian? At Su Xian. Suddenly, a message appeared on Su Xian's mobile phone screen, and Lu Bo had added him in the group. Then, Shinseki's message popped up. Su Xian, are you here to participate in the Twin Demon Caves? Twin Demon Caves? Shinseki. Yes, the two demon caves are connected to each other, so everyone calls them the Twin Demon Caves. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Su Xian showed an understanding expression and nodded gently. Shinjun, with Su Xian joining us, our chances of winning are even greater. I've always been worried that we will lose to other camps. Fu Bin, Shinjun, your worries are unnecessary. Although Su Xian's guild does have a certain strength, as long as my cousin is there, other camps will not pose a threat at all. Let me ask you, do you really think it's difficult to get the top spot this time? For my cousin who is about to be promoted to an A-level guild, this is just a piece of cake, easy. Lu Bo, my little cousin is starting his daily routine again. Shinseki, haha, Fu Bin likes to flatter Sister Su in the group every day. Su Xian, don't mind it. Oh! Su Xian didn't care about it, but he didn't expect that Fu Bin was Su Fian's cousin. At this moment, Su Fian sent him a message at Su Xian. I have sent you the teleportation coordinates. You can teleport directly to my guild later. Fu Bin, question mark. Lu Bo, question mark. Shinseki, question mark. A series of question marks suddenly appeared on the chat interface. They were very confused by the message sent by Su Fian. In response, Su Xian simply replied, wait, I'm still taking a shower. Fu Bin, question mark. Lu Bo, question mark. Shinseki, question mark. Chapter 245. Su Xian closed the chat interface, not paying attention to the doubts and questions on the screen. He looked towards the bathroom. Everything is ready. We can set off after Issa finishes her bath. He whispered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of water in his ears stopped. Then, the bathroom door made a slight creaking sound and slowly opened inward. A graceful figure stepped out leisurely, and her outline was looming in the mist. Oh, bathing in human form is so comfortable. Marie Rhine walked out of the bathroom with a smile, and her voice was full of joy and comfort. Huh? Why are you taking a bath? Su Xian was stunned when he saw Marie Rhine walking out of the bathroom. He originally thought that it was Issa in the bathroom. How could it be Marley Rhine? Besides, doesn't Marley Rhine dislike bathing? Why did she voluntarily walk into the bathroom? Could it be because of the previous bathing experience that made this dragon representing the power of destruction addicted to this relaxing feeling? Why? Can I take a bath? Marley Rhine asked angrily with her hands on her hips, and her dragon tail swaying gently. Of course. Su Xian nodded and continued, but remember to put on clothes after you take a bath next time. After he finished speaking, his eyes unconsciously swept across Marley Rhine's body, and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This giant dragon, after half-dragon humanization, is obviously a lowly body, but how can it be so big? Are you stupid? This dragon's body is not dry yet. It will be very uncomfortable to be covered with dragon scales now. Marley Rhine questioned dissatisfiedly. Then why don't you dry yourself before coming out? Su Xian asked doubtfully. Humph, I just like to dry naturally. Mare Rhine answered proudly. This answer made Su Xian slightly stunned. It was the first time he heard someone use such an excuse. But time is tight now, and there is no time for Mare Rhine to continue to be willful. Stand still, I help you dry yourself. Su Xian said, with a white towel in his hand, and walked towards Mare Rhine. No! Don't come over. Mare Rhine retreated again and again, trying to avoid Su Xian. Stop making trouble, let me help you dry yourself. No! Don't run. At this moment, Issa woke up from her sleep and walked out of the bedroom. She saw Su Xian chasing Mare Rhine, and Lucia and Verola standing aside to watch the show. What's going on? Issa asked the two doubtfully. Sister Issa, Verola explained with a smile, Miss Rhine doesn't like to dry herself, and the president is helping her. Oh, that's how it is. Issa nodded in understanding, and then her eyes moved to Su Xian, who was communicating closely with Mare Rhine. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of playful smile, as if she was savoring the rich food last night, satisfied. After carefully wiping the water off Mare Rhine, Su Xian prepared to lead the guild members to the Fairy Concubine Guild. Everyone is here. Su Xian glanced over and silently checked the guild member list in his mind. Issa, Lothalin, Alice, Lucia, Mare Rhine, Verola, except for Fuli and Furo, who were baptizing the Elf Mother Tree, everyone was here. Besides, the silver swallowtail butterfly flapped its wings and landed lightly on Su Xian's shoulder, as if it also wanted to go with them. Do you want to go with us? Su Xian gently touched the silver swallowtail butterfly's head with his fingers and asked softly. Chirp. The silver swallowtail butterfly vibrated its wings happily, full of anticipation for the upcoming journey. Of course, it could only watch the battle beside Su Xian. Okay, then let's go, Su Xian said to the guild members with a smile. Yes, President. The members responded in unison. Su Xian led everyone into the teleportation array, and the coordinates were set to the location provided by Su Fian. A flash of white light passed by, and they instantly arrived at the door of the Fairy Concubine Guild. However, when they arrived at their destination, Su Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Before he could push open the door of the Fairy Concubine Guild, a breath of money had already hit him. Because even the gate of the Fairy Concubine Guild is carefully carved from rare jade, and it is inlaid with several dazzling gems. They emit a faint purple magic halo in the dim light, which is extremely beautiful. When Su Xian gently pushed the door, the view in front of him suddenly opened up, revealing a spacious and bright lobby. On the towering arched ceiling, several dazzling chandeliers are hung, like stars, casting soft and warm light. The surrounding wall pillars are cleverly inlaid with night pearls, which emit a soft luster, not only illuminating the space, but also adding a bit of mystery and romance. In the center of the hall, a huge round bar is eye-catching, with a variety of teas and wines on display. The sofas around are covered with soft silk with rich and harmonious colors, which makes people feel the ultimate comfort and luxury as soon as they sit on it. Under their feet are carpets woven from the finest wool. Every step is like walking on the clouds, soft and light. In the corner of the hall, some huge shelves display various weapons and armor, books and paintings, each of which exudes the breath of money. And this is just the scene in the lobby. Looking inside, more functional rooms come into view. Practice room, pet room, lounge, hot spring, swimming pool, restaurant. Compared with the simplicity of Su Xian's guild, Xianfei Guild exudes a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. This set of guild decorations may cost thousands of gold coins, worthy of being a rich woman. This place is really good. Mare Rhine crossed her arms in front of her chest, nodded with satisfaction, and her eyes revealed a desire to occupy this place for herself. Lucia just said coldly, General? It seems that she has long been accustomed to such a luxurious scene, and even finds it a bit boring. In response, Su Xian looked around, searching for Su Fian's figure. He had already entered the Fairy Concubine Guild, but to his surprise, Su Fian was not there, and even no other adventurers in the guild were present. This empty scene made him feel very confused. Where are they? Just as Su Xian was confused and puzzled, the familiar and strange voice echoed in his mind again, blood. Give me blood. Su Xian frowned and covered his heart involuntarily. He felt his heartbeat was accelerating. This is the voice of the vampire progenitor. He had clearly suppressed the blood curse through the moonlight ritual of the Moon God Empire. Why did this voice appear so quickly? Is there something in Su Fian's guild that affected the seal of the moonlight ritual? Just when Su Xian was deeply confused, a mysterious woman quietly walked into the fairy guild. The woman had long, silky peach gold hair that shone with a faint luster. Her face was extremely pale, as if she had not seen the sun for a long time, giving people a mysterious and fragile feeling. Particularly eye-catching were her bright red eyes, which were like two dazzling gems, so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood. Her dress was also eye-catching, as if it was a clever combination of a long skirt and armor. The red skirt fluttered gently with her steps, while the black armor added a bit of heroism to her. This combination of red and black not only highlights her unique temperament, but also gives people a sense of beauty that is both soft and tough. However, what shocked Su Xian The most was the pendant worn on the woman's chest. It was emitting a dazzling red light, as if it had some mysterious power. It was this power that touched the long-sealed vampire ancestor and awakened it. Just as Su Xian was surprised, the woman seemed to be aware of his presence. She walked gracefully, and walked straight towards Su Xian. In the eyes of everyone, she came in front of Su Xian, moved quickly and decisively, and pulled him into her arms. Before everyone could react, her sharp teeth gently pierced Su Xian's neck, absorbing the delicious blood and the curse from the blood. Chapter 246. You? Su Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at the strange woman biting his neck in disbelief. Su Xian. Lucia and the others were eager to help, but Su Xian waved to stop them. Because Su Xian clearly felt that the originally restless blood in his body was gradually calming down. What surprised him even more was that he didn't feel any discomfort. The woman's fangs seemed to have some kind of paralysis effect, making him feel almost no pain. At the same time, Su Xian confirmed the woman's identity. She was the legendary vampire adventurer in Su Fian's guild. Shaha. The woman's teeth loosened Su Xian's neck, gently brushed the wound with her fingertips, and then licked the blood remaining on her fingertips with her tongue. She opened her mouth slowly and asked softly, "How do you feel now? Are you feeling better?" "Well, much better, thank you." Su Xian nodded to her in thanks. After the woman sucked his blood, Su Xian felt that his body had become much lighter, and this effect was even better than the previous moonlight ritual. "Pettico, you are actually sucking this man's blood?" Suddenly, a girl with blue ponytails appeared at the door of the Fairy Guild Hall. She saw Pettico enjoying Su Xian's blood and showed a surprised expression on her face. "His blood is a little special. And this is what the president asked me to do," Pettico explained to the girl with ponytails. "So that's how it is. You always kept your distance from men before. I thought you had a phobia of them." The girl smiled mischievously and touched her lips lightly with her fingertips and said, "However, since it is the president's order, you really need to overcome it. Lon, don't say something weird." Su Xian stood quietly aside, listening to the conversation between the two. He finally understood why Pettico wanted to suck his blood as soon as they met. It turned out to be Su Fian's request. "Oh, are you here already?" At this time, with the light of the portal flashing, Honglian and Asmin also walked into the hall of the Fairy Concubine Guild. Their successive return made Su Xian realize that Su Fian had led the members of the Fairy Concubine Guild out. With Honglian, Asmin, Pettico, and the girl with twin ponytails, Su Xian had met 4 members of the Fairy Concubine Guild one after another. According to Su Fian's previous statement, the main combat force of the Fairy Concubine Guild has a total of 8 members. In addition to the Life Mage Carrie Lin and the Saint Dolores of the Church of Light, there are still 2 members of the Fairy Concubine Guild that he has not met yet. However, this surprised Su Xian. He noticed that the adventurers in Su Fian's guild seemed to be all female. Just as he was puzzled, the teleportation array lit up again with dazzling white light. Su Fian led the other 4 adventurers and walked into the hall of the Fairy Guild. "Are you here? I thought you would be a little late, so I took them out for a while. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Su Fian walked gracefully in front of Su Xian in high heels and said with a smile. Su Xian shook his head and naturally turned his eyes to the 4 adventurers behind Su Fian. The other 2 adventurers, who had never met, they looked similar and had a pair of cat ears. "Are they twins? Cat-eared girls? Cute." I put the things away. "Please take a seat first." After Su Fian finished speaking, she turned and walked into the inner room. Su Xian nodded and then sat on the soft sofa. Lucia and the others sat next to him, while the members of the Fairy Guild sat opposite each other, and their eyes met in the space. As soon as they sat down on the sofa, the members of the Fairy Guild began to discuss in detail. The cat-eared twins clung together, whispering, and their eyes secretly glanced at Verola beside Su Xian from time to time, obviously showing a strong interest in her. The Saint Dolores of the Church of Light seemed a little abnormal. She kept dodging her eyes, and seemed not to dare to look at the people on Su Xian's side. This made Su Xian feel a little confused, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lucia, who was sitting next to him. Lucia was sitting quietly beside Su Xian, with a white veil gently covering her golden red eyes, revealing a cold and mysterious temperament. After noticing Su Xian's gaze, she asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Su Xian shook his head gently and looked away. He didn't know much about the system of saints in the Church of Light, and didn't know whether there was a difference in status. However, by observing the temperament and posture of the 2 saints, Lucia and Dolores, he came to a preliminary conclusion. Lucia's status was higher than Dolores. "Please have tea." At this time, the life mage Carolyn came over and handed tea to Su Xian and others. "Thank you." Su Xian thanked her politely, and then picked up the teacup. A strong aroma of green tea came to his nose, mixed with a majestic breath of life, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Life green tea, rare after drinking, you will get a 50% bonus to life recovery. However, just as Su Xian was about to savor this precious cup of green tea, Marie Rhine, who was sitting next to him, suddenly complained, "Damn it! It's the breath of that female dragon. Take it away. Take it away." She pushed the teacup back with disgust, feeling extremely uncomfortable with the breath full of vitality. Su Xian was somewhat helpless, and had to bring Marie Rhine's green tea to himself. Marie Rhine always showed an irrepressible hatred for everything related to the Dragon of Life. Su Xian took a sip, and suddenly, the rich tea fragrance overflowed in his mouth, as if the breath of spring was jumping on the tip of his tongue. Immediately afterwards, a layer of light green light wrapped around his body, bringing an indescribable feeling of comfort. "This tea is good?" Su Xian put down the teacup in his hand, with a satisfied smile on his face. At this moment, Su Fian walked out of the inner room. She said to Su Xian, "The high-risk Demon Cave Crusade is expected to start in an hour. At that time, I will activate the teleportation array and send the adventurers of our two guilds to their respective battlefields." At this point, she paused for a moment and continued, "We need to have a detailed discussion about the specific allocation of personnel. But this involves the core secrets of each guild. So before the discussion, we need to sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure that the privacy and interests of both guilds are not violated." "Okay." Su Xian agreed. Su Fian then led Su Xian to the inner room. "Please follow me. There is a suitable room inside for us to sign the contract." "Yes." When Su Xian and Su Fian entered the inner room, Delori, who was sitting next to them, felt a surge of fear in her heart. She stood up uneasily, staring at Lucia sitting opposite her, with extremely complicated emotions in her heart. Until yesterday, she had never thought that the extremely noble Pope of Light would actually step into the door of the Adventurers Guild like herself. And just as Dolores was staring at Lucia's voice quietly entered her heart. "Don't forget what I said to you yesterday. Do you understand?" Dolores. Hearing this, Dolores immediately lowered her head and replied respectfully in her heart, "Yes. Yes. Your Excellency the Pope." Chapter 247. Then we have decided. Su Fian whispered, turning her amber eyes to the table, where the red and blue chess pieces had been neatly divided into two. "Yes." Su Xian nodded, and the two had reached a consensus on the personnel allocation of the two battlefields. Lucia, Lorslin, Delori, Kellylin, Honglian and Asmin will form a team to fight together in one battlefield. And Marlene Rhine, Ivsa, Alice, the Cattard sisters, Lonlon and Pettico will fight side by side in another battlefield. Judging from the personnel allocation, the average strength of the members of the two battlefields is comparable. But this is without taking Pettico into account. Due to the confidentiality agreement signed between Su Xian and Su Fian, he was able to gain a deep understanding of some of the strength of the Fairy Princess Guild. There are 8 guild members, 6 of whom are epic quality, and 2 of whom are legendary quality. This kind of combat power is the top among tens of thousands of players. However, according to Su Fian, in the Xianfei Guild, except for Honglian and Delori, the rest of the members were introduced from other players' guilds at a huge cost. After all, in the eyes of many people, this is just a game, but it can bring them hundreds of thousands or even millions of wealth in reality. How can they not be tempted? And when Su Xian learned that Su Fian had invested nearly 100 million yuan in the game, he couldn't help but feel shocked. But he didn't know that when Su Fian heard that most of Su Xian's guild members were recruited, she was even more shocked. Originally thought that by spending dozens of rare blue recruitment scrolls, it was already a great luck to be able to recruit a legendary adventurer. As a result, Su Xian recruited several legendary adventurers with only the recruitment scrolls obtained by the promotion evaluation. I spend money, you spend your life, right? However, your adventurers have not reached level 50 yet, so be careful on the battlefield. Su Fian reminded Su Xian, once you encounter danger, don't be reckless. Well, thank you for your concern, President Su. Su Xian nodded in response. But deep in Su Xian's heart, he was full of confidence in Lucia and the others. He firmly believed that the members of his guild were no less capable than the adventurers of the Fairy Concubine Guild. The only one who made him feel that there might be a gap was the vampire adventurer named Pettico. In the Fairy Concubine Guild, her level was unique, as high as level 70. However, this was only a difference in level. In contrast, Delori, who was also of legendary quality, was only level 59. Obviously, Su Fian poured a lot of resources into Petico. Of course, this was also related to the timing of recruitment. No wonder Honglian once said that even 10 of her were no match for Petico. It seems that what she said was true. Then let's go out first. Yes. After leaving the room, the two conveyed the order to set off to their respective team members. Everyone, it's time to set off. Su Fian told the members of the Fairy Princess Guild, I will wait for your victorious return in the guild. Be safe, my children. Yes. President. Su Xian also reminded Lucia and the others, remember, safety is always the first priority. All actions must be carried out under the premise of ensuring safety. Okay, Mr. Su Xian. Master, don't worry. Yifsha and the others responded. Then let's go. Yes. President, please wait here for us to return triumphantly. The adventurers of the two guilds stepped into the teleportation array and headed for the two high-risk demon caves. At the same time, Lu Bo and the others also sent their own adventurers to assist them. However, their goal was not to destroy the demons in the demon caves. It was to ensure that Su Fian and Su Xian were not disturbed by adventurers from other guilds during the process. As the white light of the teleportation array flashed, the 13 adventurers disappeared in the Xianfei Guild. In the hall of the Xianfei Guild, only Su Fian, Su Xian and Verola were left. After the adventurers left, Su Fian sat elegantly on the sofa, waved her jade hand, and several blue light screens appeared in sight. The light screens showed the real-time perspective of the adventurers of the Xianfei Guild. Then, Su Fian turned her gaze to Su Xian. She patted the sofa gently and whispered, Sit down first. It will take some time before the magic cave opens. Yes. Su Xian nodded, and then sat down half a meter away from Su Fian. Then, he moved his mind and opened the perspective light screen of his guild members. At this moment, Lucia and the others had arrived at the location of the high-level dangerous magic cave. The environment of these two magic caves was extremely unique. One was located in the cold snow mountain, and the other was located in the hot volcano. Because of the steep terrain, few guild presidents were present in person during this magic cave crusade, but there were always a few brave exceptions. As for the adventurers gathered in the two magic caves, there were about 200 to 300 people. But if divided by camp, there are actually 3 camps and some individual guilds. However, in terms of strength, they clearly have an advantage. Especially Su Fian's 70-level legendary vampire Petico, who is undoubtedly the most outstanding on the battlefield. There is still some time before the official opening of the magic cave. Su Fian gently turned her fingertips, and several teas of different colors appeared on the bar. She smiled and asked, Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. Su Xian shook his head and declined her kindness. He had just tasted 2 cups of light green tea and was already satisfied. No need to be restrained with me. Su Fian began to brew tea skillfully. Her voice was soft and sincere. Although we have only met a few times, I have a good impression of you. Compared with those men who are full of sweet words or flattery, you are more real. Is it? Su Xian gently pinched the tip of his nose, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But it's still a little immature, and needs more experience and accumulation. While Su Fian was talking, she had already brewed the tea neatly. The rich tea fragrance immediately filled the entire guild hall, making people feel relaxed and happy. Wow, it smells so good. Verola walked to Su Fian with light steps full of curiosity, and was very interested in the cup of fragrant tea. Would you like to try it? Here. Thank you. Verola happily held the cup of tea, blew away the heat, and then tasted it carefully, with a satisfied and happy smile on her face. At this moment, a fresh green fruit quietly grew on the branch she was holding tightly in her hand. She gently took it off and handed it to Su Fian, saying gratefully, This is for you. Su Fian was slightly stunned, then a warm smile bloomed on her face. She gratefully accepted the gift from Verola and said, Thank you. Green rainbow fruit, ? Heal a non-fatal injury. This gift is really precious. Su Fian witnessed the magical effect of the fruit, and a smile of surprise appeared on her face. Such a precious gift, I must also give a corresponding return. She took out an exquisite box from her pocket, and opened it carefully. Inside was a bright red jade bead. Su Xian's eyes unconsciously fell on the jade bead, and a prompt popped up in his sight. Vampire blood jade bead, ? A prop that can restore chi and blood. You can get the bond term partner through this item. Chapter 248. Partner? Su Xian stared at the bond terms that appeared on the vampire blood jade bead, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. According to the previous bond term sister, the two sisters Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulua were recruited. And this time the bond term is partner. Wouldn't this mean recruiting a couple? However, Su Xian quickly rejected this idea. After all, the word partner does not only refer to a husband and wife relationship, it can also refer to other forms of intimate relationships, and may not even be limited to gender. Su Xian decided to put this idea aside for the time being and consider it next time he recruits. After all, he had just recruited Verola, and the number of terms now was too small to make a decision. He turned his gaze to Su Fian, only to see that she was handing the vampire blood jade bead to Verola. This is a unique protective item for the vampire family, which contains special power. At critical moments, it can provide you with protection. Su Fian explained to Verola. Thank you very much. Verola gratefully took the blood jade bead, her eyes sparkling with joy. She could clearly feel the powerful breath of life contained in the blood jade bead, which was exactly what she loved. Su Xian's eyes were fixed on the blood jade bead in Verola's hand, and he couldn't help thinking whether he had anything to exchange with Verola. By the way, Su Fian suddenly said softly, her amber eyes turned to Su Xian. President Su Xian, has Petiko asked you about her ancestors? She cares about this matter very much. Su Xian shook his head slightly and replied, that's not the case. Really? Su Fian narrowed her eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and then slowly spoke, then let me ask for Petiko about the two vampire ancestors. In the ancient legend of vampires, the entire tribe was created by two true ancestors. These two true ancestors are the original demons born by the demon mother. They master the power of the law and are called the original sin. Hearing Su Fian mention demon mother, Su Xian's eyes couldn't help but become solemn. This is the second time he has heard this name, and the demon slate fragment representing the demon mother is still lying quietly in his backpack. In the legend, the demon mother is the most original demon who created all demons, but her existence has always been a mystery. At least, the demons themselves have never witnessed her true face. But Su Fian changed the subject, and a hint of mystery flashed in her eyes. She continued, I heard from Petiko that this is not true. The entire vampire clan was created by only one true ancestor with her blood, not by two true ancestors. The true ancestor used up his own blood and gave it to 100 human women, turning them into vampires. Then, through those 100 human women, they branched out and passed on their blood in the same way. After tens of thousands of years, they eventually evolved into the most powerful demon clan in the Arrogant Abyss, the Vampire Clan. It turns out that the Vampire Clan was originally born through blood transmission. Hearing Su Fian's explanation, Su Xian whispered to himself, and had a deeper understanding of this clan in the Abyss. In fact, blood transmission is not necessarily required. Vampires can also be born through reproduction. However, the blood of vampires born through blood transmission is often purer, and therefore more powerful. Su Fian further added, of course, the premise is that the blood transferred is the essence of vampires, not ordinary blood. Vampires created by ordinary blood are just inferior blood servants. And consuming essence may cause fatal damage to vampires, so it is rare for vampires to consume essence on a large scale to create offspring. Su Xian curiously asked, what happened to the true ancestor after the blood was exhausted? How is she? The woman in the portrait of the true ancestor of the vampire appeared in his mind again. Is she the true ancestor who exhausted the blood mentioned by Su Fian? Su Fian did not answer immediately, but took a sip of the teacup, then shook her head gently and said, I don't know about this. Even Petiko doesn't know what the true ancestor's ending is. Well, what about the other true ancestor of the vampire? Su Xian continued to ask. Su Fian put down the teacup in her hand and replied, regarding her, Petty once said that she went to look for the mother of demons. As for the result, it is also a mystery. This answer made Su Xian stunned for a moment, and an inexplicable confusion surged in his heart. These two vampire ancestors actually ended up missing. At this time, Su Fian's amber eyes were fixed on Su Xian, and asked, so, the child is very curious about how you were cursed by the vampire ancestors. After all, the two ancestors have disappeared for tens of thousands of years, and the vampire clan has almost forgotten him. But why do you have a connection with them? Su Xian shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I want to know this too. If I have to find a reason. Su Xian thought for a moment and continued, I think it might be because I got a portrait of the vampire ancestor. Since then, I have been cursed by them. The portrait of the vampire ancestor? Su Fian heard this, and a certain picture seemed to emerge in her mind. She then unfolded the light screen, and the light screen showed a lifelike portrait of the vampire ancestor. Is it this one? She asked. Su Xian looked closely and nodded immediately to confirm. Yes. It is this portrait. As he said, he carefully took out his own portrait from his backpack. The two portraits are exactly the same in terms of details and overall composition. Su Xian's heart was filled with an indescribable excitement. He never thought that he could find the third portrait of the vampire ancestor here with Su Fian. I didn't expect it was because of this portrait. Su Fian's tone revealed a hint of surprise. She pondered for a moment and continued, however, this portrait is now placed in Petico's family castle. Otherwise, its secrets can be further studied. Can I buy this portrait from Petico? It has some special uses for me. Su Xian asked Su Fian. Su Fian replied, you have to ask the child directly. After this magic cave activity is over, I will help you convey your wishes. Thank you very much. Su Xian expressed his gratitude sincerely. He was full of expectations. If he could get this portrait of the true ancestor of the vampire, then he would have collected the clues of the three portraits. You can synthesize the vampire entry. Just as the two were talking, the picture on the light screen suddenly changed. The two high-risk magic caves began to shake violently, as if something was about to break out of the shell. Then, tens of thousands of demon troops slowly walked out of the iceberg and volcano, and their appearance immediately attracted the attention of many adventurers. It seems that the time has come, Su Fian said. Her expression became serious. Let's prepare for the upcoming war. Yes. Su Xian nodded, and was about to turn his gaze to the perspective screen of his guild members. At this moment, the voice of the vampire ancestor suddenly appeared in his mind. She is only half right. I am not going to find the mother of demons, but to challenge him. As the existence that created all demons, his blood must be delicious, right? Chapter 249. Su Xian frowned, his heart full of confusion. The curse of the vampire ancestor had obviously been suppressed by Petico again. Why was her voice still echoing in his mind? What made Su Xian even more uneasy was that this guy seemed to be able to hear all the information from the outside world through him. What are you confused about? Do you think that you can suppress me with just the moon ritual and the power of a little junior? Are you daydreaming, kid? The voice sounded in Su Xian's mind again, causing a sharp pain in his brain. At this moment, Su Xian truly felt the irresistible power of the vampire ancestor. Kid, don't even think about getting rid of my consciousness. Your blood is mine. One day, I will taste your blood. The laughter of the vampire ancestor continued to echo, causing Su Xian's body to tremble violently. At the same time, the throbbing deep in the blood emerged again, making Su Xian extremely eager to taste the sweet blood. Damn it! Su Xian gritted his teeth and tried to suppress his inner impulse. However, the temptation of the vampire progenitor kept echoing in his mind, trying to control his consciousness. Struggle? It's useless. You will only become my blood food. Give up. Follow your desires. See the beauty next to you? Suck her blood. Oh, and that half-deer? Her blood smells good too. Damn it! Su Xian clenched his fists, and his muscles were tense. His eyes were covered with blood, and his pupils became as bright red as a vampire, revealing a strange and dangerous aura. The air lingering around Su Fian frequently stimulated his nasal cavity, making him almost unable to control his urge to suck hard. President Su Xian? At this time, Su Fian noticed Su Xian's abnormal state. She quickly moved her eyes away from the adventurer's perspective light screen and asked with concern. I'm fine. Su Xian shook his head violently, trying his best to suppress the urge to suck blood, and slowly raised his head. He knew that he had to at least hold on until the end of this event, until he returned to the guild. He turned his eyes to Lucia and the other's perspective, and saw groups of demons pouring out of the two ice volcanoes. Although these demons were between level 20 and 40, their number was extremely large. However, for the powerful guilds, they were just lambs to be slaughtered. Master, your condition seems to be a little bad, are you okay? Alice noticed Su Xian's abnormality through the soul connection and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Su Xian pretended to be calm and responded calmly, everyone, be prepared. There are many demons this time. Don't fight alone. Understood, Master. Everyone responded in unison, looking firmly at the battlefield, ready for battle. At the same time, a voice message from Lu Bo and others came from the chat group. Lu Bo, President Su, we are ready here. Fu Bin, I will keep a close eye on Shinfeng and the others, and will never let them have the opportunity to interfere with you. Shinseki, Sister Su, there is something I want to remind you. There is an adventurer in that B-level guild who is very powerful. It may be difficult for us to stop him. You have to be more careful. Okay, I have to trouble you this time. Su Fian smiled, and picked up the round fan beside her, and fanned it gently. Lu Bo, President Su is too polite. We have taken the money, and we should do our best to do things well. Shinjun, yes, President Su has always helped us a lot. This is what we should do. Shinseki, Sister Su, is Su Xian by your side now? Right. Su Xian. Su Fian turned her eyes to Su Xian, who was sitting next to her, and noticed that he seemed a little abnormal since just now, which made her feel a little worried. At this moment, Su Xian turned around, smiled and said, yes, I'm in President Su's guild now. Fu Bin, surprise. Shinjun, you kid, we haven't been to President Su's guild yet. Shinseki, I heard that Sister Su's guild spent thousands of gold coins, and it must be very beautifully decorated. I also want to go and see it. Lu Bo, emoji, rubbing beard. Okay, after seeing Su Xian's state recovered, Su Fian put down her hanging heart and said to everyone get ready, the event is about to begin. Yeah. The perspective switches to the battlefield of the demon cave. Lucia stood at the forefront of the crowd, her white veil fluttering, revealing her golden red eyes. Her eyes were like the surface of an ice-covered lake, calm and deep, staring at the huge demon army in the distance. The demon's strength has recovered faster than expected, Lucia whispered to herself. After she accompanied Su Xian back from the abyss, she had been deeply studying the history of the war between the demons and the magic continent in the past 1,000 years. She learned that hundreds of years ago, the demons had launched a large-scale invasion. That war lasted for several years and ended with the victory of the magic continent. However, the war caused huge losses to both sides. The Sun Church lost several cardinals, the Dragon Knight Corps of the Holy Dragon Kingdom was also seriously injured, and the Beast Tribe lost several powerful Beast Kings. Of course, compared with the various tribes in the Magic Continent, the losses of the Demon Tribe were even more severe. One Demon King fell in that war, many Demon Kings were seriously injured, and countless demons died on the battlefield. This war shook the entire abyss, and the power of the Demon Tribe almost fell into a trough for a period of time. However, in just 100 years, the Demon Tribe seemed to have recovered from the trauma of that war, and even wanted to make a comeback. Lucia frowned, thinking about the reason why the power of the Demon Tribe recovered quickly. And what happened in the abyss? Why are the demons so eager to invade the Magic Continent? Miss Lu. Lucia, you look a little worried. Saint Dolores has been paying attention to Lucia's expression. Seeing her like this, she couldn't help but walk up and ask with concern. After all, her eyes have always been following Lucia and never left. Lucia shook her head lightly and responded lightly, nothing, just some thoughts. Is that so? At this time, Honglian came over with a huge sword and curiously interrupted, Dolores, do you know Lucia? Dolores was slightly stunned, and then showed an awkward smile. Lucia had specifically told her not to reveal her identity as the Pope. So she could only answer vaguely, well, I know him, we are both clergy of the Church of Light. How dare she disobey the order of the Pope? I was wondering why your auras are so similar. It turns out you are both clergy of the Church of Light. Honglian smiled and patted Dolores on the shoulder, saying, later, you just need to concentrate on casting magic in the back. Asmin and I will protect your safety. Well, although Dolores nodded in agreement, her water-blue eyes revealed a hint of helplessness, and her eyes turned to Lucia. She was speechless in her heart. This was the Supreme Pope of the Church of Light. As the strongest person in the Magic Continent, her power was enough to destroy a kingdom in an instant. Does such an existence really need protection? Just as Dolores was sighing, Lucia's majestic and cold voice echoed in her mind. Watch your words, otherwise, I don't mind letting you accept the punishment of the Holy Light. Dolores was silent for a moment, and a trace of fear flashed in her blue eyes. Understood, Your Holiness. Chapter 250. Holy Light Punishment. Dolores whispered softly, and shook her head quickly. She didn't want to accept the punishment of the Holy Light. Wait. What is the Holy Light punishment? Is it the sacred bloom used by the Church of Light to punish evil demons? That kind of power is used to deal with demons. It should have no effect on clergy, right? Maybe. Just as Dolores was lost in thought, a deafening roar echoed in the demon cave. In the battlefield where they were, tens of thousands of demons, who had walked out of the iceberg had lined up neatly, staring at hundreds of adventurers thousands of meters away. These demons have different forms, mainly composed of undead and demons. But without exception, their eyes flashed with a strange dark red light. Roar! As a demon roared, the rest of the demons responded with deafening roars. They showed ferocious faces, waved their sharp claws, and launched a fierce charge towards the defense line where the adventurers were. Something is wrong. Luzline took a step forward. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. She always felt that something was wrong. But before finding the abnormal point, the adventurers around were eager to try, and couldn't wait to join the battle. It's finally starting. I can't wait to fight. So many demons are waiting for us to slaughter. My fighting passion has been burned. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Since you are so hesitant, I go first. Let these demons taste our power. Do it. After a commotion, a group of adventurers stepped forward, holding various weapons, ready to fight the upcoming demon army. These adventurers are generally of high level. Most of them are above level 40, and there are even more than 20 high-level adventurers who have reached level 50. Therefore, even in the face of tens of thousands of demons, they are not afraid. Kill! Accompanied by a command, the adventurers also launched a charge. Soon, the two groups of people collided violently like a torrent, and fierce battles were heard from all directions. Let's start too. Sufian issued an order to everyone. Everyone act according to our pre-made plan. Try to open up the battlefield and harvest the lives of these demons through large-scale magic attacks. Yes! Everyone responded in unison and immediately plunged into the tense battle. Su Xian also immediately told Lucia and the others, "Everyone, follow the plan and be careful." Yes. Lucia nodded slightly and then said softly to Su Xian, "I'm here, you don't have to worry, just take care of yourself." "It's okay, I'm fine." Su Xian responded in a calm tone. Although his words revealed a calmness, his heart was not calm. In the depths of his mind, a voice was still echoing, "Are you okay?" "No, you're not. Human, your strength is too weak. Your blood is far from satisfying my desire. You must become stronger, understand? Only the blood of the strong can make me taste the real delicacy. Just like the blood of the mother of demons, the blood of the gods always makes me intoxicated. And he is an incomparable masterpiece. Just a drop of blood is enough to make me fall into endless intoxication. As for you, kid, you are still far from it. Moreover, you are still a male with a foul odor. If it weren't for the fact that your blood is flowing with his breath, I would simply disdain you. But who made you and him come from the same origin, so you are mine. Do you understand, kid?" The voice of the vampire ancestor echoed in Su Xian's mind. The strange laughter made his body tremble involuntarily, as if he was in a biting cold wind. Su Xian fell into deep thought, and the information revealed in the words of the vampire ancestor shocked him. First, the power of the demon mother obviously surpassed the demigod, and may even have reached the level of gods. Secondly, the vampire ancestor challenged the demon mother, successfully injured her, and tasted a drop of her blood. Finally, and what confused Su Xian the most was that his blood actually flowed with the breath of the same origin as the demon mother. What on earth is going on? He couldn't help but wonder, is it because of the filthy lustful magic power given to him by Edis? If so, doesn't it mean that there is a slight connection between Edis and the mother of demons? Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, the war in the demon cave had already broken out. Tens of thousands of demon armies launched a fierce attack on the adventurers, like a dark cloud, and the sound of horse hooves and roars intertwined into one, shocking people's hearts. Faced with the fierce offensive of the demons, the adventurers did not retreat, but instead were full of fighting spirit and high morale. Charge! Defeat them! Under the command of the players, several brave adventurer guilds stepped forward and became the first pioneers to charge into the battle. They formed a solid triangular square formation and rushed into the demon army with a thunderous force. At the same time, another group of adventurers also launched a fierce charge from another direction and fought a desperate battle with the demons. On the battlefield, the flashes of swords and the shadows of swords intertwined, the sound of killing shook the sky, and the two sides fell into a fierce melee. Among this group of adventurers, there was an orc warrior who was 5 or 6 meters tall and particularly eye-catching. His burly figure was like a towering mountain, standing tall on the battlefield. The giant axe in his hand shone with cold light, and every swing was accompanied by the power of thunder and lightning, which was daunting. And this orc warrior was the member of the B-level guild that Shinseki mentioned to Su Fian before. Kill! Drive these demons out! The roar was deafening, and the prelude to the battle had already begun. In just a short moment, dozens of demons fell under the blades of the adventurers. Su Fian gave orders to the members of the Fairy Guild. "Let's start too." "Understood." Honglian nodded, her eyes flashing with the desire to fight. She turned to look at Delori, only to see that she was ready. Delori stood on the battlefield, clasped her hands together, and began to chant magic spells in a low voice. Instantly, a circle of golden light emanated from around her body, tightly wrapping her whole body. Immediately afterwards, A huge golden magic circle appeared in the sky, which slowly rotated and emitted brilliant light. The complex patterns intertwined together to form a mysterious and magnificent pattern, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. What is this? The magic circle of the Church of Light. And it is of a superclass level. There are clergymen of the Church of Light on the scene? The power of this magic is extraordinary. Everyone, stay away from the range of the magic circle. Damn it! How can there be such a powerful magician here? I was thinking of taking advantage of this high-risk magic cave opportunity to make a lot of contribution points. It looks like an adventurer from the Fairy Princess Guild. Only that woman's guild has a light magician of this level. Everyone showed shocked expressions, and was surprised and terrified by the sacred magic chanted by Dolores. However, before their shock subsided, a new shock came again. Another magic circle that was 2 circles larger than Dolores's magic circle suddenly appeared in another sky. The light aura emitted by this new magic circle was several times stronger than Dolores's.